Loser, get on your knees. Your B-ranked talent's arch-rival activates the giant talent, ready to humiliate you. He has no idea that the terrifying power surging through your body is something even an A-class powerhouse couldn't achieve after 10 years of arduous training. His form swells to 3 meters, a menacing shadow engulfing you, while the crowd around you erupts in gasps and jeers. Yet you simply watch calmly as the data refreshes on your retina. Current strength boost, 8,200 gene. Just as his giant palm comes crashing down, you raise your hand. No flashy moves, just a light flick of the wrist, as if swatting a fly. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. His 200 gene body turned into a black shadow, screaming as it flew more than 10 meters into the air, finally landing with a thud on a crooked tree in the distance. You clapped your hands and sneered, "Is that all?" At the awakening ceremony, you, the top student in the entire school, were deemed a talentless loser. Your arch-rival, a Class B talent, cornered you at the school gate, intent on showing you what class domination really meant. But he never could have imagined that at that very moment, a full 8,000 gene of primal power was surging through your body. Just as he activated his giant talent, his face twisted into a savage grin as he prepared to force you to your knees. A pale blue stream of data began frantically refreshing on your retina. Mod points credited, current strength boost, 8,200 gene. That SA level of power it would take an ordinary grade A awakened a full decade of grueling training to achieve. You didn't even need to use any skills, just a casual wave of your hand, as if swatting a fly. Boom! The air exploded instantly. His 200 gene body flew like a kite with a broken string, soaring over 10 meters into the air before getting stuck on a tree branch. You brushed the dust off your hands, looked at the crowd with their jaws dropped on the ground, and sneered coldly, "Is that all? You don't even have the strength I used to kill a chicken." Jiang Province, Sealy No. 1 High School. Today was the annual Awakening Talent Ceremony. Ding! Participating in the Awakening Ceremony stat mod system binding has begun. The system is finally here. It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? Inside the Awakening venue, Jiang let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. He was a transmigrator. Exactly 5 years ago, Jiang had just finished his graduate studies when he was killed by his graduate student husband, who had rushed to the scene, and then he was transported here. 5 years had passed. He thought he'd lost his chance with the system and was about to give up and just drift through life, but unexpectedly, the system hadn't abandoned him after all. Sure enough, Tomato Novels never lies to me. System, what features do you have? This system grants 1 mod point per second. Mod points can be used to modify any of the hostess attributes: strength, defense, speed, magic resistance, critical hit rate, evasion, and more. +1. +1. Before Jiang's eyes, the mod points kept piling up. Holy crap, is this for real? Jiang sucked in a sharp breath. After all, in this parallel world, there were all kinds of talents, some with devastating attacks, others with formidable defenses. A person's attributes are limited, but these are infinite. Doesn't that mean he's about to become invincible? Just thinking about it got him excited. Next, a system panel appeared before Jiang. Host, Jiang. Level, 0. Mod points, increasing +1. Strength boost, currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Speed boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 1. Energy points required to level up, 0-100. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect at the next level is a gain of 2 mod points per second. After reviewing the panel, Jiang turned his gaze toward the Awakening arena. E-rank talent, next. E-rank talent, next. Each class is worse than the last. You're the worst class I've ever taught. Many teachers in charge of the Awakening couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After awakening nearly 200 students, almost all of them turned out to be E-rank talents. At this rate, what hope does Sealy No. 1 High School have for this year's combat exam? Next up, Class 1 President Jiang. When that name was called, numerous teachers and students turned their expectant gazes toward him. After all, Jiang's academic performance. He had always been number one in the school. Generally speaking, a student with outstanding academic performance who awakens a martial talent shouldn't be too shabby either. Everyone speculated he was at least a B-class talent. If he really were a B-class talent, then Jiang would have a shot at breaking into the top 100 in Pinjiang province in this year's combat exam. Go, class president, many students from class 1 cheered excitedly. Oomph, what is he so cocky about? Many students from class 2 and other classes muttered under their breath. Under Jiang's leadership, class 1 had always kept them in the dust. This time, they were hoping more than anything that Jiang would awaken the worst possible talent. Jiang awakening failed. No talent. However, the very next second, before everyone had even finished speculating, the testing equipment displayed the result. What? The class president actually failed to awaken? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The students and teachers of class 1 couldn't believe it, and some of the teachers were in disbelief as well. In this world, according to statistics, 80% of people successfully awaken, which means only 20% fail to awaken and remain ordinary people. Is the class president going to become an ordinary person? In this era, it's extremely difficult for an ordinary person to make a name for themselves. They belong at the very bottom of society. Justice prevails. Jiang failed his awakening. But with his academic grades, he'll still be able to work as a clerical staff member at my family's company. Immediately, several sarcastic individuals spoke up. Fearing the instrument might have malfunctioned, the testing teacher had Jiang retake the test, but he failed again. Neither the students nor the teachers of class 1 knew what to say to comfort him. After all, his awakening had failed, but Jiang didn't care in the slightest. After all, he had the infinite modification system. No matter how powerful a talent might be, could it really surpass the system? After about another hour had passed, the awakening ceremony at Sealy No. 1 High School finally came to a close. The last item on the agenda was the principal's announcement regarding the combat exam to be held the day after tomorrow. Next, I'd like to say a few brief words. I've summarized what I'm about to say into the following 6 points. After school, Jiang was getting ready to go home. He checked his mod points. After accumulating them for over 2 hours, he had reached 8,200 points. System, allocate all of them to strength. Ding! Strength boost modification successful. Hostess current strength is 8,200 Gene. Boom! Instantly, Jiang felt a primal force surging through his body. A faint smile touched his lips. According to the talent statistics he'd seen, even a newly awakened grade A strength type talent would have a maximum strength of 800 Gene at best, yet in just over 2 hours, he'd already reached 10 times that amount. By the time the combat exam rolled around the day after tomorrow, his strength would likely start at least 100,000 plus. Wouldn't he then sweep the competition? Top 100 in Pinjiang province? That's way too low. His goal was to become Pinjiang province's martial arts champion. At this thought, Jiang grew excited. He strode quickly out of the school grounds, determined to head home. However, just a few steps past the school gate, he ran into an acquaintance. Drake, the class president of Class 2, had awakened a grade B giant talent, a strength-based type. At that moment, Drake, accompanied by a few underlings from Class 2, surrounded Jiang. Jiang, I never thought you'd. Bam! But before Drake could finish his sentence, Jiang had already grown tired of listening to his nonsense. He didn't have time to deal with an idiot like Drake, so he simply sent the closest henchman flying with a single punch. That's right, he really sent him flying. With Jiang's current strength of 8,200 Gene, and the henchman weighing less than 200 Gene, the guy soared more than 10 meters into the air. He then crashed into a tree and passed out from the shock. Whoa! Drake and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it, wasn't Jiang's awakening supposed to have failed? How could a single punch pack that much power? Drake was utterly stunned. He awakened a grade B strength type talent, yet he knew full well he couldn't send someone flying into the air with a single punch. Little did he know, Jiang had actually held back otherwise. That guy probably wouldn't have come down yet. Come at me all at once. Drake's other henchman then charged forward. Thud, thud within seconds, the tree was covered with people. As for Drake, the last one left, Jiang lifted him with one hand and, just like shooting a basketball, tossed him straight into the campus artificial lake several hundred meters away. Splash! The lake erupted in a spray of water. This scene left students watching both on and off campus thoroughly shocked. Oh my god, didn't Jiang fail his awakening? Didn't they say he was just an ordinary person? Drake weighs over 200 G, and Jiang tossed him into the lake like a basketball, and you're telling me that an ordinary person? Is that a fucking ordinary person? When Jiang returned home, his father, Gua, immediately asked, "So, what talent did you awaken?" "No talent." "No talent?" Gua sighed, looking as if he de-aged several decades in an instant, his face etched with the wear and tear of life. "Well, it's a blessing to lead a quiet life." But immediately, Gua added another sentence, afraid of breaking his son's heart, because he knew Jiang was very proud and determined. "In that case, go online right now and cancel your combat exam registration. Switch to the liberal arts track for the college entrance exam." Gua continued. Since registration was handled uniformly by the school and combat majors were given priority, anyone who failed to awaken had to cancel their combat major registration online themselves. "No need, father. Trust me." Jiang merely gave a faint smile. Gua didn't say much more, choosing to see it as his son's final act of stubbornness. After all, the combat exam didn't start until the day after tomorrow, and he believed Jiang would be able to adjust well, and thus come to terms with this reality. As for Jiang, he returned to his room and looked through the messages and materials posted in the group chat. Most of the messages were meant to comfort him, and there were also many private messages. The materials consisted of the school's guidelines for the combat exam, as well as some general skills related to the exam. Skills were intended for students who had successfully awakened, but since the files were shared in the group chat, Jiang downloaded a copy to review them as well. The skills were all Tier 1, meaning they fell within the level 110 range. Within each tier, there were beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate skills. There were fist techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, and the like. After all, having just a superpower wasn't enough, one had to combine it with skills to stand out in the combat exam. Only then will you have the means to defeat hordes of monsters. Jiang looked through some of the skills. Most weren't suitable for him, to be precise. The beginner and intermediate skills weren't a good fit, while the advanced and super skills were promising. He first examined an advanced skill, the flame fist skill, a super skill, the wind kick skill, and an ultimate skill, the sun halberd skill. These are all meant for psychics to train in. I wonder if I'll be able to do it, Jiang thought to himself. His physical strength was already formidable anyway, and the sets of skills he'd chosen were a perfect fit for him. He opened the details for the flame fist skill first. Ding, modifiable skill detected, flame fist skill. Modify? Ha? Jiang suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. What was going on? Could skills actually be modified? Flame fist skill, beginner stage. Modifiable, 134910. Since he'd lost some time returning from school, his mod points had now reached 1349. According to the system's requirements, he only needed 10 points. That would be enough to upgrade the flame fist skill from the beginner stage to the novice stage. Modify. Jiang pressed the button, and in the next second, the details of the flame fist skill became much simpler in his mind, as if he'd practiced it hundreds of times. 1339 100. After spending another 100 mod points, the flame fist skill and advanced skill advanced from the novice stage to the proficient stage. Then, it took another 1000 points to advance from the proficient stage to the master stage. Jiang couldn't help but get excited. After all, every skill is divided into 4 stages: beginner stage, novice stage, proficient stage, and master stage. This single advanced tier skill, Even with a terrifying S-rank talent, it would be impossible to reach the novice stage in less than half a month. Even for those with extraordinary aptitude, 3 days would be about the limit. As for him, Jiang, he reached the master stage in just a few seconds. Sure enough, modification is awesome. Jiang planned to directly upgrade the super skill wind kick and the ultimate skill sun halberd to the master stage as well, but he didn't have enough points yet. Oh well, he just do it the next day. When he woke up early the next morning, 10 hours had passed since he last spent his points. Jiang checked his current mod points. Available mod points, 36,000. Jiang first upgraded the wind kick skill and sun halberd skill to the novice stage. Unlike advanced skills, super skills require double the points, and ultimate skills require double that amount, but it wasn't too much, and Jiang could still handle it. It took 20, 200, and 2,000 points to upgrade the wind kick skill directly to the master stage. With 40, 400, and 4,000 points, he upgraded the sun halberd skill to the master stage as well. With 29,400 points remaining, Jiang allocated them all to strength. Combined with the 8,200 gene of strength he gained yesterday, his strength now stands at 37,600. After finishing everything, Jiang left the room. His father, Gua, had already left for work. On the table, he had left Jiang a bank card along with a note. It told him to go buy something for himself and treat himself. Jiang took the bank card. He already knew exactly what he wanted to buy: super alloy. He planned to use the super alloy to forge a battle halberd, so that the sun halberd skill would finally come in handy. Super alloy is officially certified as the only material allowed in the martial arts exam arena. Moreover, this alloy is highly dense and extremely hard, capable of easily piercing the defenses of even the toughest monsters. The downside is that it's quite heavy. Even a dagger-sized piece weighs 6,000 gene. While this might be a drawback for others, for Jiang, it's an advantage. He needed a weapon that was both heavy and razor-sharp, otherwise, tearing monsters apart with his bare hands during the combat exam might not go as smoothly as he'd like. After breakfast, Jiang arrived at the super alloy specialty store. "Hello, I'd like to have a battle halberd custom made." "A battle halberd? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The owner was a bit skeptical. "Let me remind you, super alloy has an extremely high density. A battle spear like that would weigh at least 100,000 gene." Jiang did a quick mental calculation. Although his current strength hadn't yet reached 100,000 gene, based on the rate at which his mod points were increasing, he'd have enough strength to reach that mark by 6 p.m. today. Moreover, the combat exam wouldn't begin until 9 a.m. tomorrow, by which time his strength would be close to 200,000 gene. So he'd have more than enough strength to handle a 100,000 gene super alloy battle axe. Make it a battle axe. Just go ahead and forge it. Alright. The shop owner didn't say another word. Why turn down money? The two went inside to discuss the battle axe's design and dimensions. Jiang paid the deposit, and the shop owner said it would be finished today, by 9 p.m. at the latest. Leaving the super alloy shop, Jiang checked his bank balance and found it was severely depleted. It had been 50,000 before, but now there was only 10,000 left. He'd already paid 40,000 as a deposit, and that didn't even include the remaining 360,000. This is so damn expensive. Jiang muttered, though making money wasn't exactly a challenge for him now. He currently had 37,600 strength. All he had to do was head to the next dungeon, fight some monsters, and collect some rare tier 1 materials. After all, monster materials were quite valuable, and if he got lucky, he might even find a few energy cores. That would cover the remaining balance. The nearest dungeon was about 100 li from Sealy City. To get there, he'd need to take a special official portal, one created by a spatial talent user. Stepping into the portal, he found a crowd of people heading to the dungeon to farm materials, mostly between levels 1 and 10. There were also some martial arts school instructors leading their students on their first dungeon experience. After all, once a talent has awakened, there is still a day left to get familiar with what monsters are like, though this requires an instructor's escort. Wealthier families can afford this expense, and martial arts school instructors often have their students slay monsters to temporarily boost their levels. Although you can't gain many levels in a single day, you can at least gain one level, and at most, you might gain anywhere from 1 to 3 levels, depending on the martial arts instructor's skill, of course.
Young man, are you planning to go into the dungeon alone?
A martial arts instructor looked at Jiang with a puzzled expression. After all, the dungeon has a very high mortality rate. Without an instructor escorting them the entire way, the death rate for a novice entering the dungeon is nearly 100%.
Young man, why don't you join my class?
I happen to have one spot left, and the price isn't high, just 100,000 will do.
Hey, young man, don't listen to him. This guy's only level 8. I'm different, I'm level 10.
It'll be safer if you sign up for my class. Suddenly, many martial arts school instructors were trying to persuade Jiang, but he wasn't interested.
Sorry, no need for that.
Jiang refused. Mainly, he didn't have the money, and even if he did, he wouldn't spend it this way.
Wouldn't it be much nicer to go to a spa and get a massage from a young model?
Besides, the highest level instructor among them was only level 10. If they encountered a vicious monster, it was doubtful they'd even survive themselves. After all, Jiang had checked the information before coming here. In this monster dungeon, the highest level monsters reached level 13. Get ready, we're about to teleport, the official in charge of teleportation barked, and the crowd immediately fell silent. A flash of white light, and Jiang and the others arrived at the dungeon. It was a dense jungle, though, of course, they were currently in the outer perimeter. Monsters in the outer perimeter were generally scarce and not very dangerous, so the martial arts school instructors usually brought their students here first to get a feel for the place.
Jiang also headed deeper into the dungeon.
He could see that it wasn't just martial arts school instructors and students here, there were also some players farming materials.
The first group he encountered was the Wolf Hunters, a squad specializing in hunting ice wolves.
When killed, ice wolves drop ice crystals, which are the primary ingredient for crafting Tier 1 potions. The purchase price is quite high, usually around 500 per crystal, and since ice wolves are typically level 1-3 with a decent drop rate, they're the most commonly hunted target. Jiang decided to try hunting a few ice wolves himself, but the squads he encountered had already staked out their own territories, so he had to venture further in to find another area. Before long, he arrived at a spot where no squads were present.
Oh whoa! No sooner had he set foot there than a level 3 ice wolf charged out.
Generally speaking, such an ice wolf is usually the pack leader.
Oh my, kid, you're really out of luck running into a pack leader like that. You'd better run.
That's right, kid.
Don't just stand there.
Ice wolves are incredibly fast and aggressive. Even if I ran into one, I'd lie low for a while, said a squad leader who was also level 3.
Why isn't this kid moving? Looks like it's his first time here.
He must be scared stiff. Everyone was busy dealing with their own ice wolves and didn't have time to help Jiang for a moment. They all exchanged looks of regret.
Man, I wonder whose kid this is. What a shame. Why didn't he sign up for a party before coming in? Venturing into the dungeon alone? That's just. As the crowd discussed this, the ice wolf pack leader had already pounced on Jiang.
Its massive wolf claws were over a meter long and possessed extraordinary strength.
Boom!
Jiang charged straight at it to test the ice wolf's strength. Upon contact, he realized its power was nowhere near his own roughly estimated. That claw strike had carried a force of about 6,000 Jiang.
Jiang didn't kill the ice wolf beast in one blow.
Instead, he let it get used to the fight first. Once it had adjusted, Jiang decided to test his flame fist skill.
Boom!
He unleashed a powerful punch, cutting through the air with a whoosh.
The ice wolf beast thought this human teenager was challenging its authority. After all, what kind of strength could an 18-year-old possibly have?
The nearby party members who were grinding monsters were also momentarily confused.
Is this kid going to go head-to-head with the ice wolf beast?
I wouldn't dare do that even with my C-rank strength talent. How can he? Everyone shook their heads. This kid was still too young. That wasn't how you fought. Dealing with an ice wolf beast required specific combat techniques. You had to avoid its most powerful attacks.
Who would just charge in and go head-to-head? However, the very next second. Oh whoa!
The ice wolf pack leader let out a wail,
then Jiang punched a huge hole right through its skull. Instantly, blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out. Thud! The massive wolf's corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He killed the ice wolf with a single punch? That was a level 3 ice wolf pack leader. No way, I must be dreaming. This can't be real. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. This was way too outrageous. Had that kid really killed the wolf pack leader with a single punch? And it looked so effortless, too? For any of their squads, taking down such a formidable wolf pack leader would require first devising a plan, then several people ganging up on it, and fighting for a quarter of an hour or half an hour or so. But here he was, this kid just charged in head on and took it down instantly? Instantly killed an ice wolf beast? Whoa! The crowd sucked in their breath again. The ice wolf beast's head was protected by scales, yet that punch still punched a bloody hole right through it. That punch must have packed the force of 10,000 Jiang. While everyone stood there in stunned silence, Jiang walked over to the ice wolf beast captain's corpse and picked up the energy core that had fallen to the ground, a first-tier energy core. The buyback price is around 1,500. If I get another 300 of these, I'll have enough to cover the remaining balance on my super alloy battle spear. With that thought, Jiang grew excited and pressed deeper into the area. The outer zones were already crowded with players, and the ice wolves there were too low level. The drop rate for energy cores was far too low. He decided to take on some higher level ice wolves. In this middle zone, there were still a few small parties farming materials, but their numbers were sparse, and the members of these parties were generally much higher level. Whereas level 3 and 4 ice wolves had been rare before, they were quite common here. There were even level 5 and 6 ones. Naturally, the battles were much more intense. Holy shit, run! The ice wolf boss is out. Just then, a burly man burst out of the bushes ahead and took off running. Boom! An ice wolf, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, leaped out and crushed the burly man to the ground with a single swipe of its claw. Holy crap, and level 8 ice wolf leader? The moment they saw the massive ice wolf, every member of the several party groups farming monsters in the area was overcome with fear. Ice wolf leaders typically only appear in the inner zones. They're exceptionally powerful and fast. Given the situation, there was no way they could outrun it. Even those among them with speed-based talents couldn't outrun an 8th level ice wolf leader. We're done for. We're as good as dead. This is my first time in a party farming materials, and I'm already going to die, someone couldn't help but lament. Run! Someone shouted, and they prepared to scatter. That would greatly increase their chances of survival. As for which of them the ice wolf leader would chase, well, that would just be a matter of bad luck. Oh whoa! But just then, the ice wolf leader let out a roar, and instantly, more than a dozen massive level 6 ice wolf captains appeared. Are they hunting us? Asked an experienced player. The ice wolf pack goes on the hunt at regular intervals, and this was clearly one of those times. Moreover, when these beasts hunt, they don't spare a single person. They're determined to kill them all. Let us go for it, damn it, someone suggested, as their retreat was completely cut off. To catch the thief, catch the king first. If we take down the ice wolf leader, we'll be saved. In an instant, several level 6 squad leaders charged toward the ice wolf leader. Boom! Those few were all strength-type talents. After activating their talents, their muscles bulged, making them look like little giants. Take this! Those guys put on quite a show, but the actual impact of their attacks was pretty lackluster. Crack! Of the 3 who charged forward, one was torn in half by the wolf leader's claw, while the other 2 had gashes in their chests so deep you could almost see their hearts beating. They might as well be dead. The 3 strongest fighters were taken out by the wolf leader in a single round. From the battle just now, Jiang had also sensed that the tearing force of the wolf leader's single strike was at least 25,000 Jiang, perhaps even higher. Those level 6 strength-type little giants only had a little over 3,000 Jiang of strength. No wonder they didn't survive. What do? We can't run away, and we can't fight back. The crowd grew even more terrified at that moment. Survival took precedence over everything else. Hey, is anyone around? Someone, please save us. I'll give you all my money. Whoever saves me, I'll give myself to them. A few women even shouted this out loud. Ha ha, you're lucky to have run into me.
Just then, a familiar voice rang out, followed by a martial arts instructor walking over with 6 students.
Jiang remembered that the instructor was a level 8. Earlier, during the teleportation, he'd even been asked to sign up for his class.
As for what his talent was, Jiang hadn't seen it yet and was a bit curious.
Let me introduce myself.
I'm Xiong Ba, an instructor at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy.
I'm a boxer with a strength-type talent. I can definitely save you, but as for the price, 1 million per person, not a penny less. Xiong Ba seized the opportunity to extort them. After all, they were about to die. What good was 1 million at this point? Saving their lives was the priority.
But we don't have that much money, several of them said. They were just gathering materials to sell for a living and weren't exactly wealthy. You can write me an IOU and pay me back once you're out, or pledge something valuable as collateral. Either way is fine.
But I won't haggle. The group hesitated. I say, stop hesitating.
The instructors at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy are hand-picked elites, basically unbeatable at their level.
He is a level 8 too. Taking on a wolf leader is absolutely within his capabilities. Yeah, what are we waiting for? I'm in, anyway. Master Xiong, here is my bank card. There is 200,000 in it. For the remaining 800,000, I'll write you an IOU for now. Some nodded, and the rest quickly agreed as well.
After all, while 1 million was a lot, for them, it was just a matter of a few years. They still had plenty of time left in their lives.
1 million, it's worth it, absolutely worth it. Xiong Ba collected everyone's bank cards, then tucked the IOUs into his pocket. Once everything was in order, he finally turned his attention to the wolf leader. As for the wolf leader,
he didn't seem to be in a hurry either. He wanted to see what exactly this group was up to. I've killed at least 800, if not 1,000, ice wolves.
And you're this level?
Xiong Ba flashed a contemptuous smile, then activated his talent, causing his fists to swell to a full half-meter in size.
His boxer talent manifested, and those fists were imbued with armor-piercing capabilities, a definite advantage against monsters like the ice wolf. Students, watch closely. See how I take care of this guy.
Xiong Ba didn't forget to show off in front of his students. After all, if they thought he was impressive, they'd sign up for his classes in the future or refer others. These were all wealthy families. Tuition fees easily ran into the millions, which meant a steady stream of money flowing into his pockets.
Oh, whoa!
The wolf leader lunged forward swiftly, colliding head-on with Xiong Ba's massive fist. Instantly, both were sent flying backward 5 or 6 meters. The wolf leader took a hard hit. His claws went numb, but Xiong Ba wasn't unscathed either. After all, the wolf's claws were incredibly powerful, and razor-sharp faint streaks of blood were already visible on his fists. Xiong Ba gritted his teeth against the pain. It seems I'll have to bring out some real skills if I'm going to take you down quickly. He began channeling his supernatural energy into his fists, and a crimson fist force began to gather.
Students, watch closely.
This is the Tier 1 Advanced Universal Skill, Flame Fist.
Its attack power is immense.
It took me, your teacher, only 3 years to master it to the proficient stage.
With that, Xiong Ba launched his attack. Oh, whoa! This time, the wolf leader was blasted more than 10 meters away.
His massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to shake like an earthquake.
Instantly, the students and bystanders burst into applause. Just as I expected, the instructors at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy are truly top-notch. Once I'm wealthy, I'll definitely send my kids to train here. A relative of mine was just talking about enrolling their child in a class.
I think Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy looks great. Master Xiong Ba is definitely a top-notch instructor.
Wow, Master, you're amazing. See?
I told you all along that Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy is great.
You should listen to me and signed up for classes with me.
Faced with the praise from the crowd and his students, Xiong Ba looked even more smug for a moment. He even seemed a bit carried away. But Jiang noticed something different. Although the wolf leader had been blasted more than 10 meters away, he hadn't actually sustained much damage.
There was no bleeding or anything like that.
Even though he slammed hard into the ground, it was nothing to an ice wolf's rugged hide.
Oh whoa!
The wolf chieftain let out a howl, his eyes turning blood red, and the aura emanating from him grew even more ferocious.
A mutated wolf chieftain?
Jiang mused. He was an excellent student and had memorized various monster encyclopedias by heart. Clearly, this wolf chieftain had undergone a mutation. Once a mutated ice wolf beast enters its mutated state, its strength increases by nearly half. In other words, the wolf leader's strength had jumped from roughly 25,000 gene to 37,500 gene.
Xiongba is in for it,
Jiang said with a faint smile.
Teacher Xiong, be careful.
That thing seems to have mutated, a student warned.
After all, the wolf leader's aura had clearly become far more ferocious.
Don't worry. I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen.
Xiongba chuckled lightly. Oh whoa!
The mutated wolf leader moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance from over 10 meters to right in front of Xiongba, then swiped at him with its claws.
What? That fast?
Xiongba's pupils contracted, and he finally took the threat seriously, but it was too late. He alternated his fists to block the wolf leader's attack.
Boom!
But in the next second, he was sent flying several meters backward, his fists covered in bloodstains as fresh blood streamed down, the scent driving the wolf pack into an even more frenzied rage.
I took your full power strike, so how about mine?
Xiongba was getting a little annoyed. He'd just been praised, only to be sent flying the very next second. Determined to make up for it, he immediately unleashed the flame fist skill. This time, striking with all his might, a massive crimson fist shadow coalesced in the air.
Boom!
The fist shadow slammed straight toward the wolf leader, who instantly manifested a layer of red scales on his head and charged head-on into the attack.
Thud!
A thudding sound echoed as Xiongba's fist shadow was shattered, yet the wolf leader's momentum didn't waver as he continued his charge.
Oh no! Xiongba sucked in a sharp breath.
He anticipated that the mutated wolf leader would be formidable, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. His attack had just been deflected. A head-on confrontation clearly couldn't continue, but if he retreated, the students and people behind him would surely die. Yet if he didn't retreat, taking the blow head-on would likely spell disaster.
At this critical moment, Xiongba activated an evasion technique. I'm out of here.
His figure became incredibly swift as he plunged into the nearby jungle.
Yes, he ran.
He was also a level 8. If he really wanted to escape, unless the wolf leader pursued him directly, those level 6 wolf captains simply couldn't catch up, especially with so much prey in the area. The wolf leader clearly wouldn't chase him.
As for abandoning his students,
these people were all going to die anyway. They wouldn't survive.
Who would be left to spill the beans on him?
Once he got out of there, he'd just make up an excuse for the parents, blaming it on a monster uprising. After all, monster uprisings happened all the time. That excuse would hold water.
Plus, he pocketed a hefty sum of money.
All in all, this trip had been well worth it. With that thought, he sped up even more. Meanwhile, over at Jiang's location, the wolf leader seemed to have anticipated Xiongba's escape all along and didn't pursue him further.
He was about to give it his all to kill this human.
But he himself wouldn't be in much better shape either, so he might as well hunt these weaklings instead. His next target was Jiang. At that moment, Jiang was checking his system panel. More than 3 hours had passed since he used up his mod points that morning, and his mod points had now risen to over 11,000. Previously, his strength had reached 37,600 gene, which was practically on par with the wolf leader's 37,500 gene.
But now?
System, allocate all of them to strength boost. Ding, modification successful.
Current strength, 48,600 gene.
Feeling the immense power surging through his body, Jiang smiled. With a strength advantage of over 10,000 gene, he had more than enough to take down this beast.
Boom! The wolf's head slammed into Jiang.
The immense force of the impact caused his feet to plow a furrow into the ground, sending him flying backward nearly 1 meter. But immediately, he planted his feet firmly and steadied himself.
Just then, the wolf leader's massive jaws snapped straight toward Jiang. The massive wolf fangs, a full half-meter long, were incredibly sharp, resembling a divine weapon.
But in the next second, Jiang's hands forced the huge jaws wide open. No matter how hard the wolf leader strained, it couldn't close its mouth to bite down.
You don't even have the strength to bite someone, and you call yourself the wolf leader? Jiang sneered.
That bite had generated nearly 40,000 gene of force, but unfortunately, it still couldn't match his strength. Then, Jiang gripped those two massive wolf fangs and unleashed a burst of strength.
A whoa!
The wolf leader let out a wail as blood gushed from its mouth. The fangs, as sharp as giant swords, were forcibly yanked out by Jiang, a scene of extreme brutality.
Intense pain surged through the wolf leader's brain.
It tried to run, but Jiang had already grabbed one of its paws and began tossing it back and forth.
Thud!
The massive body slammed into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground like an earthquake. Seeing this, the surrounding wolf captains rushed forward to come to its aid. Jiang grabbed the wolf leader's tail, using it as a weapon to knock the other wolf captains back.
A whoa!
Wails rang out continuously as the level 6 wolf captains kept falling to the ground, occasionally dropping ice crystals and even energy cores. This made the material farming parties green with envy, but who dared to go up and pick them up? They knew full well just how powerful the teenager before them was. He was the one who had defeated the wolf leader with his bare hands.
All right, I'm done playing with you.
Jiang slammed a fist into the wolf leader's scales, which shattered into dust in an instant, and the massive wolf's head was blown to pieces. An energy core fell out.
Is it dead already?
The people nearby hadn't even had time to react. After all, it had happened way too fast.
Are we saved?
Yes, we're saved.
The group embraced each other, weeping with joy.
They thought they were as good as dead, but now the situation had taken an unexpected turn. It feels so good to be alive. As for Jiang, he carefully packed away the materials. After all, they were worth a fortune, and he still hadn't received the final payment for his services.
Bro, you're so cool. We decided to join you on your adventures.
The students wore expressions of utter satisfaction. If they had a bodyguard like this to guide them through the experience,
their safety would be absolutely guaranteed. My rates are pretty steep, 200,000 per person. Jiang seized the opportunity to ask for money.
Compared to grinding for materials, which was backbreaking work, he'd much rather take these guys on a little tour. After all, it was just for the experience. He'd just have to find a few weak monsters for them to take down every now and then.
No problem, we'll transfer it to you right now. The 6 students, 3 men and 3 women, immediately pulled out their phones to transfer the money to Jiang. Jiang realized he'd been too hasty.
He hadn't expected these guys to be so wealthy. If he'd known, he would asked for even more. After checking his account, 1.2 million had already been credited. Jiang decided to continue on with these 6 rich, clueless guys.
Hold on.
Just then, a shout rang out from the bushes, and Xiongba leaped out from among the foliage. Xiongba had originally fled the scene, but as he ran, he heard the wails of the wolf pack. Drawing on his years of experience, he knew these were the death cries of a dying pack. Xiongba deduced that some powerful figure must have passed by and saved the wolves, so he had to go back and check. If that powerful figure was still there, Xiongba wouldn't mind taking credit for it, claiming he'd summoned them to make up for his own flight.
But if that powerful figure wasn't there? Haha, that would make things even easier. He'd just find an excuse to keep those people from returning.
After all, as a martial arts school instructor, word couldn't get out that he'd abandoned his students in a time of crisis. So Xiongba peered through the grass and immediately saw the ground littered with wolf carcasses. He scanned the surroundings. There didn't seem to be any powerful figures in sight, which meant the powerful figure who saved them had already left. Since that was the case, he could cover it up. Otherwise, if these people returned and reported his good deeds to the martial arts school, what awaited him wouldn't just be ruin and disgrace, but also legal punishment and a manhunt by numerous martial arts schools. After all, in this line of work, while making money is easy, there is an unwritten rule: for a martial arts school instructor to abandon their students is the most unforgivable offense. It crosses the industry's red line. Master Xiong, oh, no, Xiong Ba, why are you here? The students asked, puzzled. I just went to call for backup, so I'm a little late. Call for backup? You were clearly just running away, weren't you? Although those students were naive and easy to take advantage of, they weren't complete fools who didn't understand anything. Fine, since you figured it out, I'll lay my cards on the table, no more pretending. As for what happened today, only the dead one be able to talk. As soon as those words were spoken, the nearby groups of material farmers who hadn't had time to leave were filled with utter disgust. Do you have any morals left? You abandoned your students and ran away, and now you're coming back to silence them? Given your character, I'm afraid the Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy isn't much better. I say, once we get back, we absolutely have to expose this so-called Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy, the crowd shouted angrily. Heh, you won't be going back. As soon as Xiongba finished speaking, he moved to silence them, roaring as he charged forward with a ferocious expression. However, in the very next second, Jiang shattered his limbs, leaving him lying limp on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Jiang. Could it be that you're the powerful figure who saved them? He couldn't believe it. After all, Jiang was just a teenager who had only recently awakened his talent. Even an S-class talent couldn't possibly achieve something this terrifying. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this guy? Xiongba was speechless. He couldn't sense any manifestation of supernatural abilities in Jiang, which meant Jiang didn't possess any at all. He was a completely ordinary person through and through. But could an ordinary person really kill a pack of wolves? Before he could figure it out, the 6 students had already tied him up and dumped him in a secluded spot, planning to take him back with them on their return trip. What followed was Jiang and those 6 guys farming materials together, mostly with Jiang taking down monsters, though the others occasionally killed a few as well. After nearly 3 hours of fighting, all 6 students had reached level 2, which made them ecstatic. This greatly improved their chances in tomorrow's combat exam. As for Jiang, he didn't really care. Since he wasn't a psionic, he couldn't kill monsters to level up anyway, so letting those students take a few kills didn't matter to him. Ding! Energy points have reached 100. The system is about to upgrade. System upgraded to level 2. Earns 2 mod points per second. Host, please continue killing monsters. Keep up the good work. Upgrade requirement, 0500. He need to slay 500 monsters before the next upgrade, which was clearly impossible today, so Jiang decided to head out with those 6 guys as well. Before leaving, he allocated all 10,800 points earned over the past 3 hours to strength. Since he hadn't unlocked the ability to adjust other attributes yet, strength was his only option. At this point, Jiang's strength had reached 58,400 gene. From yesterday to today, in just over 12 hours, he has already gained this much power. It's truly terrifying. Even an S-class talent couldn't match this. Without at least level 25, it would be absolutely impossible to reach such a terrifying level. Moreover, now that the system is at level 2, the power boost is even more intense. +2. +2. Afterward, Jiang returned with the students. Without him even having to say a word, the students told their parents what had happened, and soon a crowd of well-connected people showed up at Tai Xiong Martial Arts Academy. Before long, there was a huge throng of reporters and the like. Jiang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to what happened next. After he dropped off the 6 students, he received thank you payments from their parents, 500,000 each, bringing his total earnings to another 3 million. With that, the balance in his bank account reached 4.21 million. He then sold some of the materials he collected to a scrap dealer, netting another 340,000. Afterward, Jiang found a place to eat. Now that his strength had increased, his appetite had grown, and he got hungry much more easily. But for someone with several million in the bank, none of that was a problem. After eating, Jiang checked the details regarding the combat exam. It was set to officially begin at 9 a.m. the next day and would last for 3 days. After giving it a quick review, he headed home to sleep. Perhaps because he was so exhausted, he slept straight through until 6:30 p.m. Jiang got up and first checked his mod points. Available mod points, 64,000. After another round of adjusting his strength, Jiang's strength shot up to a staggering 122,400 gene. Next, he headed to the super alloy store to pick up the battle halberd he had custom made. Before long, Jiang arrived at the store. As soon as he walked in, he spotted the battle halberd displayed on the shelf, the very one he decommissioned, glowing brilliantly. This halberd weighs 108,000 gene. Are you sure you can lift it, young hero? The shop owner asked with some concern. No problem. Jiang walked straight over to the halberd, gripped the shaft with one hand, lifted it right off the shelf, and then demonstrated his son halberd's skill with it. Holy shit, holy shit. Throughout the entire process, the shop owner had nothing else to say. He wasn't very educated, so he just kept repeating holy shit. After this halberd was forged, it took more than a dozen of the shop's employees over an hour to carry it, and yet this young man had actually lifted it with just one hand? Is this even human? Oh, by the way, young hero, here is a dagger for you. The shop owner pulled out an exquisitely crafted dagger. Combat exam. Sometimes, a dagger is more useful than a halberd. This was part of the shop's customer appreciation program. After all, the deposit and final payment totaled 400,000. If he didn't throw in a little something, he'd lose repeat business. Plus, this young hero's strength is astonishing. Giving him a dagger is also a way to curry favor. Thanks a lot. Jiang paid the balance, then took the matching halberd sheath and left. Both the halberd and the dagger come with their own sheaths. After all, super alloy is too heavy. Ordinary sheaths aren't safe, so these matching accessories are also for safety. Early the next morning, Jiang woke up. Guai had already left for work. Seeing how calm Jiang had been the previous day, he assumed Jiang had cancelled his combat exam registration on his own. So he didn't make a fuss about it. As for the liberal arts college entrance exam, that would take place after the martial arts exam. Besides, Jiang's academic scores were excellent, making it into the top 100 in Pingjiang province wouldn't be a problem. When the time came, he, as a father, would still have something to be proud of. Although it wasn't as promising as the martial exam, at least Jiang's future position and salary wouldn't be any lower than his own. The combat exam began at 9 a.m. After waking up at 7:30, Jiang slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, secured his dagger, ate a hearty breakfast, and boarded the bus designated to transport examinees to the test site. The college entrance exam is an extremely important event in Xia Kingdom, especially the combat exam, which serves as a means of selecting individuals with special abilities. Therefore, for every exam and in every region, dedicated buses are provided to transport candidates. Moreover, traffic restrictions had been implemented on the roads leading to the exam venue 3 days prior, ensuring there would be no traffic congestion along the way. Jiang held his admission ticket, swiped it, and boarded the bus. Thud. However, the moment he stepped on board, the bus suddenly lurched downward, as if struck by a heavy object. It even nearly burst a tire. If the bus hadn't been built to such high specifications, it would likely have been crushed beyond repair on the spot. What is going on? For a moment, both the bus driver and the students on board were puzzled. Could it be this examinee? The driver glanced at Jiang, who was carrying nothing but a long case on his back and had no other distinguishing features. Naturally, the driver wouldn't have suspected that the case contained super alloy. After all, something that large would weigh at least 100,000 gene. Not only could the examinees on the bus not lift it, but even he himself couldn't. So, he had no choice but to get off the bus to check several tires, as well as the spare tire. There were 4 spare tires, a mandatory requirement, after all. Anything could happen on the road, and if a tire blew out and there were no spares, it could cause the candidates to miss their entrance time. He simply couldn't bear that responsibility under any circumstances. Is there something heavy on the bus? He muttered to himself. When he first checked the 4 tires, they had been standing upright, but now they were all flattened. This special purpose bus was built with cutting-edge technology. It wasn't supposed to sag even with 100 people on board. Yet here it was, sagging with only a dozen or so passengers? Never mind. He decided not to worry about it as long as the bus could make it to the exam site without any problems. That was all that mattered. After waiting a while, all the examinees in this area had boarded the bus. Jiang, check the attendance status for the candidates in this section, the driver called out. Jiang was an artificial intelligence system developed using the latest high-tech research in Xiagua. As soon as a candidate scanned their admission ticket, Jiang would receive the information. Combined with the previously entered database, it could determine if any candidates were still missing. Everyone's here. We're ready to depart. I'll now begin navigating for you. The total distance is 4 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of 12 minutes. Jiang's voice rang out. The bus started up smoothly. At that moment, some of the students who had boarded later also noticed Jiang. Isn't that Jiang, the class president of Class 1? Is he taking the combat exam too? A few students who recognized Jiang murmured among themselves. It couldn't be helped. Jiang was a well-known figure at number 1 high school. His failed awakening had only increased his fame, so now he was practically a household name within Sealy number 1 high school, that is. I don't know. I guess he just hasn't given up yet. Ah, what a shame. He is just an ordinary person now, a pretty girl lamented. Before his awakening failed, she had been one of Jiang's little fangirls. Back then, she had a secret crush on Jiang. After all, he was tall and handsome, and there were plenty of girls with crushes on him. She didn't even know where she ranked among them. Back then, she thought she'd never have another chance in her life, but who would thought fate would play such a cruel trick? Jiang's awakening failed. She, on the other hand, succeeded in her awakening. Although she was only a D-ranked talent, it was still so much better than being an ordinary person. In the future, talents and ordinary people were destined to live in completely different circles. So this girl gradually let go of her feelings. Let us not talk about him. Let us discuss the standout students from our school who took the college entrance exam this time. I think Drake is pretty impressive. He actually awakened a B-class power-type talent this time. Whether our Sealy number 1 high school can secure a spot in the top 100 in the province depends on Drake. I think it's possible. In the past, Sealy number 1 high school has had B-level talents make it into the top 100. I just realized even though Drake used to look kind of unattractive, with his greasy hair and shiny face, now that he has awakened his B-level talent, the more I look at him, the more handsome he seems. Several girls chimed in. They were all D-level talents themselves. If they could connect with a C or B-level talent, their future prospects would be much brighter. In fact, this was a common tactic used by many low-level talent girls. Ha! A B-level talent hoping to make the top 100? That's hilarious. As the girls were chatting, a discordant voice rang out from the back seat. Judging by their attire, those guys were candidates from Pingjiang Province's Elemental High School. Element High School is actually much stronger than Sealy number 1 high school, and the students who have awakened there are all elementalist talents reportedly. The lowest rank is C-level. This time around, Element High School had at least several dozen B-level talents and over a dozen A-level talents among its awakened students. Every year, Element High School secures at least 20 spots in the provincial top 100. On several occasions, candidates from Element High School have even made it into the top 10. Oomph, what nonsense are you spouting? I think you're just jealous that others have B-ranked talents, several girls retorted immediately. You really won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Those students from Element High School unleashed their talents. See that? A B-ranked talent and Earth Elementalist. And this is actually the weakest talent among the 4 of us. Mine is an A-ranked talent. I'm a Wood Elementalist. With that, the other students from Elemental High School activated their talents one after another, leaving the students from Sealy number 1 high school speechless. After all, the highest rank at Sealy number 1 high school was only B rank, while 2 of these students had A-ranked talents. There was simply no comparison. You're just frogs at the bottom of a well. Spending too much time at a trash high school like Sealy number 1 High really narrows your horizons.
Why even bother with this trash? After the combat exam, they probably won't even make the minimum cutoff for the first tier admission to the Supernatural Abilities University. By the way, what was the cutoff for the first tier admission to the Supernatural Abilities University last year? I think it was 450 points, right?
As far as I remember, only about 100 students from Sealy number 1 High made the cut.
It'll probably be even lower this year.
With over 1,000 students in the whole school and a pass rate of less than 10%, what a disgrace.
The elemental high school test takers kept taunting them.
The girls looked furious but didn't dare say a word. They could only turn to Jiang, hoping he'd say something in their defense.
But Jiang had no intention of engaging with them. What was the point of arguing? He'd rather save his energy for the exam.
Around 8:20, the buses from each district arrived at their designated locations, the specific entry points for the combat exam in each area. The combat exam venue was reportedly a dungeon created by a level 90+ powerhouse from Xia Kingdom, featuring various environments, terrains, and monsters ranging from level 1 to level 10. After getting off the bus, Jiang spotted her homeroom teacher, Shirley. As the homeroom teacher, she had naturally arrived at the exam site early. After all, the students' exam results were what mattered most to her. Over the past few days, Shirley hadn't slept well, and Jiang was a major reason why. Shirley had assumed that Jiang would awaken a Class B talent and secure a spot in the top 100 in Pingjiang province. That way, she would not only earn bonus points toward her upcoming professional title evaluation, but she would also receive a generous bonus.
But now, it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Jiang, why are you here too? Didn't you cancel your registration for the combat exam?
Shirley asked worriedly.
Registration for the combat exam had to be cancelled the day before.
Of course, it was possible not to withdraw, but participation was mandatory. If one failed to withdraw and still showed up, it would be recorded as a serious violation on their personal record.
Don't worry, teacher. I'm here to take the combat exam.
Trust me.
Don't joke around, Shirley said helplessly.
She thought Jiang had failed to awaken his talent and was so devastated that he couldn't accept the reality.
Sigh. She sighed, feeling helpless.
According to the college entrance exam regulations, as long as you hadn't cancelled your registration and held an admission ticket, you were allowed to take the exam. Then I'll help you win first place, Shirley offered encouragingly, though deep down she knew it was unrealistic, not only because Jiang hadn't successfully awakened, but even if he had. It was impossible for Sealy number 1 High School to take first place. That had never happened before. Moreover, Sealy number 1 High School was taking the exam alongside Jiang High School and Element High School, both of which had far deeper academic traditions. After all, Jiang City and Element City were much more economically developed and had far greater resources. Even with only one day left before the combat exam, these two high schools could still produce candidates at levels 3, 4, 5, or even 6, while in previous years, the highest level candidates had reached level 8. The highest ranked candidate from Sealy number 1 High School this year was merely a level 3 Drake. What hope could they possibly have?
Thank you, teacher.
After Jiang finished speaking, he walked toward the entrance, where the mayors of Jiang, Sealy, and Element, as well as the directors of education from all three cities, had gathered. Also present were the principals and homeroom teachers from the three high schools. In short, all the bigwigs had arrived. Among them stood a burly man surrounded by a crowd. He exuded a fierce aura. A single glance from him was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. He was the proctor for this exam site, Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse and a grade B talent blade master. Once all the candidates at this exam site had gathered, Lin Jingxiong announced,
"Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reiterate the details of the combat exam.
First, the schedule. It begins at 9 a.m. and will last for 3 days. Once the combat exam begins, you will be teleported to your respective dungeons. Use your talents and supernatural abilities to slay monsters. Monsters range from level 1 to level 10, and the points awarded vary accordingly.
Killing a level 1 monster earns you 1 point, while a level 10 monster is worth 1,000 points.
Of course, I hope you're up to the task. After all, nationwide, the total number of people who've ever defeated a level 10 monster across all years can be counted on one hand. After speaking for about 6 minutes, the candidates began collecting their inventory watches, devices crafted using spatial talents. Equipped with the latest artificial intelligence, they allowed candidates to check their scores, rankings, and other information anytime, anywhere. Additionally, the inventory watches contained other supplies. There were 3 energy pills to replenish supernatural energy. Of course, these 3 pills alone were far from enough. Candidates would need to find their own ways to replenish their energy. Of course, most candidates make do with what's available on the spot, either by killing monsters and consuming them, or, for certain special talents, by drawing energy from the environment. For example, wood elementalists have a constant supply of energy as long as they're in a forest, and the same goes for fire elementalists near a volcano. Finally, there's the matter of safety. After all, the combat exam is a dangerous endeavor, so the inventory watch features a red button. Simply pressing it, you'll be instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Jiang picked up his inventory watch and, while he was at it, used the AI Jiang to check its storage capacity, discovering it was only a single cubic unit of space. It wasn't very big, so he wondered if he could store his super ally battleaxe inside the inventory watch. That way, he wouldn't have to carry it, but unfortunately, the space wasn't large enough to hold the battleaxe. It was just too long. It's currently 8:45. There is still a quarter of an hour before the college entrance exam officially begins. If any of you want to form teams, you can start doing so now. Lin Jingxiong emphasized at the end that the combat exam wasn't a solo event. Teamwork was allowed, so those with strong talents often formed small squads. This way, when facing fierce monsters, their kill rate would increase significantly, and their survival rate would also improve considerably. Drake, can I be on your team? Instantly, quite a few students from Sealy No. 1 High School gathered around Drake, all of them E or D rank talents. On their own, reaching the first tier cutoff for the Supernatural Abilities University might be difficult, but teaming up with Drake, a B rank talent, would make it a breeze. Little dragon, please? For a moment, a few girls even tried to charm him with cute, coquettish gestures, which really tempted Drake. In the past, no girls had ever paid attention to him because of his short, unattractive appearance, so suddenly being the center of attention made him feel quite smug inside. He patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. He also glanced at Jiang, as if to say, you used to be so popular, but now I've stolen the spotlight back, haven't I? However, Jiang didn't even glance at him, instead keeping his eyes on the situation at the other high schools. Shanluan, C rank talent in the strength element. Anyone want to team up? Me C rank talent in the speed element. I'll team up with you. Me too. In an instant, calls to form teams rang out non-stop. Element High School, in particular, quickly assembled their teams on the day of their awakening. The school had already arranged the optimal team combinations for them. The school had even assigned teachers specifically to lead them into the dungeon to level up, so their coordination and teamwork were exceptionally strong. Their school had even hired special instructors to prepare them for the exam. Judging by the training results, the average score for Element High School candidates was at least 520 points. Moreover, the practice exams were even more difficult than the actual combat exam. Finally, at 9 a.m., the candidates from the 3 high schools entered the exam hall. A flash of white light later, Jiang found himself in a field of ruins. It appeared to be the aftermath of a massive battle between monsters and humans in an abandoned city. Surrounding the abandoned city were varied terrains, making the area ideal for elementalists to utilize their talents. Shadows of various monsters began to emerge, but most were level 1 monsters, which made up 60% of the total. A decision made with the majority of candidates in mind. So as soon as they touched down, quite a few candidates began slaying monsters, seemingly unable to wait. Soon, various rankings began to emerge. Jiang, however, was in no hurry. With his battle halberd slung over his back, he was strolling through the mountainous terrain in front of the abandoned city. He planned to stock up on some food first. He heard that monster meat was rich in energy. Although he wasn't a talent bearer, he still expended physical energy and got hungry. Plus, with a battle halberd weighing 108,000 jin on his back, he needed to secure some food in advance. It wouldn't be easy to find food later if he got hungry, and if he encountered a high-level monster while weak from hunger, things could turn out badly.
Jiang deftly pulled out his alloy dagger.
Don't let its small size fool you, it weighed a full 7,000 gene.
Plus, he just spotted some unicorn green cattle monsters nearby.
These unicorn green cattle were level 2 monsters, and knowledge about them flashed through Jiang's mind. The blue unicorn ox is incredibly rich in nutrients and energy. A single piece of its beef is equivalent to an energy pill. He planned to kill a few, roast them on the spot, and fill his inventory watch. Circling around to the rear of the 2 blue unicorn oxen, Jiang prepared for a sneak attack. With a single, powerful throw, he hurled the dagger forward, a 7,000 gene blade imbued with the armor-piercing capabilities of super alloy. Combined with Jiang's 120,000 gene of strength, one unicorn blue ox was instantly killed on the spot. The other turned around, spotted Jiang, and charged at him with all its might. The unicorn blue ox's charge, coupled with its sharp horns, made its onslaught as powerful as a cannonball. Jiang swung his battle halberd, striking the unicorn blue ox squarely on the head.
Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the air.
Jiang's hand went slightly numb from the impact. The bull's skull was incredibly hard, and the force of its charge was immense, roughly 10,000 gene. But the unicorn bull didn't fare much better either. Struck on the head by the halberd, its skull shattered instantly, and a mixture of red and white fluids gushed out.
Killed 2 level 2 monsters, plus 10 points.
The voice of the AI, Sham Chang, rang out.
Jiang didn't pay much attention to his current score, however.
Instead, he hoisted the 2 one-horned green oxen onto his shoulders and made his way to a small spring.
With practiced ease, he used his alloy dagger to slit open the hides, extract the beef, and chop a few branches to skewer the meat. After building a fire, he began to showcase his culinary skills. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled beef wafted through the air. Jiang took a bite himself. As soon as it touched his tongue, he felt a pleasant surge of energy coursing through his body. After eating 1 beef shank, Jiang felt full of energy. He then prepared to grill the remaining 400 plus gene of beef and store it in his inventory watch. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. As he grilled and ate, Jiang decided to check his points status. Sha Chang, check the current points rankings. Sure, here are the points rankings. An electronic screen appeared before Jiang's eyes. Jiang High School, Hanli, B rank talent, Titan Giant, points, 45, rank, 1. Elemental High School, Jiaokun, B rank talent, Earth Elementalist, points, 42, rank, 2. Element High School, Maxian, Class B talent, Gold Elementalist, points, 39, rank, 3.
Jiang glanced at the list briefly. Given the current rankings, no Class A talents had made it into the top 3, which meant that was where Class A talents would enter, and there were still relatively few monsters there. A short while later, after grilling all the beef, Jiang shut down the AI and stood up to leave. He had no immediate plans to enter the middle zone. He'd stick to hunting level 1 monsters in the outer zone for now. After all, he still needed to kill 500 monsters before the system could be upgraded to level 3. While monsters in the middle and inner zones offered more points, they were significantly tougher to defeat and fewer in number, which would inevitably slow down the system's upgrade. Having made up his mind, Jiang slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, grabbed his dagger, and set off. At the same time, several thousand drones were flying high in the sky, capturing footage from all over the area. This was the live stream organized by the combat exam officials. The broadcast would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Generally speaking, candidates with B or A level talent were the main focus of the livestream. As for the others, they were only shown in occasional clips.
Oh my, isn't that Hanli from our Jiang High School? How did he end up in first place? The principal of Jiang High School said smugly. Don't say that. Being first for a moment doesn't mean you'll stay there forever. We at Element High School currently hold 6 spots in the top 10, not bad at all. The principal of Element High School also boasted, while the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School remained silent. After all, not a single student from his school had made it into the top 10. It was truly embarrassing. Even that B-ranked talent, Drake, was currently ranked 45th,
and over the past few minutes, his ranking had been steadily dropping. "Oh my, Principal Lee, why aren't any students from your Sealy number 1 high school on the list?" the principals from the other two schools asked Li Ping, the principal of Sealy number 1 high school. Li Ping looked utterly embarrassed and couldn't argue back.
"Oh come on, don't just stay silent. TSK, now you're not even in the top 50. Well, the best student from Sealy number 1 high school is currently ranked 65th.
That's not bad, it's about the same level as in previous years. We finally got a break to show footage of a Sealy number 1 high school student, only to have him get chased and beaten up by a monster, haha." The two principals' remarks grew harsher with each sentence. Once the principals finished speaking, it was the Education Bureau Director's turn, followed by the three mayors. Needless to say, the other two were taking jabs at the third. Lin Jingxiong, however, paid little attention to all that. He studied the live feed in front of him intently, his attention drawn to several students with impressive talent.
"Who is this Yin Jiping?
I didn't see him in the top 10 before, and now he has actually surged to first place," Lin Jingxiong kept praising aloud.
"Examiner Lin, this Yin Jiping is one of our Jiang High School's top contenders this time around.
He is an A-class talent marksman. His gilded rifle weighs over 10,000 Jin. Moreover, in just the past few days, he has cultivated a first-tier universal skill, the Great Sun Spear technique, to the novice stage."
"Is that for real? He reached the novice stage in just one day?"
Even Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 player, couldn't help but be startled by this news. The Great Sun Spear technique was a super skill back when he was still a candidate himself. It had taken him half a month just to reach the beginner stage. For Yin Jiping to reach the novice stage in a single day, now he was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius.
"Sha Chang, pull up Yin Jiping's livestream," Lin Jingxiong ordered.
Immediately, a livestream feed appeared before him, showing Yin Jiping in the midst of slaying a monster. It was a level 3 stone armor beast. These beasts were renowned for their defense even against a level 3 opponent. It was difficult to break through their defenses unless the attacker was 2 levels higher than the stone armor beast. But at that moment, Yin Jiping wielded his gilded spear with the fluidity of a dragon, executing a continuous series of hooking, thrusting, and piercing techniques. Lin Jingxiong and the other big names watching couldn't help but marvel.
His spear technique is truly that refined?
Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but praise him once more.
"Examiner Lin, this isn't even the full extent of Yin Jiping's abilities. He hasn't even used his spearman talent skill yet. If he does, it'll be even more ferocious."
In that case, it shouldn't be a problem for Yin Jiping to rank in the top 10 of this exam site, or even the top 100 in Pingjiang province, right? Of course, the principal of Jiang High School said proudly once again. Meanwhile, over at Jiang's location, he found a spot to rest at the edge of the ruins. After nearly 10 hours of fighting, he had finally killed enough level 1 monsters on the outskirts to reach the 500 mark. It wasn't that he lacked firepower, rather, those monsters were familiar with the terrain and were incredibly fast, and the killing intent radiating from Jiang's body kept them at bay.
"System, level up," Jiang said, eager to see if the level 3 system would unlock the next attribute modification boost. "Ding, level up successful. Level 3 system has unlocked defense attribute modification. Current system effect, plus 3 points per second."
Immediately, an attribute panel appeared before Jiang.
Host, Jiang. Current available points, 234,891. Mod points, loading, plus 3. Strength boost, 122,400 Jin. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 Jin of strength. Defense boost, currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor.
Note, armor reduces physical damage.
Speed boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3.
Energy points required to level up, 1000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect at the next level is a gain of 4 mod points per second.
After nearly 10 hours of monster slaying yesterday and today, Jiang's mod points had already surpassed 230,000, so he decided to make some adjustments first. As for strength, I'll round it off for now and set it to 200,000 Jiang. He then spent 77,600 mod points to raise his strength to 200,000 Jiang. With 157,291 mod points remaining, Jiang paused to think. System, add 3,000 points of armor for me first. He spent 150,000 mod points to add 3,000 points of armor to himself, leaving him with 7,291 mod points remaining. What does 3,000 points of armor mean? Currently, even the highest tier tech alloy combat armor in Xia Kingdom only provides 800 points of armor at tier 1, and since a person can only wear one suit at a time, Jiang was effectively wearing the equivalent of 4 suits of tech armor. The key difference was that while others felt the weight of their armor, he remained completely unburdened. After finishing this round of modifications, Jiang was about to rest. After all, he'd been fighting all day, and it was time to get some sleep at night. With 3 days to spare, there was no need to rush. As for the over 400 Jiang of beef in his inventory watch, he'd already eaten more than 300 Jiang by this point. There was no helping it. While his strength was immense, his energy consumption was equally staggering. Still, for Jiang as he was now, finding some monster meat was no big deal. Ding! Strength has surpassed the 200,000 Jiang mark, activating the hidden system skill 3-meter golden body. 3-meter golden body. Upon activation, your body grows to 3 meters in height, and your strength doubles. Lasts for a quarter of an hour. Is there such a good thing? Jiang was just about to rest when the system suddenly dropped another reward. Ding! Host, whenever an attribute reaches a certain value, it triggers a hidden system skill. This applies to defense, speed, critical hit, and other attributes as well. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang couldn't help but get excited. He already had a cheat, and now he had an extra one on top of that. This left no chance for those talent users to defeat him. While resting, Jiang took a moment to check his current ranking. With 506 points, he shouldn't be doing too badly. A ranking list appeared before Jiang's eyes. Elemental High School, Meng Tian, Grade A Talent Wood Element, points, 763, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yanxue, Grade A Plus Talent Shadow, points, 761, rank 2. Zhejiang High School, Yin Jiping, Grade A Talent Gunslinger, points, 732, rank 3. Sealy No. 1 High School, Jiang, No Talent, points, 5,000, rank 10. Jiang wasn't the least bit surprised by this ranking. He knew that the B-class talents who had initially held the top 10 spots would inevitably be replaced by A-class talents as time went on. After glancing at the list, Jiang turned over and fell asleep. He was certain that, besides himself, the proctors, the principal, and the other school officials were all watching him, wondering what expressions they would have when they saw his ranking appear. What would their expressions be? Sure enough, over at Lin Jingxiang's table, along with the mayor, the director of education, and the school principals, everyone was closely watching the score changes. They scanned the list one by one, starting from first place, and their expressions remained relatively normal. But when they reached 10th place, Lin Jingxiang nearly stumbled and fell. Holy shit, what the hell is up with this Jiang? He made it into the top 10 without any talent? Are you fucking kidding me? Lin Zhengxiang was dumbfounded. This was ridiculous. Everyone in the top 10 had an A-level talent. How could Jiang make it into the top 10 without one? Moreover, the student in 11th place was also an A-level talent, yet Jiang actually had a higher score? What? Jiang South in 10th place, shouted the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School and homeroom teacher Shirley. Both of them clearly remembered that Jiang hadn't awakened any talent skills. Impossible. It must be a case of mistaken identity. Maybe there's another student named Jiang in another class, Principal Li Ping muttered to himself. Sham Chang, pull up Jiang's footage for me. Lin Jingxiang shouted. The other mayors, the director of education, the principals, and a group of homeroom teachers all turned to look as well. After all, a guy without a talent making it to 10th place was absolutely explosive news, because without a talent, he was destined to be unable to use supernatural abilities. killing a monster without supernatural abilities was practically a fairy tale. Of course, it was possible to kill one through sheer physical strength, but how much strength could an ordinary person really have? At most, a few hundred gene. Soon, an image appeared before everyone's eyes. In it, Jiang was sleeping in a certain spot, with a super alloy dagger and a battle spear lying on the ground beside him. However, when not in use, they were both sheathed.
Is that Jiang? Lin Jingxiong looked at the teenager in the image. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him that this guy could make it into the top 10?
He wanted to see how Jiang killed monsters, but it was already late, and the contestants had all found places to rest, so naturally, he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Lin Jingxiong decided that the next day, he would keep a close eye on this Jiang to see just who this guy really was. Just as Lin Jingxiong and his group were about to leave, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared high in the sky in the distance behind Jiang. "It's the Stinger Wasps," the crowd shouted. The Stinger Wasp was a level 5 monster. The barbs it fired possessed extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities, and they always moved in swarms. The developers had once conducted an experiment. Even the most powerful Tier 1 alloy battle armor could only withstand 6 seconds of a Stinger Wasp's attack before being pierced by the barbs. Keep in mind that Tier 1 alloy battle armor boasts 800 armor points, which is essentially equivalent to the armor value of a level 10 Class B defensive talent. Lin Jingxiong believed that Jiang clearly wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, so in that case, there was nothing left to do but press the button above the inventory watch. What a shame his run in the top 10 ends here, Lin Jingxiong sighed. He had originally wanted to see what Jiang was capable of, but bad luck had led him to encounter a swarm of Stinger Wasps. Only teams with high-level talents could take down such a monster swarm. Ideally, a grade B fire elementalist or earth elementalist, who would have a decent chance of holding their own. After all, Stinger Wasps aren't very large and fly extremely fast, making them very difficult to kill, so almost no candidates would attempt to hunt them. The mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the principal, and homeroom teacher Shirley, among others, also expressed their regret. After all, Sealy No. 1 High School had finally produced a top 10 contender. It's worth noting that even during the tri-school college entrance exams, Sealy No. 1 High School had never placed in the top 10.
Luck is part of one's ability. Don't lose heart.
Perhaps Sealy No. 1 High School will have another top 10 contender in the future. The principals of Jiang High School and Element High School sneered, but everyone knew that was impossible. At that moment, a level 6 Stinger Wasp Queen appeared on the screen. She was nearly twice the size of a regular wasp, measuring a full half-meter in length. Moreover, the barbed stinger on her tail glinted with a cold, menacing light. Led by the queen, the swarm had positioned itself for a surprise attack. "Quick, contact the nearby rescue team," Lin Jingxiong shouted. Although there was a button on the inventory watch and combat exam that could teleport them out, most of the time, when facing a monster ambush, there simply wasn't time to press it. Therefore, the rescue team's assistance was the only guarantee of the candidate's safety. Swoosh, swoosh. But by then, the Stinger Wasp Queen had already launched her attack, a massive stinger, along with dozens of stingers from the swarm, all fired at once. "It's over," Lin Jingxiong shouted. The rescue team clearly wouldn't make it in time. Jiang was likely about to be riddled with stings. Over on Jiang's side, he had naturally noticed the Stinger Wasps approaching, but he didn't react immediately simply because this monster flew too fast. He planned to wait until the swarm drew near, and until the queen was close, before swiftly taking her down. Without the queen to lead them, eliminating the remaining Stinger Wasps would be much easier. The reason he wasn't afraid of the Stinger Wasp's attacks was, first of all, because he knew this type of monster, though its armor-piercing ability was strong, it could only penetrate up to 1,000 points of armor at most. With 3,000 points of armor, what the hell did he have to fear? Ding, ding, ding. The Stinger Wasp's stingers kept striking Jiang's back, but he didn't feel a thing. Moreover, the stingers snapped the moment they touched his back. At the same time, a faint smile played on Jiang's lips. The moment had arrived. He grabbed his dagger, spun around swiftly, and hurled it with 200,000 gene of force. The dagger's blinding speed left the Stinger Wasp Queen no time to react. This was partly because the Stinger Wasp Queen believed Jiang was as good as dead after her barrage of stings, and partly because the speed at which Jiang hurled the dagger with his 200,000 gene of strength was simply too fast.
Bang! The razor-sharp super-alloy dagger possessed exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. Although Stinger Wasps excelled in attack and speed, defense was their weak point. As a result, the dagger instantly pierced its skull, and the Wasp King plummeted to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining Stinger Wasps scattered in all directions. Jiang scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground. He hurled them densely into the air. Although he couldn't ensure precise hits, the sheer number of pebbles created a hail of projectiles, and in just a few seconds, all several dozen Stinger Wasps fell from the sky. After dispatching them, Jiang checked his score. It had increased by 156 points. His ranking shot up to 8th place in an instant. It seemed that killing high-level monsters really did yield a lot of points. Afterward, Jiang continued to rest. Since Stinger Wasps weren't suitable for consumption, he waited while resting to see if any other monsters would come to ambush him. Meanwhile, over at Lin Jingxiang's location, he took out all the Stinger Wasps? Lin Jingxiang said in shock. He'd been an examiner for over a decade, and every year, prodigies emerged. He'd seen plenty of prodigies with ranked talents, but this was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a breathtaking scene. A single person, in just a few seconds, wiped out a swarm of level 5 and level 6 monsters? If a team of high-level talent elementalists had taken down this swarm, he might have believed it. But an ordinary person with no special abilities just tossing a dagger and some pebbles and those wasps were killed just like that? Damn it, does the kill have to be this simple and brutal? The 3 mayors, bureau chiefs, and school principals standing nearby were also so stunned they couldn't speak. To be honest, among all the teams at Jiang and Elemental High School, there were a few capable of taking down a wasp swarm this easily, but for a single person to wipe out the entire enemy team? That had never happened in the history of their high school. This has to be fake, right? Is Xiaochang showing us a sci-fi movie? Asked Xiaoling, the mayor of Jiang. Nonsense. This is a live broadcast, Lin Jingxiang snapped. I suspect this Jiang is using banned substances, so I demand a thorough investigation into him, said the mayor of Element City. Mayor Shen is right. It's obvious that Jiang has no superpowers, yet he is still so ferocious. That means he is using banned substances. You people at Sealy No. 1 High School are truly shameless. If your awakening failed, you should just accept reality. Instead, you're using banned substances to take the college entrance exam. I'm going to report you to the provincial authorities. Instantly, the mayors of Jiang and Element City, along with the school principals and other officials, all began to level accusations. Li Ping, Shirley, and the others didn't know what to say. After all, judging by Jiang's condition, this wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Given that, he must have used banned substances. I agree as well. Even Lin Jingxiang nodded, then ordered, Xiaochang, scan Jiang to see if he has used any banned substances. Xiaochang was a high-tech AI, and since Lin Jingxiang held high-level permissions, he could instruct the Xiaochang app on Jiang's watch to perform an automatic scan. Copy that, scanning now. Just wait until you get reported. Get ready for punishment from the provincial authorities. With an incident like this happening, you, as mayor, bear responsibility. In an instant, the mayors of the other 2 cities and their entourages launched into a barrage of accusations. Scan complete. Jiang has not used any banned substances. Everything is normal. However, the very next second, before they could finish celebrating, Xiaochang's voice rang out. What? Chao Ling, the mayor of Jiang, and Shen Bing, the mayor of Yuansu, froze on the spot. Not to mention those 2, even Lin Jingxiang ordered Xiaochang to run another scan. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Phew! Sealy Mayor Zhang Desui, Principal Li Ping, Shirley, and the others all let out a long sigh of relief. Although they still didn't understand why Jiang was so formidable. The fact that he hadn't used any banned substances meant he could continue taking the college entrance exam. Who knows?
Given the skills Jiang had demonstrated, it wasn't impossible for him to rank first among the 3 schools. He might even break into the top 10 in Pingjiang province, though that would be a major achievement, given that the province has 30 cities, many of which boast a much richer academic heritage than Element High School. Meanwhile, as the candidates took a break, they checked their rankings and saw if any students from their own schools had made it into the top 10.
Holy crap, Element High School actually took 6 spots in the top 10.
As expected, we're still as strong as ever.
We had Jiang aren't doing too shabby either. We've got 2 in the top 5.
Same here. But what's the deal with this Jiang guy? He shot up to 8th place all of a sudden.
I've never seen him before. He is from Sealy No. 1 High School, but the data shows he doesn't have a talent? Just an ordinary person? I think it might be a statistical error. He has probably an A-class talent too.
If I get the chance, I'd actually like to meet this Jiang and test him out, said a few A-class talent candidates, and some B-class talent candidates echoed their sentiment.
What? Our class president made it to 8th place?
The students from Class 1 at Sealy No. 1 High School also stared in disbelief. They all remembered that their class president had failed his awakening. The candidates buzzed with discussion, then began looking for places to rest. Those in groups had it easier. They could take turns keeping watch, which was safer, while those traveling alone had to find a relatively safe spot. At the same time, they couldn't let their guard down, lest a monster launch a surprise attack.
The night passed uneventfully.
Early the next morning, Jiang was the first to wake up. He caught a few unicorn green cows and roasted them. He wanted to try other monsters as well, but in this area, only the unicorn green cows were suitable for eating. After roasting over 400 gene, he stowed them in his inventory watch and set off. At that moment, high above his head, a drone was live streaming him in real time. He knew, of course, that many big shots were likely watching him right now, and he had plenty of questions swirling in his mind. After eating a meal, Jiang slung his battle halberd over his shoulder, tucked his dagger into his belt, and prepared to head toward the middle zone, since so many monsters had been killed in the outer zone the previous day. Plus, since the outer zone had the most contestants, the monsters there had gotten smarter and fled to the middle zone.
Jiang thought this was actually for the best.
The inner zone was filled with level 3-5 monsters, so the points for killing them were much higher. It was the perfect opportunity to rack up some points, and snagging first place wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Just as he was walking forward, a figure rushed toward him from ahead.
Jiang recognized the voice. It was Zhou Hui.
She was his classmate and, as it happened, the vice-class monitor.
Class president?
I'm so glad to run into you, Zhou Hui said hurriedly, stopping to catch her breath.
What is going on? Are you being chased by a monster?
No, it's a guy from Jiang High School chasing me. He wants to steal my energy pills.
Just as Zhou Hui spoke, the pursuer arrived from behind. It was Hanli from Jiang High School, a Class B talent known as the Titan Giant.
Wielding a pair of gilded warhammers, the towering figure glared menacingly at Jiang and Zhou Hui ahead of him.
Run! Why aren't you running? Just hand over your energy pills.
Watching this on the live stream, Li Ping, the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School, spoke out indignantly.
How can you people from Jiang High School act like this? Stealing other people's stuff? You can't put it that way.
The combat exam never said candidates couldn't snatching things, it only said they couldn't kill each other.
Examiner Lin, isn't that right? Lin Jingxiong could only offer a helpless smile in response.
After all, among psychics, it's always been survival of the fittest, and the combat exam does indeed have no rule against snatching things.
Exactly. Only candidates from your Sealy No. 1 High School would be so weak and timid.
If you've got the guts, come and fight for it yourselves. They're not going to fight for a damn thing. Their entire school has only one B-ranked talent, that Jiang guy. Now that he is up against Hanli, I'm afraid he is doomed. Xin Bing and Chao Ling said as they watched the screen. In their view, Hanli should have more than enough to handle Jiang. After all, Hanli was ranked 13th and was a strength talent. That pair of gilded hammers he was carrying had been officially approved, weighing a full 15,000 gene.
One swing of that hammer, and Jiang would likely be defeated.
Li Ping, surely, and the others had nothing to say after all. Examiner Lin had tacitly agreed, so what else could they do? For now, they could only hope that Jiang would defeat Han Li. Examiner Lin, as a level 56 expert, your judgment is naturally sound.
Tell us, between Jiang and Han Li, who do you think has the better chance of winning?
In my opinion, Han Li has a better chance of winning.
After all, he is a psionic.
Besides being able to learn general skills, psionics also possess their own talent skills.
That is something ordinary people simply can't match. In fact, Lin Jingxiang was right.
The unique skills associated with each talent are extremely powerful, far beyond what ordinary people can withstand.
Otherwise, why would they be called psionics?
After the group finished discussing, they turned their attention back to the live stream.
Over at Jiang's side,
Han Li, of course, had no idea that the person in front of him was Jiang. Bolstered by his own impressive talent, he began to act rather arrogantly.
Hand over the energy pills.
Han Li was a strength-type fighter. 3 pills weren't enough to satisfy his energy needs, and since he didn't want to go looking for something else to replenish his energy, he simply decided to snatch them. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Some high-level talent users relied on this kind of plundering. It was quick and practical. If you know what's good for you, hand them over willingly. Otherwise, once I take them by force, you'll get a beating on top of it. And if you make this big shot here unhappy, I'll press the inventory watch button and teleport you right out of here.
You talk too much.
Jiang didn't want to waste words. He charged straight at him.
Han Li swung a massive hammer weighing a full 7,500 and brought it down with all his might.
In his view, one blow like that would surely make his opponent behave.
Boom!
Jiang simply threw out a casual punch, barely putting any effort into it, yet Han Li's massive hammer was sent flying through the air, soaring farther and farther away. Finally, it became nothing more than a fleeting speck of light.
What? Han Li was stunned. Are you a strength-type talent too? Looks like I'll have to take you seriously.
Han Li clenched both fists, and a massive fist shadow materialized. It was the first-tier advanced universal skill, Flame Fist skill. He had already reached the beginner stage, allowing him to conjure a fist shadow half a meter in size. Flame Fist skill, he roared as the fist image charged forward, whistling through the air.
And you have the nerve to call it the Flame Fist skill?
Jiang looked at him with disdain. Then, a massive fist image 5 meters wide coalesced, instantly filling the sky with fist-shaped shadows.
A shadow loomed over Han Li's head. Holy shit! Han Li's body went numb instantly.
Having practiced the Flame Fist skill himself, he was well aware of its power until now. He thought he was the one who mastered it most deeply. After all, he was at the novice stage. But now, looking at his opponent's fist shadow, it was clearly at the master stage level.
Damn it, how could someone master a tier 1 advanced skill to the master stage in just one day? Even an epiphany wouldn't be this absurd, right? Oh no!
Han Li hurriedly tried to block, but it was already too late. The fist shadow struck him, instantly smashing a huge crater into the ground.
Boom!
The next second, a massive figure climbed out of the crater. It was Han Li, who had activated the Titan Giant talent. At that moment, he stood over 2.5 meters tall.
His muscles bulged, radiating an intimidating aura, and a faint yellow glow shone on his skin.
Although your fist technique has reached the master stage, it's a shame its attack power isn't strong enough.
Are you sure? If I hadn't held back for fear of killing you, would you even be able to stand up? Jiang said.
Killing was strictly prohibited among examinees. If it occurred, the first consequence would be disqualification, followed by punishment under the laws of the Xia Kingdom. That was why Jiang had held back his power when he threw that punch earlier. Otherwise, with 200,000 gene of force combined with a master stage Flame Fist skill, Han Li, a mere B-rank strength-type talent, wouldn't stand a chance.
Even an S-rank defensive talent would be wiped out in a single strike. Can you still block this move of mine? Gravity boost 5 times normal gravity.
Han Li stomped his feet on the ground, and the gravity in that area instantly increased 5-fold. Aside from himself, every target in the area suffered a severe deceleration effect.
Mount Tai crushing down.
Hanli leaped into the air, then crashed down heavily, like a human bomb. Combined with his height and weight, this strike carried a force of at least 50,000 Jiang.
Isn't this guy going to dodge?
Lin Jingxiong and the others watching the livestream remarked.
Is he going to take it head on?
You have to admit, this Jiang managed to force Hanli to activate his talent ultimate. That's quite an achievement.
But that's as far as it goes.
Within the gravity zone, Jiang simply can't move.
Just then, Hanli the human bomb came crashing down. Boom!
Jiang lifted him with one hand, just as he had lifted Drake back then, with a stylish basketball-style throw, flung Hanli hundreds of meters away. The height was just right given the Titan Giant's defense. He shouldn't die from the fall.
That's 50,000 Jiang of strength, right? And he just lifted him like that?
The Titan Giant was defeated in less than 2 rounds. Just a second ago, Zhejiang Mayor Chao Ling thought victory was in the bag, but the next second, he was slapped in the face and it stung. Jiang and Zhou Hui rushed over to Hanli. Although his life wasn't in danger after the fall, he was reeling from the shock. Jiang immediately pressed the teleport button on his inventory watch. With a whoosh and a flash of white light, Hanli was teleported out of the exam hall, marking the premature end of his college entrance exam. Although he earned quite a few points by slaying monsters yesterday, he still hadn't reached the admission cutoff for a top-tier psychic university. It was just bad luck that he run into Jiang.
No problem. We're classmates anyway, helping each other out is only natural. Class president, can I tag along with you?
Zhou Hui asked. Having witnessed Jiang's terrifying power, she decided to latch onto him. Just by tagging along with Jiang, she figured she could probably coast her way into a top-tier university.
All right.
With your abilities, if you run into those guys from Zhejiang or Element High again, who knows what might happen to you?
Jiang was more than willing to help his classmates.
Class 1 had 18 students who were very close-knit aside from him, who hadn't awakened a talent. Most of the others had awakened D-rank talents. Now that he was capable, it was only natural for him to lend a hand. If they followed him, he was confident they'd have no trouble getting into a top-tier superpower university. After all, the combat exam is a pivotal event that shapes a psionic's entire life. Gaining admission to a better university means access to vastly different resources and training.
Their future prospects would also be much brighter. Elsewhere, in many parts of the inner ring, numerous high-level monsters were being slain. However, unlike in the middle and outer rings, these weren't being taken down by individuals.
Instead, they were being taken down by teams working together. After all, the monsters here were all level 6 or higher, and it would be quite difficult for a group of level 5 students to handle them on their own. But working as a team was a different story. Each talent could play its role effectively. Support talents could boost the group's attack power and defense, while some could even provide group speed boosts. Attack-type talents handled the main assault, and in the end, they would split the kills to earn points, helping the entire team progress.
Ha! What's going on? That guy Hanli still hasn't come back?
In one squad, the members were taking a break after Hanli had said he was going out to find something to replenish their energy. But he'd been gone for quite a while and still hadn't returned. That guy is always dragging his feet. If he doesn't come back soon, we're not going to wait for him, otherwise, our score will get overtaken in just a few minutes. But if we don't wait for Hanli, our team will be seriously weakened. Those guys from Element High aren't going to wait for us. Right now, we're in the top 5, but Zhejiang High only has 1 spot left. Even I've dropped out of the rankings.
A man holding a gun spoke up. He was none other than Yin Jiping, one of Zhejiang's top talents and an A-class marksman. Let us wait 5 more minutes.
If he doesn't show up, we'll go hunt some level 6 stone armor beasts.
Yin Jiping said. Wait a minute, where's Hanli's ranking? Suddenly, someone in the group shouted out loud.
Just a moment ago, he checked the ranking points and noticed that Hanli's name was gone. At first, he thought Hanli had been knocked out of the top 50, but upon closer inspection, Hanli's name wasn't in the top 100 or even the top 200. He checked all the way down to the 1000th rank, but Hanli's name was still nowhere to be found. As for the rankings beyond that, he didn't bother checking after all. With Han Li's B-ranked talent, there was no way he could have fallen that far.
Could it be that Han Li finished his college entrance exams early? That's the only possibility.
Otherwise, there's no way his ranking would be missing.
Did he run into a ferocious monster?
We're on the edge of the inner perimeter. There's no way we'd encounter a monster of that caliber.
I think there's definitely something fishy going on.
He must have been trying to steal someone else's energy pills and ran into a tough opponent, Ian Jeeping speculated.
Could it be those ranked talents from elemental high school? Never mind that.
Since Han Li has finished his college entrance exams, we can't fall behind. Let us take out the stone armor beast herd first, then see if we can find someone else to join us.
Ian Jeeping ordered.
As the leader of the team on A-ranked talent, he held authority over the others, who were all B-ranked talents. Naturally, those with lower ranks had to follow his lead. Led by Jiang, the members of Class 1 quickly gathered. They then formed a party and began the second day of monster hunting, focusing their activities primarily on the outer and inner perimeter areas. After all, low to mid-level monsters were plentiful and not too difficult to defeat, whereas the inner perimeter and core areas were home to level 7 monsters and above. These monsters could only be defeated by a party, so some high-level talent candidates naturally chose to clear the easier targets first before tackling the more difficult ones.
The day passed quickly.
In a certain area of the Middle Enclave, Jiang and the other 17 students from Class 1 sat around a campfire, roasting a unicorn horned blue ox on a spit, as everyone chatted cheerfully.
Class President, you're so amazing.
You even took down a level 5 spotted fierce tiger with a single move, Zhou Hui and the other girls said admiringly, while the boys also praised him one after another.
Class President, didn't you fail to awaken your talent? How can you be this powerful? Did you receive some divine legacy, allowing you to successfully awaken your talent after all?
That must be the Class President's secret. Let us not pry. By the way, Class President, we won't hold you back tomorrow. Now that each of us has over 1,100 points, with our current talent levels, entering the inner zone would only slow you down. Besides, you've already let us take so many monsters. With our current scores, we're more than qualified for a top-tier superpower university. Instantly, all 17 classmates spoke in unison. They knew exactly what their talents were capable of, so they didn't harbor any illusions about entering the inner circle, and even if the class president didn't mind, they would still slow him down. Judging by the strength he displayed today, becoming number 1 in Pingjiang province was definitely not a pipe dream.
Okay.
Jiang didn't say much more.
All right, the blue ox is roasted. You've all been busy all day, go ahead and eat.
In reality, their energy pills had long since run out, and after a full day of activity, they were all hungry.
It smells so good. Just one bite is pure satisfaction.
Oh, right, let us check our score rankings again. Sham Chang, pull up the score rankings.
The next second, the familiar points panel appeared.
Sealy number 1 high school, Jiang, no talent, 5,763 points, rank 1.
Elemental high school, Lu Yanxue, a plus talent, shadow assassin, 1,761 points, rank 2. Zhejiang high school, Ian Jeeping, a talent, gunner, 1,532 points, rank 3.
Holy crap,
the class president already has over 5,000 points?
Zhou Hui and a few other girls gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They knew Jiang had killed a lot of monsters today.
But he let them take some of them, and even so, his score had still reached a staggering 5,000 plus?
They kept track of the college entrance exam scores from the 3 training schools before it seemed no one had ever reached over 5,000.
Of course. Don't you guys realize how many monster groups our class president wiped out today?
Level 5 monster groups each with dozens of monsters, and she wiped out nearly 20 of them. I remember the all-time high score in our Pingjiang province is 7,324 points. If our class president puts in a little effort tomorrow, she might just break that record.
What do you mean maybe? I say it's a sure thing. I'm here to celebrate the class president breaking the record in advance.
Too bad we don't have any alcohol or bubble tea to celebrate with, but once the college entrance exam is over and the scores are released, I'm definitely throwing a banquet at the biggest hotel.
Then, we'll all celebrate the class president together. Yeah.
The group was in high spirits, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, after dark, the other test takers found a place to rest and checked the score rankings.
Holy crap, over 5,000 points? Are you kidding me? He's definitely in the top 10 in the province and it's only the second day. He's even outranked an A+ talent. Who the hell is this Jiang? No talent? Doesn't that make him just an ordinary person? Is this for real?
At that moment, nearly every examinee was glued to the score rankings in front of them. Somewhere else, by a campfire, sat a young woman with a long sword strapped to her back, none other than Lu Yanxue, the only A+ talent among the examinees at this test site. Based on her talent alone, she would have been automatically admitted to Tianjin University, but she insisted on taking the college entrance exam to experience it firsthand and see just how difficult it really was. Earlier, after climbing to first place, she had maintained a commanding lead over the rest of the field. She assumed her position was secure and hadn't worried about it. After all, she was an A+ talent. That alone was enough to make her proud, but who would have thought a Jiang would pop up an ordinary person with no talent? The worst part was that he outscored her by over 3,000 points. Damn it, she couldn't accept that. Could it be that I'm not even as good as an ordinary person? Lu Yanxue clenched her delicate fists. There is still one day left tomorrow, and there are level 10 monsters in the core area that's my key to overtaking him. Lu Yanxue muttered to herself. Killing a single level 10 monster was worth 1,000 points, and each testing area had 15 level 10 monsters deployed. That meant 15,000 points were up for grabs, but she also knew that level 10 monsters were the final challenge. They wouldn't be easy to take down. Still, she was confident. As a swordsman talent with unmatched attack and speed, reclaiming first place shouldn't be a problem. Besides Lu Yanxue, several other teams included a ranked talents, such as the Gunnerine Zhiping and the Wood Elementalist Meng Tian. Who the hell is this Jiang? Over 5,000 points, is he even human? When did Sealy No. 1 High School produce such a cocky brat? What's this brat's background? He charged straight to first place without a peep. Even Lu Yanxue was outshone? Do you guys think there's a possibility? What possibility? That Jiang's team let him kill all the monsters, so he racked up all the points by himself. That would give him a really high score, but the others would basically have nothing. The combat exam is a major life event. Without a score, you can't get into the supernatural university. Not even money or connections would help. Someone remarked, after all, the combat exam is the most rigorous event in Xia State. It's all about performance, and nothing else matters. Maybe Jiang's family bribed those people, giving each of them a few million or tens of millions, so they give up on the college entrance exam and work for Jiang instead. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. After all, it's happened before. Pfft, how despicable. And I thought he was some kind of badass. The crowd buzzed with speculation, everyone offering their own theories, all based on their own wild imaginations. As for Lin Jingxiong, he had naturally been watching the live stream the whole time. Although he checked out some other streams, most of his attention was focused on Jiang. He couldn't help it, the guy was just too captivating. It's safe to say that he spent 2/3 of the day watching Jiang. Judging by Jiang's performance today, Lin Jingxiong was truly blown away. A Tier 1 advanced skill Flame Fist, a super skill Wind Kick, and an ultimate skill Sun Halberd, all at the master stage. Lin Jingxiong simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a single person master 3 skills to the master stage level in just one day? Not even an S-class talent could do that, right? Could this guy actually modify his own skills? In addition to the major candidates and examiners watching the livestream, countless citizens of Xia Nation were also glued to the college entrance exam broadcast every moment. After all, the combat exam was a true spectacle. Meanwhile, various companies and enterprises were scouting for outstanding talent among the candidates. Gui's company, called 6 Nuclear Bombs, the name of a sports drink brand, was also watching the livestream at that moment. Gua, your son's name is Jiang, right? According to the latest rankings, your son is in first place, said Chen Lu, the owner of 6 nuclear bombs.
That's impossible. My son failed to awaken his talent and isn't even taking the combat exam.
It must be a case of mistaken identity. Voy replied, though he secretly hoped his son had achieved such a result.
Look!
That live stream in the top right corner looks just like Jiang.
Quick, zoom in on it, Boss Chen Lu ordered, and his secretary immediately zoomed in.
Holy crap, it really is your son, Qua.
No doubt about it.
Jiang has been to the company before. I've met him a few times.
That's the kid.
I never would ve thought he'd come in first among all 3 schools in this year's combat exam. You know, Sealy City has never had a first place winner before. Guo looked at the screen, then rubbed his eyes, thinking he might still be half asleep.
Alright, stop rubbing your eyes, Guo.
This is real. Your son is going to be number 1. What a credit to Sealy City, the boss said with a smile. Old Jiang, you're a lucky man to have such a promising son. When he gets into a top-tier superpower university, remember to treat us to a feast. Faced with everyone's praise, Guo simply scratched his head and said with a smile, I definitely will. But deep down, he was a little confused. Hadn't his son said his awakening had failed? Was he just joking with me? Yes, that must be it. Meanwhile, the many students in grades 10 and 11 at Sealy No. 1 High School who were watching the livestream also looked up to Jiang as their role model. In the future, I want to be just like Senior Jiang and bring honor to our Sealy No. 1 High School. Speaking of this Jiang, I actually used to teach him PE. Back in 10th grade, I taught his music class. Some teachers also spoke excitedly one after another. They'd all be too excited to sleep tonight. The third day arrived quickly. Today was the final day of the combat exam, a day for a last-minute push to boost scores, though that only applied to those with B rank talent. Those below B rank had basically given up, since the low and mid-level monsters had almost all been killed off. The few remaining were hiding. Even if they were found, there weren't many of them, so they wouldn't add much to the score. Level 10 monsters, on the other hand, 1,000 points each, had become the prize everyone was after. The exam grounds, inner core area. Jiang, carrying his battle halberd on his back, made his way toward the territory of the level 10 monster, the Stone Armor Beast King, a tier 1 super monster. Even among level 10 monsters, there are different tiers, just like skills divided into low, intermediate, high, super, and ultimate. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the combat power. For example, a level 10 high tier monster would definitely be no match for a level 10 super monster. Upon arriving at the Stone Armor Beast King's territory, Jiang saw a rock before him that looked like a small mountain. He knew this wasn't just a rock, it was the Stone Armor Beast King itself. Boom! Sensing an intruder on its territory, the Stone Armor Beast King stood up. Due to its massive size, its rise caused the entire area to shake as if by an earthquake. With its body fully extended, the Stone Armor Beast King stood a full 5 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick stone armor. It was a defensive type, first-tier super monster. Is he going to take on the Stone Armor Beast King alone? Jiang was now the focus of the livestream, so the drone was constantly filming him, and it certainly wouldn't miss the scene of him fighting the Stone Armor Beast King. It looks that way. That's a level 10 Stone Armor Beast King. I doubt anyone could break through its defenses unless they're also an S-rank attack talent, and they'd have to be level 10, too. But the candidates only have 1 day after awakening. Leveling up to 10 in that time is just ridiculous. It might be possible if he teamed up with others. The many viewers watching on screen chimed in. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Jiang, it was just that this was simply too far-fetched, even though they'd seen him slay numerous monsters yesterday. But those were all level 5 and level 6 monsters. To suddenly take on a level 10 one and in a one-on-one fight, no less, was that even realistic? Meanwhile, over on Lin Jingxiang's side, he also furrowed his brow. Since you dared to go, you must have a trump card up your sleeve. Weren't those moves from yesterday your trump cards? Lin Jingxiang wondered aloud. He'd assumed those 2 skill sets from yesterday were all Jiang had to offer. Judging by the situation, it seemed he had even more powerful tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the mayors of nearby Jiang City and Element City, along with the directors of education and school principals, also chimed in.
That's way too cocky, going after the stone armor beast king all by himself? He's definitely going to fail. If not, I'll go live and eat a whole pig in 3 bites.
Haha, you guys from Sealy number 1 high school are just way too confident.
So what if we're overconfident? So what if we fail?
We'll still score over 5,000 points, way higher than your students. I doubt your students could catch up even if Jiang didn't try to boost his score today. Perhaps fed up with being criticized, the mayor of Sealy, the director of education, the principal, and others fired back in turn.
Humph, it's anyone's guess who'll come out on top. 15 monsters? It's not out of the question.
The two sides launched into a heated war of words, arguing so fiercely that spit flew everywhere.
The scene cut back to Jiang.
Let me test just how high your defense is first. With that, Jiang hurled the dagger.
Bang!
The next second, the dagger bounced off the stone armor beast king's shell and fell to the ground, leaving only a white scratch on its surface.
Its defense is incredibly high, Jiang exclaimed.
However, he used his full strength on that strike, only about 70%, and besides, the dagger was simply too small.
If he used a battle halberd instead, the outcome might have been different.
By now, the stone-armored beast king had been enraged. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a torrent of molten lava and rock fragments. A dozen or so rocks, each a full half-meter in size, hurtled toward Jiang at breakneck speed.
Boom, boom.
Jiang didn't bother dodging, he let the rocks hit him. After all, he had 3,000 armor, and since the stone armor beast king wasn't a strength-based monster, that was more than enough. For a moment, neither side could break the other's defense.
Then let us try my battle halberd.
Jiang pulled the sheath off his battle halberd.
What on earth is inside that sheath?
Curious viewers watching the livestream typed their questions in the chat. By this point, the viewership for Jiang's stream had already surpassed 1 million.
That dagger looks like it's made of super alloy.
I'd guess the sheath contains a battle spear also made of super alloy.
A viewer commented in the chat.
After all, Jiang had never used a battle spear before, so they had no idea what was inside.
That's gotta be fake.
Super alloy has an extremely high density. If that were a battle spear, it'd weigh at least 100,000 gene.
+1. +1.
Instantly, 1 million viewers flooded the chat with comments. Holy crap, it really is a super alloy battle spear. The viewers watching the livestream were instantly stunned.
A battle spear weighing 100,000 gene, how can he even lift it? Could Jiang be an awakened strength type talent?
But even as a strength type talent, even an S-class one without at least level 20, he shouldn't be able to lift this war spear, right?
Oh my god, and Jiang is holding it with just one hand?
Not to mention the viewers flooding the chat, even Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse, felt a chill run down his spine at that moment.
That kind of strength, could Jiang be an awakened talent above S-class? He might even be a god-tier talent.
Such cases hadn't never happened before. After all, awakening stones were a man-made technology, and as technology, they had inherent limitations. There must be some loopholes that couldn't be fully detected. The more he thought about it, the more convinced Lin Jingxiong became. Once the college entrance exams were over, he was determined to use a special secret detection technique to test him. Since this technique was man-made, it could be said to detect such cases with 100% accuracy.
If this secret method fails to detect anything, it means there really is no talent, he is just a completely ordinary person.
And that's the most terrifying part.
Meanwhile, on the screen,
the stone armor beast king had curled into a ball and was charging forward with great force. This was one of the stone armor beast's 2 primary attack methods, the stone roll. The other was the stream of rubble it had spewed earlier. Taken on its own, the rolling stone ball might not seem particularly lethal, nor does it possess any sharp edges, but when combined with the stone armor beast king's 5-meter-tall frame and immense weight, once it starts rolling, it carries the force of a landslide. It's safe to say that unless one is a level 10 strength type super monster or an ultimate monster, Jiang, with his solid cultural knowledge, naturally understood this principle. But with his current strength of 200,000 gene, he wasn't about to be intimidated. No need for fancy techniques, he'd just go all out. Boom! As the stone ball barreled toward him, Jiang brandished his battle halberd and charged head-on. However, due to the stone armor beast king's immense speed and the sheer force of the impact, Jiang was still knocked back several meters. But he quickly regained his balance. With one hand braced against the stone ball and the other gripping his battle halberd, he thrust it with all his might, driving it deep into the stone armor beast king's body. It sank nearly a meter deep, almost the entire halberd was embedded, yet still, not a single cry of pain escaped the stone armor beast king. It doesn't even scream when hit like this? Boom! Jiang shook the battle halberd violently, and instantly, the stone armor beast king's armor shattered into fragments and fell away. Upon closer inspection, the armor covering its body was a full meter thick. No wonder ENT injured it truly lived up to its name as a stone armor beast, covered head to toe in thick stone armor. Once the armor shattered, a yellow beam of light coalesced around the stone armor beast king's head, and its monster talent skill activated, instantly causing all the surrounding rubble to coalesce onto its body. Once again, a thick layer of stone armor formed. This was precisely what made the stone armor beast king so terrifying, its ability to condense stone armor almost without limit. But Jiang had figured out the trick. Although the stone armor beast king's condensation was rapid, it still took about 5 or 6 seconds, a gap long enough for him to strike again. The reason ENT attacked earlier was to find the stone armor beast king's weak spot, so he could deliver a single, decisive blow. Earlier, he noticed that even when the stone armor shattered, the stone armor beast king's skin beneath was still protected by a layer of scales. It was clear that this defensive monster possessed more than just a single layer of defense. But the scales didn't cover every part of its body. Since it was a monster, it inevitably had to eat, drink, and relieve itself. Jiang planned to target its anus, driving his halberd straight through its rear end. Just then, the stone armor beast king's armor reformed once more, but Jiang struck again with his halberd, shattering it instantly. Now's the time. I'm taking your ass. Jiang roared, and the sharp super alloy spearhead plunged deep into the stone armor beast's anus. Roar! A wail rang out as the stone armor beast king's anus ruptured. With this weak point attacked, the stone armor beast king collapsed to the ground, and Jiang gave the spear a forceful twist. Instantly, the stone armor beast king's internal organs churned violently. They were nearly destroyed, effectively sealing its fate. Holy shit, is that it? That was way too fast. That was a level 10 super monster, and a defensive type at that. Well, no matter how high its defense is, the asshole is still a weak spot. Even the heavyweight champion fears getting his asshole blown open. 1,000 points in the bag. Looks like the gap between everyone else and Jiang is only going to keep getting wider. Viewers watching the livestream commented one after another. By this point, the viewer counts in the other contestants' livestreams had dwindled to almost nothing. Everyone had rushed over to watch Jiang's livestream. Throughout the entire broadcast, if you didn't turn off the chat, you could barely see anything but the subtitles. Jiang stepped forward, just about to finish off the stone armor beast king, when suddenly, a dangerous aura swept in, followed by a massive shadow crashing down. Whoosh! Jiang rolled aside, dodging it at the last second. Boom! The shadow slammed into the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. When Jiang looked closely, he saw a red phosphorus python appear beside the stone armor beast king. The creature was nearly 20 meters long, with a body nearly a meter thick. Its entire body was covered in red scales, and it periodically spat out emerald green poisonous mist or venom. Even stone would be instantly corroded upon contact. White smoke billowed from the affected areas, clearly indicating just how corrosive the snake's venom was. Damn, a sneak attack? Jiang stared at the red phosphorus python. It had hidden itself remarkably well. He'd been so focused on the battle that he hadn't even noticed it. Or perhaps the intense battle fluctuations here had attracted the red phosphorus python. Based on the cultural knowledge in his mind, Jiang knew that this red phosphorus python was also a tier 1 super monster, likewise at level 10, but unlike the stone armor beast king, it wasn't a defensive type, it was a classic offensive one. It also possessed a set of sturdy scales.
Although its defense wasn't as formidable as the stone armor Beast King's, it could easily withstand ordinary attacks.
Hiss hiss.
The red phosphorus python kept flicking its tongue, and its massive tail flung several boulders toward Jiang.
Jiang drew his battle spear, but since he just stabbed the stone armor Beast King in the butt. A foul stench wafted from the spear, along with some filthy residue none other than the stone armor Beast King's alligay.
Put.
Jiang, utterly disgusted, tossed it into a small pond nearby to let the water wash it off for a while. As for the boulders, Jiang shattered them all with a single punch each, no problem at all for someone with his current strength of 200,000 gene.
Boom!
Another whoosh cut through the air. While Jiang was shattering the stones, the red phosphorus python's massive tail lashed out again, striking Jiang squarely across the back.
Thud!
With a single blow, Jiang's entire body was sent flying. He hadn't expected the red phosphorus python to possess any intelligence at all. It actually employed tactics. He certainly underestimated these monsters. With a thud, Jiang landed in a patch of grass, and instantly, a searing pain shot through his back. There was no bleeding, though after all, following his previous modifications, Jiang's armor had reached a staggering 3,000, and the red phosphorus python's tail strike dealt physical damage. It hadn't caused any substantial harm to Jiang, but the pain was still very distinct.
My armor's still isn't high enough,
Jiang muttered. Although there was no actual damage, the pain could still affect him, so he opened the modification panel. Now at level 3, the system granted 3 points per second. After more than a day, his points had reached a staggering 256,723. He opened the system modification panel.
Host, Jiang. Mod points, increasing +3. Current available points, 256,723. Strength boost, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 3,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor value. Speed boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3.
Energy points required to level up, 24 1000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The next level S effect is a +4 mod points per second bonus. System, give me 2000 armor.
Jiang made the adjustment directly, spending 100,000 points to add 2000 armor to his stats, bringing his total to a staggering 5000 armor.
Ding!
Armor has reached 5000, activating the hidden skill 3-meter Golden Body Enhanced Edition.
3-meter Golden Body Enhanced Edition, once activated, strength and defense are doubled for 15 minutes. Jiang nodded slightly.
This was actually pretty good after all. Previously only his strength had doubled, but now with his armor doubled to 10,000 points, he could essentially stand there and let the red phosphorus python strike him without feeling any pain. With 156,723 points remaining, Jiang didn't rush to make any further modifications. He simply left them there, knowing he could use them anytime he needed them. Now he wanted to go out and test whether he'd still feel any pain when the red phosphorus python struck him. While Jiang was making his adjustments, the many viewers watching the live college entrance exam broadcast held their breath.
Where's Jiang? Why isn't he here?
I just switched over from another livestream.
Jiang got hit by the red phosphorus python and is in the bushes right now. Who knows how he is doing? Could Jiang be dead? Don't be ridiculous.
He is probably just injured. If it were serious, the rescue helicopter in the air would have landed by now.
He is definitely injured.
After all, Jiang is incredibly strong, but where there are strengths, there are weaknesses.
His defense is definitely his weak point, and the red phosphorus python is an aggressive monster.
Comments in the live chat stream poured in, with viewers analyzing the situation and sharing their opinions. Most believed that Jiang probably wouldn't be able to get back on his feet.
But just then, a figure looking like a handsome young man emerged from the grass.
Wow, Jiang is actually okay?
Unbelievable, he got hit by the red phosphorus python's massive tail and didn't he even get hurt? That can't be possible. He probably bled out while he was in the bushes after all. How can a human body compare to a monster's? I think so too. Jiang is probably just putting on a brave face right now. With the drone streaming live, he doesn't want to lose face. At that moment, Jiang stepped in front of the red phosphorus python. Bring it on! He still crossed his arms in front of him, signaling the red phosphorus python to keep whipping him. Hiss! The red phosphorus python flickered its tongue. Although it was only a tier 1 monster and couldn't speak, it thought to itself, is this for real? Someone actually wants to get whipped? But it wasn't about to hold back. Its massive tail swept out immediately, a ferocious strike that could be described as the most powerful attack currently capable of shattering even the strongest tier 1 tech alloy battle armor. Even if it hit, it would shatter into pieces, let alone this little human standing before it? Viewers watching the livestream, seeing that Jiang didn't flinch at all, began flooding the chat with comments once again. No way, no way. Is Jiang really going to take on the red phosphorus python's attack head on? This is an aggressive monster. Could it be that Jiang has awakened dual talents, strength and defense? Dual talents? That never happened before. But even with a defensive talent, without the protection of battle armor, his defense is pitifully low. I think this is a bit dangerous. Probably not. The confident look on his face tells us this hit is no big deal. In fact, just as the vast audience watching the livestream had speculated, after Jiang was struck by the giant tail, he didn't feel a single twinge of pain, he merely stumbled back a short distance. Not only that, but Jiang felt that this lash had actually sped up his blood circulation throughout his body. It was incredibly pleasant. When the red phosphorus python saw that Jiang was completely unharmed after being struck, its snake eyes widened in shock. It swept its massive tail at him again, launching 5 or 6 consecutive attacks. Unfortunately, however, facing Jiang with 5,000 armor, it simply couldn't land a hit, not a single one. After 5 or 6 strikes, the red phosphorus python began to feel a bit spent. After all, snakes are cold-blooded creatures. They may have enough explosive power, but they certainly lack endurance. So it opened its massive jaws, preparing to spit venom. But just as it opened its mouth, its entire body was yanked upward by Jiang. Jiang grabbed the snake's tail and, applying all his strength, began tossing the red phosphorus python back and forth. Thud, thud, thud. Every time the massive serpent's body slammed into the ground, it caused a significant tremor, leaving the area in constant upheaval as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Although the red phosphorus python was covered in scales, it couldn't withstand the repeated blows. Soon, it lay beside the stone armor beast king, its body covered in wounds and on the verge of death. Jiang was about to deliver the finishing blow to these 2 top-tier first-stage monsters, but just then, a pang of hunger struck him. He had simply expended too much energy earlier. He hurriedly pulled out a leg of the unicorn blue ox from his inventory watch and began to eat. After finishing, Jiang prepared to deliver the finishing blows to the 2 behemoths, which would secure him 2,000 points. The commotion up ahead has stopped? Just then, different voices came from either side of Jiang, and 2 teams emerged from the area. One was 5 Elements, the Ace team from Elemental High School. The other was One Shot Kill, the Ace team from Jiuzhang High School. The leaders of both teams were ranked talents. The former was led by Meng Tian, and a rank wood elementalist. The latter was led by Yin Jiping, and a rank gunslinger. In addition to their leaders, each team also had 2 other A-rank talents. The rest were all B-rank talents, all of whom had ample experience hunting level 10 monsters as a team. As for C-rank talents, there were none after all. With a level 10 final boss, lower-ranked talents would only be a burden. They had originally been searching for the monster alongside the 2 teams, but upon hearing a massive commotion coming from Jiang's side, they all rushed over here at the same time. The result was a pleasant surprise the moment they arrived. What do you call a pleasant surprise? This, damn it, is a pleasant surprise. They expected another fierce battle, but instead, both top-tier monsters were lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, just waiting for them to finish them off. Although snatching monsters from others isn't exactly honorable,
there is no rule against it and you only earn points by killing them.
Now that they arrived, it was the perfect time to deliver the finishing blow. You must be Jiang.
I have to admit, you've got some real skill to beat 2 top-tier monsters into this state, but unfortunately, your luck wasn't on your side.
Here's the deal, we won't ask for much. We'll just take one, said Meng Tian, the wood elementalist.
So what if there's a live stream? Points are what matter most, the means don't matter. Haha, the remaining one is naturally mine, said Jeeping. He didn't want to offend the wood elementalist Meng Tian, but Jiang had just killed 2 top-tier monsters.
In his current state, did he even have the strength left to stand up to me?
As soon as he said this, the viewers watching the livestream were filled with indignation.
Damn it, how can someone be so shameless?
We're all candidates here, and yet he is stealing someone else's loot.
Those 2 teams seem to be candidates from Element City and Jiang City.
How disgraceful.
What kind of schools are these, producing candidates with no sense of morality?
In my opinion, we should just report all the officials in those 2 cities and demand that the provincial government send an investigation team. They're bound to uncover something after all. When the leaders set a bad example, the people follow suit.
That makes sense. Faced with the criticism from viewers in Sealy City and other regions, viewers from Element City and Jiang City began to fire back. What is so shameful about it?
The combat exam is meant to select candidates with powerful abilities in the first place, and besides, there is no rule against snatching someone else's monster.
I think you're just afraid that our ace from Element City, Meng Tian, will outperform your Jiang.
Exactly.
We in Jiang City feel the same way.
If you don't agree, let your Jiang come fight us. If he wins, we won't say a word.
Damn it, have you guys no shame? Jiang just finished a match and now you're at it again?
Besides, the 2 of you are ganging up on a single person. You've got some nerve saying that.
Hey, I already said it. So what? If you don't like it, come fight me through the internet.
The livestream's comment feed was flooded with arguments, tens of thousands of messages per second, nearly causing the stream to crash. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. As the various groups argued with increasing intensity, the official moderators had no choice but to mute everyone. Otherwise, with all this noise, who knows what might have sparked? They might even have arranged an offline brawl. Meanwhile, over at Jiang's end, even though he was surrounded by nearly 20 people, he wasn't the least bit flustered. His unicorn blue ox leg had already replenished its energy, and he was brimming with confidence. He still had 150,000 mod points left to use, and he hadn't even activated the enhanced 3-meter golden body yet. For these guys to think they could beat him was nothing but a pipe dream.
So what if there are ranked talents? Captain, let me take him on. From within the elemental team, a B-ranked talent Earth Elementalist stepped forward. He refused to believe this Jiang was that formidable. Earth Elementalist, Meteor Strike.
The current terrain had them standing firmly on the ground, making it a perfect fit for an Earth Elementalist as long as they kept their feet on the ground. He could draw an endless supply of Earth Elemental energy, virtually inexhaustible, while greatly enhancing his own defense. The Earth Elementalist activated his talent skill, gathering Earth elements to form a massive meteor that plummeted from the sky, heading straight for Jiang's head.
Boom! The meteor crashed down.
Jiang braced the falling meteorite with just one hand. By a rough estimate, this meteorite weighed nearly 50,000 Jiang, and the Earth Elementalist opposite him was only a level 5.
Yet he was able to summon this much Earth Elemental energy.
Indeed, Elementalists rely on the terrain. As long as the terrain is right, they can unleash combat power far exceeding their own capabilities.
But what a shame. So what if the terrain is perfect? How can you possibly compare to those cheaters who VE modified their characters? Jiang picked up the meteorite and, as if bowling, hurled it straight at the Elementalist's team. Earth Elementalist, Lava Barrier.
On the other side, the Earth Elementalist once again summoned the power of Earth, conjuring a massive lava barrier.
It blocked the oncoming meteorite. An Earth Elementalist rooted to the ground. His defense is truly invincible, the guy said with immense smugness. Boom!
But in the very next second, his lava barrier was shattered by a single punch from Jiang, who then slammed him to the ground with another blow. The guy lost consciousness instantly. You should count yourselves lucky that the college entrance exam rules forbid killing each other, otherwise, you'd all be dead today. Jiang said coldly, his gaze icy at that moment.
Oomph, big talk. He was caught off guard by your sneak attack just now. Do you really think you can stop us now? Meng Tian ordered his team to launch an immediate attack.
A Class B gold elementalist, whose talent skill was to summon gold elements and convert other elements into gold, he could also enlarge or shrink parts of his own body at will.
He could transform into any metal or form extremely hard alloys.
The gold elementalist's hand coalesced into the shape of a pistol. It was clear this guy spent plenty of time jerking off.
Bang, bang.
The elemental pistol instantly converted the elements in the air into metal, then condensed them into bullets that fired toward Jiang.
Let us lend a hand, said the gunman in jeeping.
They all knew that Jiang, having scored over 5,000 points, was no ordinary opponent, so it was best to take him down together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to claim that top-tier monster which was worth a full 1,000 points. Watch this three-fold sword chi. A B-ranked talent swordsman flashed his long sword, and instantly, over 100 sharp sword chi strikes surged through the air.
Throwing weapons.
An A-ranked talent weapons master had a silk pouch strapped to his waist, filled entirely with throwing weapons he crafted himself. As a weapon master, he could skillfully wield all kinds of weapons, and his talent skill was specifically for launching projectiles. Don't let their small size fool you. They were forged from superalloy. Their attack power and armor-piercing capabilities were extremely strong.
In an instant, a barrage of fierce attacks flew toward Jiang.
To play it safe, Meng Tian even summoned the wood element, causing several thick vines to surge up from beneath Jiang's feet.
Wood element, entangle. The vines tightly bound Jiang's feet, turning him into a stationary, living target.
Meanwhile, in front of the live stream cameras.
Holy shit, this is totally unfair. So many against one. How is Jiang supposed to stand a chance? Could it be that our very own Jiang from Sealy City is about to be eliminated here?
Even if it ends now, he has still got over 5,000 points. Those guys would have to kill 5 top-tier monsters just to catch up. For a moment, many viewers supporting Jiang expressed deep concern, while on Lin Jingxiong's side the mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the school principal, and others were seething with indignation.
Examiner Lin, aren't you going to do anything about this?
According to the rules, as long as candidates aren't killing each other, they're allowed to spar with one another. With these words, Lin Jingxiong all but acknowledged that those guys were ganging up on Jiang. He was also eager to see just how strong Jiang really was. He always had a feeling that Jiang's abilities went far beyond what met the eye. Besides, if it ever came down to a life or death situation, a rescue team would be dispatched from the helicopter, so there was no need to worry about safety. As for Jiang, faced with such a barrage of fierce attacks, he merely smiled slightly. These were all physical attacks, and with his current 5,000 armor, he could completely ignore them.
Bang, bang.
Sure enough, whether it was the 3 extreme sword chi, the gold elementalist's pistol bullets, or attacks like the golden spear, when they struck Jiang, he didn't feel a thing. Sword chi shattered the moment it touched him, and metal bullets fell to the ground instantly. The weapon master had exhausted his entire supply of superalloy projectiles, yet they still had no effect.
Ha! Both teams stared in disbelief. This was completely absurd. How could this guy's defense be so strong?
These two teams were the absolute top contenders in this competition, yet even when they joined forces, they couldn't break through his defense.
This can't be real.
I must be dreaming, said the gunner, in jeeping.
With Jiang's defense like this, there was simply no way to hit him. This guy isn't even wearing battle armor. Whereas he getting such high armor values? He has got at least 1,500 armor.
The members of both squads were instantly stunned. This meant that for most of them, their attacks and abilities had become useless after all. They couldn't even make a dent in him. Zhou Xian, you're a lightning elementalist. It's time to step up, Meng Tian called out.
Zhou Xian was a key member of his team.
Generally speaking, elemental talents are limited to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's rare to find anything beyond those.
But Zhou Xian was an exception. He had awakened the lightning element.
This kind of lightning attack wasn't a simple physical strike, it carried a certain amount of magical damage as well.
Zhou Xian took a step forward and, with a mere wave of his hand, a thundercloud coalesced above Jiang's head, followed by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. "With my true qi and the power of heaven and earth, Thunder God, aid me!" Zhou Xian roared, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck down, but by then, Jiang had already broken free from Meng Tian's vine restraints. The vines were extremely tough, but in the face of 200,000 Jin of force, they snapped easily and couldn't restrain Jiang at all if it weren't for Jiang wanting to gauge the strength of his opponent's attacks. Could his opponent really pin him down?
After breaking free, Jiang dodged the lightning. He hadn't yet unlocked the magic resistance modification and didn't want to experience the full force of the lightning even if his opponent wasn't very high level. He decided to end the battle quickly, starting with the lightning elementalist. He grabbed his battle halberd from the water. The foul odor had diminished considerably, but a faint stench still lingered.
"Quick, protect Zhou Xian!" Meng Tian shouted.
Immediately, wood elemental energy coalesced, forming several massive walls of wood that blocked Jiang's path. But Jiang's battle spear was forged from superalloy and possessed exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. The wood barriers were no match for it, and he shattered them one after another. Then the fire elementalist and water elementalist joined forces.
In the end, they still couldn't stop Jiang.
"Stop him!" Yin Shiping also stepped in. After all, he was on the same side as the elementalists, so he raised his gilded spear, ready to face off against Jiang. "Try my great sun spear technique,"
Yin Shiping declared proudly.
This was a Tier 1 super skill, and now that he had reached the proficient stage, he was confident that, with his technique, stopping Jiang would be no problem.
Bang! But the very next second, the moment his gilded spear made contact with Jiang's superalloy battle halberd, Jiang sent him flying with a single swing.
There was nothing he could do. The gilded spear weighed only 10,000 Jin, while the superalloy battle halberd weighed 108,000 Jin. They weren't even in the same league. Moreover, his prized Great Sun Spear technique was outclassed by the even higher tier Sun Halberd skill. After blocking that strike, Yin Shiping's gilded spear was knocked out of his hands, and his arm went so numb he nearly lost sensation.
Fear instantly gripped his heart. What kind of monster was this Jiang, exactly?
His defense was terrifying enough, but his strength was also extraordinarily immense.
Thud!
Yin Shiping's body slammed heavily onto the ground, and Jiang's figure appeared before him once more.
"What are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill me? Killing is prohibited during the college entrance exams. Do you really want to break the rules?"
Yin Shiping smiled slightly. He knew Jiang was filled with murderous intent. But the rules were his safety net. "I'm an A-class talent, one of the very few and a key candidate for the nation's future development.
I don't believe you'd dare do anything to me." Yin Shiping continued to speak with bravado.
In reality, ever since he de-awakened his Class A talent, several prestigious universities specializing in superpowers had already offered him conditional admission, telling him he only needed to go through the motions of taking the college entrance exam. Although these universities weren't among the top 10, they were still highly renowned. "I wouldn't dare kill you," Jiang said. After all, the rules of the combat exam were established by the entire Xiao nation, and with his current strength, he wasn't powerful enough to violate them. Otherwise, it would mean going up against the entire nation. He still needed time to accumulate points and level up his system. He needed to develop further.
I'm still not strong enough." Jiang sighed inwardly. If he could take down a level 99 superpowered expert with a single punch, wouldn't he be the one calling the shots? However, even though he couldn't kill this guy, he could still cripple him. Crack! With a sweep of Jiang's battle halberd, Yin Shiping's arms were severed. As a gunner talent, losing both arms effectively rendered him useless. This was even more agonizing than death after all. The talents he took such pride in were now completely useless. Ah!
An agonized scream rang out as blood gushed from Yin Shiping like a fountain. Meanwhile, at a certain clan residence in Jiang City, the Yin family watched the livestream.
Zeeping!
The entire Yin family cried out in anguish. their gazes fixed on Jiang with murderous intent.
How dare you cripple the pride of the Yin family?
I'll make sure you die a miserable death, said Yin Liang, Yin Zhiping's father and the current head of the Yin family. It must be noted that the highest-ranked talent in the Yin family had always been only grade B now. After finally producing an A-grade talent, his arms had been severed.
The Yin family would never forget this grudge. Meanwhile, the vast audience watching the livestream was left speechless.
Due to popular demand, the moderator had now lifted the chat mute for everyone.
He cut off Yin Zhiping's hands? Well done. That's exactly what should be been done.
If it were me, I'd have cut off his legs too.
Way to go. Beat those stinking dogs from Jiang City to death. Go ahead and cut off those elementalists' hands too.
Viewers from Sealy City flooded the chat with comments they'd been seething with anger while watching earlier, so naturally, they found this incredibly satisfying.
However, some viewers from Jiang City and Element City felt this was unfair.
Killing is prohibited during the college entrance exams. This Jiang has committed a grave offense. In my opinion, he should be disqualified, handed over to the courts, and sentenced harshly.
Exactly.
If he dares to violate the rules now by chopping off someone's hands, he'll dare to commit murder, arson, home invasions, and even betray the country in the future. People were saying all sorts of things after all. This was the internet, where everyone spoke their minds freely.
You guys were really having a blast just now.
Jiang held his blood-dripping battle halberd and glanced at the others, instantly sending a chill down their spines.
You've already severed Yin Zhiping's arms. Are you going to attack us next? Said Meng Tian, the wood elementalist.
You've incapacitated so many examinees, all of them A and B class talents.
You're definitely going to be sentenced to death.
The crowd threatened him, hoping to intimidate Jiang into backing down with their cold stares.
So what if I am?
Jiang charged toward the gold elementalist and the weapon master with his battle spear in hand. These two had been the most ferocious during the earlier attack. It was safe to say that if his defense hadn't been so high, his life might have been in danger. These two were undoubtedly ruthless individuals. The weapon master specialized in sneak attacks with hidden weapons, but after the recent exchange, he had long since exhausted his supply. The gold elementalist immediately transformed his entire body into metal, turning into an aircraft, ready to fly away.
Clang!
The sound of hard metal clashing rang out as Jiang struck the aircraft down with a single blow of his halberd.
Ah!
Such a ferocious offensive was, of course, unstoppable. Jiang also severed both of their arms. As for the others on the field, Jiang naturally had no intention of sparing them either.
Anyone who had attacked him earlier won't get away. Quick, send the rescue team down to stop him. Seeing this, Lin Jingxiong immediately ordered. If Jiang wasn't stopped, all 20 odd of them would be crippled.
If such a major incident occurred at the exam site under his supervision, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment when higher-ups demanded accountability. For now, he had to save as many as possible.
Stop!
Several helicopters quickly landed in the area, and a dozen or so level 30+ rescue personnel jumped out, including medical specialists. They immediately began treating the candidates with severed limbs while forming a protective barrier in front of the remaining candidates. These candidates couldn't afford any further casualties. So young, yet so ruthless toward your own people, you'll be a menace in the future. The speaker was the rescue team leader here, a level 33 strength specialized D-rank talent.
My own people? Do they consider me one of their own?
When they immobilized me and ganged up on me just now, I didn't see you coming down to say my own people then.
Now that you see I've won, you're coming down to pretend to be a good guy? In any case, you weren't injured. Their attacks didn't do you any harm. No harm?
Take any other contestant in that situation, they'd be dead or crippled at best.
If it weren't for my high defense, I'd probably be crippled by now. And now you're telling me I'm ruthless? They were just two monsters. We're all contestants here. Can't you just let them have them? Can't let them have it? Fine, let me fuck your wife, and I'll give it to them. How about that? Jiang retorted. Are you kidding me? I spent a lot of effort defeating those monsters. Why should I give them to someone else?
It was unreasonable for them to try to steal them in the first place.
I was acting in self-defense, wasn't I?
Besides, you're no saint yourself. Those words left the rescue team captain speechless.
Many viewers watching the livestream also rallied behind Jiang. Yes, right. Jiang is on the side of justice. I support Jiang. Exactly.
He didn't have the guts to steal from others and got beaten up. If it were me, I'd just die and be done with it.
Why complain when you're a loser who can't even fight?
What a piece of trash.
Over 20 of them took on one guy and got crushed, and now they're asking the rescue team to explain themselves?
With the situation escalating to such a critical point, Lin Jingxiong quickly boarded a helicopter and rushed to the exam site.
At that moment, around the exam site,
roar! A dozen or so beastly roars rang out, followed by a barrage of attacks pouring down from the sky, a dense barrage of spiked projectiles, massive boulders, and monster breath attacks.
It's a monster ambush.
Everyone, quickly form a defensive formation, the rescue team leader said urgently, and a circular psychic defense formation immediately materialized in front of the group. Soon, the attackers revealed their true forms. They were the 15 level 10 top-tier monsters that had been deployed. Among them were 2 ultimate monsters, 5 super monsters, and the rest were all high-level monsters. Each was of staggering size, even the smallest stood 4 meters tall, and they were now furiously attacking the defense formation. This is bad, the rescue team members thought. An alarm at this rate, the defensive formation would be breached very soon. Quick, notify the other nearby rescue teams. Even if they sent the alert, it would take time for the other rescue teams to arrive. Moreover, among the 12 members of this rescue team, 3 were medics with no combat capability whatsoever. 3 were speed type, with very weak combat ability. There were also 2 support type and 3 potion type members. Essentially, only the rescue team captain was suited for combat. If they continued to maintain the defensive formation, once it was breached, both the examinees and rescue personnel here might be killed by the monsters. Therefore, someone had to go out and fight the monsters to hold off their attacks. The rescue team captain stepped forward. After all, he was the highest level member here and possessed a strength type talent. Once outside, he clashed with the ultimate tier mighty ape inside a strength type monster. Although only level 10, it was an ultimate tier monster. This was equivalent to the god tier level of human talents, so even at level 10, the mighty ape's strength reached nearly 230,000 gene. There was nothing to be done. Monsters possessed terrifying innate strength, let alone one of the ultimate tier.
Boom!
After just 2 rounds of combat with the mighty ape, the rescue captain had both arms shattered. He simply couldn't hold his own. His strength was now only a little over 70,000 gene. For a D-rank talent, a complete joke. Being able to withstand 2 attacks was already the absolute limit. Left with no choice, he retreated to the defensive formation, now hoping that other rescue teams would arrive in time, though he knew that was wishful thinking. However, at that moment, Jiang stepped forward.
Don't get the wrong idea, Jiang wasn't there to save anyone.
To him, whether this group lived or died had nothing to do with him. He was there to rack up points. After all, he still fell short of the record-breaking 7,000 plus points. But taking down these 13 monsters would be enough. He grabbed his battle halberd, first finishing off the stone armor beast king and the red phosphorus python, then charging toward the nearest gale armor hedgehog, a defensive type monster, and an ultimate level 1 at that. But the spikes on its back packed quite a punch as well. It could be described as an ultimate monster that excels in both offense and defense.
Is this guy going to face 13 top-tier monsters all by himself?
This scene had not only the rescue team on edge but also the viewers in the livestream, all holding their breath in anxiety. Even through the screen, one could feel the frenzied attacks of those 13 monsters.
Hurry, hurry, hurry!
Lin Jingxiong urged from the helicopter, but no matter how fast they went, it would still take over 3 minutes to reach him. At that rate of attack, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out. All they could do now was hope that Jiang could hold off those monsters.
Clang!
Over on Jiang's side, his halberd struck the armored hedgehog's back, instantly sending a shower of sparks flying. A large section of the armored hedgehog's spines was immediately mowed down by the halberd. The Gangjia hedgehog seized the opportunity to fire its spines, but thanks to Jiang's high defense, he didn't feel a thing. But aside from the Gangjia hedgehog, the mighty gorilla was also launching a sneak attack from behind, slamming an iron fist toward him. Boom! Jiang blocked the punch, feeling a slight tingling in his arm. This ultimate monster was indeed formidable. Its strength was immense, amounting to a full 230,000 gene.
System, I want to modify.
Jiang opened the modification panel, but he still had over 100,000 points left to use. As the system opened, the modification panel appeared.
Host, Jiang. Mod points, loading, +3. Current available points, 166,723. Strength boost, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor value. Speed boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 3.
Energy points required to level up, 24 1000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 4 mod points increase per second.
Jiang thought that his armor was already sufficient, so he decided to simply allocate all his mod points to strength. Ding, modification successful.
Current strength, 366,723.
Instantly, a massive surge of primal power flooded Jiang's body. A faint smile touched the corner of his lips as a set of superpower statistics flashed through his mind. The Xia Kingdom conducts research on both superpowered individuals and monsters, maintaining statistical data on the limits of each tier. Take Tier 1, for example. For psychics, strength-type individuals can only reach a maximum of 70,000 gene, and even then, they must possess a god-tier talent and undergo body tempering with rare potions. It takes a combination of various methods to reach the peak of 70,000 gene. As for monsters, due to their formidable physiques, a Tier 1 ultimate monster can reach a peak strength of 250,000 gene. The mighty gorilla before him possessed 230,000 gene of strength. It could be said he was nearing his peak. But all of this was still nothing to speak of in the face of Jiang. After adjusting his strength, Jiang decided to test the system's hidden skill, 3-meter golden body. After all, he never used it since acquiring it, and since there were no side effects, he might as well give it a try. Boom! In the next second, Jiang's body burst into a golden glow, and his height shot up to 3 meters. Roar! Just then, the mighty gorilla launched another surprise attack with a swinging punch.
You think you're too good for me?
Under the 3-meter golden body, Jiang's stats doubled, and his strength reached a terrifying 720,000 gene. He immediately countered with a punch. The mighty gorilla's arm was shattered by Jiang's blow, and it let out an agonized howl. Next, Jiang went on the offensive, delivering a punch that pierced right through the mighty gorilla's chest, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Boom! Its massive body crashed to the ground. The mighty ape had been instantly killed by Jiang in a single move. At this sight, the surrounding examinees, rescue teams, and viewers watching the livestream all gasped in shock. After all, they knew just how ferocious the mighty ape was. They just witnessed the rescue team captain, a level 30+ character, have both arms broken, and now this power gorilla had been instantly killed by Jiang with a single strike? This guy's strength was truly terrifying. Gang armor backstab. Taking advantage of Jiang's distraction while he dealt with the power gorilla, the gang armor hedgehog and other monsters launched a coordinated ambush. Go ahead and stab me in the back, go ahead. Most of those attacks were physical strikes, but with Jiang's current armor rating of 5,000, he didn't feel a thing. He walked up to the Gangjia hedgehog, ripped off every single spike covering its back, and then thrust them one by one directly into its body. He literally turned the Gangjia hedgehog into a honeycomb. And you, clawed leopard, you think you can scratch me? The massive clawed leopard's pair of razor-sharp claws were once again snapped off by Jiang, who then landed a punch squarely on the leopard's head. Crack! A huge crater appeared on the ground. The clawed leopard was beaten so badly by that single punch that even its mother wouldn't recognize it. Flame Fox, is that right? I'll show you what flame fox really means. Jiang moved on to a bright red fox and ripped out its set of sharp fangs with a single bite. In short, the scene was extremely bloody. For a moment the 13 monsters stood before Jiang, completely helpless. At that moment, he had transformed into a golden war god. In just over a minute, all 13 of these top-tier monsters had fallen one after another, and Jiang had earned the remaining 13,000 points, bringing his total to a staggering 21,349 points. Not only had he broken the Pingjiang province record, but he had tripled it. Brutal, so brutal. Viewers watching the livestream began flooding the chat once again. I've watched so many combat exam videos, but this one is by far the most intense. ID called Jiang an absolute badass. One person taking on 13 to be precise, 15 top-tier monsters all by himself? That is something that has never happened in the history of the combat exam. And the key is that he did it alone. You have to realize that in the past, teams made up of high-level talents were the ones taking down top-tier monsters, and even then, it took them an hour or so to kill just one. But Jiang? He finished them all in just 1 minute. He is a true killing machine. I've decided from now on, I'm not going to be a fan of that idol Koen anymore. I'm going to be a fan of Jiang. In the blink of an eye, Jiang gained countless new fans, almost all of whom were on his side though. Of course, there were the occasional trolls taking shots at him. But they were quickly put in their place by a group of righteous fans. Meanwhile, the exam proctor, Lin Jingxiong, had also arrived. Normally, it would have taken a little over 3 minutes by helicopter, but Lin Jingxiong had forced his superpower to accelerate the journey. As a result, he arrived in just over a minute, fearing the monsters would breach the defensive formation and kill the rescue team and the examinees. But when he arrived and looked around, Lin Jingxiong was stunned. Dead? The sight of the monsters' corpses littering the ground met his eyes, and the manner in which they'd been killed was downright brutal. Is this your doing? Lin Jingxiong asked, looking up at the 3-meter-tall Jiang standing before him. Or did you do it? Jiang retorted. Lin Jingxiong staggered backward, seemingly unable to accept this reality. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a seasoned veteran. As things stood, the combat exam at this testing site was practically over. After all the monsters had been killed, and these injured candidates needed to be taken back for further treatment. As for Jiang, he wasn't too sure how to handle the situation. With so much having happened, he would need to report to his superiors for instructions. But before reporting, there was one thing Lin Jingxiong absolutely had to confirm: whether Jiang actually possessed a talent. Jiang, do you mind if I test your talent? Not at all. All right. Lin Jingxiong then performed the secret ritual for the test. A strange, miniature formation emerged from beneath Jiang's feet, and beams of light enveloped him. A dozen or so seconds later. No talent? Lin Jingxiong was dumbfounded. After all, while scientific testing equipment could make mistakes, a manual secret technique test never did, which meant Jiang was indeed an ordinary person. But could an ordinary person kill so many top-tier monsters in just 1 minute? With the situation urgent, Lin Jingxiong quickly used the AI Xiaochang to report the incident involving Jiang in the exam hall to the provincial leadership. Meanwhile, clips from Jiang's livestream were edited into various videos and reposted across major official forums, racking up millions of views in a single second. In practically a single day, the incident sparked heated discussion throughout Pingjiang province and even across the entire nation of Xia. After reporting the situation to provincial authorities, Lin Jingxiong first shut down the live stream here. While waiting for instructions from the province, he naturally took Jiang, the central figure in the incident, into his custody for the time being. Jiang was accommodated in a luxury hotel. Lin Jingxiong knew that this young man was Pingjiang province's martial arts champion. After all, with over 20,000 points, his future prospects were bound to be limitless. Although Lin Jingxiong was merely the exam proctor, he couldn't afford to offend Jiang lightly, so he arranged for him to stay at a 7-star hotel, a truly lavish arrangement. As for Jiang himself, he didn't mind at all. After all, a single night at such a hotel costs at least tens of thousands, and he was more than happy to enjoy the luxury, especially with all the fine food and drink at his disposal. Afterward, Lin Jingxiong rushed to the provincial capital for a meeting.
There, various leaders from Pingjiang province convened an emergency meeting, with Jiang as the main topic of discussion. Chengde City, the provincial capital of Pingjiang province, was also the venue for this emergency meeting. At that moment, in the office, Governor Zhou Liren sat upright and composed, while below him were the officials in charge of college entrance exam affairs in Pingjiang province, along with several scientists specializing in biological superpowers. "What are your views on this incident?" Zhou Liren asked, referring, of course, to Jiang's case, since the other exam venues had remained calm and proceeded without incident. "Governor, it was those 20 candidates who attacked Jiang first. Moreover, there is video evidence to prove it. Given the ferocity of the attack, Jiang's actions constituted self-defense. In my opinion, there was no wrongdoing on his part." I agree. Those who had their arms severed are all grade A and grade B talents. How can we justify not punishing Jiang? The other two biological scientists retorted. Needless to say, these two jerks were from Element City and Zhejiang City, and some of the examinees were even their distant relatives. Talk some fucking bullshit. Imagine you're walking down the street and being chased and beaten by over 20 people. You act in defense, knock them all down, and now the court sentences you for intentional assault. Would you accept that? Jiang Daily, a biologist from Sealy City, said with righteous indignation. Why wouldn't I accept it? I'd accept it, said the biologist from Zhejiang City. Smack. Jiang Daily slapped the guy across the face. You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Look at you, you can't even handle a single slap, yet you're supposed to accept being attacked by over 20 people? You? Faced with Jiang Daily's words, the man from Zhejiang City was indeed at a loss for words. I think Jiang Daily is right. Jiang acted in self-defense and shouldn't be punished. Instead, those 20-plus examinees should be held accountable, and this incident should be noted on their records. Immediately, many people chimed in agreement. Examiner Lin, as the proctor, what is your take on this? Asked Provincial Governor Zhou Liren. I also support the self-defense argument. Besides, if Jiang Henti stepped in to kill those 13 top-tier monsters, those examinees and the rescue team would likely have faced a grim fate. Zhou Liren remained silent. Instead, after reviewing the video footage several times with the group, he instructed Xia Jia to retrieve the score rankings for this year's college entrance exam. Since every examinee was equipped with artificial intelligence, points for slaying monsters were tallied in real time, and each examinee's total score was immediately transmitted to the central database upon the exam's conclusion. As provincial governor, Zhou Liren naturally had the authority to access this information. A massive scoreboard appeared before everyone's eyes. Sealy No. 1 High School, Jiang No Talent 21,349 points, rank 1. Element High School, Lu Yenxue Plus Talent, Swordsman 4,349 points, rank 2. Chengde High School, Zhou Chaoe Talent, Gold Elementalist 4,213 points, rank 3. Looking at the scores and rankings, the gaps between Jiang and the others weren't particularly large. However, the difference between first and second place over 17,000 points was simply absurd. Moreover, this Lu Yenxue was quite famous in Pingjiang province after all. Upon awakening an A+ talent, one is automatically admitted to Tianshan Supernatural Abilities University. Lu Yenxue took the college entrance exam just to get a feel for the difficulty, but who would have thought that a talent like her would not only fail to take first place but actually fall so far behind? Governor, did this guy use banned substances? No, he didn't. Xia Chang scanned him at the time, Lin Jingxiong said. If that's the case, it's terrifying. An ordinary person without any superpowers completely outclassing an A+ talent? In my opinion, this Jiang has likely undergone a rare, beneficial genetic mutation. It is precisely because of this mutation that he possesses nearly limitless strength and extremely high defense. He can even withstand attacks from top-tier first-stage monsters without flinching. Therefore, I suggest we conduct research on Jiang's cells. If we map out the sequence of his mutated genes, we can develop a serum based on that sequence and apply it to superpowered individuals. That would definitely cause the combat effectiveness of our Xia Nation as superpowered individuals to skyrocket. And once this technology is developed, Xinjiang province's status within the entire Xia nation will become pivotal.
The biological scientists spoke in unison. Their expertise lay in biological science, so whenever a new species emerged, they would throw themselves into researching it with great fervor.
I agree with this proposal.
Since Jiang is from your city of Sealy, I'll entrust this research to you, Zhou Liren said to Jiang daily.
Additionally, regarding this college entrance exam incident, I am announcing the following 3 decisions. First, Jiang is declared the top scorer in Xinjiang province. Second, the more than 20 candidates involved will be held accountable, and this incident will be firmly noted on their academic records. Third, we will generate public attention for Jiang through extensive publicity. It's been a long time since Xinjiang province has produced such a remarkable figure. Governor Zhou Liren announced these 3 decisions, which were, in fact, the result of careful deliberation. He had just reviewed public opinion across major media outlets and found it to be almost unanimously in support of Jiang.
Not only in Xinjiang province, but throughout the entire country of Xia, people were discussing the matter.
Moreover, with other provinces having produced outstanding students in recent years, Xinjiang province should not be left behind.
Got it.
Upon receiving the orders, officials across the board sprang into action immediately. Staff from the Public Relations Department began posting various messages on official forums.
Jiang, who already enjoyed widespread public support, was now even more unstoppable.
Holy crap, this is great! Jiang really is in the clear. He is still our top scholar from Xinjiang province.
Of course he is.
It was self-defense. What else could it be? The authorities finally did something right. If they declared Jiang guilty this time, I'd have gone straight to the governor's house and taken a shit.
Taking a shit?
That's nothing. I'd dig up his ancestors' graves.
Usually it takes the authorities 4 or 5 days to issue a statement.
How come they did it in less than a day this time? No kidding. Didn't you see how many points Jiang scored this time? Over 20,000.
Across our entire Xia nation, no matter which province, even with the easiest college entrance exams, no one has ever scored over 10,000 points, let alone 20,000. If the authorities didn't issue a notice, the forums would been flooded with criticism. The official post was flooded with comments, and at the same time, Lin Jingxiong, accompanied by a group of biological scientists, arrived at the hotel where Jiang was staying. Jiang, of course, had been keeping a close eye on the situation on his phone. He originally thought it would take a few days, which would have given him a chance to relax, but it turned out to be today. He already experienced all kinds of top-notch services, chefs on call to prepare any dish he wanted, a wide variety of cuisine, and specialized massage therapists, among other things. But just after he finished a lavish meal, Lin Jingxiong arrived. Judging by the way things looked, it seemed the matter had been resolved.
Jiang, let me introduce you to Jiang Daily, the head of the biotechnology team for this project. Hello, Jiang. I'm also from Sealy City.
Our city has produced a top-ranking scholar like you. Even I'm incredibly proud of that. Jiang Daily spoke in a very pleasant tone. By the way, we're here to ask you to provide some cells and blood samples.
I wonder if you'd mind. It's like this, Jiang. Lin Jingxiong explained their purpose. All right, then.
Jiang didn't really care.
After all, he was just an ordinary person. What was there to study? It was just some cells and blood, wasn't he it? Thank you very much.
Once Jiang Daily had collected the samples, he couldn't wait to take his team back to conduct their research.
For a biotech enthusiast like him,
research was everything. By the way, Jiang, I'm sure you've seen the announcement. You're now the provincial top scorer.
The mayor of Sealy City, the director of education, the school principal, and others are all waiting for you.
They all called me on the way here. They said they've set up a banquet at the Huangtian Hotel and are just waiting for you, the guest of honor, to arrive.
Lin Jingxiong said.
He was also among the invitees this time after all, as a permanent examiner for the 3 major high school entrance exam centers in Sealy City, Zhejiang City, and Yuansu City. Whichever city was holding a celebration, they naturally wouldn't leave him out.
All right.
Jiang replied, then set off with Lin Jingxiong toward the Huangtian Hotel. Earlier, while at the hotel, his father, Gua, had also called to tell him that the city leaders had invited him to the Huangtian Hotel. Inside the Huangtian Hotel, Mayor Zhang Desui, Director of Education Lunan, Principal Li Ping, and Jiang's homeroom teacher Shirley were all present. Meanwhile, Guo was surrounded by a crowd. Also in attendance was Chen Lu, the owner of Guai's company. Chen Lu was absolutely thrilled he had come this time to ask Jiang to endorse his company's beverage, 6 nuclear bombs. He had also convinced Gui that if Jiang agreed to endorse 6 nuclear bombs, the product's future sales would undoubtedly grow exponentially. You must be Jiang's father, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The officials warmly shook Gui's hand, chatting animatedly, while Chen Lu took the opportunity to greet them as well. Just as everyone was chatting, Jiang arrived on the scene. "Oh, Examiner Lin and our top scoring student are here," the mayor exclaimed, and immediately on top of that, the school and the Education Bureau also presented him with scholarship funds. Jiang naturally accepted them all. After all, why turn down money? He really liked these materialistic officials who only knew how to speak with money in villas. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food. "By the way, Jiang, which superpower university are you interested in?" asked Mayor Zhang Deliu. "That's right, Jiang. You probably don't have a deep understanding of the top superpower universities in our Xia kingdom right now, so let me tell you about them." Lin Jingxiong said solemnly. After all, students generally only know the surface details and are unaware of the inner workings of specific superpower universities. But as an exam proctor, he naturally knew a great deal, if not 100%, then at least 90%. Our country has 4 superpower universities: Heavenly God, War God, Elemental, and National Defense Superpower University. Among them, Heavenly God Superpower University only accepts students through direct admission, that is, those who have awakened an A+ or higher talent. Since you don't have a talent, you naturally can't get in. After all, this university's creed is that divinity is innate, only those with a high enough talent can become gods. So, you can rule out this university. Jiang, however, dismissed Lin Jingxiong's words with disdain. So what if they're gods? Once he has built up his power, he'll kill even gods right before their eyes. By then, taking down a god with a single punch would be no problem at all. Next is the Elemental Supernatural Abilities University, which only accepts students with elementalist talent. That leaves just the National Defense and War God universities. There is no clear ranking between these two, but the National Defense University focuses on building military forces, while the War God University focuses on cultivating elite combat power. For a badass like you, I recommend the War God Supernatural Abilities University. The instructors at the God of War University include plenty of level 90 powerhouses. Whether it's skills or talent abilities, they possess exceptional expertise. They'll definitely be of the greatest help to you. Plus, classes there are one-on-one between instructors and students. If you can win the favor of Principal Mu Qing, you'll skyrocket to success in the future. Given your terrifying prowess, Jiang, becoming Principal Mu's student shouldn't be a problem. Lin Jingxiong emphasized, his tone brimming with solemnity. Who is this Mu Qing? Jiang asked. He wasn't very familiar with this person. Principal Mu is the 16th principal of War God University. Her talent is an S-rank offensive swordsman. Her strength is said to exceed level 90, and she has deep connections. Is it hard to become his disciple? Not really. Principal Mu only accepts 1 student each year, the winner of the freshman entrance competition. Jiang didn't really care much about who his teacher was. After all, a teacher's role is simply to guide you in cultivating skills and pass on their insights from practicing them. Although skills become increasingly difficult as you progress, without some guidance, trying to train through the beginner stage on your own is practically impossible, especially for third-tier skills and above. But Jiang was different. He had mod points. No matter what skill he learned, he could instantly modify it to the master stage in a single second. Still, having a teacher did offer Jiang a certain advantage, a powerful backer. If anything were to happen at school, at least you'll have a teacher to back you up, and the principal is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, he is the top dog at the school. While Jiang was celebrating, on the other side in the capital of the Xia kingdom, the offices of the major clans in Xiajie, the head of state, we're all watching and analyzing the video of Jiang taking down those 13 top-tier monsters. Head of state, according to our analysis, this Jiang's power and defense have already surpassed the limits of psychics. Even a god-tier talent couldn't possibly compare to him. They couldn't even block a single move from him, said a staff member in charge of data analysis. Has his genetic sequence been analyzed? Asked head of state Xia Jia. The biological research team in Pingjiang province is currently analyzing it. Although we don't know why, perhaps he is the only one who can succeed there. Are you referring to the divine dungeon, leader? Someone picked up on the implication. After all, within each tier of dungeons, the highest level is the divine dungeon, which is said to contain blessings left behind by deities. Obtaining them can allow talents to level up. For example, advancing from Class B to Class A or, with good luck, jumping several levels at once or even reaching a divine tier talent outright is not out of the question. After all, the highest talent level that psychics can currently awaken to is SSS tier, and reaching the divine tier is only possible through the blessings of the gods. Fortunately, there is a divine bestowed dungeon in every tier, but the difficulty involved is indeed immense. First of all, divine dungeons are filled with monsters possessing stats at the absolute limit for that tier, and their level exceeds that of the dungeon itself. Once inside, players are capped at the dungeon's maximum level. So even a level 90 powerhouse entering a tier 1 divine dungeon would be capped at level 10. Therefore, the only way to obtain a divine blessing is to assemble a team of elite psychics. Currently, the Xia Kingdom has dispatched 3 teams of top-tier psychics to the first-tier divine dungeon. These individuals were handpicked from major psychic universities based on their exceptional stats. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. In fact, many perished inside, and those who narrowly escaped were left maimed. Yes, we need to secure the divine blessing. This will not only boost our own strength but also serve as a deterrent to the petty neighboring nations. Then should we bring Jiang over right now and send another team of psychics into the tier 1 divine blessing dungeon? No rush. He has just won the top spot on the college entrance exam. It's time for celebrations. We shouldn't spoil his joy. Let us wait until he enrolls at a superpower university in the capital before approaching him, Xia Jie emphasized. Elsewhere, at the capital's 4 top superpower universities, Heavenly God, War God, Elemental, and National Defense University, the directors of admissions were discussing the matter with the faculty in charge of recruitment. At Heavenly God University, Director, should we try to recruit that Jiang? One teacher asked. No need. Don't forget the mission of Heavenly God University: only those born with exceptional talent can become gods. That Jiang is nothing more than an ordinary person, even if his strength and defense are astonishing right now. Without psychic abilities, he simply won't be able to grow. His future potential will remain stagnant at this level, so let us not waste our energy on him. Besides, we at Tianshan only accept students through direct admission. Let the other 3 universities fight over that unwanted trash. But that Jiang scored over 20,000 points on the college entrance exam. Humph, the admissions director said disdainfully. That's only because those with high talent were all directly admitted here. They didn't even take the exam. In any case, my mind is made up, Director Zhao Chuanyang finally snapped. Inside Element University. Director, should we recruit Jiang? He is the top scorer in Pingjiang province, over 20,000 points. But at our Elemental Abilities University, we only have elemental mentors. While they're certainly skilled at guiding elementalists with high talent, Jiang isn't an elementalist. I'm afraid we might end up misleading our students. Come on, Dean, let us not worry about all that for now. Let us go snatch him up first. Once we got him, we'll recruit some teachers. With our university's reputation, it won't be hard to find teachers who can mentor Jiang. You're right. So, Director, should I go to Pingjiang province to recruit him? No. He is the top student in the province. Do you think he is some small-time nobody? At the very least, I, as the director, have to go in person. Even that might not be high-profile enough. Li Yangming, the director of Element University, said this. After consulting with the president to determine the recruitment terms they could offer, he boarded the university's private jet and rushed to Sealy City.
Inside War God University. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Notify our university's private jet immediately. We're heading to Sealy City right now to recruit Jiang. Director, is there really any need to rush? Given the god of war's temperament, he'd surely look down on going there. Those offers from Element University 1T make a difference to Jiang. Now there's only the National Defense University left to compete with us. With our resources and top-tier faculty, we should be able to snatch him away, right?
You're seriously underestimating that cocky bastard Liang Ming. That guy always makes a personal visit whenever he spots an outstanding candidate. He is probably already on the private jet by now.
Stop blabbering, come with me, said Director Xiaobing. But we haven't even asked the president for the best possible terms for recruiting Jiang yet. We can discuss that on the way. Inside the National Defense University.
Director, the private jet you requested for the flight to Sealy City is ready.
Let us get going, said Director Linley.
As for the admissions terms, he'd already worked them out with the principal, and this time, he was brimming with confidence. And so, representatives from 3 of the 4 top universities hurried off to Sealy City, while other teachers were sent ahead to negotiate with the top students from other provinces. In short, they had to get Jiang into bed first, secure him. As for Jiang, after the banquet ended, he first moved into the villa awarded by the city center with his father, Hua, and then began frantically grinding through dungeons. Even though his system was now at level 3, Jiang felt it was far from enough. Once he reached the capital, there would be plenty of skilled players, so he had to level up his system as quickly as possible while he still could.
He needed to earn more mod points and unlock more attribute modifications.
After grinding for a few hours, Jiang's energy points reached 600, still 400 short of the 1000 needed to level up.
But the monsters in this dungeon
had been nearly wiped out, so it was clearly no longer worth staying. He'd have to head to another Tier 1 dungeon or venture into a Tier 2 one. However, Sealy City currently had only one dungeon, and the closest one was in Changde City. Jiang decided to head there, but just then, his father called to tell him that 3 university admissions directors had arrived at their home and that he needed to return immediately.
A faint smile touched Jiang's lips. The inevitable had finally arrived. He wondered what offers those universities would present. With that in mind, Jiang hurried back home.
A short while later, in the villa in the city center, Jiang saw Linley, Liang Ming, and Xiao Bing standing in the living room. That's right, they were standing there, and it seemed they were in the middle of an argument, one that had apparently been going on for quite some time. They were hurling all sorts of insults at each other. It was hard to imagine that these were the admissions directors of 3 universities.
Liang Ming, doesn't your Element University only recruit element talents?
Jiang ISNT1, so what are you doing here, said Xiao Bing, the director from War God University.
You can't put it that way.
Our school has a private jet. I can go wherever I want.
What business is it of yours? Besides, who I recruit is my prerogative. What the hell does it have to do with you? Go wherever you want? Then why don't you just go die? You dare curse me? Do you think I 1T slap you? Come on, then. Who is afraid of who? We're all level 60 perfect. Let us have a fight.
Faced with the altercation between Xiao Bing and Liang Ming, Linley, the director of the National Defense University, stepped in to break it up.
All right, stop arguing. We're all here to recruit students. Jiang is back now, so let us just discuss our respective offers first.
Both men snorted coldly. Liang Ming let go of Xiao Bing's ear, and Xiao Bing let go of Liang Ming's hair, bringing an epic showdown to an end.
You must be Jiang. I'm Linley, Director of Admissions at the National Defense University.
I 1T beat around the bush. If you enroll at our university, we'll provide you with a 1 million yuan annual stipend, and upon graduation, you'll be promoted to a university-level officer. As a military man, Linley spoke with efficiency, so he laid out his terms directly, terms that had been agreed upon with the university president long ago.
What? A university-level officer? Li Yangming and Xiaobing exclaimed in surprise. After all, the National Defense University had never before offered the rank of university-level officer as a condition for admission. Based on the current official hierarchy in Xiagua, a university-level officer was equivalent to a mayor, and such an officer also commanded a large number of superpowered soldiers. It could be said that this was far more prestigious than being a mayor. If you think that is too low, I can request a higher rank from the president. It's not impossible to raise it a bit, even a major general is within reach. Linley once again made a. You can look up any skill you want, even 9th tier ones. Li Yangming said it was something he requested from the president on their way here. Since you're offering such generous terms, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Let us lay our cards on the table, Jiang. As long as you join our War God Academy, in addition to a 3 million annual stipend, we'll also grant you full access to our skill library. Elemental University's skill library isn't nearly as extensive as ours here at War God Academy. Their collection mostly consists of skills related to elementalists. Furthermore, our War God Academy's resource repository contains all kinds of cutting-edge resources, and will grant you full access to it. On top of that, we'll give you 10,000 points every year. Upon hearing this, Linley and Li Yangming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If one were to ask which of the 4 universities held the largest collection of psychic resources, it would undoubtedly be War God Academy. It contained resources ranging from level 1 to level 9 as long as you had enough points to redeem them. And the annual bonus of 10,000 points was more than enough to redeem a wealth of resources. It was enough to tempt even the 2 deans. They also realized that the terms they offered might not be all that appealing to Jiang. After all, resources were extremely rare, especially those of tier 6 and above, which required venturing into the monster battlefield and fighting to the death to obtain. Then I'll choose War God University, Jiang said without hesitation. At War God, both the resources and the collection of skills would be most beneficial to him. All right, then. But if you ever run into any trouble in the capital in the future, feel free to call me. We'll definitely lend a hand if we can, said the deans of the other 2 universities. In reality, this was also a way to build connections in advance. After all, Jiang's future prospects were bound to be limitless. They might spend their entire lives as mere deans, though of course, even that position was still out of reach for ordinary people. As deans, they held some authority and had connections, which would be helpful to Jiang as a newcomer to the capital. Here is your acceptance letter from War God University. You can either board the private jet with me right now to enroll, or go on your own tomorrow. Either way, you have 3 days. Xiaobing said. If I enroll now, does War God University have its own Tier 1 dungeon, or are there many Tier 1 dungeons in the capital? Jiang asked. That was his top concern at the moment. Of course. The capital isn't far from the monster battlefield, and our university has several level 1 and level 2 dungeons right on campus, perfect for you to get some practice. That's great. What are we waiting for? Let us head out right now, Jiang said excitedly. Clearing several level 1 and level 2 dungeons would let him level up his system by at least 2 levels. That meant 5 mod points per second. But let me pack my things first. No need, Jiang. At War God University, we provide students with all the necessary equipment. You just need to show up, Xiaobing said. After a brief farewell to his father, Jiang boarded the private jet bound for the capital. The capital of Xia Nation was nearly 100,000 kilometers from Sealy City, but thanks to modern aviation technology, the flight took just over 3 hours. After a 3-hour flight, the private jet finally landed at War God University's own private airport. That's right, as Xia Nation's top university for superpowers, it would be rather beneath its stature if it didn't have its own private planes and airport. And it's not just for faculty. Students can also use the private jets and even request specific flight routes. They can even take a private jet if they find traveling for leisure too much of a hassle. However, this requires spending points. Aside from the points the school grants annually, there are other ways to earn them, such as through the task board posted by the school. Completing tasks earns points, and tasks come in various difficulty levels. The higher the level, the more points you receive.
Additionally, there are various competitions organized by the school. Achieving a certain ranking in these events also yields a large number of points. In short, at War God University, points are king.
Students can transfer points to one another, though this requires verification by the AI Jiang and the recipient's consent. After getting off the plane, Xiaobing took Jiang on a tour of War God Academy.
Once they defamiliarized themselves with the entire campus, he finally led Jiang to the residential area.
Is this where the students live?
Jiang looked at the luxurious two-story villa in front of him. It was even bigger than the villa he'd been awarded in the city center.
Yes, these are the modest accommodations our school offers.
I hope you'll be able to adjust, Jiang. Xiaobing's unspoken message was clear. Jiang, don't look down on these conditions.
You call this modest?
Jiang was speechless. Good grief, the first floor alone covered nearly 800 square meters.
With this much space, surely more than one person lives here?
Don't be ridiculous, Jiang.
Only one student lives on each floor.
If a bunch of students lived here, word would get out, and other schools would think we're poor wouldn't that be embarrassing?
So there's only one student per floor.
Rest assured, Jiang.
I'd better show you around first,
Xiaobing said, leading Jiang inside. Once they stepped inside, the facilities proved even more luxurious. In addition to the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and private bathroom on the first floor, there was also a gym, a swimming pool, a private movie theater, a hot spring pool, and more.
An elevator connected the upper and lower floors? The utility bills must be pretty high, right? Jiang asked again.
You're joking again, Jiang. If students had to pay for utilities, this would be some kind of fly-by-night university. People would laugh their heads off. Not only do you not have to pay for utilities, but the school even has a dedicated cleaning crew to keep the place spotless. In short, we'll make sure you're completely satisfied with your stay, Jiang. This wing is for this year's freshmen. Right now, you're the only one living in this building, Jiang. Once the rest of the admissions process is complete, other students will move in. Make sure to get along with them when they arrive. Jiang stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Is this really what college is supposed to be like? Are they treating me like royalty here? How could a university like this even exist? I'd give this a thumbs up in a heartbeat. There was no helping it. Jiang's worldview was crumbling. After all, back in his previous life before he time traveled, even the most prestigious universities weren't this luxurious. Also, here's your student watch, Jiang.
The necessary permissions have already been activated. If you have any questions, just ask the AI, Jiang.
You can check your credits or course schedules, just give a shout.
Really?
Jiang decided to give it a try. After all, he'd never had such a thoughtful AI in his previous life.
Jiang, where am I right now?
You are currently in Rose Campus, one of the freshman residential areas.
Your exact location is the living room on the first floor of Building A8.
If you need to go anywhere, Jiang can navigate you there.
Jiang, check my credits.
Hello, your current student credits total 10,000. After experimenting with it some more, Jiang was thoroughly satisfied. Jiang could solve any problem, which meant that whenever he had a question, all he had to do was call out to Jiang.
Alright, Jiang, I need to head back and report. Remember to contact me if you need anything.
Xiaobing said before leaving Jiang alone in the villa, lost in thought. After staring blankly for a moment, Jiang checked the time. There was still an hour before dark, so he decided to head to the dungeon to hunt some monsters.
Jiang, see if there are any quests I can take on. The freshman quests aren't out yet, but there are some upperclassmen quests you can try.
Soon, Jiang projected a list of quests in front of Jiang.
Bounty quests.
1. Collect 10 hearts of a flame lion.
Reward, 100 points.
2. Collect 1 vial of biling snake venom. Reward, 50 points. 3. Collect 5 black scales from an iron armor beast. Reward, 40 points. Jiang started by looking at the bounty missions. These were usually posted by students, some of whom were alchemist talents who needed monster materials to brew potions and improve their skills.
But since alchemists themselves weren't very strong in combat, they had to offer bounties for other students to complete the tasks.
Of course, the War God Academy's resource repository had no shortage of these Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials, it was just that exchanging them for points would cost significantly more. Take the Heart of the Flame Lion, for example, one of the more ferocious Tier 2 monsters.
Exchanging for 10 of them at the resource vault costs 200 points. With a bounty quest, the cost is only half that.
Plus, many students with combat-oriented talents are heading into the dungeon for training anyway, so they might as well pick up a quest while they're at it. It's a win-win, gaining both experience and credits.
Bounty missions are the most abundant.
In addition, there are training missions and challenge missions issued by the school, which offer even more credits.
Jiang gave them a quick glance.
Training Quest 1, the Berserk Dragons in the second-tier dungeon have been running rampant lately. Teach them a lesson and show them who's boss. Requirements: collect 10 Berserk Dragon horns on your own, no party allowed within 1 hour.
Quest reward, 500 points.
Challenge Quest 1, many copper-armored zombies have appeared on the outskirts of the Tier 1 Divine Dungeon. Go steal 10 of their bronze greatswords and bring them back for research.
Team play allowed, no time limit. Reward, 1,000 points.
Jiang skimmed through the training quests posted by the school. The rewards were fairly generous, and the points for these challenge quests were outrageously high, but it had already been a full 4 months since they were posted.
He was a bit puzzled. Why hadn't anyone claimed them yet? Aren't 1,000 points a great deal? Is a Tier 1 dungeon really that tough? And why does it have to be stealing? Wouldn't it be just as easy to simply kill the copper-armored zombies and collect their bronze greatswords? If you can collect it openly, why go to the trouble of stealing it?
Chang, is there anything different about this Tier 1 Divine Dungeon? He asked. When you enter a Tier 1 Divine Dungeon, your level is capped at 10, and even the weakest monsters inside are at their maximum stats. Take these outer ring copper-armored zombies, for example. They're strength-type monsters with 70,000 gene of strength.
Once you get to the middle and inner rings, the stats get even more terrifying.
After hearing Chang's explanation, Jiang understood. For others, entering this Divine Blessing dungeon meant starting at hell difficulty right from the get-go, since their talents were suppressed. But for him, someone who demodified the game, it was a great place to earn points.
What do you mean, max stat monsters? Maximum stats? There's no limit to my modifications, okay?
Considering it was getting late, Jiang decided not to accept any training or challenge quests, since he still didn't know how to enter the Divine Dungeon. He didn't plan on going in for the time being, so he couldn't be bothered to ask Chang about it. He decided to tackle some bounty quests first. Earning 100 points shouldn't be a problem, right?
Do I need a weapon before going in? Jiang frowned.
After all, he hadn't brought his super alloy battle halberd with him when he arrived. Weighing 108,000 gene, it would been a hassle to carry on the plane. Besides, he heard that the God of War University's resource repository contains several alloys even more powerful than super alloy. Not only did they possess superior armor-piercing capabilities, but they also had greater density and hardness.
Currently, he knew of only one, the Purple Spirit alloy, whose density was nearly double that of super alloy. That meant a Purple Spirit alloy battle spear of the same length would weigh 216,000 gene. And above Purple Spirit alloy were Purple Chang and Purple Blue alloys.
However, the exchange points required were staggering. Take the heaviest and most powerful Purple Blue alloy, for example, a single bullet tip weighed nearly 1 million gene. With his current strength, he couldn't even lift a Purple Blue alloy battle spear, and just to exchange for something the size of a single bullet tip would require 150,000 points. For now, he stick with the Purple Spirit alloy.
Chang, how many points does it take to forge a Purple Spirit alloy battle spear? 40,000 points. 40,000?
Jiang couldn't help but gasp. Resources in War God were indeed plentiful, but they were also incredibly expensive, though they were definitely worth the price.
But right now, Jiang instantly abandoned the idea of exchanging for it.
He'd better save those 10,000 points for now. Even though a single punch would kill the target, he'd end up splattered with blood.
But a quick wash with Koen laundry detergent should clean it right up.
Besides, with a high-tech washing machine, it shouldn't be too hard. Having made up his mind, Jiang had Jiang navigate him to the nearest dungeon, where he set out to complete bounty missions,
earn system upgrade points along the way. He was currently 400 points short.
Jiang wondered to himself just how many monsters there would be in this Tier 1 dungeon. Soon, guided by Jiang, Jiang arrived at the entrance to a level 1 dungeon. It was a portal created using spatial magic naturally. The dungeon wasn't located on campus. Instead, it was inside a specially created secret realm.
Beep, student ID.
According to the rules, to enter the school's portals, one simply needed to swipe their student ID. But the moment Jiang swiped his, the administrator standing nearby noticed right away, this was a freshman ID from this year.
Excuse me, student.
The Tier 1 dungeon you're about to enter is filled with level 7-10 monsters.
I do recommend you go to the Tier 1 dungeon over there instead. It's filled with level 1-5 monsters.
That would be a better fit for you, the administrator said. Although freshmen knew where the dungeons were, they weren't very familiar with the monsters inside, so he explained the situation.
Between these two dungeons, which one has more monsters?
This one.
Then I'll take this one. Jiang didn't hesitate for a second. Farming experience points was what mattered most. Points were secondary.
He definitely had to go where there were more monsters. A flash of white light later, Jiang found himself inside the level 1 dungeon. Everyone here was a returning student at God of War University, and their levels were generally quite low. After all, the higher level students had all gone to the level 2 dungeon.
The monsters there offered much more experience than the ones here. Hey, a freshman is here. Want to join my party?
We'll take you through the whole experience of slaying monsters. It's not expensive at all, just 200 points.
No, thanks.
Jiang refused. Just a moment ago, he watched this group fight. It took them forever to take down a level 7 monster.
And they wanted to bring him along? Wasn't that just ridiculous?
Besides, none of these guys were combat type talents. They were all support or speed type, with a few potion type talents mixed in.
They were probably just here to kill time. After all, as combat type talents who made it into War God University and as upperclassmen at that, taking that long to take down a level 7 monster? If word got out, wouldn't everyone laugh their heads off?
Junior, just because we're not combat type talents doesn't mean we're useless. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. We're all level 20 now, so bringing you along won't be a problem. Jiang couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply walked deeper into the dungeon. Most of the monsters here were already being fought by others, and he had no intention of competing with them. Besides, there were too few of them anyway.
Jiang, where in this dungeon are there more monsters? Following Shakwang's guidance, Jiang arrived at a monster hotspot.
Here, monsters gathered in groups as few as 4 or 5 at times, and as many as a dozen or so at others.
Depending on the monster type, Jiang selectively accepted bounty quests.
Finally, as night fell, the dungeon closed, and Jiang was forcibly teleported out. His haul was quite substantial. He collected materials for 5 bounty missions. After exiting and submitting them at the designated location, the senior students credited him with a total of 270 points. Once that was done, Jiang headed to the school cafeteria to see what was on the menu. As soon as he walked in, he saw all kinds of food, things that fly in the sky, run on land, swim in water, and roll around in bed, that one doesn't count. There were also delicacies made from monster meat. The prices weren't high either. For a meal consisting of 8 dishes and 9 bowls of rice, he spent only 5 points. After finishing his meal, on his way back, Jiang checked his system panel.
Energy points, 1011 1000. That was enough to upgrade the system. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Host, Jiang. Mod points, increasing +4. Current available points, 438,769. Strength boost, 366,723 gene. Currently adjustable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Armor boost, 5,000 Hu. Currently adjustable 50 points equals 1 armor value. Speed boost, system level insufficient not yet unlocked. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient not yet unlocked. System level, level 4.
Energy points required to level up, 11 2000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The next level S effect is a 1 second increase of 5 mod points. Holy crap, I already have this many points? Jiang marveled.
He hadn't even checked it for the past couple of days, and it had already climbed to over 400,000 points.
It looked like it was time for some adjustments.
As for strength, Jiang decided to spend just over 130,000 points to boost it to 500,000 gene, then spend another 100,000 points to increase his armor by 2,000. That left him with exactly 240,000 points remaining, which Jiang decided to save for now. He could always make adjustments whenever he needed to.
As for exactly how to adjust them? That would depend on the specific situation, but what exactly was that situation?
Back at the villa, Jiang relaxed in a comfortable bath while watching a movie. His intelligent robot butler had even laid out a variety of snacks and drinks for him. Don't let the fact that it's just a robot fool you. It's been programmed with a comprehensive collection of snack recipes and a wide range of drink and cocktail recipes, and its skills are absolutely on par with a 5-star chef. No need to spend money, and with someone there to attend to him, Jiang felt extremely comfortable. In short, outside the villa, Shaquan handled everything. Inside the villa, the robot butler took care of everything. After finishing his bath, Jiang played some games on the big screen. And let us be honest, in today's technologically advanced Xia Kingdom, there really are quite a few games to choose from. Plus, they all offer an immersive 3D experience. The next day, Jiang slept in until 11 a.m. After enjoying a lavish breakfast prepared by the robot butler, he got ready to go dungeon crawling. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a few uninvited guests. "I suppose you must be Jiang." The leader of the group, dressed in bodyguard-style attire, was followed by a burly man none other than Xia Jia, the head of state of Xia. His secretary, Xiao Xiaoji. "Who are you?" Xiao Xiaoji, the president's secretary. "Our president would like to see you," he added. "See me?" "Sorry, I'm busy. I've got to go earn points in the dungeon," Jiang said. The president summoning him couldn't possibly be good news. He must have seen the video of his college entrance exam. Being summoned like this, needless to say, meant he was headed to some dangerous dungeon. Otherwise, given the head of state's status, he wouldn't be short on skilled experts around him. Why would he need to call in a rookie like him? So it had to be an extremely dangerous dungeon like the Divine Blessing dungeon. "Jiang, this is a chance to serve your country. You'd better cherish it," Secretary Xiao Xiaoji emphasized. Ha! Jiang couldn't even be bothered to respond to these people. They were trying to guilt trip him, using the excuse of serving the country to make him work for free in some dungeon? "Sorry, I have no morals. You can't guilt trip me." "Oh, and here's 3 million. That's your compensation." "Ha! 5 million. Ha! 10 million. Deal. 20. Xiao Xiaoji cut him off immediately. Damn it! Jiang cursed inwardly. If he'd known, he would waited a bit longer to agree. Riding in a private car, Jiang, Xiao Xiaoji, and the others soon arrived at the office of leader Xia Jia, where several other high-ranking officials had already gathered. Also present were several hand-picked prodigies, who were likewise to be dispatched to the first-tier Divine Blessing dungeon. These prodigies were super geniuses from the 4 top-tier psychic universities. It could be said that any one of them was a figure who would dominate their era. Judging by their attire, Jiang had no trouble determining that some of them were from Heaven God University. There were students from National Defense University, Elemental University, and, of course, War God University as well. President Xia Jia introduced himself and was very courteous to Jiang, which made the other prodigies a bit unhappy. After all, Xia Jia had never been this polite to them before. Especially the guy from Divine God University, as the one with the highest talent rating, he was naturally feeling resentful. "Let me introduce your teammates for this mission first," Xia Jia said politely. These three are seniors from Divine God University: Josiah, an S-rank talent Shadow Master Jiang Niu, an S-rank talent alchemist in Chen Yang, an S-rank talent weapon master.
Hello, everyone.
Jiang greeted them warmly, but the three seemed aloof and somewhat dismissive.
Jiang, of course, knew all about those guys from Divine God University.
With their exceptionally high talent levels, all of them having been admitted without entrance exams, they certainly had reason to be proud. Still, he didn't care for these particular individuals. These three are seniors from Elemental University: a plus talent Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian, a plus talent Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing, and S-class talent Earth Elementalist Xiong Air.
Hello, Jiang. The three greeted him warmly, in stark contrast to those three guys from Tianjin University.
Hello, seniors.
Last but not least is Qin Jun from National Defense University, an A-plus talent healer.
Hello, Jiang, Jr.
The two groups exchanged pleasantries once more. There's one more person, my daughter. She'll be joining you as well.
As Xia Jie finished speaking, Xia Wenjing stepped forward. Jiang was already familiar with Xia Wenjing. She was the campus beauty at War God University and an S-class talent gunner herself, skilled in martial arts.
Her combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable.
At Xia Wenjing's appearance, the three guys from Tianjin Academy suddenly became quite enthusiastic, especially the two men. Jiang surmised that these two jerks were likely Xia Wenjing's suitors.
Hello, everyone. I hope you'll look out for me on this mission.
Not at all, Wenjing, you're the one who should be looking out for us, said the two sycophants from Tianjin Academy. Next, Xia Jie personally outlined the mission: to enter a Tier 1 Divine Bestowed Dungeon and obtain the Divine Blessing. Based on the tier of the Divine Bestowed Dungeon, there should be 1 to 3 Divine Blessings inside. You've all been chosen by me as the prodigies of Xia Kingdom. You're the ones with the best chance of breaking through to Divine Tier talent.
As for the Divine Blessings, I don't want you to bring them out. Use them immediately once you obtain them. Who you give them to is entirely up to you. After all, given your age, you have the best chance of breaking through to divine level talent. Alright, I'll personally escort you to the entrance of the Divine Bestowed Dungeon.
The entrance to the Divine Bestowed Dungeon was not located in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, but within a mountain range south of the capital, and there was only this one entrance. The group arrived here aboard a private jet. Since it was the Divine Blessing Dungeon, the entrance was naturally heavily guarded by Xia Kingdom troops to prevent anyone from accidentally wandering in and meeting their doom, or to keep out those with ill intent. This was especially true for foreigners, for example, those from the island nation who were constantly keeping an eye on other countries' Divine Blessing dungeons.
Commander!
The general stationed here saluted Xia Jie. His name was Nanguan Tian, an 82th level powerhouse. It was precisely because of his presence that the area remained relatively secure.
Of course, while Nanguan Tian was the public face, behind the scenes, top-tier experts from various prominent clans took turns guarding the site.
The prodigies who had arrived this time were the descendants of those clan masters.
Open the portal.
Yes, sir. Also, General Nanguan, lend your purple spirit alloy battle spear to Jiang. He doesn't have a weapon that suits him yet.
Can he even lift it? Nanguan Tian frowned.
I may not be a strength-type talent, but my purple spirit alloy battle spear weighs a full 200,000 gene. But since the leader had spoken, there must be a reason.
Nanguan Tian simply handed it over.
Be careful, it's pretty heavy.
Nanguan Tian passed the halberd to him.
Jiang caught it with one hand. With his current strength of 500,000 gene, handling 200,000 gene was a piece of cake.
I don't even feel it, it's as light as paper.
After saying that, Jiang went ahead and demonstrated a run through using the Sun Halberd skill.
It is a bit light, but it'll do for now, Jiang said nonchalantly. Nanguan Tian. Nanguan Tian was speechless. Jiang was definitely taking a dig at him.
Führer, who should lead this operation?
We've got to have a team leader, right? The three guys from Tianjin University asked. Will Wenjing be the leader? Asked Weapon Master Chen Yang. No. No? The three guys from Tianjin University were overjoyed inwardly. Since it wasn't he going to be Xiao Wenjing leading, that meant they would be in charge. Who else here, besides the three of them, was qualified for this mission?
After all, the members of Tianshan were all natural-born gods, and their talent was the highest among this group.
Jiang will be in charge.
Once we enter the god-bestowed dungeon, he'll have the highest combat power, so you'll all have to follow his lead, declared leader Xiaojie. The three guys from Tianshan immediately looked down on him, and some even muttered under their breath.
So what if he is a little stronger? He doesn't even have any special abilities. For him to be commanding us? That's a joke. Of course, aside from those three arrogant heavenly gods, the rest of the participants were quite cooperative with Jiang. No problem.
Whatever Junior Jiang says, we'll do exactly that, said Qin Jun and the others. Jiang didn't take the attitude of those three heavenly gods to heart. He assumed Xiaojie also disliked them. After all, even though he was the leader of the Xia kingdom. However, Xia nation also had several powerful aristocratic clans that wielded considerable authority and influence. The three brats from the Celestial clan hailed from these very clans, and Jiang had long been fed up with them. He simply refrained from confronting them out of deference to the clans behind them, so letting Jiang teach them a lesson this time was just as well. Alright, here is half a scroll of a map of the outer perimeter of the divine bestowed dungeon. Remember, once you're inside, just head toward the giant tree at the very center, Xiaojie emphasized once more. Then the group entered through the entrance. Inside lay a desolate wasteland that appeared to have been the site of some kind of battle, littered with debris and weapons, all of them cast in bronze. The bones appeared to be human-shaped, though they were enormous. The shortest stood at least 3 meters tall. Jiang couldn't help but wonder if these bones were actually human. After all, where on earth are people 3 or 4 meters tall? But he had also read some history of the Xia kingdom, which claimed that the first humans created by the gods were this massive, though their stature gradually shrank as the environment changed over time. He didn't know if that was true or not, but in any case, they just follow the half-scroll map ahead. Look, there's a huge tree after all, Qin Jun said, pointing ahead. The group looked over and saw a tree soaring high into the clouds, but since it was too far away, they couldn't make out what was on it. However, they could faintly see a yellow glow emanating from it. Following the map, the group headed in that direction, but the map was far too incomplete. After walking for a while, they reached the very end of the map. From here on out, they have to figure it out on their own. There are 2 paths ahead. Which one should we take? Xiao Wenjing asked, implying, Jiang, it's your call. But at that moment, the 3 guys from Tianshan stepped forward. Chen Yang put on an air of superiority and truth. He had this idea from the moment they arrived. He wanted to replace Jiang as the leader. As a disciple of a prominent clan, when had he ever been led by anyone else? Even the professors at Tianshan University had to treat them with deference, so they believed they were the best leaders for the job. After Chen Yang finished speaking, the other 2 Zhou Xia and Zhang Niu also voiced their agreement. What do you all think? Chen Yang glanced at the others again. Alchemist Zhang Niu continued, as you all know, you're not allowed to bring potions into the Divine Blessing dungeon. Without me brewing potions, where will you replenish your supernatural abilities? So just agree to it. These words were clearly meant to force everyone into compliance. The others furrowed their brows. They only just entered, and already there were disagreements. This wouldn't bode well for the journey ahead. They might even have to split up, and the Divine Blessing dungeon was extremely dangerous. I still support Junior Jiang after all, he is the leader designated by the Führer, said Qin Jun. As a member of the Ministry of National Defense and a soldier, he had been conditioned to obey orders since childhood. We're on Junior Jiang's side, too, the others chimed in, expressing their support for Jiang. In truth, they'd long been fed up with Chen Yang and the others. It wasn't just since they entered they disliked them long before. Relying on their aristocratic backgrounds and talents, they always acted high and mighty. The others had no intention of being led by this bunch. They were all a bunch of self-serving jerks. Fine, that's the case, let us split into 2 groups and go our separate ways, Chen Yang said. Then, taking Zhou Xia and Zhang Niu with him, he chose a path and walked off without looking back.
watching the three of them walk away.
Pfft, what a bunch of trash, said fire elementalist Jiang Tian.
Never mind, Jiang, don't let these guys get to you.
They seem to think they're superior down to their very bones, Xiao Wenjing consoled him, assuming Jiang was upset.
Let them get to me? Why should I care about them? They're just 3 barking dogs. Let us keep moving.
Over on Chen Yang's side, after they advanced a short distance, they saw that what lay on the ground were no longer just bones, but one copper-armored corpse after another. The copper-armored corpses clutched massive bronze broadswords and were clad in bronze battle armor, all of which was covered in verdigris.
Chen Yang, this is giving me the creeps. There are way too many of these bronze-armored corpses, aren't there? Zhou Xia said.
As a woman, it was only natural for her to be afraid.
What is there to be afraid of?
People always make the God-bestowed dungeon sound so terrifying, but I don't believe it's that bad.
We're all S-rank talents, dealing with them should be a piece of cake, right?
You're right. Chen Yang's words greatly boosted the morale of the other two, and they were once again brimming with confidence. Thud, thud. But just then, the copper-armored corpses scattered across the ground suddenly opened their eyes, coming back to life one by one, and swung their 2-meter-long bronze broadswords at them.
Humph, they're just bronze weapons, how could they possibly compare to modern alloys? Chen Yang's weapon master talent shone through as he instantly pulled out a multitude of alloy weapons.
He fired them off at lightning speed. In his view, bronze was far too soft, how could it possibly withstand his alloy weapons? Shadow Zhou Xia, wielding 2 razor-sharp daggers, entered stealth mode and launched a surprise attack on the bronze-armored corpses.
Bang, bang, bang.
The next second, Chen Yang's various weapons struck the bronze armor, but none had the slightest effect. The bronze cast armor seemed incredibly resilient.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fear began to grip Chen Yang's heart.
He was using purple spirit alloy, which possessed immense hardness and extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities.
And now, striking this bronze armor, a metal of relatively low hardness, it had left only a tiny mark?
At the same time, Zhou Xia also ended her stealth mode and thrust both daggers fiercely at the bronze-armored corpse.
ZZZZT. 2 intense sparks flared up.
Although the daggers left 2 scratches on the bronze armor, they still failed to breach its defense.
How can the defense be this high?
Zhou Xia was at a loss. As a shadow talent, her first attack after ending stealth should have dealt 20% increased damage.
Yet it still failed to breach the defense? Could this be maximum armor?
Zhou Xia speculated. If so, this is trouble. It seems the rumors are true, the divine dungeon really is filled with monsters at peak stats. As prodigies of the celestial gods, they hadn't believed it at first that the divine blessing dungeon could contain such extreme stats, but now it seemed to be entirely true.
This bronze armored corpse must represent the absolute limit of armor. Don't worry.
Although these guys have high armor, their strength must be their weak point, Chen Yang speculated.
Just like human talents, you can only excel at one thing.
Just then, a massive bronze broadsword came crashing down, and Chen Yang hurriedly raised an alloy longsword to block it.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Chen Yang was completely unable to withstand the bronze broadsword's blow.
He was knocked to his knees, and the alloy sword was left with a deep gash across his shoulder. If it weren't for the battle armor provided by his clan, that single strike would have severed his shoulder.
Let us get out of here, Chen Yang ordered.
These things have maxed out stats in both strength and defense.
We can't fight them head on, there are just too many of them.
Right. The other two nodded in agreement. After all, there were far too many copper-armored corpses here, at least 200, and they stood no chance of winning if they kept fighting.
Maybe we should just get out of here.
At that moment, Zheng Niu spoke with concern. As an alchemist, his combat prowess wasn't strong. His role on this mission was to use potions to restore everyone's supernatural abilities and provide buffs. An alchemist's life was precious, and he certainly didn't want to die here.
If we go out, we'll lose the divine blessing. Don't you want to become a god-tier talent alchemist? Our Xia kingdom has never had a god-tier talent alchemist before. Chen Yang's words once again dissuaded Zheng Niu from leaving. Yes, he desperately wanted to become a god-tier talent alchemist. If he succeeded this time,
then not only within his clan, but throughout the entire Xia kingdom, indeed, the whole world, he would be one of a kind.
But what about these copper armor corpses hot on our heels? Isn't there still another squad? Chen Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. You mean we'll lure the copper armored corpses over to them so we can escape? But then won't they? It's just as well if they die. That way, no one will be competing with us for the blessing, right?
Chen Yang's plan was clearly approved, and they immediately set off in the direction where Jiang was.
Before long, they caught up with Jiang and his group. Didn't you guys leave? Why are you back? We're here to bring you a little gift, hee hee.
Chen Yang chuckled, then quickly ran off with Zhou Xia and Zhang Niu. Although the bronze-armored corpses had monster-level strength and defense, they were a bit slow. Rumble, nearly 200 bronze-armored corpses stomped the ground with their massive footsteps, causing the earth to shake like an earthquake.
Bronze-armored corpses? Jiang spotted the uninvited guests and immediately felt a surge of excitement.
After all, the challenge quest seemed to be about obtaining 10 bronze greatswords. He'd been wondering if he'd even run into them.
And here they were, wasn't this a surefire 1,000 points? Bronze-armored corpses. Everyone, run!
These guys have strength and defense at the peak of Tier 1, Xiao Wenjing shouted.
Why run? I'm going to see for myself. Is it the monster that's at the max stats, or am I?
Jiang grabbed his purple spirit alloy battle spear and charged straight at them. I want to try too, said Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian and Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing as they also charged forward. Then let me support you, said Qin Jun, a healer, as he activated his talent skill, Healing Domain, which restored his teammates' abilities. I'll protect you, said Xiong Er, the Earth Elementalist. Standing firmly on the ground, he could draw upon earth elements for defense almost indefinitely. Even if the copper-armored corpse was at the peak of physical strength, it wouldn't be able to break through his defense in the short term.
Let us fight. Xiao Wenjing, the spearwoman, was also fired up.
She grabbed her spear and charged forward.
Fire Elementalist, Sea of Fire Domain. Wood Elemental, Vine Cage.
Their coordination was seamless. One restrained the copper-armored corpses while the other unleashed flames that dealt magical damage rather than physical damage. With the vines binding them, the copper-armored corpses became sitting ducks. However, since the duo had capped their levels at 10, they couldn't summon a large number of elements. At present, their coordination could only handle 5 bronze-armored corpses. A glint of cold steel leads the way. The spear strikes like a dragon. Xiao Wenjing thrust her spear into one of the bronze-armored corpses, instantly creating a small hole, just as a massive bronze broadsword came crashing down.
Clang!
Xiao Wenjing blocked the blow, but she was forced back 5 or 6 steps.
Jiang was slightly taken aback.
Xiao Wenjing could pierce bronze armor with a single thrust. Her strength had definitely reached the limit of the first tier, and retreating only 5 or 6 steps meant her defense wasn't half bad either. But compared to him, there was still a huge gap.
Bang!
The purple spirit alloy battle spear came down with a single strike, instantly cleaving the bronze-armored corpse in two.
It was inevitable.
With Jiang's strength of 500,000 gene, combined with the Xiling alloy's armor-piercing capabilities, breaking through armor at the peak of Tier 1 was no problem at all. The God-bestowed dungeon did indeed impose restrictions on those with supernatural abilities, but for Jiang, there were no restrictions whatsoever. After all, he was just an ordinary person.
Ding! Defeated a high-level monster. Earn 10 energy points.
However, at that moment, an even bigger surprise flashed through Jiang's mind.
10 energy points? He remembered that he usually only got 1 energy point for killing a monster, so why 10 now?
This copper-armored corpse was clearly human, not a monster, so how could it be classified as a high-level monster?
Never mind.
Jiang couldn't be bothered to think about it. He'd just keep killing. With so many of them here, 2,000 energy points should be more than enough.
That's enough to level up the system to level 5.
So he began slaughtering them left and right. A single swing of his halberd would take down 3 or 4 copper armor zombies.
At this point, the copper armor zombies seemed to have sensed Jiang's ferocity.
So they all charged straight at Jiang, determined to take down this killing machine.
Come at me. Jiang opened the system panel.
After a night of earning points, combined with the over 200,000 points he hadn't used earlier, his total had now surpassed 400,000.
System, boost my strength by 200,000 gene.
Ding, modification successful.
Current strength, 700,000 gene.
He boosted his strength solely to dispatch the bronze-armored zombies more quickly and save time. As for armor, it was unnecessary, since those bronze broadswords cutting into his body didn't even register as a sensation.
A normal person would have been split in two long ago. With an additional 200,000 gene of strength, Jiang's battle halberd cut through the air with fierce momentum, like a tiger among sheep. The more than 200 bronze-armored corpses were quickly wiped out. About 3 minutes later, the group looked at the ground covered with the corpses, or rather, their shattered remains. Some had been cut in half, while others fared even worse, reduced to fragments. This guy's combat prowess is truly formidable.
No wonder Father sent him here, Xiao Wenjing thought to herself, deeply impressed.
She considered herself an offensive-type talent as well. But even after all this time, she had only managed to defeat a single copper-armored corpse, and yes, nearly defeat, she couldn't actually kill it because its defense was too high. Jiang, on the other hand, had wiped them all out outright. Moreover, it seemed that not only had Jiang's strength surpassed all limits, but her defense had as well.
When she'd been surrounded by several copper-armored corpses earlier, she'd been struck in the back by a single blow, and her set of first-tier battle armor had shattered instantly. Yet she'd seen Jiang take dozens of slashes just moments ago, and the only result was a few tears in her clothes. She seemed completely unharmed.
That armor value must be at least over 2,000.
As for Jiang at that moment, he was checking the system.
Energy points, 2,000.
Apart from the few killed by Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing, he had taken down the rest himself, just enough to reach 2,000 energy points, enough to level up.
Ding, level up successful.
Then, an attribute panel appeared before Jiang's eyes.
Host, Jiang. Mod points, increasing +5. Currently available, 247,889.
Strength boost, 700,000 gene, currently adjustable, 1 point equals 1 gene of strength.
Defense boost, 5,000 armor, currently adjustable, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed boost, currently modifiable, 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 5.
Energy points required for upgrade, 3,000.
Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect at the next level is a gain of 6 mod points per second. Speed modification unlocked?
Jiang felt a surge of joy, though he wasn't sure what speed actually meant.
He decided to ask the system first. System, what does 1 point of speed represent? Ding.
Host, 1 point of speed represents the distance you can travel in 1 second, that is, the distance of your teleportation.
Ha! Jiang exclaimed with delight. That powerful?
According to Xiaogui's theoretical data on psychics, for speed-type talents, the maximum speed at Tier 1 is 50 points, meaning the teleportation distance is 50 meters.
He currently had over 240,000 points. Didn't that mean he could directly boost his speed to 2,400 points? In other words, teleport 2,400 meters in 1 second? He was a bit dazed. Is this even human? In his previous life, he would definitely competed in the Olympics and left Bolt in the dust. Add 2,000 points to my speed. Jiang didn't allocate all his points to speed at once, he saved some for a rainy day.
Ding, modification successful.
Current speed, 2,000 points.
Whoosh. With a mere thought, Jiang had already appeared 2,000 meters away and instantly vanished from sight.
Where's Jiang? Xiao Wenjing and the others wondered. Did he just vanish in a flash?
Jiang kept teleporting non-stop, charging straight into any mountain he saw. After all, with 5,000 armor, nothing here could stop him.
Since taking a detour was out of the question, he just plowed right through. Boom!
Explosions rang out one after another as boulders were reduced to dust by Jiang's impact, and massive mountains crumbled under his force.
Awesome!
Jiang returned to the group.
What was that just now? Nothing much, just testing out my speed. Let us keep moving,
Jiang said eagerly. With so many copper-armored corpses here, there were bound to be more ahead. By cutting a path through them like this, leveling up would become much easier. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the others had also heard the massive commotion coming from Jiang's direction. They stopped in their tracks, turned around, and found a spot to sneak a peek.
Those guys aren't dead? And he actually took out all those copper-armored corpses?
Chen Yang said through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected Jiang to be that powerful.
Damn it, he cursed angrily, instantly feeling a twinge of regret.
If he'd known Jiang was such a formidable fighter, he should have tagged along with him from the start.
After all, why not let someone else clear the obstacles for you?
But a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Actually, things were better this way.
Earlier, alchemist Jiang Niu had already gathered some materials and concocted several potions, one of which was an invisibility potion.
So they decided to follow behind Jiang, letting him lead the way.
Once they actually reached the place where the gods bestowed their blessings, they would step forward to claim them. Just thinking about it, Chen Yang admired his own cleverness. Meanwhile, Jiang had already arrived at the central enclosure, where he encountered another wave of monsters with maxed out stats, a combination of strength and speed. They were birds, each wielding steel spears and moving with astonishing speed. Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing's single target attacks could barely land a hit, forcing them to rely on area of effect skills.
But area of effect skills drain too much psychic energy. Damn it! Xiao Wenjing cursed loudly.
Moments ago, she had unleashed her gun Qi, only to have every shot dodged, not a single one hit its mark. As for Jiang, after eliminating a group of flying birds, he encountered the Flying Bird King. Based on his assessment, this Flying Bird King's speed reached 55 points. That meant it had surpassed the 50-point limit for first-tier speed. No wonder it was called the Divinely Bestowed Dungeon, because anyone else would have been completely unable to get through it. The Bird King let out a strange screech, as if taunting Jiang, cackling smugly. Crack! However, in the very next second, it saw its own head get severed, and its heavy body crashed to the ground.
Are you kidding me? With 2,000 speed points, you dare to show off with just 55 speed points? I'm going to beat you to a pulp. After another estimated 3 minutes, over 100 birds successfully provided Jiang with 1,100 energy points. The group made it through the middle perimeter and arrived at the inner area. They were already very close to that giant tree. The closer they got, the more they could appreciate the tree's immense height. It stood at least 10,000 meters tall, with lush foliage and branches heavy with red fruits. Could these be transformation fruits? Xiao Wenjing asked.
Within the divine dungeon, aside from the blessings of the gods, transformation fruits were the most precious items. This was because transformation fruits could solidify a psionic S foundation, bringing them closer to their limit values. For example, the strength limit for Tier 1 is 70,000 gene. An ordinary D-rank strength talent could never reach this value on its own, but with enough transformation fruits.
Even a D-rank junk talent could still reach the limit of 70,000 gene.
Consequently, everyone couldn't help but get excited. However, there was one problem: the tree was too tall, and there weren't even any branches at the base. It was completely bare, with a distance of nearly 1,500 meters to the top.
So, to pick the transformation fruits, they had to climb the tree.
Perhaps for others, climbing it would be a challenge, but for Jiang and Mei Qingqing, it was no problem after all. Jiang's teleportation range was 2,000 meters.
With a mere thought, he instantly appeared atop the tree.
As for Mei Qingqing, she summoned the wood element, and instantly, thick vines surged up from the ground. After wrapping each person securely, the vines continued to grow higher and higher, lifting the group up into the tree.
There are actually this many transformation fruits here? The group looked up at the tree and counted near 200. With only 5 of them, that meant each person could get over 40. Wait, let me try one first.
Just as everyone was about to eat one to test it, Mei Qingqing, the wood elementalist, stopped them.
Even though they look similar, we can't let our guard down.
The others agreed, so they let Mei Qingqing test one first. After all, wood elementalists are immune to the toxins in any fruit. So having Mei Qingqing test for poison was the best choice. Jiang, of course, didn't rush in either. Although his armor was strong, most toxins dealt magical damage, and it wouldn't be good if he accidentally harmed himself by ingesting one.
Not bad.
These are genuine modified fruits and fully ripe ones at that, Mei Qingqing exclaimed joyfully. A red glow emanated from her body, and she felt her control over the wood element had increased significantly.
Moreover, just one fruit had already raised her limit considerably.
Next, the group counted exactly how many there were. Exactly 225, meaning each person could get 45. After receiving their shares, everyone ate a few berries, quickly pushing themselves to their respective limits. As for the remaining fruits, they could always replenish their supplies later once their levels had risen.
Jiang also ate one.
After swallowing it, he felt absolutely nothing. He checked his stats panel, but it seemed there had been no change at all. His strength was still 700,000 gene, his armor was still 5,000, and his speed was still 2,000, not a single change. It seemed this item had no effect on him at all. However, he wasn't foolish enough to give it away to others. After all, keeping it meant he could sell it later, perhaps for a high price, or trade it for other materials. While Jiang and the others were distributing the transformation fruits, Chen Yang and his group were green with envy. They had previously insisted on going their separate ways, but later followed Jiang, which was how they ended up here. But the three of them, a shadow, an alchemist, and a weapons master, clearly had no chance of climbing the tree, and the distribution was already complete.
No problem. They didn't eat much. The leftovers are all stored in their inventory watches.
We still have a chance, Chen Yang and his group said from a distance, their eyes gleaming with cunning.
It's not the right time yet.
With that, the group maintained their distance and continued to follow them while remaining invisible. Meanwhile, however, this script differed from the current script used in the Xia Kingdom. As a time traveler and not a native of this land, Jiang naturally had no idea what it meant.
Does anyone here recognize this? Let me take a look.
As the daughter of the Führer, Xia Wenjing was quite knowledgeable and had studied some of the Xia Kingdom's ancient scripts. It describes events from the age of the gods. The palace was built by a chief god, and inside are blessings left by that chief god, as well as blessings left by 3 attendant gods. However, opening the gate requires strength at the absolute limit of the first-tier god realm. This gate represents the peak strength of a first-tier god, that is, a force of 1 million gene. As Xia Wenjing outlined the general contents, the group's reactions ranged from joy to worry. The joy stemmed from the fact that there were 4 divine blessings inside, including one from a chief god, and it was well known that a chief goddess blessing was guaranteed to evolve a talent to the divine level. There were also 3 blessings from other deities. Though they offered only a certain probability of success, they were still sufficient. However, their concern stemmed from the fact that the strength limits of deities and humans are clearly in different leagues. At the Tier 1 limit for humans, even a God-tier strength talent only possesses 70,000 gene of force. Yet this gate requires 1 million gene of force to open, indicating that pushing it open would be exceptionally difficult.
Jiang, how much strength do you have now? Xia Wenjing asked. 700,000 gene.
The 4 of us have all reached our limits of 70,000 gene each, and even with yours added, that's only 980,000 gene. It looks like we won't be able to push this gate open, the group said dejectedly.
Not necessarily.
However, Jiang stepped forward and spoke up. He wanted to try out this divine blessing as well. If he could become a god-tier talent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It wouldn't be a big deal if it didn't work, but he had to give it a try while he had the chance.
Boom!
Jiang immediately activated his 3-meter golden body, so the remaining 3 spirit pearls were also retrieved. However, there were 4 of them: Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing, Fire Elementalist Zheng Tian, Spearman Xia Wenjing, and Healer Qin Jun.
It was inevitable that someone would be left without one.
You guys should use them. As a support type, my combat effectiveness will inevitably be inferior to yours. We'll still need you on the front lines of the monster battlefield, Qin said.
No, Qin.
Your support abilities cover an entire area that's extremely rare. Your role on the monster battlefield is far more important than mine, so I'll step aside and let you have it, said Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian.
Or maybe you guys should use it. I'm the Führer's daughter, I should lead by example. As everyone passed the responsibility back and forth, Jiang watched from the sidelines, feeling a bit bewildered. Why did the script seem so different from what he'd imagined? Wasn't the divine blessing supposed to trigger an immediate brawl the moment they saw it? And then lead to a bloody, all-out slaughter? Why was everything so harmonious instead?
And judging by the expressions on their faces,
Well, okay then.
The others realized that Jiang wasn't just being polite, he genuinely couldn't absorb it, so now each of them could get one.
But then another problem arose: who should receive the main goddess blessing spirit pearl?
Jiang couldn't be bothered to think about these issues, so he simply teleported behind the statue to see if there were any other items to take, like divine artifacts or something left behind by a deity.
Even if there were no divine artifacts, there had to be at least some gear, right? Although he was already very powerful, who could ever turn down gear?
Jiang Tian, Mei Qingqing, Qin Jun, and Xiao Wenjing stared at the
What are you doing? What am I doing? You tell me. You're shameless.
The group now realized that it must have been Zhang Niu, the alchemist, who had secretly poisoned them while he was invisible, rendering them unable to use their supernatural abilities.
Stop struggling.
That SA potion specifically designed to counteract supernatural abilities.
Xiong Er said, then walked toward Mei Qingqing. He was one of her suitors.
Unfortunately, Mei Qingqing had no interest in him, not only because Zhang Niu was incredibly unattractive, but also because he was a bad person, or rather, the entire Jiang family was. As a family of alchemists, the Jiangs often oppress smaller families, forcibly taking over their businesses, then monopolizing the market to drive up prices, ruining countless potion merchants and destroying their families.
What she despised most was their perpetually arrogant, superior attitude.
Don't come over here, Mei Qingqing shouted, but she lacked the supernatural abilities to fight back. As for Zhou Xia, one of the three, she was on Chen Yang's side, so naturally she wouldn't intervene. Although, as a woman, she felt this was wrong, she was on Chen Yang's side, so she just pretend not to see it.
Where's Jiang? Xiao Wenjing called out.
After Jiang had handed over the spirit pearl a moment ago, he vanished.
Could he have been taken out by these guys? That's impossible. With Jiang's terrifying power, which even the gods couldn't match, how could he possibly be taken out by these three muggles? Whoosh! Just then, a battle halberd flew toward them at breakneck speed. It was none other than Nanguan Tian's purple spirit battle halberd. With a single strike, Chen Yang's head flew high into the air.
The halberd's momentum didn't wane. The next blow struck Zhang Niu's right shoulder, sending him flying through the air along with the weapon.
Thud! He slammed violently into the wall. Jiang emerged from behind the statue.
Seeing this, Zhou Xia immediately stepped back, ready to fight at a moment's notice.
Jiang, you're actually unharmed? Zhang Niu exclaimed in terror. That toxic potion was supposed to suppress psychic abilities. Could it be that Jiang really had no psychic powers at all, and was just an ordinary person? But how could that be possible? Could an ordinary person even lift a purple spirit alloy battle spear? Sorry to disappoint you.
Jiang fixed his gaze on Zhou Xia, the last one remaining, and she immediately activated her shadow invisibility skill.
But the very next second, Jiang's punch forced the invisible Zhou Xia to materialize. There was nothing she could do about it.
Although Zhou Xia was a kilometer away from Jiang, his teleportation range was 2,000 meters. She had barely become invisible and hadn't even moved yet when Jiang teleported right beside her and landed a punch.
Cough, Zhou Xia coughed repeatedly. You're not even human. She thought her invisibility would keep her safe, but wasn't Jiang just way too fast?
Cough, Zhou Xia tried to stand up, but she realized her ribs were broken. Her whole body ached so badly she had no strength left, and it seemed her internal organs had ruptured as well.
My battle armor?
Zhou Xia looked down, unfastened her outer garments, and checked the battle armor underneath. It had already been shattered. As one of the outstanding descendants of the Zhou family of the Shadow Clan, Zhou Xia naturally wore high-tech battle armor developed by the Zhou family. After all, while her talent granted her formidable offensive power, her defense was shockingly weak. That's why any psionic who awakens a shadow talent would seek out a suitable suit of battle armor to protect their life. As for the Zhou family, a major clan, they possessed their own dedicated research and development team, and their high-tech battle armor was exceptionally sturdy. Not only was it lightweight, but it could also withstand most Tier 1 physical and magical damage. However, no matter how advanced the technology, it was still only a Tier 1 battlesuit. After all, Tier 2 equipment couldn't be brought into a Tier 1 divine bestowed dungeon, and then there was Jiang's terrifying strength. After Zhou Xia's punch, she wouldn't die immediately, but she would slowly die in agony from the pain of her ruptured internal organs.
This was Jiang's punishment for her.
With two already dealt with, only one remained, the alchemist Zheng Niu. This guy was even weaker in combat, and with him pinned to the wall by a halberd, he was completely helpless.
No, don't kill me. We can talk this out. How much do you want? I'll give it all to you once I get out. We Zhangs are very wealthy.
Zheng Niu watched as Jiang effortlessly killed Chen Yang and Zhou Xia. With the strong fighters all dead, he, a complete weakling, had no chance of escaping, so his only option was to play nice. My Zhang family has many rare potions, all the latest research. As long as you don't kill me, once we're out of here, I'll give you whatever you want. Zheng Niu pleaded incessantly, completely shedding his previous haughty demeanor.
Don't beg for mercy, that's so boring. I actually prefer your defiant attitude. Get your composure back.
Jiang, big brother, oh no, master, my lord, please spare me. Seeing that Jiang remained unmoved, Zheng Niu turned his gaze towards Xiao Wenjing.
Xiao Wenjing, you're the Führer's daughter, you carry even more weight. Talk some sense into Jiang and tell him not to do anything stupid.
Otherwise, if he kills me on a whim, the Jiang family's wrath will be more than he can handle. Zheng Niu thought to himself, he and Jiang didn't really have much of a grudge to begin with. The reason Jiang was being so ruthless must be because he had his eye on either Xiao Wenjing or Mei Qingqing. After all, one was the campus beauty of War God Academy, and the other the campus queen of Elemental University. So by killing me, he is trying to impress these goddesses.
Qingqing, I was wrong. Please beg Jiang to spare me. Zheng Niu pleaded once more.
Hoof. We in the Xia family aren't afraid of your Zheng family's wrath. However, Xiao Wenjing showed not the slightest pity for Zheng Niu. Jiang has the full protection of our Xia family. Jiang, our Mei family also firmly supports you, Mei Qingqing said. Inside the dungeon, there were rules to begin with. Life and death were left to fate. What place was there for the laws of noble families? Besides, they'd both been treated that way before. They weren't exactly so naturally they hoped Jiang would take care of this menace once and for all. Crack! Jiang smashed Zheng Niu's head with a single punch, then pulled out his battle halberd. Fortunately, although Zheng Niu's potion suppressed Jiang's psychic abilities, it caused no actual physical harm. All he had to do was wait a moment. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang snatched the 4 spirit orbs from Chun Yang's hands.
Go ahead and absorb them.
Thank you, Jiang, everyone exclaimed gratefully, especially Mei Qingqing and Xiao Wenjing, whose faces flushed crimson. Oof. Once we get out of here, I'm definitely going to tell my dad about this and have him expose these 3 guys' misdeeds, Xiao Wenjing said.
Our Zhang family will join in too.
Before this, she had only been an A+ talent, and the gap between SSS and SSS talents was enormous. In the moment of success, Mei Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Jiang once more, her eyes brimming with gratitude and tinged with an indescribable emotion as if. As for the others, Xiao Wenjing had advanced 2 levels from an S-rank talent to an SSS rank talent. Earth Elementalist Xiong Air advanced 1 rank, moving from S-class to SS class. Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian advanced 2 ranks, moving from A+ class to SS class. Let us go, it's time to head out, Jiang said, feeling a touch of disappointment because they hadn't found a single thing behind the statue. It was completely empty.
Forget about divine gear, they didn't even find a broom. What a bummer.
Before long, the group reached the exit and stepped out, filled with excitement.
Whoosh!
A flash of light passed, and they emerged from the Divine Blessing dungeon.
You're out.
Leader Jiang. All told, the number of skilled fighters on his side was no less than theirs.
All right, let us get out of here first.
Jiang led the group away. Along the way, he contacted the Mei and Jiang families and others rather than waiting for the Chen family to come knocking. It would be better to strike first and go cause trouble at the Chen family's place. As for what Jiang would do next, Jiang naturally didn't concern himself with it, but killing Chen Yang and the other two would certainly bring trouble from those three families. But he wasn't afraid of any public backlash after all. Arresting students from War God University without cause would be a direct slap in the face to the school.
That's why there's a rule at War God University.
In the face of any unreasonable provocation from outsiders, students can strike back without hesitation. If you kill them, it's a testament to your skill. As for the rest, the principal will take care of it. This was one of the reasons Jiang had chosen War God University in the first place. Take life and death in stride. If you're not satisfied, just fight. After returning to campus, Jiang was ready to head back to his villa. After all, this trip had left him quite exhausted, and it was time for a good rest. Before heading back, he first contacted the butler robot through Sha Chang to have hot water drawn in advance and snacks and drinks prepared, so he could start enjoying himself as soon as he returned to the villa. As he passed by a training ground on campus, Jiang stopped. He overheard a moment ago that a speed-type instructor was teaching the second-tier universal skill, Shadow Step. This was the ultimate skill among second-tier skills, suitable not only for speed-type students but also for those with other talents. More crucially, it was the function of Shadow Step. Shadow Step was a teleportation skill. At the beginner stage, it allowed for a 10-meter teleport at the novice stage, 50 meters at the proficient stage, 100 meters, and at the master stage, the maximum range was 200 meters. This is a staggering figure after all. The maximum range for a second-tier speed talent is only 150 meters. Since Shadow Step and speed can be stacked, this means that once Shadow Step reaches the master stage, the maximum speed can be boosted to 350 meters. This is incredibly enticing, whether as a bonus for speed-type students or for enhancing the combat effectiveness of students with other talents. After all, mastering it allows one to attack when advancing and retreat when necessary. Even though Jiang can currently teleport 2,000 meters, he'd still be more than happy to gain an extra 200 meters. Otherwise, if he were to modify it using points, 100 points would equal a 1-point increase in speed. That would mean spending 20,000 points, so Jiang decided to give the extreme Shadow Step skill set a try. He was a bit worried, though after all, he had only just awakened like those first-tier classmates, and he wasn't sure if he could even practice second-tier skills or if the system would allow modifications. Driven by curiosity, Jiang headed to the training ground and listened as the teacher explained his insights and the fundamentals of the Extreme Shadow Step. The Extreme Shadow Step is a Tier 2 ultimate skill. As your teacher, I'm an A+ talent in the speed category. Back in my day, it took me just a little while to reach the master stage. Teacher, how long did it actually take you? A student asked curiously. I wasn't planning on saying, but since you insist on asking, I might as well tell you it took me 3 months. What? Only 3 months? Upon hearing this, many students could no longer sit still. They were all currently at the second stage, that is, in the level 1120 range, and just 1 month had passed since before this class began. Their teacher had assigned them a task, to preview the Shadow Step skill set. As a result, over the past month, almost none of the students had reached the proficient stage. Forget the proficient stage, even the novice stage had only been achieved by a dozen or so students, with most still stuck at the beginner stage. But don't assume the beginner stage is easy just because the students at War God Academy are all prodigies. If this were any other, less prestigious university for psychics, it wouldn't be realistic to expect students to reach even the beginner stage in a month, let alone 3 months. Now, let me demonstrate it for you, the teacher said smugly, then began teleporting across the training ground. In an instant, he once again left the other students in awe. It doesn't seem that hard, does it?
Jiang asked.
He borrowed a copy of the Extreme Shadow Step skill manual from a senior standing nearby to take a look. He originally thought it couldn't be modified, but it turned out. Ding, detected modifiable skill, Extreme Shadow Step.
436,745.40.
It only took 40 mod points to reach the beginner stage, so Jiang clicked without hesitation.
436,695.200. Moving from the beginner stage to the novice stage required 200 mod points.
Continuing on, advancing from the novice stage to the proficient stage required 2,000 mod points, and reaching the master stage required 7,000 mod points. Jiang spent a total of 9,240 mod points to instantly upgrade the Extreme Shadow Step to the master stage, increasing his speed by 200 points.
Isn't that a better deal than spending 20,000 points? After finishing his training, Jiang turned and walked away.
But just then, the teacher, who had just finished his demonstration, paused and saw a student leaving the room.
He was immediately furious.
"Young man, don't you know this is class time? Are you trying to skip class?" The teacher scolded. Leaving class early was something he could not tolerate.
"Sorry, I'm not your student.
I was just passing by to take a look at the shadow step.
Now that I've mastered it, of course I'm leaving. Why else would I stay here?" "Passing by? And you've already mastered it? Are you kidding me? You learned it in such a short time?"
"Yep, I'm already at the master stage." As soon as Jiang said this, the teacher burst out laughing in exasperation.
"Of all the braggarts I've ever met, you're the most refreshingly unique. A second-tier ultimate skill, mastered in one go? Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes?"
"Yep."
The teacher. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to show off. Come on, demonstrate your Extreme Shadow Step."
Whoosh, 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 Jiang teleported instantly, filling the entire training ground with his afterimages.
The next second, the teacher fell deep into thought. He just wanted some peace and quiet.
Because he felt like all his practice had gone to waste.
This thing takes 3 months to master?
After finishing his demonstration, Jiang didn't forget to toss out that line as he walked away.
Class dismissed. The teacher completely lost it. Who the hell wants to keep teaching this crap anymore? Damn it!
That guy just now looked really familiar to me.
"He looks just like Jiang, the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province," said one student. "I think so too. But the freshman haven't even started registering yet. Did he show up early?"
Quite a few students pulled out their phones to check the official media footage, and sure enough, they saw the video of Jiang taking on 15 top-tier monsters during his college entrance exams.
Is that really Jiang? But didn't Jiang just finish his college entrance exams? Logically, shouldn't he still be a Tier 1? How did he master a Tier 2 ultimate skill so quickly?
For a moment, even those veteran war gods felt a bit deflated. As for Jiang, he hadn't given it much thought. He simply wanted to learn a Tier 2 ultimate skill he had no intention of showing off. Soon, he returned to his villa. After discovering he could learn Tier 2 skills, he wondered if he could learn more of them or maybe even Tier 3 skills. So he decided to visit the school's skill library the next day to see if there were any suitable options. But before going, he decided to ask Sha Chang. "Sha Chang, are there any requirements for visiting the skill library?"
"There aren't any specific requirements.
Since you were specially recruited by Director Qiao Bing, your skill library access is set to the highest level universal.
That means you can browse the skill libraries from level 1 all the way up to level 9. After hearing Sha Chang's explanation, Jiang decided to visit the skill library the next day to see it in person.
Although he could view skills through Sha Chang on his student watch, the skill library had a dedicated training area where he could test the power of his skills. Otherwise, if he practiced here at the villa, he was afraid he might tear the place down. Once he made up his mind, Jiang went back to the challenge section, submitted the items for this challenge: 10 bronze broadswords from the corpses of copper-armored zombies, and earned 1,000 points. So far, he accumulated 13,000 points. With that, Jiang had Jiang open the War God University's resource database to see what he could exchange his points for. Jiang opened a list of items and projected it directly in front of Jiang's eyes. Thanks to advances in high technology, the projection was crystal clear even without a projection screen. And it was even in 3D with no pixelation. First to catch his eye were resources for tempering the body and the like resources that could further enhance physical constitution. Jiang spotted several rare items. The cheapest cost 3,000 points, while the most expensive ones ran into the tens of thousands. And the key point was that they came in such small bottles you could practically drink them in a single gulp. Jiang wasn't sure if using these would even work for him. After all, he hadn't been able to use the spirit pearl bestowed by the main god, so he figured these would likely be useless as well. Still, he decided to give it a try. Through Jiang, he redeemed a bottle of fire dragon essence worth 3,000 points from the resource library, then browsed through the other resources. There were potions to restore supernatural abilities, healing potions, and the like, none of which interested Jiang. But at the bottom of the resource list, he spotted a panel for point redemption. There were many ways to earn points in God of War. Aside from quests, students could also collect materials to exchange for points. Jiang glanced over it briefly and immediately noticed a line of eye-catching text: modification fruits. 1 transformation fruit equals 50,000 points. 50,000 points? Jiang was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected this item to be worth so many points. But after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Transformation fruits were only found in the Divine Blessing dungeon, so they were undoubtedly extremely rare. Moreover, they played a significant role in pushing a person's limits. After all, a person's limits are practically set at birth, and only a few rare materials can push them further, and the transformation fruit was undoubtedly one of them. It was even a top grade one, so 50,000 points per fruit was actually a very fair price. The transformation fruit wasn't of much use to Jiang, so he decided to exchange some points for items he actually needed, such as a battle halberd forged from purple blue alloy. He did pass on the purple spirit alloy version at only 200,000 Jiang. It no longer felt right in his hands. He needed purple blue alloy with even higher density and hardness. That way, his battle halberd would weigh 1 million Jiang. Jiang then checked the exchange requirements for purple blue alloy and roughly estimated that a single battle spear would cost about 200,000 points. Jiang decided to exchange 4 modification fruits. He currently had 44 left. Of course, even though he could get a lot of points in exchange, he wasn't foolish enough to trade away all his modification fruits. He saved them for future use, just in case. After making up his mind, Jiang contacted the instructor from the resource management office through Jiang. The instructor would provide on-site service, delivering the fire dragon essence, collecting the modification fruits, verifying their authenticity, and then awarding Jiang his points. Once everything was settled, just as Jiang was about to take a bath and relax, a projection appeared at the villa's entrance. It turned out the instructor from the resource management office had arrived. Jiang thought to himself, that was way too fast, wasn't it? But upon further reflection, he realized that a teacher from the resource management office with level 72 strength could get here in no time at all. Jiang opened the door and stepped outside. Hello, teacher. I'm Jiang, the student who was here to redeem points. So you're Jiang. You're here so early. I watched your college entrance exam video. Impressive. The teacher seemed to be a bit of a fan herself. She was a female teacher. She looked to be only about 26 years old. Jiang had checked her profile through Jiang. Her name was Lily, and her talent was Gold Elementalist. Lily was dressed in a pink, Lolita-style outfit, which really caught Jiang's eye. That look didn't seem like something a 26-year-old would wear. She looked more like an innocent 18-year-old girl. But at 26, she also had the aura of a mature woman, so Teacher Lily could pull off both the cute and the sophisticated looks. Teacher, these are the modified fruits, Jiang said, pulling out 4 of them. Please take a look and tell me what you think. That big? Lily's breathing quickened at a single glance, and her body slowly began to tremble. It was the first time she'd ever seen modified fruits this large. Huge. After all, the ones she'd seen before were roughly the size of an egg, whereas Jiang's transformation fruits were larger than a fist, their color a deep, purplish red. "These are fully mature transformation fruits," Lily exclaimed after a moment.
Fully mature?
Jiang was puzzled. Not being an expert in this field, he naturally didn't know the difference in effects between mature and immature fruits. Lily steadied her chest, which had been trembling with excitement at the sight of the transformation fruit, and explained. "Inside every divine dungeon, there is a divine tree that bears transformation fruits. They're generally ready to eat after 10 years, but a 10-year-old transformation fruit has a relatively minor effect on raising one's limits. Then there are the 100-year-old and 500-year-old ones. Their effects are much more powerful. But it's only after 1,000 years that a transformation fruit reaches full maturity.
Once fully mature, the effect on pushing one's limits is quite significant.
Basically, just 3 of them can allow a psionic to reach the peak of their potential at the corresponding stage." Lily stared at the transformation fruit in her hand, her excitement so intense she could hardly contain it, constantly stroking her chest.
Even a single transformation fruit like this is extremely rare.
If you were to put one up for grabs, who knows how many people would go crazy fighting over it, and yet you actually have 4, Lily said enviously.
"Do you need points to exchange for any resources?"
"Teacher, I'd like to trade for a purple-green battle halberd to play around with."
"What is that? A purple Chang battle spear?" Lily pondered for a moment.
"Here's the deal, Jiang. I'll use my points to get you an identical battle spear, and in exchange, you give me these 4 enhancement fruits. Plus, I'll throw in an extra 40,000 points for you.
How does that sound?"
After all, the school's point exchange rates are just the base price. In reality, these items are worth far more than that.
Jiang thought it over.
Since he was after the purple-blue battle spear anyway, trading with Teacher Luo would earn him a favor plus an extra 40,000 credits.
Why not? Was this what a rich woman's generosity looked like?
He felt like he was being sponsored by a rich woman, and a young, attractive one at that.
"All right, I'll leave it to you, teacher."
Lily tucked the 4 enhancement fruits into her pouch, then transferred 40,000 points to Jiang.
"Do you have any more enhancement fruits like these? I'd be willing to buy them."
"I don't have any left," Jiang lied. Faced with such a wealthy young lady, he didn't feel right turning her down, so he had to say he was out. After all, money loses value over time. Rare resources, on the other hand, would only become more valuable. Judging by Lily's trembling earlier, he knew just how precious this stuff was. Jiang even felt like he'd gotten the short end of the stick.
"All right, never mind if you don't have any. By the way, here's the fire dragon essence you redeemed."
Lily reached her right hand between her breasts and pulled out a small vial of red liquid, the very fire dragon essence. Jiang took it. It still had that rich milk scent. Took a whiff, and then downed it in one gulp.
"Hey, what are you doing? Spit it out."
Lily saw what was happening and hurried to stop him, but it was already too late.
This stuff contains an enormous amount of energy.
Drinking it all in one go would cause even a level 30 psionic to explode, let alone you.
"Spit it out, quick." "Explode?"
Jiang pondered for a moment, then felt the fire dragon essence coursing through his body.
He realized there did indeed seem to be a fair amount of energy. But it wasn't enough to cause an explosion.
Soon, the energy was absorbed by Jiang, and he checked his stats panel.
Strength, 710,000.
He noticed his strength had increased by 10,000 gene. It seemed this fire dragon essence wasn't useless to him after all. If that was the case, he could try consuming other resources in the future.
"You're okay?" Lily stared at Jiang in disbelief.
Even if she had drunk a bottle of fire dragon essence like that, she would have felt the energy colliding inside her body.
But Jiang was completely unscathed. Was this guy really that freakishly strong? He really was a freak, but she loved it. Jiang checked his balance. He still had 50,000 points left.
He planned to exchange them for another dozen or so bottles of fire dragon essence, which would boost his strength by over 100,000.
But then he had a thought: wouldn't consuming higher tier resources grant an even greater boost?
"Teacher Lily, I'm thinking of exchanging for a bottle of thunder dragon essence to try it out." Jiang glanced at the Thunder Dragon essence. It cost 30,000 points, 10 times the price of the Fire Dragon essence. He just didn't know if the strength boost would also be tenfold. If so, it wouldn't be a loss. If it were even more, he'd come out ahead. Although modifying the system could also increase his strength, using existing resources to boost it as well would be a better way to grow stronger on two fronts.
Thunder Dragon Essence?
That's a 7th tier Dragon Essence, intended for players level 70 and above.
Even I wouldn't dare drink it. Forget about it. What if you explode after drinking it?
Lily flatly refused. After all, she would be held responsible if anything went wrong while a student was redeeming resources.
Just let me try it, Jiang pleaded. If Lily didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to redeem it anyway.
Alright then, but it has to be under my supervision, Lily said, folding her arms across her chest. She then led Jiang out of the villa and to the resource management office.
The resource management office was quite large.
Besides Lily, other teachers helped manage it, and many students came there to exchange resources in person. After exchanging a bottle of Thunder Dragon Essence, the two returned to Jiang's villa. Their original plan had been to go to teacher Lily's residence. However, other teachers were there at the time, making it inconvenient, so they simply returned to Jiang's place instead.
Alright, I'll watch your back, but I still recommend you absorb it while taking a bath.
Lily got ready, forming a protective shield with her gentle psychic energy.
Should Jiang experience any discomfort, this shield would divert the energy away from his body. That way, he wouldn't explode. Why bother with a bath? That's too much trouble.
Jiang opened the bottle and downed the entire contents in one gulp.
Crackle crackle.
Tiny arcs of lightning danced and coursed through Jiang's body, making him feel comfortable at first, but soon the energy grew restless.
Jiang felt a slight twinge of pain, but after about a minute, the lightning arcs vanished. All done.
Jiang let out a long sigh of relief.
All done? Are you sure?
Lily's eyes widened as she scanned Jiang's body from head to toe, looking for any signs of his body exploding.
That's impossible. The Thunder Dragon's essence blood is so volatile, and you absorbed it all that easily?
Lily had seen others absorb Thunder Dragon Essence before that person was over level 50, and even then, they had to use a bath to absorb it gently. But the process was still fraught with danger and excruciating pain, lasting nearly an hour.
Yet Jiang finished in just 1 minute?
You absorbed it way too fast, Lily said somberly.
After finishing the absorption, Jiang checked his stats panel.
Strength, 750,000.
Armor, 5,000. Speed, 2,500.
He noticed that his strength hadn't increased by much, only 40,000 gene, and his armor remained unchanged, but his speed had increased by 300 points.
Going from 2,200 to 2,500 made him ecstatic.
The Thunder Dragon wasn't particularly dominant in terms of strength, but its speed was absolutely formidable, so the biggest benefit from this absorption was definitely the speed boost. Jiang wanted to absorb a few more bottles, but he only had 20,000 school credits left. Better save them for later. There were still plenty of resources he hadn't looked at yet. What he just reviewed was only about 2% of the resource database. After all, there were simply too many resources.
Alright, since you've finished absorbing, I should be on my way, Lily said.
Of these 4 enhancement fruits, 3 were enough to push her to her limit at this stage. As for the remaining one, with her connections and resources, the value she could get for selling it would likely far exceed anyone's imagination. Elsewhere, at the Chen family estate, one of the most prominent clans, they were gathered at the home of Chen Li, one of the Chen family's stewards.
He was Chen Yang's father. Also present were Zhou Qing, the father of Zhou Xia from the Zhou family, and Zhang Ziden, the father of Zhang Niu.
Their expressions were grave.
I imagine none of us are very satisfied with the results of this divine blessing dungeon, are we? Chen Li began. Isn't that stating the obvious? We didn't get the divine bestowal spirit pearl, we didn't get the transformation fruit, and our son is dead. How could we possibly be satisfied?
Zhang Ziden said angrily. Zhang Niu was one of the heirs highly favored by the head of the Zhang family and was highly likely to take over the clan in the future. But now, he had died in the divine bestowal dungeon, and his standing within the Jiang family would plummet as a result. Humph, it's all that Jiang's fault, the group said angrily. Since they naturally dared not cause trouble for Xiao Wenjing, Mei Qingqing, and the others, they had no choice but to take their frustration out on Jiang. I've looked into this guy, he has got no connections. He'll be an easy target. Tomorrow, I'll send Qianlin to the War God Academy to bring him back. First, make him hand over the transformation fruit, then let him taste the torture reserved for psychics, Qianli said with a murderous glint in his eyes. But security at the War God Academy is tight. If we go in so brazenly, I'm afraid that guy might. A hint of fear flashed across Zhang Zidan's eyes. What's there to be afraid of? We just need to keep a low profile. With so many people entering the War God Academy every day, how could they possibly tell what we're up to? But what if that Mu Qing finds out? She'll probably go berserk. I don't believe Mu Qing would dare to take on our three families just for some nobody named Jiang. Ha, you're underestimating Mu Qing. When that woman goes berserk, not even our family head can stand up to her, Zhang Niu said, trembling with fear. If it weren't for the death of his son, he really wouldn't want to provoke the principal of War God Academy. That guy's a total nutcase. And the female teachers at War God are basically all nutcases too. Once the demon lord descends and we obtain his power, that's when we'll turn on them. By then, that nutcase will be dead too. At the mention of the demon lord's descent, the group's faces lit up with excitement. After all, that was the very reason their three families had joined forces. Meanwhile, over at Jiang's place, after a comfortable night's rest, he didn't get up until 9:30 this morning. He stayed up late playing video games again yesterday. What could he do? The 3D immersive experience was just too much fun. After getting up, he checked his student watch and saw a message from teacher Lily saying that the battle spear made of purple-blue alloy was almost finished and would be delivered to him around 10 o'clock. She also told Jiang that the battle spear was slightly larger than planned and weighed a bit more, 1.1 million Jin. Seeing 1.1 million Jin, Jiang hurriedly opened the system modification panel. Currently, his strength was only 750,000 Jin, so he needed to adjust it to reach at least 1.1 million Jin. Otherwise, when teacher Lily delivered the item later, he wouldn't be able to lift it, and that would be a real embarrassment. He couldn't let her see him fail. He opened the system panel. It was now a level 5 system. After a night of points accumulating, plus the 200,000 plus points he hadn't used before, his total points had reached 500,000. Host, Jiang. Mod points, increasing plus 5. Strength boost, 750,000 Jin, currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 Jin of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor, currently adjustable 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed boost, 2,500, currently adjustable 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level, level 5. Energy points required to level up, 78 3,000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The effect of the next level is a 6 mod points increase per second. System, allocate all points to strength. Jiang clicked without hesitation. After all, the more strength he had, the easier it would be to wield the purple-blue alloy battle spear. That way, killing monsters would become second nature. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 1,250,000. Feeling the primal power surging through his body, Jiang nodded in satisfaction. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he sat down to enjoy the hearty breakfast prepared by his robot butler. Ding dong! The doorbell rang once, and Shaquan's projection appeared at the doorway. Lily was already standing there. Jiang opened the door and stepped outside. Here's your purple Qing alloy battle spear. Lily pulled the spear out of her inventory watch with what seemed like no effort at all. Teacher, aren't you a gold elementalist? This spear is so heavy, yet you don't seem to be straining at all. Who do you think you're looking down on? Lily said, her lips puffing out in annoyance. Gold elementalists can freely manipulate metal, so gold elements are weightless in our hands. Here. Jiang took it and felt it was much more comfortable to handle than the purple spirit battle spear. Its sharp armor-piercing ability was also far more formidable, and he couldn't wait to find an opponent to test it out on. "Jiang, are you hiding something from me?" Lily suddenly asked, leaning in close to Jiang with a mischievous grin. This sudden closeness made Jiang feel a little uncomfortable. "Oh, what now?" Teacher, you. Oof. You got 45 transformation fruits from the Divine Blessing dungeon this time. I told you yesterday I wanted to buy some, and you actually lied to me and said they were all gone. Hee hee, well, I just wanted to save a few as a secret stash. Spit it out. How many did you eat, and how many are left? Lily pressed him, closing in step by step. To be honest, I have 2 left now, and that's really all. After saying this, Jiang deliberately let Lily take a look at his student watch. There really were only 2 left inside. Actually, Jiang had already anticipated last night that Lily would come ask him about this today. After all, given her status as a teacher, it wouldn't be hard for Lily to find out that he'd been to the Divine Blessing dungeon. Besides, Xiao Wenjing had gone with him. She was also a student at War God Academy, so she could simply ask Xiao Wenjing to find out. Fortunately, Jiang had prepared another inventory watch and hidden all 38 transformation fruits in it. Sell me both of these transformation fruits, Lily said, reaching out to grab them. Jiang quickly took the opportunity to put them away. I can only sell you one, but what are you planning to trade for it? How about a bottle of Mad Dragon Essence? Lily rummaged around in her pouch again and pulled out a bottle of yellow liquid. Although this Mad Dragon Essence is only a 5th-tier resource, it costs 120,000 points to redeem from the school's resource bank. You'll definitely get your money's worth. Alright, deal. Jiang handed over one of the transformation fruits, took the Mad Dragon Essence, and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A surge of ferocious energy erupted from Jiang's body. The immense energy rapidly spread throughout his body, and his strength shot up from 1.25 million gene to 1.4 million gene. Holy crap! Jiang blurted out. True to its reputation as a pure strength-type essence, the Mad Dragon Essence blood provided a massive boost. For now, at least, he'd come out ahead. Teacher, do you have any more Mad Dragon Essence blood? I'll trade you this one for it. You're dreaming. Do you have any idea how rare this Frenzied Dragon Essence is? This is the only bottle I have. I went to great lengths to get it. I got it especially for you, you know. After saying that, Lily even flashed him a flirtatious glance. Jiang was slightly touched, because when he'd been browsing the resource library yesterday, he'd seen the Frenzied Dragon Essence. It was a top-tier, extremely rare resource. Basically, as soon as it appeared in the school's resource library, it was immediately traded away. So even the school's resource library was out of stock, and the fact that Lily was able to get her hands on it showed that her connections must be quite impressive. This woman's connections run deep. That was Jiang's assessment. Alright, I've given you the item, and I should be heading back now. But set aside that other enhancement fruit for me. Once I find something suitable for you, I'll come back to trade with you. With that, Lily vanished. This lowly teacher seems to know everything. He was still reeling from the breathtaking experience. Jiang watched her retreating figure while wiping away the nosebleed he couldn't stop. He'd been eating too many greens these past few days. It was really making him overheat. He is actually getting a nosebleed. After seeing Teacher Lily off, Jiang set out for the skill library. With his current permissions, all the skills in the skill library were available to him for free. Sha Chang, navigate me to the skill library. Even though Jiang had explored quite a few areas at War God University over the past couple of days, he'd still only scratched the surface. War God University was simply too vast, but fortunately, Shakwang promptly projected a navigation map. Following the directions, he was able to make his way smoothly to the skill library. But just a short distance into his walk, Jiang spotted 5 or 6 guys wearing upperclassmen uniforms heading straight toward him, and judging by their direction, it seemed he was their target. Jiang pondered for a moment. He didn't think he'd made any enemies among the upperclassmen these past few days. So why were they after him?
"You're Jiang?" asked the leader, his expression menacing. "That's right, it's me." Jiang looked at the group in front of him. They didn't look like students at all, even upperclassmen wouldn't look like that. It seemed they were imposters. Jiang surmised that these guys were likely imposters from one of the three major clans, the Chen, Zhou, or others who'd come to capture him and take him back. After all, he'd killed their men. "Our boss invites you to pay a visit to the Chen family," the group said as they surrounded Jiang. "Not interested. That's not up to you. Besides, there's no one around here right now," the leader sneered, and then the six of them launched their attack. The strength of these six men was plain to see. The lowest was level 43, and the highest was level 56, with most of them being strength-type psychics. "Take this." The leader, wielding a pair of mace-like weapons covered in spikes and weighing a full 250,000 jin, charged forward. Boom! Jiang swung his battle halberd, knocking the guy's right-hand flail away with a single strike. He then brought the halberd down in a follow-up blow, forcing the guy to block with his left-hand flail. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the left-hand flail slammed directly onto his shoulder, instantly shattering the entire joint to pieces. Purple-blue alloy battle halberd? Terror filled the guy's eyes. As a strength-type talent, he naturally knew the density of this alloy. A battle halberd this size must weigh no less than 1 million jin, right? He was a D-rank strength-type talent even at level 56, his strength was only 250,000 jin. Yet Jiang, who had just finished his college entrance exams, was wielding a battle halberd weighing 1 million jin? Holy shit, are you even human? Crack! The next second, the leader's entire arm was severed by his own flail, but he didn't dare shout out loud, afraid of attracting the attention of the school's teachers. Ambush! At that moment, from behind Jiang, a level 45 strength-type talent swung a broadsword down. Damn! The greatsword grazed Jiang's back, sending sparks flying, and instantly, his clothes were slashed open. Got him, the ambusher said smugly. But the very next second, he was stunned. He realized that aside from the tear in his back, Jiang didn't seem to have suffered a single scratch. The blow hadn't even broken the skin, while a chip had appeared in his own blade. Ha! The man stared in disbelief, but before he could process what had happened, he saw his head flying high into the air, separating from his body. Am I dead? He stared in disbelief at his falling body. Run! This guy is a demon. The remaining four saw this and lost all courage to fight. A level 56 player hadn't even lasted 2 moves. Even though it was just a D-rank talent, it was still a level 56 player, after all. Trying to run? Jiang had long since figured out that these guys weren't upperclassmen from the War God Academy, and since they'd come looking for trouble for no reason, he decided to just take them all out. With Jiang's current teleportation range of 2,500, how could these guys possibly escape? After dispatching them, Jiang searched their bodies, but found nothing, not a single valuable item. Put! Jiang spat in disgust, then walked away. As for cleaning up the mess, he'd leave that to the school's maintenance staff. As he continued on his way to the skill library, Jiang felt a chill down his spine and realized the back of his shirt had been slashed open. He recalled the moment he'd been ambushed earlier. After all, as a level 45 strength-type psionic, he'd still felt a slight tingling sensation from that slash. He had a feeling that if he'd taken another 10,000 slashes like that, he would definitely been cut to the bone. Looks like I'll have to find time to reinforce my armor. I can also check the skill library to see if there are any skills that boost defense. Before long, Jiang arrived at the skill library. As he could see, there were still quite a few students there, some entering freely, while others had to wait in line. It couldn't be helped, different permissions meant different treatment, and Jiang, of course, walked through the exclusive VIP passage. He held the highest level of access, allowing him to view all skills for free without spending any points. That guy actually has the highest level access? Under the envious stares of the crowd, Jiang walked right in. I'm so jealous, the highest level of access. There aren't even 10 people at our school with that, right? Yeah, I haven't seen anyone go into the skill library that way in ages. I'm so jealous. Who is he? He looks kind of familiar.
He doesn't look like one of those big shots with access. He seems like a new face. The crowd continued to murmur among themselves. As for Jiang, he made his way to the second-tier skill library on the second floor. He wanted to see if there were any second-tier skills suitable for him. Something like the extreme shadow step would be great. The skill library was like a library, with many shelves lined with skill books.
Of course, if you had the time, you could flip through them one by one.
If you didn't have the time, you could just call out to Sha Chang. He would display all the skills of suitable types for you.
Sha Chang, are there any other speed skills in the second tier?
Apart from Shadow Step, there aren't any others suitable for you.
Never mind then.
I'll head to the third-tier skill library.
Jiang went up to the third floor, which was equally spacious and filled with many upperclassmen studying skills. In the center of the building was a designated training area where many upperclassmen were practicing.
Jiang had Sha Chang search through them as well, from strength-based to defense-based to speed-based skills. Finally, among the third-tier skills, he selected a strength-based skill called 100 Split Fist. It was a super skill. Although it didn't belong to the ultimate tier, its power was a perfect match for Jiang.
Jiang opened the description for 100 Split Fist.
Ding, detected a modifiable skill, 100 Split Fist.
3,421.
Jiang checked the points required for modification and found that just reaching the beginner stage for this skill required 100 points, whereas the Extreme Shadow Step, a Tier 2 ultimate skill, had only required 20 points to reach the beginner stage last time. It seems that the higher the skill tier, the more mod points are required.
But it doesn't matter, 100 points is just 20 seconds anyway.
Jiang headed to the central training ground to test the power of the 100 Split Fist. This area was designed by spatial-type psychics, so testing it here would prevent the power from leaking outside. At that moment, several upperclassmen in their 20s were also practicing the 100 Fist Blast inside the training area. Some had been studying it for a long time, while others had only recently begun. As a result, the power they unleashed, some could only condense a single fist shadow, others produced several, and the most skilled could generate over a dozen. For a super tier skill like the 100 Split Fist, the beginner stage produces a single fist shadow, the novice stage produces over a dozen, the proficient stage produces around 40, and the master stage produces 100. At the master stage, not only does the number of fist shadows increase, but so does their power, enough to nearly tear apart the body of a third-tier monster, which is why it's called the 100 Split Fist. Without a doubt, this is also an area of effect skill. The reason Jiang learned this skill was precisely because of its area of effect nature. After all, when facing certain psychics such as shadow users or speed-type psychics, single-target attacks aren't very effective. You need an area of effect attack to directly lock down their movement, leaving the opponent with nowhere to hide.
Ah, I've reached the beginner stage. I made it in just 3 days.
Pfft, what is so great about that?
I'm already at the novice stage.
I'm no genius, but I reached the proficient stage in just 5 days, said a senior student with a crew cut, immediately drawing envious glances from the other seniors.
Aren't you just rubbing it in?
Everyone knows your talent is Epiphany, and A+ Epiphany talent, no less.
Who among us could possibly match your skill progression? My bad.
As compensation, I'll reluctantly give you guys some guidance, said the man with the crew cut.
His reluctant guidance was really just him showing off.
But everyone was more than happy to accept it. After all, guidance from someone with the Epiphany talent was a rare opportunity.
Let us start with you, the man with the crew cut said,
pointing at Jiang, who had just arrived.
Who? Me?
Jiang pointed at himself.
That's right, you. Why aren't you happy about it?
Let me tell you, lots of people would kill to get my guidance. You're the lucky one today.
Besides, isn't that the 100 splitting fist skill you're holding?
It's the perfect opportunity to coach you. I'm already at the proficient stage, the man said, looking smug. In his eyes, Jiang was bound to be grateful to him. He might even become his little fanboy. Damn it, why didn't this opportunity fall to me? A few people nearby grumbled, casting envious glances at Jiang.
Sorry, senior, I'm not interested.
However, Jiang flatly refused. dousing the smug man with a bucket of cold water.
What did you say? Not interested? Do you know I don't offer guidance lightly? Go teach someone else. Don't bother me.
After saying that, Jiang found an empty spot and had Shajia summon the trial dummies.
The trial dummies were excellent for testing the power of skills. Cast from shape memory alloy, they could withstand extreme attacks without breaking and quickly return to their original shape. Soon, 100 training dummies were lined up in front of Jiang. What's this guy up to? With so many training dummies, is he planning to test the 100 split fist? That can't be real. He just got the 100 split fist, and he has already summoned 100 dummies. Does this guy think his 100 split fist has reached the master stage? You've got to be kidding.
We're the only ones practicing the 100 split fist here, and no one else has shown up lately.
This guy's just a total beginner.
Anyway, there's no limit on the number of dummies. What's wrong with him summoning a few extra to liven things up? The man with the flat top haircut sneered. But Jiang paid them no mind. Instead, he was busy making adjustments. First, he spent 100 points to upgrade the 100 splitting fist to the beginner stage, then spent 500 points to jump straight to the novice stage, and finally spent 4,000 points to reach the proficient stage. By this point, however, his points were severely depleted, not enough to upgrade to the master stage, which required 10,000 points.
Ding! Insufficient points. Do you wish to run a tab?
At that moment, a system notification sounded.
On credit?
Jiang was a bit baffled.
Could you actually do that? He'd never heard of a system that allowed credit purchases. This doesn't come with a huge amount of interest, does it? Jiang asked dismissively. No interest.
Rest assured, host.
The credit limit varies depending on the system level.
Currently, the maximum credit limit for a level 5 system is 100,000 points.
Alright.
Since there was no interest, there was no harm in running a tab, so Jiang ran a tab for 10,000 points and immediately upgraded the 100 fist strike to the master stage.
He then unleashed it to test its power. 100 fist strike. Jiang roared.
Instantly, the sky was filled with fist shadows, a full 100 of them spanning an extremely wide area.
Holy shit?
The people nearby were completely dumbfounded.
What the hell? 100 fist blast at the master stage? Are you kidding me? He's at the master stage right off the bat? Does this guy have a god-tier enlightenment talent? The man with the flat top hair said in a daze.
The others were also left speechless.
So we're the clowns after all. Yeah, with a talent like that, who needs any guidance?
Even if you reach this level in one go, it can't be that powerful, the man with the crew cut muttered, trying to console himself with an excuse.
Boom! Jiang's fist shadows all struck the trial dummy. In an instant, the dummy's limbs were shattered, and once broken, they did not return to their original state. Did he shatter the shape memory alloy? Everyone stared in disbelief. The shape memory alloy here was all third tier. It had never been shattered before, yet now. This guy is a strength type. Even with the 100 split fist, it couldn't possibly be this powerful. Someone speculated. After all, the 100 split fist's power bonus comes from strength, and they naturally had no idea of Jiang's terrifying strength. As for Jiang himself, he nodded with satisfaction. With his 1.4 million gene of strength, and the 100 fist blast skill S bonus, each fist shadow carried 5 times his own strength. In other words, each of the 100 fist shadows Jiang unleashed carried 7 million gene of force. Forget third tier, even 5th tier shape memory alloy would have been shattered by that. After mastering the 100 fist blast, Jiang headed to the skill library on the 4th floor. He already had enough strength type skills, so now he needed to see if there were any defense type skills available. Or speed type skills would work, too. After all, he still had a credit limit of 90,000 points. What was there to worry about? Shachang, project all the 4th tier defense type skills for me to take a look? Jiang ordered, and soon a stream of text appeared before his eyes. Tier 4 ultimate passive skill, Iron Cloth Robe passively increases defense by 20%. A skill named Iron Cloth Robe quickly caught Jiang's attention.
Although Iron Cloth Robe was only a tier 4 skill, it was a passive skill. After all, activating active skills consumes one's own energy. Passive skills, however, require no energy once learned and take effect permanently, and the key was that staggering 20% defense bonus. Jiang currently had 5,000 armor. If he learned this skill, he would gain a 1,000 armor bonus. Moreover, as time went on, his armor would inevitably continue to increase. By then, the passive bonus will be truly staggering. Therefore, Jiang decided to learn Iron Cloth Armor as his defense skill. But when he eagerly flipped through the book to look at it, he discovered that Iron Cloth Armor was only half complete, the other half was missing. This left him a bit disappointed, so he asked Chang about it. However, he still got no answer. Forget it. Jiang felt a bit dejected. He finally found a suitable defensive skill, only to discover it was incomplete. He continued upward to the 5th floor, but there were no suitable defensive or speed skills there either. The 6th floor was the same, and finally, he reached the 7th floor. There were still no defensive skills here, but he did find a speed-type skill that was perfect for him. Calling it a speed-type skill wasn't entirely accurate, though, because this 7th tier skill was called Walking on Air. It allowed the user to walk by using the air as a foothold, and if cultivated to the master stage, they could even hover in midair without falling. Jiang thought about his current teleportation range of 2,500, though that only worked on the ground. To teleport into the air, he'd need a foothold. It seemed that once he learned Walking on Air, he'd be able to hover in mid-air. This would be a clever way to deal with opponents or monsters possessing flight abilities.
This is the one.
Jiang, holding the Walking on Air skill, arrived at the training ground. The only difference here compared to the area below was that those who came here to select skills were generally instructors from the War God University. And there, on the training ground, he spotted a familiar figure.
That's right, it was Teacher Lily.
Besides Lily, there were several other instructors here cultivating their skills, each looking deeply focused.
Teacher Lily.
Jiang greeted her.
Jiang, you're here too?
A flash of surprise crossed Lily's eyes. Although Jiang possessed immense, unparalleled strength, mastering a skill wasn't simply a matter of brute force. Moreover, one couldn't cultivate a 7th tier skill without reaching level 60, a threshold Jiang clearly hadn't met yet.
Could this guy be using skill cultivation as an excuse to chase after this lowly? Lily couldn't help but speculate. Yeah, I just happened to spot this Treading the Void skill book and thought I'd give it a try.
What skill?
Treading the Void.
Treading what?
Treading the Void.
Lily snatched the skill book from Jiang's hands, glanced at the cover and contents, and realized Jiang wasn't bluffing. It really was a 7th tier skill called Treading the Void. This guy doesn't seem to be here to hit on me.
Could he really be here to train a skill? Lily wondered again. Are you really going to learn this? What else would I do?
Jiang said, then immediately began modifying it. Ding, detected a modifiable 7th tier skill, Walking on Air.
System, I'll take it on credit. Jiang said.
He then spent 3,000 points to upgrade Walking on Air to the beginner stage, followed by 10,000 points to reach the novice stage, and 20,000 points to reach the proficient stage. Finally, he spent 40,000 points to reach the master stage.
Jiang couldn't help but gasp. That's way too many points, damn it.
Upgrading a 7th tier skill to the master stage actually cost nearly 80,000 points. If it were an 8th or 9th tier skill, wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands of points?
Host, just be content.
Many people spend their entire lives practicing a 7th tier skill and never reach the master stage.
You upgraded to master stage in a second and you're still complaining?
Jiang thought about it. The system was right, one should be content with what one has.
After the upgrade was complete, Jiang began to cast Walking on Air.
Whoosh!
The next second, Jiang's figure appeared directly in midair and hovered there.
He realized that as long as his energy was sufficient, he could remain suspended in the air indefinitely. In other words, he could now move through the air as easily as walking on solid ground, and each teleportation covered a distance of 2,500 meters. This left the group of level 60 and 70 teachers surrounding him completely dumbfounded.
Is this the master stage of walking on air? Lily's eyes widened.
Her chest heaved violently, unable to calm down, and her mouth gaped open in utter shock.
Lily, is this our school's new teacher? He is so handsome. Do you have his contact information? Another female teacher walked over, staring blankly at Jiang's figure.
As far as I know, aside from our principal, no one else in the entire school has ever reached the master stage with the treading the void skill, right?
This is the first time I've seen him here. He is already at the master stage just after learning treading the void? Unbelievable, this is absolutely out of this world.
The group of male and female teachers were so stunned they nearly had a stroke.
What new teacher? This is our school's new student Jiang, the top scorer on the college entrance exam from Pingjiang province.
Lily explained, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a flirtatious gleam.
A freshman?
Upon hearing those two words, the other teachers were instantly frozen in place.
A freshman walks in, immediately learns a 7th tier skill, and reaches the master stage in a second? Good heavens, what kind of talent is this? Even a god-tier enlightenment talent wouldn't be this outrageous, right? The key point is that this is a 7th tier skill. How did he even train it? Boom!
Just then, a powerful aura descended from the sky outside the skill vault, followed by a flying sword hurtling toward them. Standing atop the sword was a stunningly beautiful, aloof woman.
Holy crap, it's the principal! Why is the principal at the skill vault?
Instantly, the students and teachers outside the skill vault who saw the flying sword couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
The principal was a level 92 powerhouse who came and went without a trace.
She rarely appeared on campus aside from taking on the first place winner of the freshman grand tournament as her disciple. She was practically never seen.
And now that she appeared at the skill library, something major was bound to happen.
The flying sword landed outside the 7th floor of the skill library. Principal Mu Qing walked on air, teleporting a few times before arriving right in front of Jiang.
We pay our respects to the principal. The teachers immediately bowed in greeting. They held her in the highest regard.
After all, she was currently the only female powerhouse in Xia Kingdom ranked above level 90.
New student Jiang, I pay my respects to the principal.
Very good, Mu Qing nodded. Xiao Bing has already briefed me on your situation. I've just rushed back from the monster battlefield specifically to take you on as my student.
Are you willing?
After speaking, Mu Qing fixed her cold, striking gaze on Jiang. She wore a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. It was clear she worked out regularly. Her pale blue eyes were like a clear spring, and her long white eyelashes, resembling two tiny white brushes, made her appear even more alluring and captivating.
She embodied the very essence of an aloof goddess. I'm willing, Jiang replied. With a level 92 teacher backing him up, what would he have to fear in the future if disciples from those prominent clans ever crossed him?
Very good.
Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, then tossed him an inventory watch. Consider this my welcome gift to you.
Thank you, teacher.
Jiang took it.
Inside were cultivation resources suited to his needs. Perhaps because of Xiao Bing's report, there were no items designed to enhance psychic abilities. Instead, it contained resources like the essence blood of powerful monsters, all items that would be highly beneficial to Jiang.
Spend today absorbing those resources. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the low-tier monster battlefield for some training to test your abilities and, while we're at it, introduce you to your senior sister.
After giving these instructions, Principal Mu Qing stepped onto the air and vanished with a few teleports.
Jiang, I really envy you.
You haven't even participated in the freshman tournament yet, and you've already been taken under the principal's wing, Lily said as she stepped forward to congratulate him, but then looked at Jiang with pity. However, the principal is very strict with her students. She trains them rigorously, so you probably won't have much free time from now on. You might not get to enjoy the best of school life. How pitiful.
It's better to keep busy,
Jiang replied, then prepared to return to the villa to absorb the items Mu Qing had given him. He'd be heading to the monster battlefield tomorrow, so every bit of extra strength would help.
Oh, and what about that senior classmate? I wonder what she looks like. My teacher is a woman, and my senior classmate is a woman too. Come to think of it, how many senior classmates do I have? Are they all pretty? As Jiang walked back, these thoughts ran through his mind, and he soon arrived home.
Taking out the resources Mu Qing had given him, Jiang examined them and realized the principal had underestimated him. The highest tier item among them was merely 5th tier monster essence blood. Moreover, many of them came with instructions on how to use them. Some even specified that they should be taken in multiple doses.
Jiang couldn't be bothered with the details.
After all, even 7th tier Thunder Dragon Essence blood was as easy to consume as a drink for him, let alone this 5th tier stuff. Gulp, gulp. There were 5 bottles in total, so Jiang simply downed them all in one go. Instantly, 5 surges of energy raced through his body, but they were quickly subdued by his formidable physique. His 1.4 million gene of strength and 5,000 armor had forged a powerful physique. 5th tier essence blood was nothing to him. After barely managing to absorb it, Jiang checked his stats. Strength, 1,430,000. Armor, 5,100. Speed, 2,550. He found that his strength had increased by 30,000 gene, his armor by 100, and his speed by 50 points. Although these boosts were minor for him, they were better than nothing.
High-tier monsters really do provide better bonuses.
Jiang sighed, wondering which tier S monster battlefield he'd be assigned to tomorrow.
He'd heard that
the monster battlefield was home to many ferocious monsters. If he could slay a few high-tier monsters and obtain their essence, the bonuses would be significantly greater. Deciding not to dwell on it, Jiang resolved to take a stroll through the capital S market. He'd heard it was bustling. He'd even visited it a few times over the past few days, and it sold all kinds of resources. There were plenty of skills there, too. Perhaps he might even stumble upon the other half of that iron cloth robe technique he'd been longing for.
Who knows?
Following the directions provided by Sha Chang's navigation app, Jiang set off toward the market. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Chen family estate.
The Chen family estate was a vast estate.
After all, as a long-established, prominent family, both the size of the property and the opulence of its architecture were exceptionally grand. But at that moment, Mu Qing's figure appeared above the Chen family estate. She hovered in midair, her eyes cold as she gazed down at the estate. Mu Qing had tossed several corpses at the entrance of the Chen family estate. They were none other than the men who had caused trouble for Jiang earlier that day while posing as the God of War senior student. These were the bodies of Chen Lin and others, one of the Chen family's butlers. "You old bastard, get your ass out here!" Mu Qing roared, her aura of intimidation instantly engulfing the Chen family estate as a massive sword energy condensing. The moment Mu Qing so much as thought it, it would instantly strike down.
Who dares to make such a racket at my Chen family estate? How presumptuous!
A deep, aged voice echoed from the grand mansion at the very heart of the Chen estate, and simultaneously, a figure appeared in the air, standing face to face with Mu Qing.
"Oh, so it's Principal Mu. What brings you to my Chen family estate?"
This elderly man was Qin Jun, the head of the Chen family, a level 91 weapon master with an A+ talent. But in Mu Qing's presence, he was clearly no match for her, so he had to be polite. He knew Mu Qing was a complete madwoman, and her arrival at the Chen family estate meant she must have found out about that incident.
"Hand over Chenli," Mu Qing said coldly.
Chenli was the one who had ordered Chen Lin to kidnap Jiang Qinyang's father.
"I don't know what my son has done to offend Principal Mu.
I've warned you old families many times not to cause trouble for my students at my school.
Do you think my words are just hot air?"
At this point, it was impossible for Qin Jun to pretend he didn't know anything. After all, he had given his approval for this matter. He'd assumed that with Chen Lin's level 56 strength, he'd succeed in bringing Jiang back. After all, even some teachers within the War God Academy had been bribed by the Chen family.
He hadn't expected the operation to fail.
"Oh?" Chen Jun feigned surprise.
"I know nothing about this matter."
"Here's what we'll do. I'll call Chenli out to apologize to you, Principal Mu, and then our Chen family will compensate that student."
"Do you think this would be an appropriate resolution?" "Stop beating around the bush. My rules are my rules. Hand Shanli over immediately. Mu Qing's aura was even more imposing.
To be honest, Chen Jun really didn't want to hand Shenli over. Although Shenli wasn't the most outstanding talent in the Chen family, his ability to manage the family was top-notch. Matters concerning the family's businesses and alliances with other families were all handled by him.
Principal Mu, is there really no room for compromise?
You old fool, you don't understand when I speak to you politely, do you? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand him over, I'll lose my temper.
10, 9.
Mu Qing, however, showed him absolutely no mercy, treating Chen Jun as if he weren't a level 91 powerhouse at all, but rather a level 9 weakling. As soon as she finished speaking, she began counting down.
Chen Jun's mind raced.
If he let that crazy woman lose her temper here, the entire Chen family estate would be destroyed, and once she went berserk, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. After much deliberation, he realized his only option was to hand over Chenli.
Damn it! Chen Jun cursed inwardly.
You filthy hag, when the demon lord descends, I'll blow you to smithereens 100 times over. Despite his inner rage, Chen Jun dared not show it.
Fine, you can have him.
He gave in fact, he had no choice but to give in. After the Chen family handed over Chenli, Mu Qing killed him on the spot. She then went straight to the Zhou family and killed Zhou Qing, Zhou Xiao's father, and proceeded to the Jiang family, where she killed Zheng Ziden. This man was Zheng Niu's father.
With that, the three of them were completely eliminated.
Mu Qing knew that while this would push the three families' hatred of her to the absolute limit, it was the only way to intimidate them. Besides, for certain reasons, his relationship with the three families had long since become irreconcilable, so why should he still tiptoe around them? Who cares? I'll just do what I have to do. After Mu Qing left, the heads of the three families gathered at the Jiang residence. Besides Chen Jun, there were Zhou Mu, head of the Zhou family, and Zhang Qian, head of the Jiang family. We've suffered heavy losses in this divine dungeon, but we can't just let this slide. Head of the Chen family is right. It's not just the loss of three promising young disciples, it's a direct slap in the face to us, and the cause behind all this is that Jiang. But that guy is under the protection of the War God Academy, it's not easy to take action against him.
The Academy has its own rules.
Don't some of our own disciples attend the 4 great academies as well? According to the rules between schools, a challenge delivered in person cannot be refused. Why don't we each send one of our younger disciples to challenge that Jiang? Let us make it a life or death duel that way, even if he is killed, Mu Qing won't be able to say a thing.
That sounds good.
But just to be safe, let us secretly hire some assassins on the side. Those desperados, as long as the money and resources are there is nothing they won't do. Also, I know some foreign assassin organizations they can help too. The group grew more and more excited as they talked, as if they could already see Jiang lying dead before their eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang was, of course, unaware of any of this. He had just returned from the market, where he'd seen many rare resources, though unfortunately, most were of no use to him. The ones that were useful were too expensive. Even with nearly 10 million still in his bank account, he still couldn't afford some of the top-tier resources. As for the other half of the iron cloth skill, he hadn't found it either. However, he had picked up a piece of information that might help him locate the other half of iron cloth.
That was the Luo family. The Luo family was a clan of classical text collectors. It was said that their family's skill library contained many lost skills, ones not even found within the 4 great academies.
However, the Luo family's skill library was generally open only to family members. Jiang wondered if he should join the family as a son-in-law or something similar. That way, he could access the Luo family's skills for free. After all, some of these lost ancient skills were incredibly powerful, in no way inferior to the talents exclusive to psychics. I'll go ask teacher Lily and see if she can help. Jiang had looked up Lily's profile and knew she was a member of the Luo family.
Besides, hadn't he given her some modification fruits before?
That counted as a favor, and now was the perfect time to call it in. If all else failed, he could always offer a few more modified fruits. After all, he was determined to get his hands on the iron cloth technique. Before long, Jiang arrived at the resource management office.
Teacher Lily, I heard your family has a large collection of skill tomes. Could I go in and take a look? Jiang got straight to the point. Put. Lily spit out a mouthful of salted soda. Are you kidding?
Even I, a member of the Luo family, need to use family contribution points to access our skill library, let alone an outsider like you.
Besides, isn't the war goddess skill library big enough for you?
Here's the thing, I found a level 4 skill called Iron Cloth Armor, but it's only half complete.
The other half is missing, so I was wondering if your Luo family might have it?
A 4th tier skill?
I can go in and take a look for you, but I can't bring it out. I can transcribe it for you, though, but there's a catch. Lily paused here. You're heading into the monster arena tomorrow for training.
If you enter a 4th or 5th tier monster arena, bring me back 10 gold devouring beast inner cores.
Gold devouring beast inner cores?
Information about this monster flashed through Jiang's mind. The gold devouring beast is a monster capable of manipulating the metal element, much like the human talent of a metal elementalist.
Its inner core helps metal elementalists master the manipulation of the metal element more proficiently.
It also reduces the consumption of supernatural energy, making it a highly sought-after inner core among metal elementalists. However, obtaining such an inner core is extremely difficult. First, you must slay the gold devouring beast, a top-tier monster with formidable combat power. In addition to its various metal element attacks, its entire body is enveloped in a layer of hard metal.
Although it isn't a defense-type monster, its defensive capabilities are on par with those of other monsters. In fact, many defense-type monsters don't even measure up to the gold devouring beast.
Another crucial point when defeating the gold devouring beast is that you cannot use metal elements, because the monster absorbs them upon contact. This meant that Jiang's purple-blue alloy battle spear was definitely out of the question, but he still had the 100 split fista technique, even more fearsome than the battle spear, so it naturally wasn't a problem.
Alright, I agree, Jiang nodded.
After all, the monster battlefield was also a training ground. If Lily really found the iron cloth armor, it would definitely be worth it.
After finishing his discussion with Lily, Jiang headed back.
After all, he was going to the monster battlefield tomorrow, so it was best to get some rest today. He also wanted to go back and review the information on the monster battlefield.
Early the next morning, escorted by Mu-Ching, Jiang arrived at the monster battlefield.
This place, known as Shanhaiguan, was where the Xia Kingdom defended against monsters. It was a 5th tier monster battlefield, where monsters ranged in level from 41 to 50. At the entrance, aside from Jiang and Mu-Ching, there were also students from the other 4 major academies. After all, it wasn't just students from the God of War Academy who came here for training. However, many had been forced to come by their teachers, so one could hear some students murmuring complaints.
Ugh, back to the monster battlefield again. Another week of misery ahead.
Several upperclassmen sighed heavily. They knew the route and didn't need a teacher to escort them. Since there were no teachers around, they felt free to vent a little.
We're psychics, after all.
With great power comes great responsibility in the future. It'll be up to us to fend off the monsters. Stop complaining and get on with your training. Besides, once we finish the training, the school will give us rewards. I'd already made plans with my girlfriend to go on a trip this week, but then I got dragged here out of the blue.
Unbelievable.
Quite a few students grumbled. Jiang could tell these guys were truly reluctant.
Your senior sister is here.
Just as he was looking around, Mu-Ching suddenly said. Sure enough, a flying sword soared through the air from the distance, carrying a stunning figure.
Even from a distance, Jiang could see the woman's voluptuous figure. Senior sister, it looks like her background is pretty impressive too.
Jiang muttered under his breath.
Let me introduce you.
This is your senior sister, Linjin, and this is your junior brother, Jiang. You two should get to know each other, Mu-Ching said.
Hello, senior sister. Hello, junior brother.
As they drew closer, Jiang could see her curves even more clearly. Moreover, it seemed senior sister, like their teacher, was a swordswoman. Both exuded the fierce, battle-hardened aura characteristic of swordsmen. I hear you're the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province. and that you single-handedly took on 15 top-tier monsters. That's way better than what I did back when I took the exam.
Not at all, not at all.
After a round of mutual back-patting, Mu Qing led them to the 5th-tier monster battlefield. Teachers and principals from every school brought their students to the monster battlefield for training. After all, life and death battles against monsters were the best way to hone one's supernatural abilities. The 4 great schools each had designated resting areas within the monster battlefield, and within each area, different teachers had their own designated spots.
Mu Qing led Jiang and Linjin to a tent. These are your assignments for the next 7 days.
Mu Qing had Shaqiang Project, a set of subtitles displaying the mission descriptions. The two had different tasks. Jiang had 10 missions, all related to killing monsters, while Linjin had 12. However, her missions were more difficult, requiring her to kill a greater number of monsters.
All right, go ahead.
The special forces will take you to the main monster battlefield, Mu Qing said. The Special Forces was a large army composed of psychics, serving as the Xia Kingdom's main force in the fight against monsters. As for the students from the 4 great academies, they couldn't be considered part of the main force. Their primary purpose was to gain combat experience. Still, they would help alleviate some of the pressure on the Special Forces in direct combat. Commander Zhou, we're counting on you this time, Linjin said. This Commander Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Wenxiang, was in charge of this section of the monster battlefield. He commanded a division of the Special Forces and was usually responsible for escorting students from the War God Academy who came for training.
This is my junior, Jiang, this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province.
Your junior?
Zhou Wenxiang looked at Jiang in surprise.
He just finished the college entrance exam, and Principal Mu has already dragged him here for training. Is this kid up to the task? This is a 5th-tier monster battlefield, after all. It wasn't that Zhou Wenxiang was underestimating Jiang, it was just that any fresh graduate who just finished the college entrance exams with a level no higher than 10 coming to a 5th-tier battlefield where monsters range from levels 41 to 50? Wouldn't that be a surefire death sentence?
It might even end up being a liability for the Special Forces on the front lines.
Commander Zhou, don't underestimate my junior, he has quite the talent. Linjin chuckled softly, covering her mouth.
Very well.
Since Principal Mu brought him here, he must certainly be capable. The group boarded a military helicopter. The monster battlefield was quite a distance away, and in the distance, other helicopters were already transporting students there. However, those were students from other universities: Elemental University, Tianshan University, and the National Defense University. Before long, they arrived at the main entrance of the monster battlefield, where Zhou Wenxiang and several other division commanders in charge of the transport had gathered.
Jiang also spotted several familiar faces, including Mei Qingqing and Zhang Tian from Element University, as well as that good-natured guy Xiong Er. Xin Jun from the National Defense University was there too, though it seems Xiao Wenjing hadn't made it.
Jiang, you're here too? Mei Qingqing and the others approached to greet him.
Yeah, here to gain some experience.
Hee, Jiang, this time, let us carry you. Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian said with a smile. Last time in the Divine Blessing Dungeon, he'd been held back by his level and strength. But this time, on the monster battlefield, his level was fully unleashed, and thanks to the transformation fruit, his strength had improved significantly. That's right, Jiang, we'll protect you this time, Mei Qingqing chimed in.
You're going to protect him?
Linjin stood nearby, a look of confusion on her face. No matter how she looked at it, these people seemed to know each other and quite well at that. Last time in the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon, it was Jiang who led us to an easy victory. The group briefly recounted their experience in the Divine Blessing Dungeon.
Only then did Linjin have a lightbulb moment.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let us head into the monster arena, Zhou Wenxiang said. He handed each of them a token and continued. This token will track the number of monsters you kill and your points. This time, let us see how many of you can outdo that group from Tianshan. No sooner had Zhou Wenxiang finished speaking than the students from Tianshan University approached.
Ha, are you kidding?
We at Tianshan are natural-born gods. Do you really think we'd let you surpass us so easily?
Our goal this time is 4 digits. 4 digits, of course, meant reaching 1000 points. In the 5th tier battlefield, the highest score ever achieved in the monster slaying trial was 980 points, a record set by a Tianjin student that no one has been able to break to this day. After all, that celestial student was an SSS rank talent and a shadow talent at that, a talent capable of dealing massive damage. Even Mei Qingqing, who had advanced to SSS rank after obtaining the Divine Spirit Pearl, wasn't confident she could break that record. And the student who set that record back then is now the president of Celestial University. Is 1000 points that hard? Jiang retorted. Ha! The students from Tianjin across from him burst out laughing. What kind of hick are you? First time here, huh? You don't even know the scoring rules for the monster arena. Forget it, forget it. Don't bother with this hick. We'd be better off spending that time killing a few monsters to earn more points. With that, the group walked away. Damn it, these guys are so arrogant. I'm used to it, the Celestials are all like that. Let us go too. With that, the group joined the monster battlefield. Unlike the monsters in dungeons, the monsters here were more numerous, more diverse, and far more ferocious. They often coordinated their attacks with one another. That's why students who come here to train usually team up to take them down. Looking at the swarming horde of monsters on the battlefield, Jiang's heart raced. Back when he'd entered dungeons to kill monsters for energy points, there were far too few of them. He'd have to search for them himself, and even when he found them, many would just run away, nothing like the ferocious monsters here. Looks like it's time to farm some energy points. Jiang suddenly felt as though he'd stumbled upon a paradise. If he spent a day fighting here, wouldn't the system level him up directly from level 5 to level 6? If he stayed for a week, the system might even skyrocket to level 20 or 30. By then, the unlocked attribute modifications would be absolutely terrifying, wouldn't they? With that thought, Jiang excitedly pulled out his purple-blue alloy battle halberd. Senior classmates, I'm off. Waving his halberd like a war god, he charged headlong into battle. Jiang is being way too impulsive, Mei Qingqing said with concern. After all, this is a level 5 monster battlefield. He looks really happy to me? Senior Lin Jin's face was filled with confusion. After all, training in the monster battlefield was a grueling task. No one else wanted to come, and everyone looked reluctant. Yet here he was, looking happy and excited? Is this guy a freak? Let us go after him. Lin Jin and Mei Qingqing were old friends. They basically always teamed up for every monster battlefield training session. Bang! As soon as Jiang stepped forward, he encountered a charging green lion. Its height was well over 3 meters. Crack! However, in just a second, Jiang sliced off the green lion's head with a single swing of his halberd, and the energy points were credited to his account. Ding, killed one tier 5 monster, earned 5 energy points. 5 energy points? Jiang was a bit stunned. Was the reward really that high? He'd only ever killed level 1 monsters before, so he'd always assumed that killing a monster yielded just 1 energy point. He never expected to get 5 energy points. Wasn't that just out of this world? He was instantly overjoyed, wielding his battle spear with flawless precision. Plus, since the group of blue lions in front of him were only just over level 40, they weren't particularly formidable. Jiang also checked the stats of this group of blue lions. Their strength was around 500,000 Jiang, and their attacks were quite fierce, roughly on par with his own armor. When a claw landed on him, he felt a slight jolt. Roar! Just then, the 2 blue lion leaders charged forward. One clashed with Jiang head-on, slamming a paw against his battle spear. Jiang parried the blow and swung his spear back at the lion. To his surprise, the blue lion leader was surprisingly fast and dodged Jiang's strike. At the same time, the other blue lion leader, approaching from behind Jiang, fired a beam of blue light. Boom! The beam struck Jiang, and he felt a wave of excruciating pain. Clearly, this wasn't physical damage, but magical damage. Crack! Jiang held nothing back. He activated his speed, teleported directly beneath the blue lion leader's belly, and thrust his halberd in, ripping out its intestines.
Having quickly disposed of the two blue lion leaders, Jiang was just about to slay the remaining blue lions when a 5-meter-tall blue lion king charged toward him from the distance.
Its massive claws slammed down on Jiang's battle halberd. Thud!
The impact was so powerful that even Jiang, caught off guard, was forced back more than 2 meters despite blocking the blow.
But he quickly regained his footing. This guy?
The division commanders were all stunned. They fought the Blue Lion King before. Even if they managed to block such a ferocious charge, they would been knocked back at least several hundred meters.
But this guy? He was only pushed back a meter or two? For a moment, the division commanders all fixed their gaze on Jiang. If I'm not mistaken, he is a freshman from the God of War Academy, right?
Yes, I think he has a shot at breaking the God of Heaven's record of 980 points.
That's not certain. Do you think SS's talent is just a joke?
The division commanders each had their own opinions. However, at that moment, the monsters around Jiang all seemed to be treading carefully. Perhaps having witnessed Jiang's formidable might just now, some of them were even avoiding him.
100 Fist Blast.
Jiang couldn't be bothered to boost his speed to chase them down. Instead, he unleashed the 100 Fist Blast, sending a wide range of fist shadows pouring down like rain. In an instant, more than a dozen 5th-tier monsters were killed, and 70 energy points were credited to his account. After firing off a few hundred fist blasts, the monsters surrounding Jiang actually began to move away from him. They were attempting to create distance from him, effectively forming a vacuum zone around him. At the same time, a flock of large blackbirds swooped in from the sky. The feathers on their bodies resembled black steel needles, each one over a meter long and looking extremely sharp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost instantly, over 10,000 black feathers shot toward him. As Jiang watched these massive blackbirds, their data flashed through his mind. 5th-tier black-feathered birds specializing in speed and feather attacks, with their strikes inflicting lightning damage. Unfortunately, however, their feather attacks dealt physical damage. Clink, 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 Jiang felt a dense, prickling sensation all over his body, but with his 5,100 armor, he was more than adequately protected. However, Jiang did not use the 100 split fist to attack the black-feathered birds. While this technique works well against ground-based monsters, it's not as effective against fast, aerial monsters. Of course, that doesn't mean he can't hit them, it just means the hit rate is relatively low. So, Jiang activated Skywalk immediately. Although the black-feathered bird was fast, it couldn't outpace Skywalk. Combined with Jiang's 2,550-meter teleportation range, the bird could barely even catch a glimpse of his shadow. In just over 10 seconds, the black-feathered bird's corpse plummeted from the sky. After dispatching the aerial monster, Jiang resumed his slaughter on the ground, single-handedly chasing down a horde of monsters.
Everyone, retreat for now. Wait until the top-tier monster kings arrive, let them deal with this kid.
Several monsters spoke up. After all, being 5th tier, they had already developed sentience. Not only were they proficient in the language of Xia Kingdom, but they were also proficient in the language of the island nation. They could even speak terms like Yamadai and the like, and with greater precision.
Holy crap, is this guy chasing monsters to fight them?
The pressure on the allied forces along this front line was instantly greatly relieved.
The speed skill he just used, was that treading the void?
Several division commanders and the corps commander overseeing this sector of the battlefield were also left speechless.
ISNT treading the void, a 7th tier skill? It seems a lot of high-ranking experts know this skill, but as far as mastering it to the point of hovering in mid-air, aside from Principal Mu, this guy must be the second person to achieve it.
The army commander spoke with utter astonishment. He had practiced Skywalk himself, but even after several years, he had only reached the proficient stage. This skill required not only strength but also natural talent and a speed advantage. Now, seeing a freshman who had just finished his college entrance exams reach the master stage, the army commander found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Jiang dashed from this side to another battlefield. The monster battlefield was vast. Even the section where Jiang was located was merely the tip of the iceberg. The monsters in that area feared Jiang, but those in other regions were unaware of his terror, so Jiang had completely transformed into a killing machine. Wherever he went, monster corpses flew through the air, and his energy points and token points soared wildly. Finally, the first day of training came to an end. Jiang glanced at the 10 tasks his teacher had given him. He had already exceeded all of them. His token points had reached 2,678. In other words, by slaying so many 5th-tier monsters in a single day, he had long since shattered the record set by the Celestial God University president. It's worth noting that the Celestial God University president's record was set over an entire cycle, that is, 7 days, yet Jiang had broken it in just 1 day, and by a wide margin. But what delighted Jiang even more was that his energy points had reached 13,468. First, Jiang and his senior classmate boarded a dedicated helicopter and returned to their camp. After all, the battlefield was too far from the camp, and they couldn't keep teleporting back by walking on air. It was too exhausting, and after a day of fierce combat, Jiang was already completely drained. By now, he was starving. There wasn't even time to upgrade the system. He was temporarily replenishing his stamina on the helicopter, planning to eat a hearty meal once he returned to camp. Upon returning to camp, Jiang first ate a meal to replenish his depleted stamina. Despite his fierce fighting, his stamina depletion was just as intense. He had long since used up all the energy potions provided by the military. After eating his fill, Jiang opened the system panel, ready to upgrade. Host, Jiang. Available mod points, 352,374. Energy points, 13,468. 3,000. Strength attribute, 1,430,000. Currently modifiable, 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Armor attribute, 5,000. Currently modifiable, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed attribute, 2550. Currently, 100 points equals 1 speed. It had been roughly 24 hours since he spent points yesterday. As a level 5 system, Jiang had received a bonus of 432,000 points. After deducting the amount on credit, he had 352,374 points remaining. After checking the panel, Jiang didn't hesitate to upgrade the system to level 6. At this point, he had 10,468 energy points remaining, and the upgrade required 5,000 points. He decided to go ahead and upgrade to level 7, leaving him with 5,458 points. However, upgrading to level 8 required 7,000 energy points, so he had to put that on hold for now. Plus 7. Plus 7. Watching the points steadily increase, Jiang felt thoroughly satisfied. What was even more exciting was that the level 7 system had unlocked the critical hit attribute modification. Critical hit attribute, currently modifiable with 3,000 points, equals 1% critical hit chance. Jiang couldn't help but gasp. The points required for the critical hit attribute were truly staggering. Fortunately, with a level 7 system, he'd likely accumulate enough in a single day, so he decided to spend 300,000 points first. He immediately adjusted the critical hit attribute to 100%. Adjustment successful. Current critical hit attribute, 100%. Remaining points, 52,374. Critical hit rate reaches 100%, triggering a hidden skill. Attacks have a chance to deal 10,000x critical hit damage. A 100% critical hit attribute meant that when Jiang's strength and skill power were applied, the effect would be doubled. For example, if his strength was 1,430,000 gene, after being multiplied 5-fold by the 100 fist strike, that becomes 7,150,000 gene. Then, after being doubled by the critical hit, it becomes 14,300,000 gene of strength. Moreover, the 100 fist strike consists of 100 fist shadows, each possessing over 10 million gene of strength. For someone of Jiang's age to possess such terrifying strength is absolutely unprecedented. Never mind the 5th-tier monster battlefield, even on the 7th-tier monster battlefield, Jiang was confident he could sweep through it. And with the level 7 system, after a few more days of accumulating points. Just thinking about it was terrifying. After finishing the modifications. Master, I've completed the task you assigned. Are there any more tasks coming up? No, there are only so many tasks in a cycle. I just didn't expect you to finish them so quickly. I really underestimated you. Although Mu Qing was a level 92 powerhouse, the look in her eyes as she watched Jiang
was still filled with astonishment. Junior brother, are you addicted to slaying monsters? When others finish their tasks, they can't wait to go back to school and enjoy themselves, but you actually want more tasks? Why don't you do my tasks for me? You wish. Mu Qing gave Lin Jin a sharp tap on the head. Do your own tasks, why are you bothering your junior brother? Jiang, if you want to go back, I can take you there. No, teacher. I'm fine here, I don't want to go back, Jiang refused. As if. With a system that lets me level up twice a day, why would I ever leave this great place? After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang got ready to rest so he'd be full of energy the next day to keep slaying monsters and leveling up. While Jiang was resting, over in the tents of the army commander and the division commanders, they were staring at the score screen extracted by Xiang, and for a moment, they were all speechless. Zhou Wenxiang, in particular, had initially thought this freshman, Jiang, was just here for a laugh, only to have him shatter the score record on his very first day. 2,678 points? This guy killed 2,678 fifth-tier monsters in a single day? How did he do that? The Army Corps commander was utterly baffled. After all, even a fifth-tier psionic would need at least a quarter of an hour to take down a single fifth-tier monster. Bring up the battlefield footage. Soon, the video of Jiang slaying monsters was playing before everyone's eyes. The footage, captured randomly by a drone, was a full 5 minutes long. Yet even after watching it all the way through, everyone still felt it wasn't enough. After all, those brutal scenes of slaughter had their blood boiling. Aside from the division commander's tent, the principals and teachers from other schools were also checking their scores in their respective tents. The moment they glanced at the numbers, they froze in shock. This was especially true for those arrogant types from Tianjin University. These guys were S-rank talents today. They killed 134 monsters, racking up 134 points. They assumed their scores would be the highest of the day. Upon returning, they planned to show off in front of their teacher, but when they looked at the scoreboard, they realized they didn't even have a fraction of what Jiang had earned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, the students from Tianjin University shouted, pounding on the table. What's so impossible about it, said Yan Nantian, the principal of Tianjin University. He was the one who had set the previous record of 980 points and was a leading figure who had dominated the scene in the previous era. He was arguably the most outstanding prodigy of that era, and many of the records he set remain unbroken to this day. You're just too talented and too arrogant, Yan Nantian said earnestly. He then played a video of Jiang slaying a monster. The moment the video started, the students fell instantly silent. After a long moment. That guy isn't even human. How did he do that? I'll accept that his strength is astonishing, but he's even mastered the 7th tier treading on emptiness skill? He just finished his college entrance exams. Even the arrogant prodigies now hung their heads in defeat. There was nothing they could do. The video had dealt them a crushing blow. Even when they teamed up to take down monsters, they struggled. Meanwhile, Jiang's single set of 100 shattering fists had killed over a dozen monsters outright. They couldn't compare, they simply couldn't. It's good for you to take a hit like this. It won't hurt your future. Get some rest, there are still 6 days left until the monster battlefield. Yan Nantian said before leaving. Later, following discussions between the military and the principals of the 4 great academies, the 5-minute video of Jiang slaying a 5th-tier monster was released to state media. As soon as the video was uploaded, it immediately sparked massive discussion among the citizens of Xia Nation. Holy crap, this Jiang guy is so cool. It seems our side isn't completely helpless in the monster battlefield after all. At least we still have a rising star like Jiang. I hope the military releases more videos like this. I love watching them. Thumbs up. Is this really the limit of human capability? He just finished his college entrance exams, yet the potential he has shown already surpasses that of the veterans. I absolutely don't believe he is an ordinary person. Could he be a deity experiencing life on Earth? I think so. With that much strength, I'd say he is the incarnation of the god of strength. Bullshit.
He is so fast he must be the incarnation of the god of speed. For a time, citizens of Xia Nation were abuzz with discussion. The video greatly inspired the people of Xia Nation and boosted the courage and confidence of both the special forces and the citizens in their fight against the monsters. The next day, Jiang with a 100% critical hit bonus fought even more fiercely on the monster battlefield than he had the day before, leaving the students from the 4 great academies and the special forces around him even more dumbfounded. How come it feels like his damage output has doubled in just one night? The division commander watched Jiang's back as he went on a frenzied killing spree, his mind filled with confusion. How could a single person's damage output double overnight? Could it be that this guy, just like in the game, can land critical hits? Yesterday, his 100 split fist killed over a dozen monsters with a single strike. Today, he is taking down dozens. This is just ridiculous. Lin Jin and the others realized that fighting monsters alongside Jiang left them completely out of the action. Meanwhile, in response to public demand, the military had begun live streaming Jiang's entire performance using drones, several of them, in fact, providing a 360-degree, no blind spot view of his every move. Holy crap, is this really killing monsters? Are you sure he is not just squishing little chicks? One viewer commented in the live chat. It was just too easy. What do you mean squishing little chicks? Just check out the live streams from other special forces units, you'll see how tough it really is. Jiang makes it look easy because he is that good. I think I just saw a level 5 Xuanjia beast. I remember encountering one in the dungeon last time I fought it for ages without breaking through its defense, but Jiang just wiped out a whole group in one hit? It wasn't just the general public watching the stream. Students from the 4 great academies, even those who hadn't come to the monster battlefield for training, were tuning into Jiang's stream, some with the intention of learning new techniques. After all, taking down certain monsters requires skill. But as soon as they entered the live stream, they were immediately disappointed. How the hell were they supposed to learn any skills from this? The live stream had only been running for an hour, yet the number of viewers in Jiang's stream had already surpassed 10 million and the numbers kept growing. And so, Jiang remained immersed in his daily frenzy of slaughter, right up until the 7th day. On this day, perhaps because so many monsters had been killed previously, a group of uninvited guests appeared on the battlefield, a swarm of black bats. These black bats emitted piercing sonic waves. Anyone hearing them at close range would instantly feel dizzy and disoriented, and the lower their level, the longer the dizziness lasted. Crucially, once stunned, victims would continue to be hit by the sonic waves, prolonging the stun. Furthermore, those affected would experience a sudden explosion of their supernatural powers, causing their bodies to detonate and die within seconds. In an instant, the special forces were forced into a full-scale retreat, and the advantage they had built up over the previous days vanished in an instant. Everyone, retreat immediately, the commander ordered. Withdraw to Shanghai Pass and activate the high-voltage electric fence formation. Faced with the dense swarm of black bats, not even a 5th-tier student, let alone a 6th-tier division commander or a 7th-tier corps commander, would dare to engage them head-on. After all, doing so would mean facing the full brunt of the swarm's attack. There were at least 800,000 bats, if not a million, and at the very center of the swarm stood the Bat King. Even if the vanguard of the swarm were killed, under the Bat King's influence, those dead bats would instantly come back to life. Therefore, to defeat the swarm, one must kill the Bat King. But to kill the Bat King, one would have to leap over a swarm of 800,000 bats, each of which could inflict sonic stun. Even the division commander didn't have the courage to charge in. Since the chances of success were virtually zero, retreating and using the electric fence was the best option. After retreating to Shanhaiguan. Whereas Jiang? The division commander looked around but saw no sign of Jiang. I don't see him. He isn't still out there on the battlefield, is he? When I was coming back just now, I saw Jiang charging deep into the beast horde. I couldn't stop him, he has completely lost control, Lin Jin said anxiously. What? The division commander stood on high ground at Shanhaiguan and looked into the beast horde. Sure enough, he spotted Jiang's figure. By then, he had already charged into the swarm of black bats. He was struck by a sonic attack and fell into a daze. It's over, the general shouted. This scene was, of course, witnessed by viewers watching the livestream, and one by one, they grew anxious.
What should we do? Jiang seems to be stunned. He is standing there motionless. If he stays stunned for a few more seconds, Jiang will be blown up by the sonic attack. Is anyone going to save him? Are you kidding? If we go to save him now, we'll have to activate Shanhaiguan's high-voltage electric fence array. If the monsters take advantage of that to attack, Shanhaiguan is done for. If Shanhaiguan falls, we'll be overrun here too, one viewer analyzed. But we can't just stand by and watch our own people die there. The viewers were all on the edge of their seats, flooding the chat with messages urging the army commander to save Jiang. They could no longer see Jiang's situation, as the drone had already been destroyed by the swarm of bats. Jiang! Mei Qingqing and the others also shed tears of sorrow. After all, he had been a comrade in arms who had faced life-and-death situations with them. Junior brother. Linjin was also deeply saddened. After spending these 6 days with him and getting to know him better, she had discovered that her junior brother was quite interesting and full of fighting spirit. Even she had been inspired by him. Teacher, Jiang has been immobilized by the sonic bats. You must go save him. Linjin said, sobbing softly as she shook Mu Qing's arm. Open a corner of the formation. I'm going too, the army commander stepped forward and said. The rest of you principals, please follow me to rescue him, Mu Qing said. After all, they were facing a beast horde numbering well over 1 million, and the special forces currently engaged in direct combat had now retreated. So having the assistance of the other level 90 principals made things much safer. Soon, a tiny gap opened in the energy grid, and Mu Qing and the others flew out. Hurry, hurry! Don't let Jiang die. Jiang, you absolutely must not die. Don't worry, Jiang won't die. Although many viewers were trying to reassure themselves, it was obvious that Jiang was in grave danger. Trapped alone in a wave of bats, he was facing hundreds of thousands of sonic attacks every second. Each one was a stun effect. It would be a miracle if he survived. At that moment, Jiang was indeed immobilized, trapped in a dazed state. Yet he was checking his system panel thanks to the energy points he accumulated over the past few days. Jiang had just upgraded his system to level 15. That's right, level 15. Since subsequent upgrades require increasingly more energy points, it had taken him 6 whole days to reach this level. However, level 15 unlocked the 5th attribute modification. Magic resistance. Ding! Level 15 system, magic resistance attribute modification unlocked. 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. Percentage-based magic resistance reduces magical damage and mitigates negative effects caused by magical damage. When Jiang saw this feature, he was overjoyed. After all, the sonic bat's sonic attacks dealt magical damage, and the stun was naturally a negative effect. As long as he stacked up his magic resistance and modified it to 100%, he wouldn't have to worry about magic damage anymore. System, set my magic resistance to 100% right away. Available mod points, 4,563,478. Jiang glanced at his mod points. Over the past 7 days, he'd been too busy farming energy points. Whenever he returned to his tent, he'd collapse into bed immediately and hadn't really checked his mod points. As a result, he'd accumulated over 4 million points, allowing him to go all out with a major modification. Although a 1% magic resistance boost costs 40,000 points, with his current high system level, it would only take a few days to earn back, so it didn't seem too expensive. Without hesitation, Jiang spent 4 million points. Ding, modification successful. Current magic resistance, 100%. Jiang felt a mysterious resistance welling up inside him when the sonic bat's sonic waves struck him. They were absorbed by this resistance. Ding, magic resistance reached 100%. Triggered hidden skill, magic damage absorption, converting 5% of incoming magic damage into his own stamina. Ha! Jiang couldn't help but gasp. After all, for any human, whether a psionic or an ordinary person, stamina is bound to run out. But now, with this skill, didn't that mean that as long as he charged into the midst of the monsters, his stamina would be infinite? He'd never feel tired again,
which would further accelerate the accumulation of energy points. At this thought, Jiang grew excited. And at that very moment, he could indeed feel his stamina rapidly recovering. After all, he'd been under constant attack from hundreds of thousands of sonic bats. And all of it was magical damage. With 100% magic resistance, Jiang was now immune to magical damage, a terrifying prospect, because even if you were a super monster above level 90, as long as it was magical damage, I wouldn't be afraid. Thus, Jiang snapped out of his daze, activated Skywalk, and weaved through the swarm of sonic bats. Boom! A massive 100-split fist attack struck down. Because the swarm of sonic bats was too dense, they couldn't dodge quickly enough, so the single 100-split fist strike killed or injured hundreds of them. Huge bat carcasses rained down in a dense shower. The Bat King sensed something was wrong. He realized he could no longer control this human, and it seemed the sonic damage wasn't having any effect either. He was completely baffled, unable to fathom why such a terrifying human existed, but his instincts told him to run. If he didn't flee now, this human's next move would be to kill him. Fortunately, the bat swarm shielded it from Jiang, and since the Sonic Bat King was a monster whose speed approached the limit of the 5th tier, it could flee quickly. With the Sonic Bat King's retreat, the rest of the 5th tier monster horde immediately began to withdraw as well. The offensive advantage they had previously established had been completely wiped out by Jiang's 100% magic resistance. Charge! Meanwhile, the special forces hiding behind the high-voltage electric fence formation, along with the students from the 4 great academies, seized the moment and emerged to pursue the monsters. Everyone's hearts were racing. They had thought defeat was inevitable, but suddenly the tide had turned. This was a 5th tier battlefield, and it was the first time the special forces had ever pursued monsters. However, monsters are naturally physically superior to humans, so they naturally ran faster. Moreover, their retreat was highly organized. Despite the massive horde, there wasn't a single stampede. The monsters' attacks and retreats were both lightning fast. In just a short while, they had vanished without a trace. Jiang, however, hadn't had his fill of killing yet. He was the one leading the chase. But when he reached the northern border of the Xia kingdom, Jiang finally halted his pursuit. He knew that continuing any further would take him into the monsters' territory. Monsters receive powerful bonuses within their own territory, and if a high-level monster leader were to attack him, with his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few rounds. After all, although his magic resistance was 100%, his armor wasn't high enough yet, and many monsters relied on sharp fangs and claws to attack, and that was all physical damage. So Jiang knew when to stop. Until the system reached the level that unlocked all attribute modifications, he wouldn't set foot in the monster realm lightly. He'd focus on developing his strength steadily first. Ah, that's so satisfying. So satisfying. The division commander burst out laughing. How did you manage to recover from that stun, kid? If that had happened to me, I'd be done for. Junior brother, are you okay? Lin Jin asked anxiously, then checked Jiang's body for any injuries. I'm fine, Jiang sighed. Are there any other monster battlefields around here? Everyone was speechless. They thought Jiang's sigh was a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death, but it turned out this guy actually wanted to go to another monster battlefield? Most people were reluctant to enter monster battlefields, eager to repel the beast horde as quickly as possible, but Jiang no sooner had he repelled one horde than he was already asking to go to another monster battlefield? You're hooked, aren't you? The division commander asked. But right now, there are no reports of monster invasions at other battlefields. I'll let you know when there are any. Fine. Jiang pouted. Even though he really didn't want to go back, he had no choice but to return. After boarding a military helicopter, Jiang and his companions returned to the God of War Academy. As soon as they got back, their senior classmate Lin Jin said she was exhausted from the past few days and was going to catch up on sleep, while Mu Qing naturally gave the two of them the day off. After all, they completed their mission. After returning, Jiang went to the resource management office to find Lily. Teacher, have you found the other half of the iron cloth armor? Oh, you're back already? You look full of energy. Didn't the principal assign you a mission? Lily asked curiously. After all, Mu Qing was strict with her students. The missions she assigned were grueling, so every time Mu Qing's students returned from the monster battlefield, they were exhausted. Lily noticed that Jiang didn't seem tired at all. The mission you assigned was too easy. I finished it in no time.
I suppose so. You're a freak. You mastered treading the void in an instant at the master stage. Lily eyed Jiang up and down. But did you find the inner cores I asked for? Is this what you meant?
Jiang pulled out a small inventory watch designed specifically to hold monster inner cores. His haul this time was incredibly bountiful. Inside, besides the swallowing gold beast's inner core, there were many others.
What's this?
Lily took a glance and was instantly stunned. The small inventory watch was completely packed to the brim with a mountain of monster inner cores. And they were all from top-tier 5th-tier monsters. There wasn't a single ordinary one in sight. Take the gold-devouring beast's inner cores, for example. These were all from chieftain and beast king level gold-devouring beasts, each one round and plump, brimming with energy. Just by looking at them, Lily could sense the ferocious energy they contained.
I found the iron cloth technique. Lily took the small inventory watch and pulled out a transcribed skill. It was the other half of the iron cloth technique.
I almost got caught while transcribing this, so to reward this lowly, you're giving me all these inner cores.
After saying that, Lily placed Jiang's inventory watch directly into the usual spot. Jiang was stunned.
Why did his lowly teacher always like to put everything in the usual spot?
That essence blood from last time came from there too, didn't it? Wasn't he there anywhere else?
Jiang wondered to himself.
My birthday party is the day after tomorrow. It's being held at the Luo family's estate. Are you coming?
Lily said in a coy, coquettish tone.
Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Jiang replied.
The Luo family was one of the major clans. A birthday banquet hosted by them would naturally feature plenty of delicious food, certainly more varied than the school cafeteria, and who knows, maybe even some high-end ingredients. Besides, at a gathering like this where major clans come together, there's bound to be no shortage of pretty young ladies. It would be a shame not to go and check it out.
Then remember to prepare a gift, okay?
Okay. Jiang had a feeling that Lily was just trying to get a free gift from him.
But it didn't matter anymore.
He heard that every year, during the Luo family's birthday banquet, they held a free drawing for 3 spots to access the Luo family's skill library. A single day of viewing might not be enough for others to learn any skills. Even those with god-tier enlightenment talents wouldn't be able to learn much. That is exactly why the Luo family dared to offer these spots. But Jiang was different. With his 1-second modification ability, as long as he set his sights on a skill, he could master it instantly. He just needed to set aside some mod points in advance. And with his level 15 system, he certainly wasn't short on points for skill modifications.
Here's the invitation. Be sure to come when the time comes. Lily rummaged around between her cleavage for a while before finally pulling out a milky scented invitation. Jiang took it and examined it closely.
It listed several other major clans that would be attending, such as the Xia clan and the Lin clan, and yes, the Qin clan and the other 2 families were also on the list. It wasn't just domestic clans. Foreign clans were there as well, such as the Yagyu and Abe clans from the island nation, all coming to the Luo clan for skill exchange and learning. After reviewing the details, Jiang walked out of the resource management office. Since the monster battlefield wasn't active right now, he couldn't be bothered to farm in Tier 1 or Tier 2 dungeons. His energy points were too low, and the monsters were hiding anyway, so he might as well wait until the next monster battlefield to farm. Now he needed to check his school points. After all, there were plenty of resources available for exchange. Since his last exchange for essence blood, he hadn't had many points left.
Sha Chang, check my school points. You have 120,000 points. How much? Jiang was instantly stunned. 120,000. Jiang couldn't believe it.
He stared intently at the string of numbers before him, his mind going completely blank. He remembered having only a little over 10,000 left after his previous spending. How could it have increased so much? He spent the entire past 7 days at the monster battlefield, not at school. Where did these points come from? Fortunately, Chang could check the school points breakdown, and soon a table appeared before Jiang's eyes. Mu Qing transferred 108,734 points.
The teacher transferred them to me? Why such a huge amount all of a sudden?
Jiang then contacted Mu Qing and learned that his outstanding performance on the monster battlefield had earned him these points as a reward from his teacher. Naturally, Jiang accepted them without hesitation. Now that he had 120,000 points, he could redeem some resources he actually needed. He decided to browse the resource library he hadn't managed to see everything last time. But just then, Jiang happened to glance at the current list of missions. Since all the freshmen had registered at the school, the missions for them had already been posted. It had to be said that these missions were a piece of cake for Jiang. Although each one was worth only a few dozen points, there were so many of them that Jiang simply decided to accept them all at once. In addition to the freshman missions, Jiang also checked out the missions for upperclassmen, as well as the most difficult challenge missions. There was one challenge quest for each level, from level 1 to level 6. However, these couldn't all be accepted at once. A student could only take on one at a time, and had to complete it before accepting the next. Jiang scrolled through from level 1 to level 6, and the final level 6 challenge quest caught his attention.
Level 6 challenge quest. Quest description: capture the wanted fugitive Yang Wei. Quest duration: no time limit. Reward points: 60,000.
Description: after committing a series of crimes in the capital, Yang Wei fled into Huangshou Mountain. Please travel to Huangshou Mountain to apprehend him. After reading the mission description, he noticed the notes at the bottom containing information about Yang Wei. He is an A-rank talent, a poison master by profession, and skilled in the use of poisons.
His current level is 67.
Jiang accepted the mission immediately, then looked up information on Huangshou Mountain. Huangshou Mountain, located southwest of the capital, is a mountain range teeming with toxic creatures. Toxic fumes permeate the area year-round. Under the influence of these fumes, the plants and animals on the mountain have all become highly toxic creatures. The slightest misstep can result in poisoning. Without professional equipment or talent support, even powerful players above level 70 dare not easily enter the outer regions of Huangshou Mountain, let alone the middle or inner regions. There was once a guy named Li Yang who accidentally wandered into Huangshou Mountain. He was killed by poison simply from stepping on a venomous insect.
Keep in mind, Li Yang was a level 69 restoration type talent user. This shows just how terrifying the toxins are.
As a result, no one has ever accepted this 6th tier challenge quest, and over time, it has become little more than a formality. While Jiang was accepting the quest, over at the quest center, several instructors were discussing.
Someone has taken the quest to hunt down Yang Wei. Who is it? Who is that bold? Exactly. Isn't that just foolish?
Unless this person is also a poison master and of a higher level than Yang Wei, but there are only a handful of poison masters in our Xia kingdom, and the others aren't here.
Isn't that just asking for death?
Instantly, the instructors began discussing the matter and prepared to contact the student who accepted the quest to warn him against taking such a risk.
It's Jiang who accepted it. Then it's fine.
As soon as those words were spoken, the moment they heard it was that guy, Jiang, all the instructors fell silent.
No matter who went, it would be a near certain death. If Jiang went, Yang Wei would have absolutely no chance of survival.
After all, they all watched Jiang's livestreams. Given his ferocious performance on the monster battlefield, dealing with someone like Yang Wei would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, at a branch of the Wuchang assassin organization. This organization was called Wuchang. It was said that its founder had awakened the talent of the black and white Wuchang, granting him the ability to communicate with spirits and bind souls. He was one of the top masters in Xia Kingdom.
At that moment,
Qin Bing, one of the Chen family's butlers, was chatting casually with the branch manager.
I'm hiring you to kill someone. Here's the payment. Chen Bing tossed a bank card across the table.
The head of the branch glanced at the balance and nodded in satisfaction.
Go ahead, who do you want killed? Jiang. Who? Jiang. Doesn't Steward Chen know he is the war goddess student?
Besides, That crazy woman has already taken him under her wing.
Is there anyone even the Wu Chang RNT willing to kill? No, you've misunderstood me. Then what do you mean? I want extra pay.
Jiang walked back while browsing the other items in the resource vault. He had no plans to go to Huangshu Mountain to find Yang Wei today. He'd go tomorrow. There was plenty of time. After all, Huangshu Mountain was currently surrounded by the Xia Kingdom's army, so Yang Wei couldn't escape and would have to stay inside.
This battle armor looks pretty good. Jiang had just set his sights on a piece of battle armor in the resource repository.
It was a third-tier item, top tier for its tier. But after checking its stats, Jiang decided against it.
The bonuses were too meager. Wearing it would only grant a 500 armor bonus, though it would make him move more nimbly.
500 armor might be considered good for other talents with fragile defenses, but for Jiang, who already had 5,100 armor, it was negligible. As for the agility bonus, Jiang could already teleport by walking on air, covering a distance of 2,550 meters, so he didn't need that. Jiang had also looked at some 4th and 5th tier battle suits, but none were suitable until he spotted a 6th tier one that immediately caught his eye.
Sky-shattering battle suit? Jiang muttered to himself, then checked its stats.
Fixed armor bonus increased by 20%. Exchange points, 20,000. After reading this, Jiang couldn't help but feel delighted. A 6th tier item available for just 20,000 points was undoubtedly a steal. But upon further reflection, Jiang realized the reason for such a low price. This was because its bonus applied to base armor. For current talent users, armor bonuses come from battle armor, which is external armor, not base armor, so the sky-shattering battle armor couldn't provide that bonus. Some defensive-oriented talent users, however, prefer fixed armor bonuses over percentage-based ones.
Let us take an example.
A level 50, graded defensive talent provides 3,200 points of armor, but a top-tier 6th tier battle armor set provides 2,800 points of armor for a total of 6,000 points of armor. However, if you equip the sky-shattering battle armor, 3,200 multiplied by 120% only yields 3,840 points of armor. That's why no one chooses the sky-shattering battle armor. Because other battle armors of the same tier provide far too much fixed armor. But Jiang is different. He has mod points, allowing his own fixed armor to reach a staggering value.
Speaking of armor, it's been a while since the last armor update, hasn't it? Jiang looked at his 5,100 armor stat on the interface. He felt it wasn't enough anymore.
After all, during the last tier 5 battlefield, getting hit by the Beast King had felt like nothing more than a slight tickle, so it was time to level up his armor.
System, give me 11,000 armor, Jiang said.
At a rate of 50 points per 1 armor point, it cost him 550,000 points. But between his previous system balance and the recent rate of 15 points per second, even after spending 550,000, he still had over 100,000 left. That's the advantage of a high-level system.
With plenty of points, he could make adjustments anytime, anywhere.
After adding 11,000 armor, Jiang's total armor reached 16,100. He then redeemed the sky-shattering battle armor. Once redeemed, Lily would send it to him. Now, it was time to learn Iron Cloth Robe. He had both halves. So, Jiang spent a few thousand points to directly upgrade the 4th tier skill Iron Cloth Robe to the Master Stage.
Ding!
Iron Cloth Master Stage, defense increased by 20%. Along with the system notification, a defense panel appeared.
Host, Jiang. Armor, 19,320. Magic resistance, 120%. Ha! Jiang was baffled again. How come his magic resistance had increased too? Could it be that the defense bonus from Iron Cloth applies to all defense attributes? I hit the jackpot. Jiang was overjoyed.
Now he was completely immune to magical damage, which would actually become an endless source of stamina for him, and with armor as high as 20,000 points. His physical damage reduction had reached an absurdly high level. Add to that 100% critical hit rate and 1.43 million gene of strength. Wow, Jiang marveled. It had been less than 20 days since his awakening, and he was already this incredibly powerful. Give him another month, or even a year, to level up, and the entire Summer Kingdom, indeed, the whole world, would find him invincible. No one could touch him, and he could take down any opponent in an instant. As Jiang walked along, envisioning his bright future, Lilia's figure soon came into view.
That Shatter Heaven battle armor you exchanged for.
Lily rummaged around in her usual spot again, pulled out a battlesuit, and then, panting, placed her hands on her hips.
Hey, why didn't you redeem it at the resource management office earlier?
Now you've made this little girl run all the way here. I'm exhausted.
Wasn't I just trying to see how broad-minded Lily Sensei is? You're the shy but sexy type, aren't you? Lily said. The sky-shattering battle armor is pretty useless.
You wasted 20,000 points exchanging for this, Lily continued.
It's fine. As long as it works for me. Fine, it's your choice what to exchange for. I'm off now.
Oh, and remember not to dress too casually when you come to my place the day after tomorrow.
Okay,
Jiang said, making a gesture.
After seeing Lily off, Jiang returned to the villa entrance.
But this time, the front door was open, indicating someone was inside.
Jiang wondered, could it be my new roommate has arrived? I wonder which province they're from. What's their temperament like? Will I be able to understand their dialect?
Filled with curiosity, Jiang was about to step inside when, before he could, a familiar figure emerged. It was his senior classmate, Linjin.
Senior sister? Junior brother, you're back. I need to tell you something.
I've asked the professor, and he has approved it. From now on, just the two of us will be living in this villa. You'll live on the first floor downstairs, and I'll be on the floor above.
You go down, I go up. How does that sound, junior brother?
After saying this, Linjin flashed a warm smile. In fact, Jiang had long known this moment would come, because during those days on the monster battlefield, Linjin had already discussed this with Mu Qing. Mu Qing figured that since there was only one person living in Jiang's villa anyway, having Linjin live with Jiang would actually boost her fighting spirit, which was a good thing.
Junior brother, I've already settled my things on the second floor.
To celebrate my first day moving in, I've decided to cook dinner myself tonight to treat you.
How does that sound? That sounds great. What would you like to eat, junior brother?
Just whip up something: steamed lamb, steamed venison tail, braised Peking duck, braised spring chicken.
Linjin. Is that what you call whatever?
By the way, senior sister, I heard that your Lin family is also a distinguished clan in the capital. Many disciples from such clans live in their own homes, so why are you living on campus?
Jiang asked.
Although life in the school's villa was luxurious, it was still several notches below the standard of living in a clan's estate.
What, are you looking down on your senior sister?
Linjin feigned anger, her lips puffing out in a pout. Of course, her lips would be puffed out even if she weren't angry.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
With that, Linjin turned to leave.
Oh my, senior sister, there's a shooting star. Where? Where?
Linjin was instantly captivated, and at the same time, Jiang leaned in to take a look.
There aren't any.
Linjin looked for a moment, realized there weren't any, and thought her junior brother was tricking her, so she turned back only to accidentally kiss Jiang right on the cheek.
Senior sister, were you serious? How dare you take advantage of your senior sister? Linjin's face flushed bright red.
She hadn't expected that on her very first day moving in, her junior brother would already be making a pass at her.
What if they had to live together like this from now on? That would be so thrilling.
With that, Linjin tugged Jiang by the ear and dragged him into the room.
Ease up, senior sister. It's falling, it's going to fall.
Once inside, Linjin first went to the resource management office to exchange for some ingredients. That's right, the resource management office wasn't just for exchanging resources, you could also exchange for everyday household items.
They had everything under the sun, even adult novelty items.
The school provided these services purely for the students' convenience, and the quality of the items was top-notch.
After Linjin exchanged the ingredients she needed for her evening cooking, she followed Jiang's lead. The two of them started playing video games.
They were all popular 3D games of the moment, and before long, they were completely absorbed in them, having a blast. After playing for a while, a staff member from the resource exchange brought Lin Jin's items over, though this time, it wasn't Lily who delivered them, but another staff member. The ingredients came in a huge bag. Jiang had a hard time carrying it. Once they brought it inside, Lin Jin began to show off her culinary skills. It must be said that even though this senior sister is quite fierce on the monster battlefield, she is quite the pro in the kitchen. Whether frying, stir-frying, or boiling, everything came naturally to her. Before long, a table full of dishes was laid out on the dining table downstairs. "Junior, let us eat. You'll need your strength to play games afterward." Lin Jin brought out 2 bottles of premium liquor, not from the exchange, but one she brought herself. That's right, one of Lin Jin's hobbies was drinking, though she didn't drink on important occasions. She only had a little to relax when she had free time. "Senior sister, I don't drink," Jiang protested. "You don't?" Lin Jin chuckled to herself. "Good, he doesn't. Anyway, I can hold my liquor. Once you're drunk, I'll really give you a hard time, ha." With that in mind, after bringing out the wine glasses, Lin Jin began drinking with Jiang nonstop, one glass after another, without pause. After all, she wanted to get Jiang drunk as quickly as possible. About 5 minutes later, Jiang stared at Lin Jin, who was slumped unconscious on the table, and fell into deep thought. And she calls herself a heavy drinker? He hadn't even started drinking in earnest yet, and his senior sister had already passed out. Great, now he'd have to help her upstairs to rest, and there'd be no one left to play video games with later. "If you can't hold your liquor, don't try to show off," Jiang grumbled, then glanced at Lin Jin sprawled across the table. Lin Jin already had a great figure, and now that she was sprawled across the table, she looked even sexier. Jiang just glanced her way and caught a glimpse of that Snow White. "Why is the air so arousing lately?" Jiang said, wiping the blood from his nose. After eating and drinking for a while longer, Jiang handed the dirty work over to the robot butler, then helped his senior sister upstairs to rest after dinner. Although Lin Jin had only arrived today, the rooms and decorations on the second floor were already beautifully arranged. All she had to do was select a decoration template from Sha Chang's system. Then, by sending the data to the robot butler, the robot would quickly remodel the room layout and decorations. The second floor was entirely decorated in pink. Jiang could tell that his senior sister really liked a pink home atmosphere, as he occasionally caught glimpses of her cosmetics, lipstick, and nail polish. "I wonder if everything is pink." After helping Lin Jin onto her bed and making sure she was lying comfortably, Jiang went back to the game he'd been playing earlier. He'd almost beaten the game just a moment ago. The game Jiang was playing was called Miracle Heroes, a level-based adventure game with a total of 100 levels. He'd already reached level 92. However, it would be difficult to progress much further without a party, so Jiang had no choice but to shake his device to see if anyone else was online. "Lowly baby." Suddenly, a username caught Jiang's eye. He suspected it might be teacher Lily playing, but wasn't she supposed to be at work? Could the teacher be slacking off on the job? Never mind, he'd invite her to team up first. Anyone who made it to level 92 couldn't be just an average player, so Jiang sent a party invitation. On the other side, Lily was bored out of her mind, slacking off at the resource management office. She was just thinking about how to beat level 92 when she saw a player with the ID Monkey King inviting her to join a party. "Fine, I'm bored anyway. I'll play with you." Lily joined the party and turned on voice chat. "Hey, is that the Monkey King?" Inside the villa, Jiang froze the moment he heard the voice. It really was teacher Lily. "Teacher, it's me." "Jiang?" Lily was also a bit taken aback when she heard Jiang's voice, but since the level run was about to start, she figured it was best to just play the game first. Both of them were top-tier players, so they cleared the levels quickly as a team. From level 92 all the way to level 99, everything went smoothly until level 100, which was truly difficult. They spent nearly 2 hours trying to beat it but still couldn't make it through. By then, Lily had already finished work, so she continued playing on her way home, and the two of them kept at it until midnight. "Yay, we finally beat it. That's awesome, Jiang, Lily said via voice message as she lay in bed, too excited to sleep. All right, time to sleep, teacher. Jiang finally said goodnight and fell fast asleep. The next day, Jiang woke up around 9:30 a.m. and went upstairs to check on Linjin, who was still asleep. So, after eating breakfast, Jiang headed straight for Huangshu Mountain. It would be best to complete the challenge mission today. Huangshu Mountain was nearly 1,000 kilometers away, so Jiang took the hypertrain, a mode of transportation even faster than high-speed rail, which took only about 10 minutes. The hypertrain whisked him from the capital straight to Huangshu Mountain. Mount Huangshu was shrouded in toxic fog, giving it a hazy appearance. Outside the mountain, squads of psychic soldiers from the Xia Kingdom were patrolling, partly to prevent the fugitive Yang Wei from escaping, and partly to stop tourists from accidentally wandering into Mount Huangshu and being poisoned. After all, such incidents had happened many times before.
Are you Jiang? Awesome. Finally meeting you in person. I've been watching your live streams, you're so cool.
As soon as Jiang reached the perimeter, the pair of patrolling soldiers greeted him enthusiastically. After all, Jiang was now something of an internet celebrity.
Hello, everyone. Jiang replied. You're going in to catch the fugitive, right? That's great. With you on the case, it'll be a piece of cake. Jiang thought these soldiers were incredibly enthusiastic. By the way, if you need any equipment or supplies, we've got everything at the barracks, help yourself. The soldiers escorted Jiang to the regimental commanders. Hey, Jiang, it's great to see you here. There were 2 regimental commanders stationed here, the 1st regimental commander, Chen Xiang, and the 2nd regimental commander, Zhang Dubia. Zhang Dubia was also a fan of Jiang's. As a result, he was extremely enthusiastic, but Chen Xiang, on the other hand, gave him a cold reception, as if he couldn't stand the sight of Jiang. Jiang, here are some anti-venom pills. They'll protect you against the miasma of Huangshu Mountain, but as for other toxins, I can't say for sure. I've also got a map of Huangshu Mountain here. However, the toxic fog is so thick right now that visibility is very low, so the map might not be much help, said 2nd Regiment Commander Zhang Dubia. Thanks a lot. Jiang took the items, asked a few more questions about the situation, and then prepared to head into Huangshu Mountain. The entrance to Huangshu Mountain was a narrow path flanked by dense jungle, though it was filled with highly poisonous plants, and venomous snakes and other creatures occasionally slithered through the undergrowth. As soon as he stepped inside, thick miasma swept toward Jiang. He first swallowed an anti-poison pill but decided to test just how potent the miasma's toxins were. The key was to determine the type of damage the toxin dealt. If it was physical damage, he'd have to see if his current armor was sufficient. If it was magical damage, he could simply ignore it. After all, he had 100% magic resistance. When Jiang touched a wisp of the miasma, it was absorbed by a mysterious force the moment it made contact with him, and part of it was even converted into his stamina. The small amount of stamina he'd just depleted was fully restored. This delighted Jiang. It seemed certain that the miasma dealt magical damage. He just didn't know if other toxins would as well, so he decided to test them one by one. From the miasma to various highly toxic plants, Jiang, who wasn't in a hurry anyway, began testing them one by one out of boredom. The result was that they all dealt magical damage, even though some toxins were exceptionally potent. So, Jiang stopped taking his anti-poison pills and, holding his map, headed straight for the inner reaches of Huangshu Mountain. After taking a few steps, he grew impatient with his slow pace and activated teleportation. After a dozen or so teleports, he arrived in a canyon flanked by majestic mountains on both sides. Ha ha ha, Jiang, you dare come looking for me? Today is the day you die. At that moment, a voice rang out, and immediately, massive boulders began tumbling down from the 2 towering mountains. In an instant, the canyon was filled to the brim. A man with a sinister expression appeared. He stared coldly at the piles of boulders, traps he had set while hiding within Huangshu Mountain. Each boulder weighed over 10,000 jin. With so many crashing down, he couldn't believe Jiang wouldn't die. In fact, as early as yesterday, he had received a message on his phone stating that Jiang was coming to arrest him, so Yang Wei had been waiting for quite some time. He originally thought Jiang would be overwhelmed by the toxins from the outer perimeter and the others,
but he hadn't expected those toxins to be too weak to kill Jiang. So now he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Ah, such a bright future, and yet he had to come looking for me. What a tragic early death! Yang Wei mused as he looked at the pile of rocks. While hiding out on Huangshu Mountain, he naturally watched Jiang's livestreams on his phone. Plus, since Jiang had become so popular recently, he watched Jiang's livestreams and gained some understanding of him. But he wasn't afraid after all, he was now at level 70. Reaching level 70 unlocks the Talentless Second Awakening, which offers a very small chance to awaken a second talent. And he had succeeded in addition to his Poison Master talent. His second talent was a Strength-type talent, AB rank at that. Combined with his current level 70 status, his strength now stood at roughly 950,000 gene, which, rounded off, amounted to 1 million gene of force. Ha ha ha, Yang Wei laughed smugly. Are you that confident? However, the very next second, Jiang's figure appeared directly above him, and he instantly teleported toward Yang Wei. What? That fast? Yang Wei sensed trouble. The distance between them was a full 2,000 meters, yet Jiang had reached his side in a single second. Was this guy really that fast? Even speed-type talents aren't this terrifying, are they? After receiving the message yesterday warning him to be cautious, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, why would a level 70 player be afraid of a young man who just finished his college entrance exams? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? But it wasn't until he actually faced him in combat that he realized just how terrifying Jiang was. Put. Yang Wei steadied himself and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at his battle armor. When he fled the capital, Yang Wei had bought several pieces of gear, including a 6th-tier defensive battle armor. That armor had saved his life countless times and now it had been shattered in a single blow? Ah, I have to admit, your strength is truly immense, Yang Wei burst into maniacal laughter. Do you know my talent? I'm a poison master, proficient stage in the use of poisons. You could say my entire body is saturated with toxins. When you struck me just now, you were also contaminated by the toxins on my skin. Ha ha, that's a super potent toxin I concocted from over 100 species of venomous insects from Huangshu Mountain. You might as well wait to die now. Yang Wei sneered, looking at Jiang as if he were already dead. This toxin won't kill you instantly. It will slowly torment you, gradually corroding your flesh. You'll suffer so much that you'll beg me to put you out of your misery. Only my secret antidote can neutralize this toxin. But if you pledge your loyalty to me and the organization behind me, I'll help you get rid of the toxin. How about it? Yang Wei pondered the offer. After all, Jiang was a genius with great potential, and many members of the organization behind him had recently been captured by the Xia Kingdom. They were in desperate need of reinforcements. If he could bring Jiang under his control, it would be a major achievement. Whack! But the same scene played out again. Jiang's single punch sent Yang Wei flying straight off the mountain and crashing into a pile of rubble. Cough. Yang Wei hadn't expected Jiang to still have the strength to fight back after being poisoned. You're not poisoned? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. With the toxin I concocted, even a level 70 healing talent would die within an hour at most. There's no way you could have survived. Yang Wei shook his head in horror. Poison was his pride and joy, but now it seemed to be useless. His opponent appeared to be immune to it. In fact, when they first entered, the poisonous insects Yang Wei had raised had been monitoring Jiang along the way. At the time, Yang Wei had simply assumed that Jiang was wearing some kind of battle armor or taking poison resistance pills. He thought the armor or pills would block the poison if the toxin couldn't make contact. It couldn't kill him, but now it seemed this guy wasn't afraid of poison at all. Whack! 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 Jiang, once again too lazy for small talk, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, then prepared to take Yang Wei back. No, don't take me back. I'll die for sure once I'm back there. Spare my life. Yang Wei began begging for mercy, but the excruciating pain throughout his body left him unable to stand. However, Jiang paid him no mind. Let me go.
I've got something valuable to give you. Something valuable? What is it? It's the key to the Demon Fire Dungeon. Demon Fire Dungeon? Knowledge about this dungeon flooded Jiang's mind.
It was a 4th-tier divine bestowed dungeon. Rumor had it that at its very center, aside from the divine bestowed spirit pearl, a set of 4th-tier divine battle armor. It was called divine battle armor because it wasn't forged by mortals, but by deities. As for why it was left inside the dungeon, that remained a mystery.
Meanwhile, in the 2 regimental commanders' tent, Chen Xiang and Zhang Dabia were sipping tea. With Jiang going after Yang Wei this time, we're in the clear. We finally don't have to stay here on blockade duty anymore. Damn it, I've been dying to head to the monster battlefield to earn some merit.
Zhang Dabiao grumbled. He'd been stationed here for several months already, while Zhou Wenxiang, who was at the same rank as him, had already been promoted to division commander.
How could he not be upset? Regimental Commander Jiang, I think you're overthinking this.
Yang Wei is a level 72 poison master who has awakened his second talent.
How is Jiang supposed to take him down? Are you kidding me?
Besides, Yang Wei has been trapped in the inner circle of Huangshu Mountain for so long he is bound to have set up some traps or something. Even if Jiang manages to reach the inner circle of Huangshu Mountain, he'll face immense difficulties.
So forget about it. Let us just stick to our posts here.
Besides, why risk our lives on the monster battlefield?
Isn't it comfortable enough here?
Chen Xiang said casually.
I'm not like you.
You've got the Chen family backing you. Being a regiment commander is no big deal, and you're not short on resources. It's not like me. I came from humble beginnings and have had to fight for everything myself.
I actually envy you. You were born into a good family.
It doesn't matter if you've got the skills or not.
Sometimes, it's not so bad to just be a slacker and coast through life, Zhang Dabiao said sarcastically.
He and Chen Xiang had never gotten along on the battlefield. This guy was nothing but timid and cowardly, always afraid of dying. If it weren't for the Chen family's influence, this battalion commander wouldn't even qualify for the position. Zhang Dabiao, on the other hand, was a monster one who fought his way to the top. When it came to real ability, Chen Xiang wasn't even worth a single one of Zhang's hands. That's why he looked down on Chen Xiang, and Chen Xiang, naturally, looked down on him as well. Besides, Jiang was slaughtering everyone on the 5th-tier monster battlefield.
Dealing with a guy like Yang Wei is absolutely no problem for him. No problem? Just wait until they come to collect the body, then? After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. How do you know you'll be collecting Yang Wei's body? Suddenly, Jiang's voice rang out from outside the tent, and immediately afterward, Yang Wei's corpse was tossed inside.
Put.
Chen Xiang couldn't hold it and he spat out a mouthful of tea. You beat Yang Wei to death?
Sorry, I lost control. I punched too hard and killed him. Jiang lifted Yang Wei's body slightly. A gaping, bloody hole in the guy's chest was clearly visible, a truly gruesome sight.
You killed him with a single punch? Chen Xiang asked again in astonishment. What else? Does it take 2 punches to take out a piece of trash like that? Jiang said.
Earlier, Yang Wei had refused to reveal where the key to the magic fire dungeon was, beating around the bush. In the end, Jiang couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. He didn't believe that with the resources of the God of War University, they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the key to the demon fire dungeon. So he lost his patience and finished Yang Wei off with a single punch.
He is really dead.
Zhang Dabiao came over to check as well and found him completely dead. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling as though none of this were real. Although he thought Jiang could handle Yang Wei was, after all, a level 72 psionic and with traps and such, so it was bound to be a fierce battle.
But how much time had even passed? Barely the time it took to sit down and have a cup of tea, just a quarter of an hour, and Yang Wei was already brought back?
Moreover, considering the time Jiang would needed to make the round trip, this meant Jiang had taken down level 72 Yang Wei in an extremely short amount of time.
That was downright terrifying.
After all, at his age, he'd never seen anyone capable of taking down a level 72 psionic, not even in the history of Xia Kingdom.
What can I say?
I'm not well educated, but awesome gets me everywhere, Zhang Dabia said, giving a thumbs up.
Alright, Yang Wei is now in your hands, the military.
After all, this mission was jointly issued by your military and the 4 major academies.
Report it quickly. Once the academy verifies it, they can finally award me my points.
Jiang emphasized, then left the tent and boarded the hypertrain to head back. As soon as he arrived at the school, Sha Chang sent a message saying the reward points had been credited. Meanwhile, on the other side, within one of the 4 great schools.
At Tianshan School. What? A 6th tier challenge mission was completed? Who is this jerk? I was planning to take it on in a month, but now someone has beaten me to it. That has 60,000 points. Who is that jerk? Ha, you said the same thing a month ago. You never take these missions. Besides, with your skill level, wouldn't he taking it be a suicide mission? We could team up.
And my roommate as a healer, we have a really good chance.
Enough. Stop bragging. Let us just see who completed it. The students all looked down at the post. Jiang? He did it? Didn't that guy just get back from the monster battlefield? He took a single night's rest and then went after Yang Wei? Holy crap, this guy is seriously terrifying. He is just a freshman and he took down Yang Wei. Plus, did you guys see the military's statement? It says Yang Wei was killed by Jiang. Are young people these days really that terrifying?
Even the students at Tianshan University, all highly talented students admitted through special recommendation, found their innate arrogance crushed upon seeing this news.
Faced with such news, they could no longer maintain their arrogance.
After all, even if any one of them, these upperclassmen, had gone alone, they would likely have collapsed before even seeing Yang Wei. In the faculty office at Tianshan University, even the senior professors, those from the 70s, 80s, and even the 2 from the 90s, couldn't help but express their shock once again.
When Jiang first awakened, he was an ordinary person with absolutely no supernatural abilities.
But how long has it been since then that he has grown to this level?
This isn't normal.
This guy didn't have his engagement broken off, nor did he lose both parents.
He doesn't fit that rags to riches storyline.
Give him a few more months to develop, and I'm afraid even we professors won't be able to beat him.
That's a good thing, though.
Our Xia Kingdom has produced another outstanding prodigy.
At the upcoming international forum, we'll send this Jiang as our top representative. I'm sure first place won't be a problem. That's a good idea. Let our students see this and give them a little motivation.
It wasn't just Tianshan University. Professors at several other top universities, including Element University and the National Defense University, were all following this news.
Meanwhile, inside the villa, Linjin had sobered up.
As soon as she woke up, she felt a throbbing pain in her head.
Did I drink too much yesterday? Did my junior classmate get me drunk? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. Didn't Jiang just complete the level 6 challenge quest half an hour ago?
How come he has already finished all the freshman quests now? Asked an instructor in charge of verification, furrowing her brow. If this keeps up, the freshmen won't have any quests left to earn points from. Over time, they'll start complaining about the school.
I don't see it that way.
Jiang is a freshman himself, so taking on freshman quests is perfectly appropriate. Besides, he is highly capable. It's only natural that he finish them so quickly. The speaker was a female teacher. Her long legs were clad in openwork black stockings, and her slightly form-fitting business suit only served to accentuate her figure. With a delicate, oval face and light makeup, a delicate nose, and willow-like eyebrows, her lips painted with vibrant red lipstick, anyone who saw her couldn't help but compliment her. But you're right, this guy really is insanely skilled. He managed to complete such a dangerous mission in one go, the teacher from earlier remarked. I should set up a match with this Jiang sometime, the female teacher muttered under her breath. She had a thing for powerful freshmen, especially someone as formidable as Jiang.
Meanwhile,
After completing his mission, Jiang was on his way back and decided to grab a bite to eat. Having been busy since morning, he was indeed hungry and decided to treat himself. For some high-calorie food, the best place to go was Kennedy's Chicken. The nearest Kennedy's Chicken was right ahead of Jiang, and since it was a special offer day, the place was pretty crowded. Once Jiang walked in, he couldn't even find an empty seat. Inside the restaurant, besides people from Xia, there were also a few foreigners. Jiang could tell right away that these guys were from the island nation even though he never studied the island nation's language. But before his journey through time, he browsed so many websites and watched so many movies that he taught himself the language. At that moment, those guys from the island nation were chatting animatedly, but the people nearby had no idea what they were saying. Jiang leaned in to listen. Yoshi, where can we dig up some potatoes? Expert translation, great, these girls are really something. These Japanese guys were, of course, referring to the girls at the table next to them. Jiang took a look. They were indeed quite pretty, but compared to Linjin and Lily, they still fell a bit short. We're not digging potatoes today, we've got a whole sack of them. Expert translation, their waists are so slim I wish I could touch them. Potatoes, yeah, we're not mining coal today. Expert translation, their little butts are so perky, so sexy, I just want to. After saying that, those guys from the island nation gave lecherous grins as they eyed the girls at the next table. The girls didn't understand a word, but seeing the men smile, they politely smiled back. Smack! But just then, Jiang grabbed his serving tray and smashed it right down on one of the islanders' heads, then slapped the others to the ground with a few swift blows. Those guys from the island nation were instantly stunned. They hadn't expected to be ambushed like that. The people nearby were even more baffled. What the hell was going on? Why did he suddenly lash out? You guys are so unfriendly. How dare you hit me? I'm calling the police to have you arrested. One of the guys from the island nation pulled out his pineapple phone 250 and dialed the security bureau. These guys just said in your language that your chests and butts are big, that they want to grope you, and that they plan to. Jiang said to the girls. What? The girls were instantly outraged upon hearing this, and the people nearby were furious as well. They hadn't understood before, but now that they had a professional translation, they were naturally livid. You bunch of pieces of shit, I'm going to beat you to death. The second person to attack was the waiter who just served those Japanese scumbags. He also grabbed a plate and smashed it down. Beat them to death. Beat them to death. The people nearby also swarmed forward. Bastards! Those Japanese devils let out a loud shout, then displayed their strength. It turned out that every one of them was at least level 30. With their formidable aura on full display, they thought they'd intimidate the crowd around them. Oh really? You're the one shouting Baga? Was it just you shouting Baga earlier? You're the only one who dares to call us Baga? There was no shortage of psychics dining here, and quite a few were even higher than level 30. As soon as they saw those Japanese bastards trying to fight back, they immediately demonstrated their own strength and beat the hell out of them. How despicable. Those girls turned out to be no ordinary people either. They were all freshmen at Elemental University and they joined in on the beating. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed continuously as the Japanese guy's hands were broken. That's too brutal. No one knew who shouted this out. In an instant, the Xia nationals beating up the Japanese on the scene split into two factions. One was the brutal faction, who believed there was no need to go easy on these guys, they should just beat them to a pulp. The other was the conservative faction, who thought the brutal faction was still too lenient. Is breaking their hands enough? They should break their legs, pull out their teeth, shatter their bones. How can you possibly demonstrate the friendliness of us Xia people by acting like this? The shopkeeper came out at that moment, brandishing a large, spiked club. The massive commotion naturally drew the attention of passers-by outside the shop, who came in to take a look. They're beating up Japanese? I've got to go in there and join the fight. I've got to go in there and stomp on them a few times. My mom sent me out to buy soy sauce, and I'm in a hurry, but seeing a scene like this, who cares about soy sauce? Let us just beat up the Japs. The shop owner ran out the door and shouted to the crowd outside.
Today we're launching a Beat the Japs promotion. Beat a Jap and get a free Kennedy chicken meal.
1 hit gets you a free meal, 10 hits gets you our store as Supreme VIP status, 100 hits enters you into our luxury car giveaway.
What are you waiting for? Don't just talk, come on in and beat up the Japs.
His shouts drew a crowd from all over the neighborhood, and in no time, the entrance to Kennedy's Chicken was packed shoulder to shoulder.
Hurry up, you guys in front. We haven't even had a turn yet.
While we're waiting in line, let us head over to the steel bar shop across the street and grab a steel bar. Hitting them with our bare hands is starting to hurt.
The owner at the steel rod shop, as soon as he heard we were going to beat up those Japanese devils, he gave them all away for free.
Now he has run off to restock at the steel rod factory.
We're out of steel rods, but surely they have mops and brooms.
If we don't use something to hit those Japanese devils, they won't feel a thing. After all, we're just ordinary people, not superhumans. Those guys have superpowers protecting them. We've got to get a little creative.
You're right. Luckily, my place is right nearby. I'll head home and grab my chainsaw.
On your way back, don't forget to bring your kitchen knife and all that stuff from home.
A kitchen knife? Yeah.
I slaughter pigs. Killing Japanese invaders is no different, right? The people waiting in line outside were buzzing with chatter, but just then they spotted Security Bureau agents arriving in a security vehicle. The fight inside wasn't over yet, so they hadn't gotten a chance to join in. Naturally, they couldn't let the security vehicle drive all the way over there. So, a group of people in line blocked the security vehicle's path.
Some, afraid the agents might get out and walk over, even made up excuses on the spot.
Sir, my old sow's having a difficult birth. You've got to come with me to check on her.
Sir, my great-great-grandmother's getting remarried. Are you coming to the wedding banquet?
Sir, my 7th uncle's 6th and 5th uncle fell into a cesspool. You've got to go save him.
Sir, want a DVD? High definition one.
Several security officers were stuck on the road, unable to move an inch, but they weren't far from Kennedy's Chicken now.
Just by glancing inside, they could tell a brawl was underway.
Ugh, the security officers sighed.
There are too many people. We didn't bring enough gear.
The security guard opened the trunk of the car, which was packed with gear, batons, stun guns, and the like, even some equipment only authorized for security personnel.
Come on, everyone, line up. For those who haven't joined in yet, we've got tools here.
What?
That's great.
The people who had been blocked and fought the security guards were there to break up the fight, but when they saw they come equipped, it instantly warmed the hearts of those around them.
So thoughtful.
Meanwhile, inside the Kennedy Chicken restaurant, after nearly 10 minutes of brutal beating, those guys from the island nation were already on their last legs.
Stop hitting them. If you keep this up, they'll really die.
Let them live just long enough to be carried back for treatment. They'll be useless anyway once they recover. Several psychics said this when they'd been attacking earlier. They deliberately targeted vital areas.
It was a total disaster.
What?
They can't take a beating? They're about to die after just 10 or so minutes.
The dozen or so men, though reluctant, had no choice but to stop. Some put away their steel rods. Some put away their spiked clubs, some their spatulas, and some their soy sauce bottles. When the commotion died down, the security guard finally walked inside and saw the guys lying on the floor, barely clinging to life.
In my opinion, we should hand them over to the embassy.
No sooner had he finished speaking than several more people from the island nation arrived, staff from the embassy of the island nation in the capital. The men from earlier had also used their cell phones to send messages to their embassy.
What's going on? The leader was Abe, the scumbag ambassador from the island nation.
Upon seeing the scene on the ground, his expression turned grave.
Who did this? How could they hit so hard?
He looked around, trying to find the culprit.
Exactly who did this? How could they hit so hard?
Those who had struck the hardest chimed in as well. They had already hidden their weapons. So now everyone looked innocent, no longer holding spatulas or steel bars, or the like, but rather Kenny's chicken burgers, chicken wraps, and the like. After all, they were exhausted from the beating and needed to replenish their energy. They'd see how things went later and decide if they could beat up this so-called ambassador and that little scumbag Abe together. Tisk, TSK, TSK. That's terrible. Who on earth did this? That would be bad. Surveillance? Sorry, our store's cameras are broken, the shop owner stepped forward and said. He'd already thought of this during the fight. So he'd deliberately damaged the cameras and deleted all the previous footage. With today's technology, reinstalling the system would only cost a few hundred anyway. He could easily afford that small amount. What? Broken? Damn it, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Ambassador Abe, that little scumbag, snapped angrily. Why did all the bad luck have to fall on him today? I don't have time to play games. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. After the shop owner said that, the guys from the Japanese embassy went to inspect the system and found that it was indeed broken. Hurry up and haul these pieces of shit back. They'll die if they don't get treated soon. If it were me, I wouldn't bother treating them, it's a total waste of resources. Faced with everyone's remarks, Abe the little scoundrel had no choice but to arrange for his men to take the guys lying on the ground back. With no evidence at hand, his only option was to return and revive them. He'd ask them questions later. Once he obtained evidence, he would use the embassy to put pressure on Xia State, thereby gaining the upper hand in international public opinion. By smearing Xia State, he was certain they'd have no choice but to hand over the culprits. After wrapping things up, the security officer naturally drove back. Of course, the equipment that had been scattered around was also collected, though it was all covered in blood, so it would likely need a thorough cleaning. Everyone dispersed and went about their business. Those freshmen from Elemental University approached Jiang. No need to thank me. Wait a minute, you look familiar, are you Jiang? Oh my gosh, are you really Jiang? The girls exclaimed. They were also examinees from Pingjiang province, though they hadn't been in the same exam room as Jiang earlier. But they watched Jiang's livestream and were thrilled that Pingjiang province had such a big shot, so they all become his little fangirls. It really is Jiang. The people nearby had been too busy beating up the guy to take a good look earlier, so they only recognized him now. By the time Jiang emerged from the Kennedy chicken shop, an hour had already passed. There was nothing he could do, his little fans were just too enthusiastic, all wanting to take photos with him. Some even asked to meet up with Jiang that evening to watch a movie or go shopping. Jiang told them he didn't have any free time to spare right now. The shop owner also gave Jiang a Supreme VIP card. Have you guys heard? The Wanbao store on Commercial Street has opened. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang saw a group of students discussing it, and many were heading toward the shopping district. As for this Wanbao store, Jiang was familiar with it. It was an international chamber of commerce, rumored to have deep pockets and strong backing, with branches in various countries. The branch in Xia had been under renovation and preparation for several months, and now that it had opened, it was naturally drawing large crowds. I heard everything's 20% off for the grand opening. That's nothing. Customers who sign up for a VIP card on the first day also get a chance to enter a raffle, and they say the grand prize is quite mysterious. Although the exact details haven't been revealed yet, given the Treasure Guild's usual extravagance, it's at least a key to a dungeon, or more likely, a second talent awakening stone. A second talent awakening stone? You can't buy that with money. They say it has a 50% chance of helping someone awaken a second talent. That's really tempting. After all, having a second talent makes you way stronger in combat than those psychics who don't have one. Well, you have to be level 70 to awaken a second talent. We're all just freshmen, that's way too far off for us. It's all about planning ahead, right? What if I'm the lucky one? None of that matters. I heard that this time, Silver VIP members are getting a robot girlfriend for free. Wow, have you guys seen the promotional poster? That realism, that texture, that thoughtfulness. Holy crap, is that for real? We gotta get one of those. It's true. My fourth uncle's third son's second daughter-in-law's older cousin is frying dough sticks right outside the Treasure Guild entrance. He heard it with his own ears.
I can vouch for that too. My eldest aunt's second cousin is selling beetle nuts right there. Jiang was planning to head over there to try his luck as well. After all, the commercial district was huge, and tomorrow was teacher Lily's birthday party. He certainly couldn't show up in his battle gear, could he? He needed a decent suit, not to mention he still hadn't bought a birthday gift for Ms. Lily. But what on earth should he get her? Jiang fell deep in thought. Ms. Lily didn't seem like the type to be short on money, so the gift had to be unique, and besides, he couldn't afford anything too expensive. Even though he currently had over 10 million in his bank account, some of the high-end items in the shopping district were likely beyond his reach. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang found himself at the street before he knew it. It had to be said that while it was usually bustling, today it was truly packed. Especially in front of Wanbao store, it was crammed with people, many of whom were waiting in line. Everyone, please stay calm. We still have plenty of VIP cards at Wanbao store, so there's no need to crowd together, the store manager called out from time to time, maintaining order at the entrance. Jiang took a look. There were 2 lanes for applying for VIP cards. One was for those willing to spend big, like the bronze VIP card, which wasn't expensive at all. A top-up of just 1 million would do. Above that were the silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, and supreme cards, each one, of course, more expensive than the last. Take the supreme card, for example. There were only 3 of them in existence. And the top-up amount was astronomical, a staggering 3 billion. Of course, for the major aristocratic families of the capital, this wasn't a huge sum, but for the vast majority of people, it was more money than they could ever earn in a lifetime. Jiang was confident he could earn that much, but even if he did, he wouldn't spend it on a membership. Wouldn't it be much more enjoyable to use that money to buy a seaside villa and watch bikini-clad girls swimming in the ocean every day? As for the second VIP membership pathway, it's reserved for promising talent recruited by the Treasure Guild. Although it's a merchant guild, the Treasure Guild understands that having money and resources isn't enough. One must also possess formidable strength. That's why they always sought out all kinds of talent. Starting at level 50, as long as you meet the Treasure Guild's requirements at each tier, you'll be recruited by them. Once you successfully join the Treasure Guild, not only will you permanently enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases, and not a single one succeeded. You all know how difficult it is in there. It's almost at the limit of human capability, nearly matching the maximum stats of a god-blessed dungeon. The only ones who can clear it are stat monsters. That's true. Otherwise, the second type of VIP wouldn't be called a guest official. As the group chatted, Jiang had already entered the VIP passage, where he was greeted by a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Hello, my name is Annie. How may I assist you? The receptionist had undergone specialized training, so her tone was exceptionally pleasant. Jiang took a good look at Annie from head to toe. He had to admit, Annie was even more curvaceous than Linjin. Jiang estimated she was on par with teacher Lily. On top of that, her unique eyes were like a clear spring, and her long, white eyelashes exuded a delicate charm. Even standing perfectly straight, the curves of her pert behind were still clearly visible. Hello, I'd like to become a guest member of the Treasure Guild, Jiang said. Oh, that's really exciting. Annie exclaimed happily. She'd been working here for so long, and no guest member had ever come through her hands before. If this went through, she'd be promoted to a guest member's exclusive attendant, a staff member dedicated solely to serving that one guest member. Let us go. I'll take you to the testing area. Annie's tone was extremely polite. She quickly led Jiang to a piece of equipment, a device built by the Treasure Guild using the latest high-tech, capable of measuring the stats of any talent. Here are the level and talent stat requirements. You can take a look first and then decide which type of guest member you want to become, Annie said, pointing to a chart. Jiang glanced at it. Jiang skimmed the table, which contained detailed descriptions, for example, the categories of Treasure Guild guest members, which were similar to the tiers of VIP cards. First was the bronze guest member. The level requirement for this category was level 50. And there were no restrictions on talent type. Strength-based, speed-based, and so on were all acceptable. However, regardless of the talent type, the stats must meet the requirements. After all, the
the Treasure Guild doesn't accept subpar candidates.
Jiang took a closer look at the stats.
For a level 50 candidate, strength must reach 420,000 gene according to extreme research. The peak for this level is 450,000 gene. Of course, other types also have specific requirements. For example, a speed type candidate at level 50 must have 450 points in speed. No matter which type, it was a piece of cake for Jiang, so he skipped right over the bronze guest, the lowest and most worthless rank. Since he was going for guest status, he might as well aim for the most prestigious one. He then looked at the silver, gold, purple gold, and diamond guests, as well as the top-tier Supreme member. Supreme members enjoy the highest privileges, a 30% discount on services at the Treasure Guild, and wherever they go, the branch leaders are required to treat them with the utmost respect. Jiang decided to go for this, but upon checking the requirements for Supreme member, he saw that a minimum level of 70 was required.
He fell into deep thought. He wasn't a psionic, he didn't have a level. What was he supposed to do? However, the numerical requirements for the Supreme Member assessment weren't particularly difficult for Jiang. He took a look at the requirements for a Strength-type Supreme Member. For a level 70 assessment, Strength had to reach 3 million gene, which was roughly the limit for a Strength-type talent at level 70, and the talent had to be at least an A+ grade. This might be a challenge for others, but for Jiang, it was a piece of cake. His current strength is 1.43 million gene. Although he is still 1.57 million gene short of 3 million gene, he can always modify it. Now at level 15, after a day and a half of accumulation, his mod points have already reached 1,950,000. He opened the stats panel. Host, Jiang. Available mod points, 1,953,478. Plus 15. Plus 15. Strength boost, 1,430,000. Armor boost, 25,000. Critical hit boost, 100%. Magic resistance boost, 120%. Other attributes yet to be unlocked. System level, 15. Energy points, 2,358, 180,000. System skills, 3-meter golden body, 10,000x critical hit probability, magic damage absorption and conversion. After briefly glancing at his stats panel, Jiang decided that since the assessment was about strength, he might as well allocate all his points to strength boost. He hadn't boosted his strength in a long time anyway. System, add 1.95 million gene of strength. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 3,380,000. Jiang felt an immense surge of power welling up inside him. Instantly, his flesh and meridians pulsed with vitality, and he felt as though he had an endless supply of energy. Annie, I want to take the Supreme Member exam, the one for level 70, Jiang said. What the hell are you talking about? Annie was instantly. What a pain. Running into a hothead on our opening day. Annie, you're just as bad. This guy doesn't have any supernatural abilities, he is clearly just an ordinary person. Why did you bring him here for the assessment? I think you don't want to keep working at our Treasure Guild anymore. Don't eat sour pickles. Monica cursed at Annie with disgust. Annie had no connections, and on top of that, she was even more attractive than Monica. Monica had long resented Annie and wanted to fire her. Only then did Annie snap out of her daze caused by Jiang's bold claims. She had also sensed Jiang and realized he truly didn't seem to possess any supernatural abilities. But seeing how confident Jiang looked, it was clear he wasn't just spouting empty boasts. Annie spoke up on his behalf. Manager, our guild doesn't have a rule stating that only people with supernatural abilities can evaluate guest members. So my guest has the right to take the evaluation. Besides, I haven't violated any guild regulations. Even if you're the manager, you can't fire me. With that, Annie led Jiang straight to the evaluation equipment. Annie's words made Monica even angrier. Fine. I'll see if it's really as you say. Since you two want to take the test, go ahead. I'll watch along the way to see how you fail and make fools of yourselves. Ha, a Supreme Member? You're really delusional. Annie and Jiang arrived at the testing equipment.
Since Jiang was testing for a level 70 Supreme Member position, specifically a strength assessment, they approached a piece of memory metal. This piece of memory metal was crafted using the Treasure Guild's most advanced technology. It could precisely measure a candidate's strength, reportedly accurate to the 100th decimal place. Moreover, no matter how hard it was struck, the memory metal would never deform, demonstrating its extraordinary toughness. "Use all your strength and throw a punch at the memory metal," Annie said.
"Got it."
Jiang stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch. Ding, 10,000x critical hit triggered.
Boom!
A massive explosion echoed through the room. The shape memory alloy was punched right through, and the surrounding walls were completely shattered.
Unidentified force detected. Suspected divine entity. Super defense system activating.
Immediately afterward, the Treasure Shop's technological system issued this alert. The Treasure Guild's technological defense system was built by psychics with the intelligence talent. It was designed to activate only in the event of an emergency surprise attack, typically triggered only by an attack from a powerhouse of at least level 85 or higher. Now, it had been triggered by a single punch from Jiang. At the same time, outside the Treasure Guild, a crowd was lining up.
Boom! Holy crap, what was that sound? Look, did a room over at the Treasure Guild just collapse? My god, what kind of master is this?
To actually dare attack the Treasure Guild, even if it's just a branch, anyone targeted by the Treasure Guild's bounty hunt basically has no place to hide anywhere in the world.
Who on earth is this brave soul? Whose subordinate is this person?
Just as the room at the Wanbao store collapsed, the branch leader, Wakani Gil, who had been in the lobby receiving guests who had come to offer congratulations, was instantly stunned. A combination of psychic powers and a high-voltage electric fence generating millions of volts instantly enveloped the entire Treasure Guild. After confirming there were no further attacks from outside, Gil notified the military in the vicinity of Xia Kingdom before rushing to the collapsed room. Fortunately, as the room collapsed, intelligent robots had already caught the falling ceiling in time and immediately began repairs, such as the benefit of high technology. As a result, it didn't take long for the collapsed room to be restored.
However, the intelligent robots were currently unable to repair the high-tech shape memory alloy. My god, what on earth happened here? Even the shape memory alloy is shattered? Gil trembled with astonishment at the sight of the shattered alloy. When he had come to establish a branch in Xiagua, the scientists at headquarters had told him that, barring an attack by a deity itself, no one in the world was currently capable of shattering this alloy. Gil looked around and realized that, aside from Annie, Monica, and an unfamiliar young man, there was no one else there. Annie, now you tell me what's going on.
Chairman, this man from Xiagua named Jiang said he wanted to take the Supreme Member assessment, so I brought him here.
Then he punched the shape memory alloy, and this is what happened. Annie's explanation was simple and to the point. Monica, is that really what happened? Gil turned and asked Monica.
Yes, Monica said, her voice trembling. Moments ago, she'd been so terrified she'd nearly wet herself. Now she was clenching her legs together, trying desperately to compose herself.
Did you really do that just now? Gil walked over to Jiang and asked respectfully.
Or did you do it? Gil still found it hard to accept. After all, the young man standing before him was, at most, a college freshman, yet shattering the shape memory alloy was simply impossible for someone like him. Bard, please pull up the surveillance footage from here, Gil called out. Bard was a high-tech AI independently developed by the Treasure Guild, similar to Xiaogui's Shachang.
Naturally, this area was under Bard's surveillance. Since Bard was an independent system, the footage remained intact even after the memory metal was destroyed and the room collapsed.
Soon, a video projection appeared before Gil's eyes.
Oh, my god, this can't be real. Even after watching the footage, Gil's mind went blank.
Only the power of a deity could shatter the Treasure Guild's memory metal.
Could the guy standing before him be a god?
But he didn't look like one. He didn't possess any supernatural abilities. Regardless, he had passed the Supreme Member assessment and excelled at it, which filled Gil with immense joy. Whenever a branch produced a Supreme Member, the branch leader would be commended, and this achievement would grant extra points toward future promotions. This is the Supreme Member Medal of our Treasure Guild.
Gil handed it over with trembling hands.
Thank you, Jiang said as he accepted it. Please enter your information into the Bard system, Gil said, becoming exceptionally polite. It couldn't be helped, including this one. There were only 8 supreme members in the Treasure Guild, while there were nearly 100 branch leaders. It was obvious who held the higher status.
Hello, Supreme Member.
If you have any questions about your privileges or the Treasure Guild, feel free to summon Bard at any time. Bard will be happy to assist you,
Gil said.
The Supreme Member badge was actually a high-tech device. In addition to signifying status, it could send location data to the guild, but now, as the personal attendant to a Supreme Member, her status was, in a sense, no different from that of a branch manager. She wouldn't have to do a thing, yet her salary would be more than 10 times what it was before, and her guild benefits would also be significantly upgraded. For a moment, Monica felt as if she were in a dream.
Wait a minute. However, Jiang interrupted, as an exclusive guest member, I have the right to choose my own personal attendant, don't I?
Yes, of course. If you just don't like me, you can replace me anytime, Gil said.
Good. She'll be my personal attendant, Jiang said, pointing at Annie.
The reason he chose Annie wasn't because she had the best looks or figure. It's not because of that reason it is because of that reason. Of course, those qualities were a factor, but what mattered most was that Annie estimated. Don't fire me, please. Monica immediately dropped to her knees and began sobbing. If she got fired from the Treasure Guild, where else could she possibly work? Where could she find such a great job?
Where as security? Throw her out. Jiang repeated Monica's earlier words of fitting tit for tat.
Watching Monica's remorseful figure as she was thrown out, Jiang couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He hadn't expected this assessment to be so successful. It had triggered a 10,000x critical hit. After all, the probability of a 10,000x critical hit was extremely low. He had killed so many monsters on the monster battlefield before without ever triggering one, yet now, with just a single punch, he'd done it. His original strength was 3.38 million gene, with the critical hit doubling it to 100%, that became 7.76 million gene. Triggering a 10,000x critical hit, that kind of damage, wow.
No wonder the Treasure Guild's technological defense system had classified it as a divine attack. Supreme Member, you're from the Xia Kingdom, aren't you?
Coincidentally, today marks the grand opening of our Treasure Guild, and many prominent families from your Xia Kingdom have arrived.
Let me introduce you to them, said Volcani Gil.
Though he was merely the head of a branch, his family background placed them among the world's top-tier clans, so it was only natural that Xia Kingdom clans had come to offer their congratulations.
All right, Jiang thought. Since he was already here, he might as well meet them.
Annie followed close behind Jiang. After all, she was now his personal attendant, tasked with serving him at all times. Soon, Jiang, Gil, and the others arrived at the Treasure Guild's reception hall. There, Jiang saw many prominent families, including, in addition to the Chen, Zhou, and Zhang families, the Luo and Lin families, among others. Among them, Jiang spotted 2 familiar figures:
Lily and Linjin.
Lily was wearing an evening gown that fit her perfectly. The unique design highlighted her figure and poise.
Linjin was also dressed in an evening gown.
Despite her tomboyish demeanor on the monster battlefield earlier, clothes truly make the man, and in this custom-made gown, her charm and elegance were undeniable.
Chairman Gil, what just happened?
Was the Treasure Guild attacked by some powerful fighter? Asked the heads of numerous prominent families. After all, the commotion had been immense. Moreover, they were all ready to step in as soon as Gil called for their help. They could ensure the Treasure Guild owed them a favor.
This was a rare opportunity indeed. It's nothing serious.
Someone has simply passed the Treasure Guild's Supreme Member assessment. The commotion just now was caused by our newly promoted Supreme Member striking the memory medal with a single punch.
Let me introduce you.
This is Jiang, the 8th Supreme Member in the history of our Treasure Guild, Gil announced solemnly.
What?
The heads of the Chen, Zhou, and Zhang families nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. In their hearts, they cried out, "This is bad. We're done for." After all, they had previously hired assassins from the Wuchang organization, and by now, Wuchang had likely already dispatched them. In the past, they might not have been worried, but now it was a different story. A supreme member of the Treasure Guild, not to mention their immense power, had taken action against the Treasure Guild's guest expert. That meant they had made an enemy of the Treasure Guild. Although Wuchang assassins wouldn't betray their clients' information, what if they did? Given the Treasure Guild's resources, they might very well track down even the slightest clue. If that happened, facing off against this global merchant guild would be disastrous. Moreover, rumor had it that the head of the Treasure Guild seemed to have ties to a deity. In light of this, they had to contact that guy from the Wuchang organization immediately to cancel the assassination contract. It doesn't matter if the money can't be refunded, but I certainly don't want a court disaster.
Oh my, what a young hero.
Congratulations, congratulations. But these three family heads quickly caught on and immediately put on smiling faces to offer their congratulations. The Lin and Luo families were also major clans. Although Jiang's livestream had caused quite a stir earlier, their family heads held Jiang in high regard after all, compared to their own clans with their deep-rooted heritage. Jiang was like an internet celebrity to them. As wealthy tycoons, he was naturally someone to be looked down upon. But now, things were different.
They knew just how difficult the Treasure Guild's guest expert assessment was.
Within their own clans, there was only one silver-ranked guest expert to date, and even a silver-ranked guest expert was already an incredibly formidable figure. Not to mention a supreme member, only the 8th in the guild's entire history, and the Treasure Guild has existed for several hundred years.
That alone speaks to just how prestigious the title is. Congratulations, guest Jiang.
We look forward to exchanging ideas and building closer ties in the future, the heads of the Lin and Luo families said politely, then stepped forward excitedly to shake Jiang's hand.
I hear guest Jiang is a freshman at War God University. My daughter is a professor in the resource management office there. I wonder if you two know each other? The speaker was Quang, the head of the Luo family.
The daughter he mentioned
was none other than Professor Lily. Hello, Jiang.
Lily stepped forward to greet him. I didn't expect you to become a supreme member of the Treasure Guild so easily. Congratulations. You know me for me, that's a piece of cake, Jiang replied without a trace of modesty.
So guest scholar Jiang and my daughter know each other? That's wonderful, that's wonderful. You two should definitely grow closer in the future. Quang said meaningfully. Anyone could see what he meant.
A teacher and student are, after all, just that, but my daughter is different. I hear Lin Jin and guest Jiang have the same teacher, said Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family. In his view, although Lily was a bit more mature than his own daughter, she was, after all, already 26, while his daughter, Lin Jin, was only 19.
Yes, Lin Jin is my senior sister.
Oh, that's wonderful. The guest Jiang is always welcome to visit the Lin family. Lin, she said ingratiatingly. This scene filled the surrounding small and medium-sized clans with envy. They rarely even had the chance to exchange a few words with these major clans like the Lins, let alone curry favor with them.
But now, with so many major clans fawning over Jiang TSK, it was a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Especially Chairman Gil, his politeness and respect seemed to come from the very core of his being. Also, guest Jiang, tomorrow is my youngest daughter's 26th birthday.
Our Luo family has prepared a banquet. I wonder if you would do us the honor of attending? Quang said.
As soon as these words left his mouth, those around him were filled with envy once again.
Many people couldn't even get an invitation despite offering lavish gifts after all, at the Luo family's birthday banquet. There were plenty of opportunities to curry favor with the bigwigs. If they could just win over one of them, their small to medium-sized families could skyrocket to success overnight.
Opportunities they could never have earned on their own, and now the head of a major clan was personally extending an invitation, practically begging them not to refuse.
What treatment!
TSK. And to think Jiang is only 18 years old.
When I was 18, I was just setting up a street stall.
I had it even worse. I was still delivering water at 18. There is absolutely no comparison to guest Jiang. Comparing people like this is enough to drive you crazy. Guest Jiang has a bright future ahead of him. I heard that Supreme members have their own personal attendants. I'm sure the one by guest Jiang's side is one of them. That beauty, that figure. Do you think guest Jiang might ask her to do something special? Like what? It's not appropriate to talk about things like that. It's possible. Guest Jiang is young and headstrong, but it's certainly a lucky break for that attendant. The crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with envy. Amid the chatter, outside the Treasure Guild, the customers who had been waiting in line to make purchases were all being protected. The military commander of the Xia Kingdom's capital had already mobilized the strongest troops to the scene. After all, the capital was the face of the Xia Kingdom, so the caliber of this military force was exceptionally high. The soldiers' minimum combat level was 45. In addition to the military commander, a major figure in his own right, there were 4 university presidents from the Xia Kingdom: Yan Nantian, president of Tianshan University; Zhou Yun, president of Elemental University; Han Yuan, president of the National Defense University; and Mu Qing, Jiang's teacher. There was no other choice. Jiang's single punch had completely crippled the Treasure Guild's defense system, causing a massive commotion. On top of that, Gil had exaggerated the situation somewhat when he called the police. As a result, the military commander had summoned all 4 of Xia Nation's top military leaders. Chairman Gil, were you under any threat to your safety while inside? Army Corps Commander Zhou Wu shouted. For a moment, none of them dared to go in, fearing there might be some kind of trap inside. So it was better to call out and confirm the situation first. Gil, who had been chatting and laughing inside, furrowed his brow upon hearing the shout. Oh no, I forgot about the police report. Everyone, I'll be right back. Gil quickly walked to the door and saw the solemn lineup and the impressive array of bigwigs. He marveled at how efficient Xiaogui was in handling matters, and a smile spread across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly sorry about the commotion earlier. It was caused by the assessment for our Treasure Guild's new supreme member. Everything is fine now. It was a false alarm. However, to make it up to all of you, as well as every guest who came to the Treasure Guild today, I've decided to offer a 30% discount on all items today. Gil spoke loudly, and his announcement was immediately met with cheers from the guests. Fantastic! A 30% discount, that's something that's never happened before at the Treasure Guild. You know, a 30% discount is a privilege reserved exclusively for Supreme members. That is for sure. This time, we're riding on the coattails of that newly promoted Supreme member. I wonder who the Supreme member is. Could it be one of Xia Kingdom's hidden supermasters? I think it's possible. After all, even the principals of the 4 great academies failed to meet the required standards during their Supreme member evaluations. Why don't we ask President Gil? As a result, many in the crowd began asking questions. It wasn't just the general public. The military commanders, the principals of the 4 great academies, and others present were also brimming with curiosity. After all, a Supreme member is an incredibly formidable figure. This 8th Supreme member is none other than Jiang, the honorary guest. Gil proudly announced the news, but the moment he spoke, it immediately caused a huge stir. Who did President Gil just say the Supreme member was? It sounded like Jiang? Jiang what? Jiang. This has to be a joke, right? Many refused to believe it. They scrambled to scratch their ears, thinking they were clogged, while others rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. Some even went so far as to slap the person next to them. Why did you hit me? That hurt? So it's not a hallucination, it's real, the person shouted, then slapped them a few more times. Jiang? The one who was the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province, and then went on a killing spree on the 5th-tier monster battlefield? Yeah, that's him. I've watched his live streams too. Holy crap! Everyone felt their minds go completely blank. This Jiang is only 18, right? How is he pulling off one sensational feat after another? He accomplished so effortlessly what even the 4 school principals couldn't do? For a moment, everyone forgot why they were even there. Even the army commander and the principals of the 4 major schools were momentarily speechless. One of them was an 85-level powerhouse, while the other 4 were all big shots above level 90. Yet upon hearing this news, they still fell into a brief state of stupor. It couldn't be helped, it was simply too shocking. Mu Qing had assumed he was a reclusive master from Xia Kingdom, but never imagined he was actually her own student. Her cherry red lips parted slightly wide enough to fit a fried dough stick. Plus 2 eggs. Principal Mu, Jiang is your student, isn't? Congratulations! The army commander and the other 3 principals also cast congratulatory and envious glances her way. If Jiang's previous performance on the college entrance exam and the monster battlefield hadn't been enough to earn the favor of these principals, then his status as a supreme member certainly did. And they had to treat Jiang with the utmost respect. The general and the 4 principals had to treat Gil with respect, while Gil had to treat Jiang with respect. The difference between the two was no small matter. Let us go. We'll talk inside. Gil instructed the sales clerk to resume their normal duties, then led the division and the other 4 principals inside. Is it really him? Mu Qing's body was trembling slightly as she walked. She still found it hard to believe, but Gil would certainly never lie. Before long, the group arrived at the hall, a high-class reception hall frequented only by the wealthy and powerful, so everyone present was a person of standing in the Xia Kingdom. They all knew one another. As soon as the army commander and the 4 school principals entered, they saw the heads of the prominent clans gathered around Jiang. Honorable guest Jiang, my daughter has just turned 18, and since you are also 18, isn't this fate, I wonder if you'd mind. If not, I'd be happy to act as matchmaker. The speaker was none other than Niu Isho, head of the Niu family. Well, head of the Niu family, that doesn't sound like something you'd usually say. Not long ago, when I went to your family to propose marriage, you refused outright. Now you're willing to part with your precious daughter, said the head of the Li family. How could your son possibly compare to Jiang Keqing's status? In any case, my daughter won't marry anyone but Jiang Keqing. Jiang Keqing, don't listen to this fellow. His daughter isn't nearly as pretty as mine. My daughter is 21 now, though she is 3 years older than you, as the old saying goes. A woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. As long as you're willing, guest Jiang, I'll arrange their engagement right now. Faced with the polite matchmaking efforts of a group of prominent clan heads, Jiang was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ever since Gil had left, he'd been constantly surrounded by them. He was quite skilled at fighting, but socializing was definitely not his strong suit. Oh, it seems the clan heads are having a lively chat with guest Jiang. Gil walked in and, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. General Zhou, the university presidents have arrived as well, the head of the distinguished family said politely to Zhou Wu and the others. It's better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. Guest Jiang, you're truly high spirits these days. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yan Nantian, president of War God University. Following Yan Nantian, the other 2 university presidents also stepped forward to greet him courteously. I wonder if guest Jiang would be interested in joining our Heavenly God University? While making small talk, Yan Nantian began poaching talent right then and there, which left Mu Qing with a look of exasperation. Are you pretending I don't exist? Oh, sorry, I forgot you came along too, Yan Nantian said awkwardly. Jiang, our Element University isn't bad either. As long as you're willing to transfer, we'll offer you twice the compensation you'd receive at War God University. How about it, said Zhou Yun, the president of Element University. Twice as much? That's nothing. Come to our National Defense University, you can name your price, said Han Yuan. The remarks from these 2 presidents instantly made Mu Qing's face cloud over with anger. She was on the verge of lashing out and starting an argument. It was Chairman Gil who sensed the tension and stepped in to smooth things over. Today marks the grand opening of our Chamber of Commerce. I invite you all to take a look at the high-end resources we have on display. I'm sure you'll find them very interesting. As for other matters, please discuss them outside the chamber. I don't want a single wrong word to spark a fight right here. After this determined whether she could awaken her second talent. After all, Lily was already level 72, but she hadn't yet begun the process of awakening her second talent, as it could be awakened anywhere between levels 70 and 75. Awakening a talent depended not only on luck but also on certain aids. As a gold elementalist, the gold-devouring beast's inner core was the perfect item for her. And this 8th tier gold-devouring beast core was a perfect match for her. Even through the super strong glass, Lily could feel her gold elementalist talent stirring within her. This indicated that this gold-devouring beast core would definitely help her awaken her second talent. "Chairman Gill, could you sell this gold-devouring beast to me?" Lily asked. "I'm afraid not, Miss Luo. This gold-devouring beast's inner core is not for sale to the general public. It's reserved exclusively for our internal guest masters, and only those of at least the purple gold guest master rank are eligible." Gill replied very politely. Not all of the Treasured Guild's resources are for sale, and simply having money doesn't guarantee access to everything here. On the contrary, to attract and retain powerful guest members, the Treasure Guild specifically provided many rare resources exclusively to them. This 8th tier gold-devouring beast inner core was one of them. "I see," Lily said, shaking her head in disappointment. Her Luo family didn't have any purple gold level guest members. But Linjin, standing beside her, chimed in, "Sis Lily, isn't there a supreme member here?" He. Linjin's remark hit the nail on the head, and Lily's eyes lit up. That's right, wasn't he the supreme member right in front of her? She'd even played video games with this supreme member before, and as his mentor, she'd helped him out quite a bit. Come to think of it, asking Jiang to buy it for her wasn't out of the question. She wouldn't skimp on the payment. "Jiang," Lily called out as she stepped forward. Jiang had actually noticed everything. After all, Lily had been staring at that gold-devouring beast's inner core for quite a while, and when a girl stares at something for that long, it usually means she really wants it. It worked out perfectly. Jiang was going to Lily's birthday banquet tomorrow anyway, so he could just treat this as a gift for teacher Lily. After all, she was the very first teacher he met at Wargod University. Teacher Lily was actually quite nice. President Gill, could you sell me this 8th tier gold-devouring beast core?" Jiang asked. "Of course. Since you're a supreme member, this 8th tier gold-devouring beast core is originally priced at 100 million, but for you, it's 70% off 70 million. After Gill finished speaking, he verified his fingerprint with Bard. The cabinet containing the 8th tier gold-devouring beast's inner core then opened. Annie stepped forward on her own initiative, placed the inner core in a top-tier gift box, and handed it to Jiang. Jiang had intended to pay, but he only had a little over 10 million in his account. He spoke quite loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the other family heads, military commanders, and school principals who were browsing the resources. "My daughter, how do you plan to repay guest Jiang?" Hearing this, Lily's face flushed crimson. After all, so many people were watching, and she knew her father wanted her to save face in front of everyone, so... Muah! A sweet kiss landed right on Jiang's cheek. This scene left everyone speechless. Wasn't Lily being a bit too forward? But then again, if their own daughters were there, they'd probably be even more forward. After all, with Jiang Kiching's status and good looks, how many young girls would he charm? Jiang rubbed his cheek in surprise. He really hadn't expected Lily to pull this stunt out of nowhere. "Are you serious?" To be honest, in Jiang's eyes, even though Lily was dressed like an innocent little girl, she was 26 and already had a mature aura about her. Who could resist a mature Lily? Linjin stood nearby, feeling a bit uneasy. Although she'd come up with the idea to help sister Lily solve her problem, she couldn't shake a pang of jealousy. "Oh my gosh, am I falling for my junior classmate?" Linjin thought shyly to herself. At that moment, Jiang was also feeling a bit awkward. He didn't dare look at Lily anymore, because after being so close to her just now, he'd almost lost control and started nosebleeding again. After all, seeing her from a distance and examining her up close were two completely different experiences. Jiang turned his head away and had no choice but to focus on the high-end collections on his own. He also spotted some rather rare items, such as a spatial bead crafted using a spatial talent. Once activated, it could teleport him to any location within a 1,000 li radius, but the destination couldn't be chosen, it was random. Jiang thought it was a bit of a mixed bag, so he didn't buy it. Mainly because it was expensive. Later, he spotted a box of golden pills called something like Vidra pills. Jiang glanced at them and moved on. Just from the name, he could tell they weren't legitimate. There were also some foreign skills and the like. Jiang looked over the skill descriptions and found that many weren't suitable for him. Annie, I'm going to teacher Lily's birthday party tomorrow. What kind of outfit do you think I should wear? Jiang asked. After all, Annie had been trained by the Treasure Guild system. In addition to mastering various sales techniques at the proficient stage, she was also quite knowledgeable about fashion coordination and dress codes. So Jiang sought her advice. Honored guest Jiang, follow me. Annie led Jiang to a room dedicated to custom-made, a space reserved for high-ranking members of the Treasure Guild. As a supreme member, Jiang was naturally eligible, and the custom-made attire was free of charge. Jiang took, even the cheapest Rolls-Royce started at 100 million, and Jiang's model was even more opulent, priced at a whopping 10 billion. Such were the perks of being a supreme member. Once inside the car, he naturally took a seat in the back. Thanks to modern technology, a driver is no longer needed. The automaker has developed its own artificial intelligence system. Bard, take me to War God University. Jiang simply had to call out to the AI. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Bard would automatically drive the vehicle and take him to his destination. This way, there was no need to worry about things like DUI checks. Jiang could even sit in the back seat and leisurely enjoy a drink. Annie, why are you in here too? Just as Jiang was about to open the in-car fridge to see what kinds of alcohol and drinks were inside, he noticed that Annie had also gotten into the car. You're joking, Mr. Jiang. I'm your personal attendant. Naturally, I'm here to serve you exclusively, at any time, anywhere. Wherever you go, Annie goes. I wouldn't want you to need my services and find that I'm not there. Jiang checked his permissions again through his Supreme Member badge and found that this was indeed the case. Supreme Member attendants were always by their master's side, ready to assist at any time and place. Although they weren't particularly useful in combat, they provided excellent service for all the little things in daily life. Bard, stop for a moment. Jiang called Bard to a halt. All right, Annie, I don't want you following me around. You just need to take good care of me when I come to the Treasure Guild. Otherwise, if others see you sticking close to me every day, they'll think I'm. Jiang motioned for Annie to get out of the car. He really didn't need her, and besides, a senior sister was living on the second floor. With two women and himself in the same villa, what if they got into a fight? He wasn't exactly good at arguing. Sniff, sniff, are you turning your back on Annie, guessed Jiang? Little did he know that the moment he said that, Annie's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Guest Jiang, you may not be aware of this, but as a personal attendant to a supreme member, once I'm sent back, the Treasure Guild will never hire me again, and I'll be blacklisted from the profession. Annie still needs this job, so please don't send her away, guessed Jiang. Annie's face was streaked with tears, and in fact, what she said was true. Annie's service is very attentive. I'm sure you'll like it. Please don't send her away. Annie pleaded once more, looking so pitiful that it was impossible to refuse her. Jiang fell deep in thought. Annie would have a bedroom back at the villa, but would she stay on the first floor or the second? He wondered if she'd get along with his senior sister on the second floor. As for the first floor, the house was large enough. 800 square meters should be plenty. But sending her away really wasn't right. It would be like cutting off her livelihood. All right, then. Come with me. Stop calling me Minister Jiang all the time. It doesn't sound quite right. Just call me Jiang. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It might make Annie seem disrespectful. Don't worry about so many rules around here. All right, Jiang. And so, Annie had no choice but to start calling him that. Thanks, Jiang. Let me pour you a drink. It'll be a long drive back for Bard anyway. Annie took a bottle of chilled drink out of the car's cooler. This drink was no ordinary beverage, it was brewed from magical fruits obtained from the dungeon.
Drinking it not only refreshed the mind but also quickly restored stamina.
Jiang took a small sip and found the taste was indeed pleasant. After finishing a glass, he felt completely revitalized.
You should have a glass too.
No, this is reserved exclusively for Supreme members.
Annie isn't qualified to drink it.
Annie's face paled slightly for a moment, her tear streaks from her recent crying still visible.
That pitifully endearing look was instantly laid bare. If you don't drink it, don't follow me around anymore.
Jiang feigned anger.
Fine, Annie will drink it.
Back at the villa, Jiang noticed that Lin Jin hadn't returned. He figured his senior classmate must have gone back to the Lin family estate after all. As a member of such a prominent family, she couldn't stay at the school villa indefinitely. Next, he needed to find a place for Annie to stay. The first floor of the villa featured a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, with a total area of nearly 800 square meters. This meant each of the 3 bedrooms was nearly 100 square meters in size, making it very convenient for Annie to unpack her things. When Annie arrived, she naturally brought her own personal items, but she was too shy to take them out in front of Jiang. After all, they were mostly cosmetics and the like. As for bedding and other such items, there was no need to bring them, since the villa was already fully equipped.
Jiang, are you hungry?
Annie brought her suitcase inside, fiddled with it for a bit, then came out and sat down with Jiang in the living room. The living room was very spacious, the sofa was even big enough to sleep on. Jiang was playing a video game at the time. He'd just gotten back when Lily sent him a party invite. Ever since they last beaten Miracle Alliance, Lily had found another game called Adventure Quest. And to be honest, it was pretty good. Jiang had only played it a few times before getting hooked. I'm a little hungry, Jiang replied. After all, it had been several hours since they left Kennedy's chicken, and with his current constitution, he got hungry easily.
Should I make dinner, then? You know how to cook?
Jiang asked, but he immediately realized that the hostesses trained by the Treasure Guild were basically jacks of all trades except for fighting. They could hold their own in formal settings and in the kitchen, and they were even more impressive in other areas.
Alright, I'll redeem some ingredients.
Jiang opened the exchange shop at the school's resource management office. They had everything there. Buying ingredients was a breeze, it was just that convenient.
Annie, see what ingredients we need?
Jiang had Jiang project the exchange panel, which was filled with dishes, while Annie focused intently on her selection. This one, and that one. As soon as Annie saw the dishes, she became incredibly happy. It was about time for her to show off her skills. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. After they exchanged the items, a teacher from the resource management office soon delivered them. Since Lily wasn't there, another teacher brought them instead. Once the items arrived home, Jiang didn't help Annie with the prep. She bustled about on her own, as skilled as any homemaker.
Jiang watched her back in silence.
Beautiful, elegant, with a great figure, and a great cook. This must be the dream of countless otaku.
Before long.
Okay, Jiang, that's it for our teamwork today. I'm off to set up for tomorrow's birthday party, Lily said in a voice message.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Just then, Annie had finished cooking, and Jiang sat down to eat. He wolfed down his food, completely disregarding his image, while Annie took small, delicate bites, appearing incredibly refined.
This tastes great.
After a few bites, Jiang realized it tasted better than anything at a 7-star restaurant.
You could open your own restaurant. After dinner, the robot butler took care of the cleanup. As for Jiang, since he was bored anyway, he took Annie to play a video game.
The two logged into a 3D adventure game and picked up right where they left off with Lily earlier.
I'm not very good at this, Annie said, a little embarrassed.
It's okay, the controls are really simple. And so the two of them began their in-game battle. An hour later, they had already reached level 78, clearing 45 levels in a row. Basically, Annie was leading the way. She wasn't very skilled at first, but after clearing a few levels, she got the hang of it.
Jiang was a bit speechless inside. Was this really what she meant by not good at it?
But it was fine this way. At least it made it easier for him to play through the levels on his own. The game had a whopping 1,000 levels in total, and its realistic 3D graphics made it truly immersive. Plus, with a new map for every level, Jiang got more and more excited the longer he played. So, the two of them played straight through from 6:30 p.m. until 3 a.m. The next day, while Jiang was still fast asleep, he heard someone calling his name in a friendly voice.
Jiang, it's time to get up, or you'll be late for the party. Jiang opened his eyes groggily and saw Annie standing by the bed.
She was already fresh and dressed for the day, wearing a form-fitting business skirt, high heels, and black stockings, looking very professional.
You're up this early? Aren't you going to sleep in? Jiang, you're attending Miss Lily's banquet today.
If we get up now and head over, we'll arrive right on time, Annie said thoughtfully.
Right. Jiang quickly got out of bed and freshened up, then contacted the AI Bard.
His personal Rolls-Royce pulled up right in front of his villa. After they got in the car, Jiang gave the destination, and Bard began automatically navigating the route to the Luo family estate.
At the Luo family estate.
The Luo family estate was located in the northern part of the capital of Xia Kingdom. It covered a vast area. Calling it a mere estate would be an understatement. It was more like a princely palace or a grand garden. At the entrance to the Luo family estate, countless luxury cars were parked, and more were constantly arriving. Naturally, everyone present was a prominent figure from the capital or other cities. The hostesses in charge of reception at the entrance also carried themselves with an air of nobility, as if serving as hostesses at the Luo residence had somehow elevated their very essence.
Oh, look, it's a Bima. That car is not something you see every day.
I heard the starting price is 10 million. As a Bima pulled up, several hostesses immediately began chatting.
The car behind it is even better. It's a Benz.
They say it costs over $1 million. We could never afford one even if we worked our whole lives, another hostess remarked enviously.
If I could just ride in one once in my life, I'd be willing to do anything. Didn't your boyfriend just buy a car? Ugh, that beat-up little car he bought? It's so embarrassing. If the ride weren't so long, I wouldn't even bother getting in.
Wow, a gemstone Jia, 5 million yuan gemstone Jia. And there's a Ferrari sports car behind it too. Even though the guy who got out was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look, after the two entered the Luo residence, Annie headed straight for the restroom, while Jiang's gaze drifted to the array of delicacies set out beside the grand hall. He was hungry, so he made his way over to the buffet and began to indulge. The guests in the grand hall were engaged in lively conversation, each one looking glamorous and dressed in luxurious attire. But upon listening closely to their discussions, Jiang realized they were all talking about just one thing. Namely, that Miss Lily seemed to be quite close to a supreme member of the Treasure Guild. Jiang had become a supreme member yesterday, of course. This was an internal matter of the Treasure Guild and hadn't been widely publicized, and the Luo family was also keeping it under wraps.
You've heard, right?
Miss Lily even kissed that supreme member yesterday, said one guest, holding a glass of wine and looking quite smug.
Is that true? Miss Lily is usually so aloof with us, and she actually went out of her way to kiss someone? Of course she is aloof with losers like you.
Look who he is, a supreme member of the Treasure Guild.
There are only 8 of them worldwide. How could you possibly compare to that? I guess you're right.
But I heard they didn't kiss on the cheek, they kissed on the lips.
Yeah, I heard that too. They kissed for a full minute. Do you guys think Miss Lily's birthday party today might be to announce her engagement to that supreme member? Now that you mention it, I think you're right.
With such a grand occasion, an engagement is practically a given. Jiang listened to the crowd's chatter while he ate, and he was left speechless.
What the hell were they even spreading? Rumors, absolute rumors. Rumors, absolute rumors.
Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Lily's older sister, Tina, listened to the chatter and naturally felt a pang of envy. It was impossible not to feel that way.
Nowadays, Lily and Tina were the only 2 remaining members of the younger generation of the Luo family.
If Lily really ended up marrying a supreme member, Tina feared she'd have no share in the Luo family fortune in the future.
The more Tina thought about it, the angrier she became. Why was Lily the one who got to find such a great man? Why couldn't Tina find one? What did Lily have that she didn't?
Wasn't it just that her breasts were a little bigger, her butt a little perkier, her waist a little sexier, and her talent a little higher?
Aside from those 100-odd points, in what other way was Lily better than her? If she can find a great guy, why can't I, Tina? Tina thought to herself.
With so many families in attendance today, if she played her cards right, she might just snag a young heir from a prominent family. Tina kept scanning the ballroom, taking in one guest after.
That was out of the question. What do you do for a living, handsome?
I'm just a freshman in college, I don't really have a job.
But if you insist, does running a street stall count?
Jiang said he had, in fact, run a street stall before.
Running a street stall? The moment she heard those 3 words, Tina immediately grew impatient. How did a street vendor like you manage to sneak into my Luo family's event? Tina looked at him with utter disdain.
She expected a young master from a distinguished family, but instead, he turned out to be a lowlife.
Damn it.
All that effort she put in earlier had been for nothing.
Someone gave me an invitation, so naturally I came. Tina snorted derisively. An invitation? Who would give an invitation to a street vendor like you? I bet you stole it. You're just here to freeload, aren't you? Get the hell out of here right now.
Tina couldn't be bothered to keep up the act anymore and turned into a full-blown shrew.
Security. Where's security? Kick this freeloading bum out of here.
It had to be said that when Tina turned into a shrew, her voice was quite loud. So after that outburst, everyone in the hall immediately turned their attention to them. After all, Tina was the eldest daughter of the Luo family. There had to be a reason for her being so furious.
What's going on over there? Let us go check it out.
Since there were so many guests, many couldn't see clearly at first, so they came over to take a look. Naturally, the group was led by the head of the Luo family, Chairman Jiang, along with the heads of other prominent families such as the head of the Lin family.
Meanwhile, over on Jiang's side. Oh, so you lost your cool the moment you heard I'm a street vendor? Turning into a shrew? Yelling like that in public, you're really bringing honor to the Luo family. Just get lost. Tina said with utter disdain, as if shooing away a beggar.
At that moment, Tina realized she was surrounded by a crowd and acknowledged that her voice had indeed been a bit too loud, not quite in line with her usual ladylike image. So she regained her noble and elegant demeanor and addressed the guests around her with a smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize.
A freeloader has managed to sneak into the Luo family's birthday party today, spoiling the fun for everyone. After saying this, Tina turned her gaze back to the security guards approaching them.
Security, it's him, this good for nothing. Get him out of here right now.
The 2 security guards were momentarily taken aback. They had seen Jiang at the entrance earlier. There was no way around it that Rolls-Royce was simply too dazzling.
With only one in the entire venue, it was impossible not to remember Jiang.
Upon hearing Tina's words, the 2 security guards exchanged glances, looking somewhat incredulous.
What did the young miss just call that handsome guy? A bum? Is there a bum driving a Rolls-Royce, goddess? That's a luxury car worth 10 billion. Has the young miss gone crazy today? Did she take the wrong medication? What are you standing there for? Get to work. Don't you want to keep your jobs at the Luo family anymore? Tina glared at the motionless security guards and barked at them once more.
Just then, Jiang, Chairman and Lin Ju, the head of the Lin family, approached.
As soon as she saw her father arrive, Tina felt even more confident and pointed at Jiang. Father, some freeloader has snuck into the Luo family today. It's absolutely infuriating. And these 2 security guards won't even follow orders. With her father present, Tina felt even more confident.
It wasn't until Jiang, and the others pushed their way to the front of the crowd that they could see clearly it was Jiang who had arrived.
Wait a minute, something didn't seem right. Jiang thought for a moment. Could the freeloader Tina was talking about actually be Jiang Keqing? Guest Jiang, it's so wonderful to see you here. Why didn't you let us know? I would have gone to the entrance to greet you personally, Kwang said with a smile. Gil also stepped in to ease the awkward atmosphere. Guest Jiang, it's truly a pleasure to see you again. The other family heads also stepped forward one by one to shake hands with Jiang. Guest Jiang, you've become even more handsome since we last saw you.
This scene left some members of the surrounding mid-tier families as well as Tina stunned. They'd come hoping for a spectacle after all. A good-for-nothing had entered the Luo family.
Something interesting was bound to happen.
But now it seemed even more intriguing.
Father, Chairman Gil, what were you just saying? Jiang Keqing is really the 8th supreme member of the Treasure Guild? He is not a good-for-nothing? Tina's face instantly turned pale. She looked as if she'd just swallowed a lump of dung.
But no matter how clueless she was, she knew her father and the others weren't joking.
Could this man really be Jiang Keqing? But how could that be possible? The supreme members of the Treasure Guild aren't they all ancient monsters? Now a college freshman running a street stall is the 8th supreme member?
Ridiculous, this is just Trump-level absurd.
You brat! Kwang pointed at Tina in a rage. This is the esteemed Jiang Keqing, not some freeloader. Apologize to Jiang Keqing right now.
Gil also stepped forward at that moment and spoke up. Head of the Luo family, a supreme member of our treasure guild has actually been treated as a freeloader in your household. It seems your Luo family is quite dissatisfied with our treasure guild. Therefore, I must reconsider our treasure guild's partnership with your Luo family.
As soon as Gil spoke those words, Kwang and Tina were terrified out of their wits.
After all, ever since Lily kissed Jiang yesterday, Gil had been preparing to hand over the partnership project he was handling to the Luo family. That was a project powerful enough to propel the Luo family to the top of the aristocratic ranks. The profits and resources involved were beyond imagination, and it would also mark the Luo family's first step toward going global.
And now it was all gone just like that? I'm so sorry, Guest Jiang. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Tina's face had gone pale with fear. Kneel down and kowtow to Guest Jiang to apologize. Kwang continued. Kneel? Tina thought she must have heard wrong.
After all, even though the Luo family wasn't the leading clan, they still held great prestige, and now, with so many people watching,
was she, the esteemed young miss, actually supposed to kneel before someone else to apologize? Smack! Kwang slapped Tina across the face. What's the matter? Do my words no longer carry weight?
Kwang said, his face contorted with rage.
Thud.
With a thud, Tina knelt on the ground and bowed her head in apology. Although she valued her pride, she knew that her own pride was nothing compared to the Luo family's future. Besides, if they didn't earn the supreme member's forgiveness, the Luo family might fall into decline, and when that happened, what good would her pride do her? Please forgive my offense, Guest Jiang.
Tina remained kneeling on the floor, too afraid to get up. Forget it.
Jiang couldn't be bothered to make a big deal out of it.
A dog had bitten him, he couldn't very well bite back, could he? That would just ruin his appetite. Did you hear that? Guest Jiang has forgiven you.
Now get the hell out of here, you disgraceful piece of trash.
Kwang roared. Tina hurriedly got to her feet and ran off. Guest Jiang, Lily has already changed into her evening gown.
I'll have her come down to see you. No sooner had Kwang finished speaking than, on the spiral staircase leading from the second floor to the first,
Lily began to descend at a leisurely pace. Today she was wearing a golden evening gown.
Although the gown was quite loose-fitting, it could hardly conceal Lily's natural grace, and her exquisite makeup further accentuated her elegance. Jiang found himself somewhat mesmerized by the sight. Truly, clothes make the man.
Wow, Miss Lily looks absolutely stunning today. Tisk, TSK. Whoever marries Miss Lily will be a truly lucky man.
Rumor has it Miss Lily's talent is quite impressive. She is already at level 72.
A powerhouse, definitely a powerhouse.
The crowd continued to shower her with praise. That poise she'd make a perfect match for that guest minister Jiang. You're right, a beauty paired with a handsome man, a perfect match.
In my opinion, today's event is definitely both an engagement party and a birthday celebration.
Lily walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed 4 people entering through the door. These 4 were not dressed in the typical attire of the Xia kingdom, but rather in the garb of samurai from the island nation. Lily's heart sank instantly. What she feared had finally come to pass.
Ha, head of the Luo clan, it's been a long time.
The leader of the 4 islanders was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. He had 2 long katanas sheathed at his waist. Seeing this, everyone grew puzzled.
Why are people from the island nation here? They're not here to attend the banquet, are they? I don't think so. Look at their demeanor, they seem more like they're here to hack people to pieces. To kill people? That can't be.
There are so many martial arts masters here, and the Luo family has plenty more lying in wait. Besides, the principals of the capital's 4 great academies could come to our aid at any moment.
Kill people? I doubt they have the guts for that. So you've finally shown up. Quan seemed not the least bit surprised by their arrival. Head of the Luo family, who are these gentlemen? In response to Gil and the others' questions, Quan explained the story in detail.
It turned out that 30 years ago, the Yagyu clan, a family of swordsmen from the island nation, had come to the kingdom of Xia to issue a challenge. Claiming they intended to defeat all of Xia's swordsman clans, they set up a tournament in the capital to quickly gain fame. Many of the sword-fighting clans that faced them were defeated. At that time, Quan was not yet the head of the Luo clan, but since the Luo clan was also a sword-fighting clan, they sent Quan to take on the challenge. Quan, of course, defeated the challenging Yagyu clan, but the clan head, Taijima, insisted that it was merely his own defeat, not a sign that the island nation's sword-fighting clans were inferior. So he made a pact with Quan. 30 years later, the next generation of their respective families would face off to test their swordsmanship and skills. And the elderly man standing before him now was none other than Taijima, the very man Quan had defeated all those years ago.
Quan, cut the nonsense. Hurry up and send your heir to face me.
Taijima was in no mood to continue the conversation this time. He was certain he would win. That's because 2 exceptionally talented swordsmen had emerged among his descendants. One was his son, Ichiro, an S-rank swordsman with talent. The other was his daughter-in-law, from the renowned Moni family of swordsmen.
His daughter-in-law's name was Moni Naoko, and a plus-rank swordswoman with talent.
Moreover, the 2 had developed a highly synchronized combined sword technique, which was said to be incredibly powerful. Neither of my daughters are swordsmen, but I'll send them into battle as well, Quan said. Although he was a swordsman himself, his talent wasn't genetically inherited. A father's talent doesn't determine his offspring's talent, so Lily is a gold elementalist, and Tina has a support talent naturally. Neither possesses much combat ability.
Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? We agreed to a sword fighting duel, and now you're telling me the Luo family has no blade master talents? Taijima was momentarily furious. Humph, what are you so cocky about? Instantly, the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. Weren't these Japanese good-for-nothings being way too arrogant?
I may not be a member of the Luo family, but I'm a blade master myself.
Let me take you on.
A young man stepped forward. Judging by his age, he was about the same as Ichiro. His name was Ma Yuan, the young master of the Ma family, a family of moderate standing. Although he hadn't graduated from one of the 4 great academies, he was still a graduate of a prestigious school, so he stepped forward without hesitation.
You, a worthless piece of trash? Ichiro looked at Ma Yuan with utter disdain. A mere level 42, and you dare challenge me? What, you don't dare? Then bring it on. Ma Yuan pulled out a battle blade from his inventory. Watch, a blade forged from super alloy, weighing over 20,000 yen.
This alone showed that Ma Yuan's strength was no mean feat. Sword Chi unleashed. Ma Yuan roared, unleashing a high-level 5th-tier skill, and a surge of sword chi slashed toward Ichiro. Petty tricks. Seeing this attack, Ichiro swiftly drew a short sword from his waist and unleashed an even more powerful blade aura.
Bang! Ma Yuan's blade aura was severed, and he himself was struck in the right shoulder by the opposing aura.
The wound was deep, and he immediately lost consciousness. Fortunately, the Luo family had a doctor with a specialized healing talent.
Thus, Ma Yuan received prompt medical attention. Sorry, I went a bit too hard.
I didn't expect him to be so easy to take down, Ichiro scoffed. In fact, with his current strength at level 76, sending a level 42 opponent against him was practically a suicide mission.
Well then, anyone else want to challenge me?
I hope there is someone among you with the strength to make me draw my long sword. It wasn't until after Ichiro's strike that the people around him truly sensed just how terrifying this guy was.
This guy is actually a level 76? You have to admit, having that kind of strength at his age is pretty impressive.
And that blade aura he just unleashed, it looked like a 7th tier skill. It seemed pretty powerful, too, at least a high level skill. As the crowd murmured these remarks, Ichiro continued. Never mind those of you here, even across the entire Xia kingdom, there is probably no one my age who could defeat me.
Ichiro continued mockingly.
He wasn't exactly bragging before coming to Xia kingdom to challenge others. He had already challenged every swordmaster clan in the island nation and visited other talent clans as well. He had challenged everyone his own age. In other words, every 25-year-old psionic in the island nation had been defeated by Ichiro, and this record was something he was rightfully proud of.
I'll give it a try.
A few more young men from middle-tier families stepped forward, but without exception, they were all severely injured by Ichiro in essentially a single move.
Jiang couldn't help but admire them secretly.
Although these guys were only in the 50s in level, they still had the guts to step up, which showed they had some backbone.
Father, let me handle this.
Lily sensed things were taking a turn for the worse and prepared to face them. Although she was currently 3 levels lower, her dual talents shouldn't be a problem. However, she needed to change her outfit first. The evening gown looked beautiful, but it wasn't suitable for a fight.
Wait a minute.
You look great in that dress, and changing clothes is a hassle.
I think I'll just deal with these Japanese nuclear waste scum myself. I've just finished eating, so it'll be good to stretch my legs a bit. Jiang stepped forward and spoke, but the moment he finished, Taijima and his gang of nuclear waste became even more enraged. Are you looking down on us? Sending such a youngster to challenge us? This guy doesn't even have any supernatural abilities. What if I split him in two with a single slash?
Then you can have the Xia State military arrest us for intentional homicide. It'll give you a perfect excuse to lock us up.
Pfft, you Xia people really are sneaky. Don't worry, father. I'll just leave him breathing for a bit. Ichiro laughed loudly, then walked over to Jiang's side. Kid, are you up for a sword fighting duel? Do you know the moves?
Nope, but I'll just learn on the spot.
As soon as Jiang said this, Ichiro laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, learn a skill on the spot? Are you kidding me? What kind of clown are you?
But Jiang paid him no mind.
Head of the Luo clan, as a family of swordsmen, you surely have high-tier swordsmanship skills, right?
8th or 9th tier will do, no need for 7th tier, that's too low level.
I don't need much.
Just bring me a few manuals at random. I'll take a quick look and then take care of these nuclear level losers. The moment Jiang said this, everyone in the room froze in shock.
8th and 9th tier skills, just grab a few manuals at random and take a look? Listen to that, what kind of outrageous nonsense is that? You think you can master such high tier skills just by glancing at them? Even a god tier enlightenment talent wouldn't be this absurd, right? Was Jiang Qiqing trying to show off in front of everyone?
But this was practically impossible to pull off. If he couldn't pull it off, he'd be publicly making a fool of himself.
For a moment, everyone was filled with doubt. What exactly was Jiang Qiqing up to?
Learning high-tier skills on the spot was clearly unrealistic. But Lily had witnessed Jiang's terrifying ability. He mastered the 7th tier skill, treading on air, in a single second. She figured 8th and 9th tier skills wouldn't be a problem either, so she stepped forward and said,
Father, trust Jiang, he is really impressive. Jiang Qiqing is impressive? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned.
That statement was packed with meaning.
Could it be that Jiang Qiqing and Miss Lily had already done that?
Otherwise, she wouldn't have described him as impressive.
Yes, that must be it, everyone speculated inwardly. Will this really work? Quang asked doubtfully.
8th and 9th tier skills were no joke, especially swordsmanship skills, which were notoriously specialized and difficult to grasp. But since his own daughter had said so, and given Jiang Keqing's status, he couldn't very well refuse to give him face, could he? Fortunately, it was all for the sake of defeating the islanders, so Quang ordered his men to go to the skill library and retrieve all the 8th and 9th tier swordsmanship skills. Before long, several of his men stood there, each holding a dozen or so skill manuals. There were 5 of them in total, and based on the tiers of the skills they held, they were carrying low tier, intermediate, high tier, super, and ultimate skills, respectively.
Minister Jiang, these are the low-level 8th and 9th tier skills. Why don't you take a look at these first? Quang stepped forward and said, but Jiang ignored them entirely. He made his way straight to the ultimate skills. In his view, if he was going to learn, he might as well learn the most powerful ones. Only ultimate skills had real prestige. After all, thanks to his accumulation over the past night, his mod points had already surpassed 1 million. Even an 8th or 9th tier ultimate skill could be modified to the master stage in a single second. After a careful look, Jiang selected 2 ultimate swordsmanship skills. One was a single target attack called One Blade Shatters the Heavens, an 8th tier skill, and the other was 12 Swords That Slay Immortals, an area of effect skill. Jiang flipped open the covers and began reading on his own, a sight that left the others exchanging puzzled glances. But they didn't dare disturb Jiang. Gil was also watching Jiang with great interest at that moment. He wanted to see what tricks Jiang was up to, even he, who had seen so much in the Treasure Guild. Couldn't he believe that Jiang would be able to master these 2 ultimate skills to the beginner stage in just a short while? The 3 men on Taijima's side were even more furious. You despicable Xia nationals, are you making fun of us? We have copies of these 8th and 9th tier skills right here on our island nation. I've even trained in them myself. It takes a whole month just to barely reach the beginner stage, and that's considered fast. Now you want a guy with no special abilities to train them? Doesn't that mean we'll be waiting until the cows come home? Humph, how despicable. I think you're just afraid of losing and don't want to compete, Ichiro said. His wife, Mineko, also furrowed her delicate brows, looking quite angry. If you don't dare to compete, just admit defeat. It's not really a disgrace. Meanwhile, inside Jiang's mind. Ding! Detected a modifiable 8th tier ultimate skill, 1 stroke to shatter the heavens. Ding! Detected a modifiable 9th tier ultimate skill, 12 swords to slay immortals. Modify them directly to the perfect stage. At Jiang's command, both skills were modified to the master stage. However, due to their high tiers, the cost in mod points was staggering. The 8th tier skill cost 150,000 mod points, while the 9th tier skill cost 200,000 mod points. But Jiang didn't bat an eye after all. Once he learned these skills, they were his to use forever. As the saying goes, the more, the merrier. Alright, I've learned them. Does anyone have a sword I can borrow to try them out? Jiang put the 2 skill books back, then looked around and said, Ha! As soon as those words came out, everyone froze in shock. He learned it that fast? Isn't guessed Jiang joking? He didn't even finish flipping through the skill book just now. He only looked at the cover in the first page. Yeah, I saw that too. Given guest Jiang's status, it doesn't seem like he is joking. But to master a skill without even finishing the book, not even a god could do that. Although the crowd was skeptical, someone still pulled an alloy battle knife from their inventory watch and handed it to Jiang. Thanks. Jiang walked over to Ichiro and Mineko. You two, come with me together. I'm in a hurry. As soon as he said this, Ichiro and Mananeko flew into a rage. As members of a renowned family of swordsmen, they felt deeply humiliated by such contempt. You really look down on us. Fine. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Ichiro drew his short sword, and Mananeko joined the fray as well. Honey, let us go at him together and end this quickly. The 2 attacked from the left and right. Heaven-splitting blade.
Jiang swung his battle axe, unleashing two massive blades of energy, each a full 10 meters long, razor sharp, and radiating boundless killing intent.
Holy crap!
The moment those two blades of energy appeared, everyone froze in shock. Even Ichiro and Maniko, who were charging forward, slowed their pace.
Has guest Jiang really done it? The crowd shouted.
After all, the master stage of the 8th tier ultimate skill, slicing through the heavens, was defined by unleashing 10-meter-long, razor-sharp blades of energy.
Now Jiang had not only achieved it, he effortlessly unleashed two of them? What kind of monster was this? They seen that Jiang hadn't even finished flipping through the book. He only glanced at the cover in the first page. What the?
Faced with this fierce attack, Ichiro and Maniko had no choice but to grit their teeth and block it, but the moment their battle blades made contact with the blade energy, they were instantly knocked flying, and the blade aura slashed straight down.
Honey, hurry up and use the combo skill. Ichiro nodded.
He and Mananeo drew their long swords simultaneously and unleashed it.
Godslayer slash.
Both were level 76, so their execution of the combo skill was quite impressive. Unfortunately, however, their skill was only a 7th tier combo skill. Moreover, it was only a super tier skill, no match at all for an 8th tier ultimate skill. Consequently, the god-slaying slash was instantly obliterated upon colliding with the heaven-splitting slash.
Put. The very next second,
Ichiro and Manina were both sliced in half, their blood pooling on the ground.
Damn it, how dare you kill my son?
Taijima's heart ached at the sight.
Ichiro was his most outstanding descendant, and he'd been taken out in an instant? No matter what, he would avenge this today. So he drew his katana and swung it at Jiang.
This is the perfect chance to test the power of the 12 swords of the immortal slayer. Jiang swung his battle axe.
The next second, Taijima was sliced to mincemeat. I thought he'd be some kind of badass. Is that all?
Jiang was a bit speechless. Earlier, these guys had looked so imposing he'd expected a thrilling, all-out battle. Turns out they were completely helpless.
What the hell?
Here, take your battle blade. Also, you guys figure out who's going to clean up the mess yourselves. Jiang handed the battle axe back to the man. But at that moment, the entire arena fell silent.
A deathly silence. No wonder a 9th tier ultimate skill master stage player instantly taking down 2 level 76 opponents and 1 level 80 opponent?
Any one of those feats was something they couldn't easily accept.
Everyone felt their minds were spinning.
Guest Jiang is truly formidable. Only now did the crowd realize why Lily had said that earlier. Head of the Luo clan, I've heard that your family's skill library is quite extensive. Rumor has it contains many lost classic skills.
I was wondering if I might take a look. Jiang asked politely. In fact, this was another reason he'd come here today.
Of course.
Since guest Jiang is interested, my daughter, why don't you accompany him on a tour? Kwang's eyes immediately lit up.
He was creating an opportunity for Jiang and Lily to be alone together, to see if there was any potential for things to develop further. Those around them seemed to grasp the implication as well. Although the Luo family banquet would select 3 lucky guests to spend a day viewing the Luo family's skill library, this was different from Kwang proactively arranging for his daughter to accompany guest Jiang inside. In a sense, Kwang was treating guest Jiang as one of his own. One could even say he was treating him as a future son-in-law. The crowd couldn't help but feel envious for quite a while. After all, the treasures housed within the Luo family skill library were something they could only dream of accessing, something money couldn't buy. Alright, everyone, let us get back to discussing other matters, Kwang said briskly. Meanwhile, led by Lily, Jiang arrived at the Luo family skill library. Although the area here was slightly smaller than the skill library at War God University, it wasn't actually that much smaller. Jiang made his way to the shelves containing 7th tier skill books. He only needed to flip open the cover and glance at the first page to see the bonuses he'd gain from cultivating a skill. If he decided to cultivate it, he could simply modify it in his mind to the master stage. Lily quietly stayed by his side,
not uttering a word to disturb Jiang.
The collection of 7th tier skills was quite extensive. Even just flipping through the covers took Jiang over an hour, but there weren't many skills suitable for him. Next came the 8th and 9th tier skills. Among the 8th tier skills, Jiang spotted a halberd technique suited to him, the Soaring Heaven halberd technique. Paired with the 1 million gene of force from his current purple-blue battle halberd.
Its power was immense.
Consequently, Jiang immediately upgraded it to the master stage. As for the 9th tier skills, Jiang found several options, the most enticing of which was a skill called the Heaven Piercing Fist technique, a 9th tier ultimate skill. The 100 split fist he used before provided a 5-fold power boost, whereas the Heaven Piercing Fist offered a 100-fold boost, truly terrifying. Unfortunately, however, the Heaven Piercing Fist was merely a single target, high damage attack skill. Afterward, Jiang upgraded several other suitable skills to the master stage, finally finishing his review of all the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier ultimate skills. By then, 3 hours had passed, and it was nearly noon.
"Let us go out,"
Jiang said to Lily, who was staring at him with wide, mesmerized eyes. After all, a man looks his best when he is focused. When Jiang lowered his head to study the skills combined with his damn good looks, Lily's heart immediately began to race.
"Oh, okay," Lily replied.
Beep, 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 but just then, Jiang's phone rang. He received a text message.
He opened it to read. "Fire Cloud Evil God, Jiang, I've got your son."
The message was that simple. Jiang guessed it must be some guy playing a prank on purpose, so he replied with a single line.
"Reply, then wipe it off properly with some toilet paper."
But before long, Jiang's phone received another message. Evil God of Fire Cloud, sorry, I made a mistake earlier. It's your dad I've got. If you don't want him to die, hurry over to Sin City and save him. Attached to the message was a photo of Jiang's father, Gua, tied up, along with a location tag.
Jiang took a look.
This definitely wasn't a prank. Someone had actually kidnapped his father.
He couldn't help but feel furious.
He'd been in this world for 5 years now. It was safe to say he had no other ties to this ordinary world. His father was his only connection. After all, having spent 5 years together, they developed a deep bond.
And this guy actually dared to kidnap his father? He was definitely asking for trouble.
But Jiang quickly regained his composure and began to think about the mastermind behind this.
The sender was clearly using a pseudonym. Who the hell would be so bored as to call themselves Fire Cloud Evil God?
Moreover, the fact that this person dared to send a location photo meant they had the strength and confidence to kill him, so it was most likely a hitman organization. He hadn't caused any major trouble so far, though if he had to name one, it would be that he killed 3 young members of the Chen, Jiang, and Zhou families. So it was highly likely that these 3 families were behind this. As for which family exactly, or whether all 3 are involved, the only way to find out is to head to Sin City, meet that Fire Cloud Evil God, and ask him face to face. Then he'd rescue his father and come back to settle the score with that family.
Yeah, that's the plan, Jiang thought.
Plus, there's a divine bestowed dungeon in Sin City reportedly just released last month that hardly anyone has explored yet. Jiang might as well go check out what's inside that dungeon. It's a tier 6 divine dungeon, after all.
What's wrong, Jiang? Is something bothering you? Lily noticed Jiang's brow suddenly furrow and sensed something was up. Nothing.
I just didn't sleep well last night. I was gaming too late. That's good, Lily said, breathing a sigh of relief. Esteemed Supreme Member, please check your inbox for a new guild quest. At that moment, the AI bard inside Jiang's Supreme Member medal popped up again. It had also assigned Jiang a quest. Your quest is to travel to Sin City, explore the level 6 divine bestowed dungeon Mirror Fairy, and obtain and turn in 1 divine bestowed spirit pearl.
Jiang took a closer look.
He was well aware that as a guest of the Treasure Guild, he would receive missions. After all, the Treasure Guild couldn't afford to spend resources on its guests for nothing. So, every so often, they would assign missions to the guests, with the difficulty varying depending on their rank. The fact that a 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon had been assigned to him, a Supreme Member, spoke volumes about just how challenging it would be.
Moreover, since it was a divine blessing dungeon that had never been cleared before, the danger was even greater.
However, it worked out perfectly. He was heading to Sin City anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Sha Chang, book me a seat on the school's private jet. Jiang had originally planned to fly to Sin City, but after checking the flight schedule, he discovered that the nearest available flights were already sold out. Clearly, there were quite a few psychics heading to Sin City, and they snapped up all the tickets. However, War God University had its own private jet, which could be used for a certain number of points.
Jiang, what do you need a private jet for?
Lily asked.
To go to Sin City. Are you going there on an expedition too? It's very dangerous there.
Last night, I heard that Lin Jin's older brother, Lin Chang, disappeared after going there.
Lin Jin's older brother? Jiang pondered this.
No wonder he hadn't seen Lin Jin today, and why Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family, had looked so grim. Jiang, if you're really going, you shouldn't use the school's private jet. Use our Luo family's private jet instead. That way, you'll save 10,000 school credits.
Lily said.
As a teacher in the resource management office, she naturally knew that using a private jet consumed a lot of credits. 10,000 credits was no small amount.
Besides, using the Luo family's private jet would be a way to return the favor to Jiang. Alright, then.
Jiang had Sha Chang cancel the school's private jet.
Do you want me to go with you?
Sure, Jiang replied. His first priority on this trip to Sin City was to rescue his father from the Fire Cloud evil god, and once he was rescued, he would need someone to look after him.
He certainly couldn't drag his father, an ordinary person, into the god-bestowed dungeon, could he?
After all, he still had to complete the Treasure Guild's mission.
With that in mind, Jiang walked into the grand hall.
By then, the banquet was nearly over. Most of the guests had left, but a few remained. One was Guildmaster Gil, another was Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family, and Lin Jin was there as well, though her eyes were bloodshot, as if she'd just been crying.
Jiang!
Lin Jin burst into tears the moment she saw him. Jiang remembered that his senior sister was usually very strong-willed. She hadn't even shed a tear when she was injured by monsters on the monster battlefield. Now that she was crying so hard, it seemed that, just as Lily had said, her brother had either died inside the 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon or gone missing without a trace.
Honored guest Jiang, have you received the mission the guild assigned to you this time?
Gil asked.
Yes, I've received it. I can set out right away.
Does the guild have a private jet?
Jiang thought to himself, since it was a guild mission anyway, why not take a free ride on their plane?
Of course we do. Your personal vehicle, the Rolls-Royce Goddess, is our guild's most advanced technological product. It can transform automatically whether into a plane or a tank, it's no problem. Gil said proudly. This was an area where the Treasure Guild far surpassed other guilds and factions.
Is that even possible? Jiang was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected technology to be this advanced.
Yes.
All you need to do is give Bard the order. Lin Ji and Lin Jin also approached Jiang. Honored guest Jiang, there is something we must ask of you.
My son, Lin Chang, has gone missing inside a 6th tier divine blessing dungeon. We don't know if he is alive or dead, so we'd appreciate it if you could take a look inside the dungeon while you're there. The Lin family will surely reward you generously afterward. Lin Ji wanted to go himself, but if he left, there would be no one to hold the fort for the Lin family, which would be very dangerous. Moreover, although he was level 80, once he entered a 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon, his level would be capped at 60. At level 60, he didn't have any maxed out stats, so he wouldn't have any advantage inside.
Alright, I'll help. Jiang, I'll go with you too.
Lin Jin stepped forward and said.
You'd better not go, Jiang refused. His senior sister wasn't even level 60 yet. Entering a 6th tier divine blessing dungeon would only be a liability. He wasn't stupid. Let us go. We're off. Jiang called out.
By then, Lily had already changed into her gear, and Annie was right on Jiang's heels.
You're coming too? Annie is your personal attendant.
Naturally, wherever you go, she'll follow to ensure there are no mishaps in your daily life that might upset you. But don't worry, Annie won't go into the dungeon and hold you back, Annie said thoughtfully. She knew her own limitations all too well. Although she did have some abilities, her psychic powers weren't exactly up to par. She was tagging along with Jiang simply to take care of his daily needs, things like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation.
Alright then. Jiang didn't refuse.
There was a treasured guild branch in Sin City, and with Annie there, once he rescued his father, he could entrust him to her care.
Having them stay at the treasured guild would ensure their safety.
After getting everything ready, Jiang, Lily, and Annie set off.
Daughter, do your best. Kwang couldn't resist offering a parting word of encouragement.
After leaving the Luo family residence, the three boarded the Rolls-Royce Goddess.
Lily was quick on her feet and took a seat in the back with Jiang, leaving Annie with no choice but to sit in the front. Bard, take us to Vice City, Jiang ordered.
Roger that. Since Vice City is quite far away and the vehicle would take a long time to get there, I'll now transform the vehicle into an airplane. As soon as Bard finished speaking, the Rolls-Royce Goddess began transforming into an airplane. The transition was incredibly smooth, none of the three felt even the slightest bump or tremor. Soon, the plane soared high into the sky. Jiang gauged the plane's speed. It was even faster than the military aircraft he'd ridden when he went to the monster battlefield. And that was a Xia national military plane, after all, incorporating the nation's cutting-edge technology. Yet now, it was actually outperformed by this aircraft, a clear indication of just how formidable the treasured guild's technological capabilities were. Truly worthy of a global merchant guild. Naturally, the aircraft was larger than its vehicle form, and the interior space had expanded accordingly. This was due to the metal used to construct the Rolls-Royce shaped memory alloy. Even if it expanded dozens of times in size, the metal's quality would remain unaffected, which was precisely why the Rolls-Royce could transform into multiple forms. While Jiang was flying to Sin City, within the Wuchang Assassins organization, the three family heads of the Chen, Zhou, and Zhang families, along with the local leader, had all gathered together.
We just wanted to ask about that order we gave earlier to kill Jiang. Can we still call it off? The three family heads said cautiously.
Cancel?
What, do you lot look down on our Wuchang organization? The head of the organization said, sounding a bit displeased. Who is Wuchang? That's the most badass assassin organization in Xiagua. Who wouldn't tremble in fear at the mere mention of it?
No, we definitely trust your organization's capabilities.
It's just that we want to cancel it ourselves. We don't want to go through with the killing. We don't care if we get our money back or not.
Upon hearing that the money didn't have to be refunded, the leader's expression immediately softened.
I've already given the order for this, but I'm not sure if the assassin has been dispatched yet. Let me check.
The leader made a quick call. Before long, the call ended.
Thank goodness. That assassin didn't go and kill Jiang right away.
The leader's words calmed the three family heads' racing hearts considerably.
That's good.
The three clan leaders picked up their teacups and took a sip.
However, he has kidnapped Jiang's father and is trying to use him to threaten Jiang.
Put. The tea the three clan leaders had just sipped spurted out simultaneously, spraying the person in charge.
The person in charge?
Hurry up and tell that assassin to release Jiang's father.
Don't let this blow up into a bigger issue. It's just Jiang, isn't it? The president of War God University, isn't all that impressive?
The leader of our organization, isn't afraid of Mu Qing? The head of operations picked up his teacup and took a sip. Yes, you may not fear War God University, but he has a new title now. He is a supreme member of the Treasure Guild, and as you know, there are only 8 of them in the entire world.
Put. What did you say?
Upon hearing the words Treasure Guild Supreme Member, the leader sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the face of the nearest Chen family patriarch.
Treasure Guild Supreme Member. The Chen family patriarch wiped his face and repeated. Crash.
The teacup in the leader's hand began to shake violently, then fell to the ground and shattered. His whole body began to tremble slightly, and after a moment, he hurriedly tried to contact the assassin, only to find he couldn't reach him.
It's over. The head of the organization suddenly didn't even have the strength to shout.
After all, while Wu Chang was a reputable assassin organization in Xia Kingdom, it also had its own blacklist. The so-called blacklist consisted of entities that must not be provoked, entities none of them could afford to offend, and the Treasure Guild was right at the top of that list. Not to mention the status of a supreme member. Now he could only hope that Jiang had taken out that assassin outright. But the chances of that were slim to none. After all, the assassin had been recruited from within the Wu Chang organization itself. Expecting absolute loyalty and zero information leaks was simply impossible. With today's technology and various tools, it was quite easy to force an assassin to tell the truth. Sin City is a modern metropolis located in the northern part of Xia, beyond the border. It belongs to no country and is a free zone, which is why so many factions have come here to establish a foothold. After all, there are no national laws to constrain them here. As long as you have the power, you're at the top of the heap. Consequently, fugitives from various countries often end up here, making the place quite dangerous. It took Jiang and his group only about 2 hours to fly to Sin City. Bard then transformed the aircraft into a sedan and drove into the city. Their first stop was, naturally, the Treasure Guild branch. For one thing, Jiang was a supreme member, a status valid worldwide, and for another, the Treasure Guild here was essentially a local organization. Since they were fairly familiar with the local areas and factions, Jiang planned to ask them for information. Bard quickly navigated them to the entrance of the Treasure Guild. To avoid trouble or taunts from the guards, Jiang, wearing his medal and accompanied by Annie and Lily, prepared to walk right in. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, the branch president was already there to greet them. There was no way around it. The high-tech Merchant Guild identification system at the entrance automatically scanned everyone. When Jiang had become a supreme member, his information had long been on file, so as soon as he appeared at the entrance, the AI Bard notified the local branch president. The branch president here was from a family belonging to a Han Kingdom conglomerate. The family South surname was Park, and the president's South name was Park Guk-chang. "You must be Supreme Member Jiang." "A warm welcome to you," said Park Guk-chang, flanked by a team of hostesses standing in 2 rows. Other customers nearby who had come to purchase resources couldn't help but be drawn to the scene. "Who is that young man? And he's got 2 such beautiful women following him?" Wow, while they're really gorgeous," said a man with a scar on his face. He was a fugitive. "No idea, but anyone who gets such a grand welcome from Chairman Park can't be just an ordinary person. In my opinion, he must be a young master from Chairman Park's family, or perhaps a superior who has come down for an inspection." "A superior? Chairman Park's superior? You mean someone from Treasure Guild headquarters? To have achieved so much at such a young age? Impressive, very impressive." The crowd buzzed with speculation, but every one of them envied Jiang, first for his status, and then for Lily and Annie, 2 women whose figures and looks were simply stunning. "Chairman Park, you're too kind. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here looking for a place called Lava Valley. Do you happen to know where it is?" The Lava Valley Jiang referred to was the location sent to him by the Fire Cloud evil god, the same unpredictable assassin who had kidnapped his father. He was told to go to Lava Valley to rescue his father. Lava Valley? Never heard of it. However, Park Guk-chang's response took Jiang completely by surprise. From the looks of it, Park Guk-chang didn't seem to be lying. Besides, as a supreme member, he had no reason to deceive him. Yet the Fire Cloud demon god had explicitly stated that Lava Valley was right here. "Honorable guest Jiang, our Treasure Guild isn't one of Sin City's ancient factions, so it's only natural that we might not be familiar with certain place names. After all, some locations have changed their names over time. However, there is one faction here that dates back quite a long time. This faction is called the Phantom Tower. I think it would be best for you to go there and ask," Park Guk-chang said. "Alright, then I'd appreciate it if Chairman Park could take me there. Please also make arrangements for their lodging," Jiang said, pointing at Lily and Annie. "These 2 will stay here." "Of course. Since they're your people, guest Jiang, we'll treat them with the utmost respect." Park Guo-chang instructed his men, and they escorted Lily and Annie downstairs. "Jiang, please be careful." The 2 women quietly took their leave. They knew that staying here to wait was the best choice. "Let us go." With Park Guo-chang leading the way, the two boarded a private Leslie and headed straight for the Shadow Pavilion.
It wasn't too far, they arrived in just 5 minutes. Jiang looked at the building before him.
It was a structure that seemed completely out of place in modern society, entirely made of wood, with an antique charm, just like the ancient brothels of the Xia Kingdom.
Jiang suspected this was the place. The Phantom Pavilion was divided into 3 floors.
The first floor was relatively secluded, while on the second and third floors, one could see many young women in traditional attire, smiling and fanning themselves. However, as soon as they spotted Jiang standing at the entrance, they simply covered their mouths and giggled softly.
This only made Jiang even more puzzled. Wasn't he anyone going inside the Phantom Pavilion to have some fun?
Ever since he got out of the car here, he hadn't seen a single person go in or come out. Among the passers-by walking past the Phantom Pavilion were quite a few burly, muscular men, all of whom were gazing from a distance at the young women on the second and third floors. But they all dared only to look, none dared to go inside.
This struck Jiang as incredibly strange. However, he didn't dwell on it.
His purpose in coming here was simply to find out where Lava Valley was. Honorable guest Jiang, for certain reasons, please go in on your own from here.
I'll wait for you outside.
Pu Guochang kept his distance from the entrance at all times, as if the doors of the Phantom Tower might kill him on the spot.
In fact, once you step through the main gate, you really would be killed.
Jiang walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out.
Hey, this young guy actually dares to walk in like that? Well, he is clearly not from around here. He is probably an outsider visiting the Phantom Tower for the first time.
There have been hot-headed young guys like that before. They refused to believe it and walked right in.
The result?
They were depressed for the rest of their lives after they came out. As soon as Jiang stepped into the Phantom Pavilion, the young ladies on the second and third floors all turned their heads to look at him. Jiang felt an extremely intense mental assault wash over him.
Moreover, this mental assault made him feel dizzy and feverish.
But immediately, Jiang dispelled that sensation and the mental shock, replacing it with a cooling sensation.
Jiang concluded that these mental shocks were magical attacks.
His 120% magic resistance had just kicked in. If not for that, he would surely have become a puppet of those young ladies by now.
This couldn't help but remind Jiang of a strange talent in Ji.
The Yin Princess talent specializes in mental attacks. Once charmed, a target is driven to act against their will and eventually loses their sanity. Jiang thought to himself, perhaps this was the reason no one ever entered the Shadow Pavilion.
If that is the case, doesn't that mean the landlady's charm abilities are even more powerful?
Jiang ignored the young lady's mental attacks, walked straight through the front courtyard, and arrived at the antique-style back courtyard, the residence of the Shadow Pavilion's owner, Fox Charm.
Well, I never expected you to be able to withstand the girl's onslaught, young man, a soft voice said at that moment, and instantly, Jiang felt an even more intense mental attack.
It seemed that the proprietress, Hume, was indeed formidable. But as long as these were magical attacks, they had no effect on him. He had 120% magic resistance. Soon, Jiang caught sight of Hume herself. She was a delicate woman with fluffy ears. She was barefoot, her dainty feet like jade, and behind her were 9 white foxtails. But those weren't real foxtails. Hume just liked to cosplay, and today she was dressed as a fox.
Enough small talk. I'll ask you one thing, where is Lava Valley?
Jiang got straight to the point. He had no interest in playing along with Fox Charm's role-playing.
Oh, young man, you're in such a hurry?
Why not chat with Fox Charm first?
Fox Charm strolled slowly toward Jiang. With every step she took, the mental attack grew more intense.
Jiang judged that mental attacks of this caliber could only be withstood by someone at level 85 or higher. The woman before him was no ordinary person. She was at least level 88.
Ji's unique allure made Jiang wonder, besides himself, who else could possibly resist this Fox May? How many others had she bewitched? Stop beating around the bush.
Jiang grabbed Fox Enchantress by the throat and pinned her against the table.
Tell me, where is Lava Valley? So, you're this rough, are you? Fox Enchantress chuckled. You want tea talk? Jiang tightened his grip even further. Whoosh!
Suddenly, Fox Beauty wriggled free from Jiang's grip like an eel, and in a flash, she appeared on the second floor. You really don't know how to treat a lady with gentleness, young man. But since you're so eager to find out where Lava Valley is, why don't you try catching Fox Beauty first? Once you've caught her, she'll definitely tell you. After saying this, Hume giggled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. With her strength and abilities, teasing a hothead like Jiang was second nature to her. However, she had underestimated Jiang's strength. Although her phantom step technique was fast, it was still far inferior to Jiang's 7th-tier ultimate skill, treading the void. Besides, Jiang's speed was now at 2,550 points inside the Phantom Tower. He could teleport wherever he wanted. Cough, cough, cough. The very next second, Fox Charm, who was still covering her mouth and giggling, was once again grabbed by the throat by Jiang. And this time, he was squeezing with such force that it seemed he was about to kill her on the spot. What? That fast? The group of young women standing nearby were completely stunned by Jiang's speed. After all, inside the Phantom Pavilion, Fox Charm's phantom body technique. It was practically impossible to catch her. In the past, several powerful male psychics had tried to grab Hume but all failed, including one level 89 guy, who was practically at level 90. Even a powerhouse of that caliber couldn't catch Hume, yet here was a young man not even 20 who managed to grab her. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Cough, cough, let go, I'll tell you what you want. Seeing that Fox Charm had relented, Jiang let go. This is the first time I've met a man so clueless about romance, what a buzzkill. Fox Charm calmed down a bit and continued, I can't explain the details about Lava Valley, but here's a map, take it. With that, she handed him a scroll of a map, which Jiang accepted. Thanks. Sorry for offending you earlier. Jiang grabbed the map and ran out. Sis, that guy actually managed to resist all of our charms, he's really something else. But from what I can tell, he doesn't have any supernatural abilities. It is a bit strange. A group of young ladies giggled, covering their mouths. Meanwhile, Hume watched Jiang's retreating figure with keen interest. Elsewhere, at the entrance to the Phantom Tower, Park Guk-chang grew a little worried when he saw that Jiang hadn't come out yet. What's going on? Guess Jiang hasn't come out yet. Could he have fallen victim to the charm too? That shouldn't be possible. Supreme members are incredibly powerful. As a branch president, Park Guk-chang had the authority to view preliminary information on Supreme members. The top 7 Supreme members were all at least level 95. Guest Minister Jiang must be no ordinary figure either, so he is bound to come out. That's what he thought to himself, but since ancient times, heroes have struggled to resist the allure of beauty. How many dashing men have fallen at the feet of fair ladies? What if Guest Minister Jiang couldn't keep his composure? However, just then, Jiang walked out with his head held high and chest puffed out. Seeing this, Park Guk-chang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Counselor Jiang, I'm so glad you're okay. Did you find the place? I did. Would you like me to accompany you? No, thank you. Jiang was holding a map and didn't take a vehicle. He had previously asked Bard to navigate, but Bard's positioning system couldn't locate Lava Valley, so Jiang had to go there on his own. Holding the map, Jiang teleported through the air to save time. Each teleportation covered a distance of 2,550 meters or 2.5 kilometers, and it took him just 1 minute to reach Lava Valley. The place was called Lava Valley because it was the site of a volcano, located deep beneath a massive mountain range and quite far from Sin City. As a result, very few people knew of its existence. Jiang, you're here. Upon entering the center of Lava Valley at the volcano's crater, a figure appeared opposite Jiang. It was a man with a slightly receding hairline, wearing a white lab coat and a pair of tattered flip-flops. He, too, was floating in midair. Jiang surmised this was likely the result of practicing some kind of skill. Or perhaps it was his innate talent. Where is my father? Jiang's gaze turned icy. Who ordered you to kidnap my father? Beat me first, replied the fire cloud evil god across from him. This man was a martial arts fanatic who had awakened the fire elementalist talent later, upon reaching level 70, he had awakened dual talents. His second talent was in the strength category, and both were I+ rank, making the Firecloud Evil God exceptionally powerful in combat. He had virtually no equal among those of the same talent level. He had joined the Unpredictable simply to find an opponent capable of defeating him. Having heard that Jiang was a master, the Firecloud Evil God had accepted this mission for free. It was all so he could test his skills against Jiang.
Lava Giant.
The Firecloud demon roared, and his entire body began to swell as flames engulfed him, his fire element talent and strength talent merging into one. This was a skill he developed on his own, proving that this guy actually had some real skill. Instantly, the Firecloud demon transformed into a 10-meter tall lava giant, with the volcano beneath his feet continuously supplying him with fire elemental energy.
Although his current level was only 82, his actual combat power was nearly on par with that of a level 85 character. He towered over Jiang, looking down on him as if he were an ant. Boom!
However, in the very next second, Jiang's figure vanished right before his eyes, only to reappear directly in front of the Firecloud Evil Goddess' massive form.
What? That fast? Smack!
Jiang delivered a powerful slap straight to the Firecloud Evil Goddess' face. The Firecloud Evil Goddess' massive body was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away, as if it were a mountain.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
The Firecloud Evil God steadied himself, his face filled with disbelief. He was protected by fire elemental energy, which provided him with a high armor bonus.
Jiang's strike carried at least 2 million gene of force. Good heavens, this kid doesn't even have any special abilities. How did he pull that off?
Even with his own A+ strength talent, at level 82, he had barely surpassed 600,000 gene of strength.
For a moment, fear began to creep into the Firecloud Evil Goddess' heart.
He heard that this Jiang actually possessed a skill. If he were to unleash it, would he still stand a chance?
Boom!
But before he could finish his thought, Jiang's iron fist slammed directly into him. His entire body plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. The Firecloud Evil God coughed a few times, feeling pain all over his body. Moreover, the fire elemental energy shield surrounding him had been shattered by a single punch. You should know that if I weren't worried about killing you and then not being able to find my father, you wouldn't be able to withstand the full force of my punch.
Jiang stood in midair, like a judge.
In fact, that was exactly the case.
He had limited the power of his previous 2 strikes to 2 million gene each. He hadn't even unleashed the 3.38 million gene yet.
If he had, that guy would have been killed by a single punch. Not to mention the terrifying 9th tier ultimate skill, the heaven-piercing fist, which multiplied his power 100-fold.
Listen, the Firecloud Evil God struggled to his feet. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point, he would have lived all those years in vain.
He understood that there was no way he could defeat Jiang. The Firecloud Evil God waved his hand, and instantly, a cage formed from fire elements flew out from beneath the crater.
Inside the cage was none other than Jiang's father. Father. Tian'er, I'm sorry. I've been a burden to you.
Gui's face was weathered and filled with guilt. In his view, his son's time at the War God University must be incredibly precious.
Coming to rescue him this time must have caused him to miss quite a few classes. How on earth would he ever catch up once he returned?
The cage landed and unlocked automatically, and the Firecloud Evil God spoke.
I am a 9th rank bronze assassin in the Unchanging Assassins organization.
My mission this time was to kill you, but given your status in the Xia Kingdom, I couldn't touch you, so I kidnapped your father instead. I lured you here to Sin City to finish you off, but I never expected you to be even more terrifying than those people said. As Firecloud Evil God spoke these words, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been torn apart. In reality, although Jiang had held back and not killed him, his strikes were still imbued with a significant amount of internal energy that would damage his internal organs and disrupt his qi and blood flow. Although the Firecloud Evil God was a man of his word, Jiang still had to kill this guy. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his father deserved only death. Besides, here in Sin City, the law held no jurisdiction anyway. As for who wants you dead, I'm sure it's not hard for you to guess. It's the Chen, Zhou, and Jiang families.
Put. The fire cloud evil god had barely finished speaking when he could no longer hold on and collapsed. He was dead in an instant. Tian is he dead? Gua asked in disbelief. When he'd been captured, he'd been protected by elite fighters arranged by Sealy City and the military 70th level bodyguards, no less. There were several of them, yet none could last a single move against the fire cloud demon. But now, his son had killed the 82nd level fire cloud demon with just 2 strikes? Didn't that mean his son was now powerful enough to effortlessly take down an 82th level opponent in an instant? A wave of emotion surged through Gui. It had been less than a month since his son finished his college entrance exams. While other students might have just returned from vacation, his son was already capable of instantly defeating a 9th-tier opponent. Was he truly that extraordinary? The more he thought about it, the more shocked and excited he became. His son had achieved so much as a father, he was immensely proud and had always hoped his son would become a success. "Father, let us go back." Jiang led Gui as they walked on air, returning to Sin City in just over a minute before heading to the Treasure Guild. As for settling the scores with the Chen, Zhou, and Jiang families, he'd deal with that after he'd cleared the level 6 Divine Blessing dungeon. They couldn't run away anyway, but just to be on the safe side, he'd better contact his mentor first and ask him to keep a close eye on the movements of those 3 families. If any signs of them trying to escape were detected, his mentor would surely have the means to deal with them. "Oh, guess Jiang, you're back so soon. This must be your father, right?" Park Guk-chang approached politely. After all, anyone whom guest Jiang would support must be someone with whom he had a close relationship, and this man's age was just right to be guest Jiang's father. As the branch president of the Treasure Guild, Park Guk-chang certainly possessed that level of discernment. "Yes, this is my father, Gua." Jiang turned and introduced Gua. "This is Park Gua-chang, the branch president of the Treasure Guild here." Branch president of the Treasure Guild? Gua's heart skipped a beat. Although there was no Treasure Guild in Sealy City, he often watched international news and knew just what a colossus the Treasure Guild was. It was a global merchant guild. Moreover, it was the #1 chamber of commerce. Countless business families from various countries longed to join but lacked the qualifications, either because they weren't powerful enough or didn't have enough money. Gua had once calculated that his entire lifetime's salary wouldn't even be enough to purchase the lowest tier bronze membership card in the Treasure Guild. And yet, the branch president of the local Treasure Guild was actually being so polite to his son, even addressing him with the honorific "you." For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it. After all, even his status as the president of War God University paled in comparison to someone at the branch president level. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, your son, Jiang, is now a supreme member of our guild." However, before Gui could even process his astonishment, Park Gua-chang's next words made him question his entire existence. "A supreme member of the Treasure Guild? No way. Did I hear that right? Am I dreaming?" He couldn't even afford a bronze membership card, let alone that seemingly unattainable supreme membership card, and the status of a supreme member was said to be even higher than that. In an instant, Gua realized why Park Gua-chang had been so polite to Jiang into him. "Chairman Park, hello." Once Gua had regained his composure, he politely returned the greeting. He never imagined that one day he'd actually get to meet such a big shot. "Guest Jiang, Miss Lily and Annie are waiting for you in the suite reserved for supreme members." After saying this, Park Gua-chang led the way. "That's right. As the world's leading merchant guild, the Treasure Guild, to put it simply, has immense financial resources, and the perks enjoyed by supreme members are the envy of countless people. In addition to an exclusive Rolls-Royce, there are numerous other exclusive benefits, and the suite is one of them. The standard of this suite is, without a doubt, several times higher than that of any high-end hotel in the world, and it's equipped with absolutely everything one could possibly need." Before long, the group arrived at the exclusive suite. To call it a suite isn't quite accurate estate would be a more fitting description. After all, with only 8 supreme members, even an entire estate is considered modest. Looking at the estate before him, Jiang couldn't help but be utterly amazed. "Honorable guest Jiang, every branch of our Treasure Guild has its own supreme member estate. This one here has been ready for quite some time,
but we've never had the pleasure of hosting a Supreme member before.
Now, you are the first. Park Guk-chang's tone was brimming with pride.
They walked through the estate's main gate.
Greetings, Honorable Guest Jiang. Greetings, Chairman Park. Greetings, Mr. Jiang.
On the way there, Park Guk-chang had already used the AI bard to inform the estate of their arrival, so everyone here was fully prepared. First to welcome them were maids in black stockings lined up in 2 rows.
These maids were no ordinary receptionists, they were a cut above the rest.
They had been carefully selected by the Treasure Guild. Each one was roughly the same height and build, so they looked very uniform. All dressed uniformly in maid outfits, with lovely faces and long legs in black stockings. They represented a variety of ethnicities, which made them even more attractive. Since it was his first visit, and Jiang still needed to tackle the 6th-tier divine dungeon later, he would be staying here for a while. So, Jiang decided to take a stroll with Park Guk-chang and the others to get familiar with the estate. The estate was quite large, and by the time they explored it, Jiang and Guo's legs were aching from all the walking. Finally, the group arrived in front of the grand villa at the very center of the estate. This was where Jiang would be staying. Jiang walked in step by step, taking in the surroundings. This place was much larger than the villa at the God of War Academy, not to mention whether any luxury hotels around the world could match the standard. Even if they did, a single night's stay would cost at least $1 million, but as a Supreme member, he could stay for free.
Jiang, you're here.
As soon as he walked in, Lily and Annie came to greet him.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. They then turned to Gui. The 2 women knew about Jiang's father being taken away. So they deduced that this middle-aged man must be Gua. Father, let me introduce you. This is my professor from the Resource Management Office at War God University, Lily, and this is my personal attendant, Miss Annie.
Hello, hello. I'd appreciate it if you could take good care of Tiana from now on. Mr. Jiang, don't mention it, it's Jiang who has been taking care of us all along, the 2 women replied politely. After that, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Before long, the leader of the maids in black stockings, a maid named Lisa, stepped forward and said, Honored guest Jiang, the exclusive welcome banquet prepared for you and your friends is ready.
Please follow me.
Lisa led Jiang and his companions to the basement level of the large villa. This was a private kitchen staffed by talent-possessing chefs who specialized in cooking here. These chefs were all of a high rank. The lowest was level 50, while the head chef was a level 79. Although they weren't skilled in combat, they were masters in the kitchen. The dishes they prepared left diners feeling energized and full of vitality. Everyone sat down. In fact, Jiang and his group had been hungry for quite some time, so they dug in heartily. There was a wide variety of dishes, most of which Jiang had never even seen in the War God University cafeteria. There was also some rare monster meat and exotic fruits, items that couldn't even be exchanged for in the War God's resource repository. This clearly demonstrated just how abundant the Treasure Guild's resources were.
Annie, why are you standing there? Come sit down and eat with us.
Jiang said, noticing Annie standing beside him.
No. Annie isn't qualified.
While Annie wasn't so particular about such things at Jiang's villa on campus, in front of so many people, she had to be clear about her status. She knew very well that she was just a waitress.
Oh, come on, don't be so formal. If I ask you to do something, just do it with me.
Jiang pulled Annie down to sit with him. Annie, don't turn down guest Jiang's kind offer.
Park Guk-chang chimed in.
He could tell that Jiang's feelings were genuine, not just a pretense.
Well, all right. Annie sat down.
This scene filled the maids in black stockings with envy. They, too, hoped to become a guest's personal attendant, even if not a Supreme member, just a bronze guest would do. Envy aside, they still had to do their job well. After all, they'd undergone professional training in all aspects of service and were certain they could make Jiang feel right at home. By the way, Chairman Park, a level 6 Divine Blessing dungeon has appeared here in Sin City.
I imagine it's drawn quite a crowd, hasn't it? During the meal, Jiang casually asked Park Guk-chang about it. After all, he was a local, so it was convenient to ask him. Besides, since this dungeon had been around for so long,
plenty of adventurers must have ventured inside, and there were bound to be some rumors circulating. Just as you said, guessed Jiang, a large number of people have gone in, and quite a bit of information has come out. It's said that the 3 most powerful monsters dwell inside this dungeon. These 3 monsters are the bosses. They each possess 2 or more 6th tier maximum stats and control all the resources within the dungeon. What kind of resources? Although they're all just 6th tier resources, they're all rare things like fire dragon ginseng, imperial lotus, and the like. Upon hearing the names of these resources, Jiang couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had never even seen them in the resource repository at the God of War University, which proved they were indeed rare 6th tier resources. After all, many resources, though of a lower tier, possess powerful effects but require harsh growing conditions. The ones mentioned above are prime examples, as they can only grow within the God-bestowed dungeon. Through the Treasure Guild's operations, the minimum value of these rare 6th tier resources starts at 100 million. Therefore, as soon as Jiang heard this, he decided to secure every single resource inside.
Are those 3 monster bosses very powerful? Jiang asked. I don't know. No specific information about them has come out.
I suspect that anyone who has fought them must have died. However, Your Excellency Jiang, your mission this time is to obtain a divine bestowed spirit pearl. There is no need to worry about those resources, so if we can avoid conflict, let us do so. After all, there are many fugitives from various nations inside. They're all desperate criminals. Every extra minute you spend there means 1 more minute of danger. Park Gu-chang advised.
Do you have any maps?
There are a few, but they're incomplete. They're practically useless and won't be much help.
Jiang, do you want me to go with you?
After all, I've successfully awakened my 2nd talent, Lily said. With the help of the inner core of the gold-devouring Beast King, she had successfully awakened her 2nd talent. She had been meaning to thank Jiang, and now was the perfect opportunity. It would also give her a chance to test her combat prowess.
Sounds good, Jiang nodded.
If Lily entered the 6th tier dungeon, she'd be capped at level 60, and her dual talents with elemental properties would provide a significant boost. Afterward, the group chatted for a while longer. By the time the banquet was over, night had already fallen. Jiang decided to rest for the night and head to the 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon Mirror Fairy the next day. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Jiang and Lily set out, their inventory watches stocked with plenty of supplies. The entrance to the Mirror Fairy dungeon was located in the eastern part of Sin City, requiring them to cross a stretch of ocean along the way, so their personal Rolls-Royce instantly transformed into an airplane. It took about a quarter of an hour to fly to the entrance of the Mirror Fairy. The entrance wasn't on land or at sea, but at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There was only one spatial portal leading to it, and inside this portal, all technological devices would malfunction. In other words, it was impossible to enter the portal and reach the entrance using an airplane or similar technology. This strict requirement eliminated many who wanted to enter the Mirror Fairy dungeon. After all, without an airplane or other technological devices, one would need to rely on their own exclusive flight talent skill. Alternatively, one must possess a flight-type skill to enter, and since the lowest tier for such skills is level 6, this effectively means that only psychics of level 50 or higher can enter this dungeon. After Jiang and Lily arrived at the spatial passage, Lily immediately activated her gold element talent, transforming herself into a metallic helicopter to fly up to the entrance 10,000 meters above.
Jiang, do you want to come into my cockpit? The helicopter formed by Lily's transformation opened a gap in the passage.
Jiang
nodded. He was eager to get into the cockpit.
Although he possessed a level 7 skill called walking on air, sitting inside Lily's cockpit and experiencing it firsthand would be a unique sensation. As they flew upward, large groups of psychics kept pouring into the passage from time to time. If not for the passage's restrictions, there would be even more. Soon, the helicopter entered the dungeon's entrance. After a burst of blinding white light, Lily and Jiang found themselves in the midst of a mountain range. Without a map, they had to rely on their own wits. Jiang piloted the helicopter higher and higher, hoping to use the view to locate the dungeon's center, but the upper atmosphere was shrouded in mist. They couldn't see a thing, so the two had no choice but to land and explore slowly on foot.
Jiang, why don't we capture a few monsters and ask them? The monsters inside the dungeon are all native to this place, maybe they know the route to the Mirror Fairy dungeon? Lily suggested. That makes sense.
Jiang nodded. It seemed that even though Lily had a generous bust, she wasn't brainless. She'd actually come up with a solution so quickly.
You really can't underestimate this woman. But how are we supposed to find it?
Jiang was stumped. The fog high above made it impossible to see clearly.
Watch this. Lily's second talent was as a wood elementalist, and an S-rank one at that.
They were currently in the mountains, surrounded by forests, all of which were made of wood elements. As long as Lily summoned wood elements to act as her eyes, every spot where the forest stood would fall within her field of vision, and these wood elements would also provide her with combat power. Soon, a vast net woven from wood elements appeared in Lily's mind. Dotted across the net were numerous red dots, all of them monsters. Unfortunately, these red dots were quite far away. Even the closest one was several hundred li away. There was nothing to be done. This was a 6th tier divine dungeon, not a 1st tier one, so its area was vast.
But a few hundred li was no problem for the two of them.
Plus, the lowly knew the route, so she immediately transformed into a helicopter and loaded Jiang inside. Then they set off toward the nearest monster. Meanwhile, as more and more people entered the Mirror Fairy dungeon, an increasing number were teleported to various locations within it. Some were lucky. Some arrived in a safe spot right away, others were a bit unlucky and were chased by monsters the moment they entered, and the unluckiest ones found themselves face to face with a monster boss the instant they stepped inside.
They were taken out immediately.
In a cave somewhere, a gathering place for monster bosses.
3 monster bosses were discussing matters. The opening of this dungeon is a golden opportunity.
As long as we devour enough psychics, we'll be able to break the dungeon's shackles and escape this hellhole.
You're right.
That despicable Mirror Fairy has kept us locked up for so long. That bitch, I hate her with a passion. Once we break free, let us go destroy the items she left behind first.
We monsters can't use them anyway, so let us not let those humans get their hands on them.
While the 3 monster leaders were talking, a subordinate ran into the cave from outside to report.
Boss, according to our surveillance, a helicopter is heading this way.
The helicopter the subordinate was referring to was the one carrying Lily and Jiang. As the two pressed forward, Lily continuously activated her wood elementalist talent skill, allowing them to quickly locate the 3 leaders' lair. Jiang, for his part, couldn't be bothered to search for resources anymore.
Catch the king to catch the thieves, why not just take out the monster leaders directly and make them gather resources for us? Wouldn't that be much easier?
Oh.
Who is it? So fierce? Just what I needed, an appetizer before dinner.
The 3 bosses exchanged smiles. Since someone had come knocking on their door to die, they certainly didn't mind devouring them. Inside this dungeon, they all possessed maxed out stats. They were truly the pinnacle of combat power.
Meanwhile, over at Jiang's side,
the helicopter Lily had transformed into was beginning to wobble. After all, prolonged flight drained her psychic energy significantly, and with Lily capped at level 60, her energy reserves were running low.
Jiang, come out quickly, I can't sustain this anymore.
The helicopter landed on the ground, and Lily opened the cockpit. Jiang had been inside the whole time without coming out, causing his energy to deplete severely.
Fortunately, their current location wasn't too far from the monster boss's lair.
No way, Teacher Lily, you've already used up your magical energy after just this short time?
Jiang asked in surprise.
It seemed like they'd only been flying for about 10 minutes. Given Lily's level and magical energy reserves, that shouldn't be possible.
Phew, Lily gasped for breath.
The metal transformation ability of a gold elementalist is extremely taxing on magical energy. Plus, I've cast wide area wood element talent skills multiple times. I'm down to about 10% of my maximum magical energy now. After saying this, Lily took a vial of ability potion from her inventory watch and drank it. The potion could restore 30% of her maximum ability points within 3 minutes. Park Guk Chang had given her this for free before they set out. If she had to buy it, it would cost at least $1 million per vial, and even at that price, supply couldn't keep up with demand these days, given how many people were heading into the dungeon.
Everyone needs this stuff.
Alright, you should recover a bit, Jiang thought. He considered whether to pick Lily up and teleport forward himself, but after a moment's thought, he decided it would be better to let her recover first.
Oh my, look who we've run into, two lucky chaps.
Just then, a lecherous voice rang out from nearby, and a man with a scar across his face stepped forward. Behind him was a group of accomplices, each radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Just by looking at the scar-faced leader, Jiang recognized him as a fugitive wanted by many factions in Sin City: murder, arson, burglary. He had committed every conceivable crime, and yet, here he was, inside the dungeon. "Hand over all the resources you found, or we'll kill you on the spot," the scar-faced man said with a lecherous grin, as several of his accomplices surrounded Lily.
Whoa, this little cutie is so. Bang, bang, bang.
But before he could finish that sentence, Jiang instantly teleported in. With just a light slap to each of them, those guys actually fell to the ground, feigning injury and unable to get back up. They declared, "We won't even open our eyes today unless we get 50 million.
Am I dead?
The scar-faced man's head rolled onto the ground. Since he just died, a faint glimmer of life remained, and as his eyes watched his own body collapse, he couldn't believe it. His group of 7 were all level 52 fugitives, brutal in their methods and combat prowess, and yet they'd been taken out in an instant? This guy looked so harmless, yet his attack was so ruthless? As he died, Scarface was filled with regret. He'd evaded capture for so long, countless cops had tried to kill him, only to be killed by him. In return, countless factions had tried to take him down, but all had failed. And now he'd met his end right here? Too bad there was no way to turn back time, and even if there were, he wouldn't be alive enough to take it. After dispatching these scumbags, Jiang looted their inventory watches and found that aside from a few potions, they had absolutely nothing in the way of resources. Bunch of broke-ass losers. Jiang cursed. By then, Lily's first potion had fully restored her abilities, so she immediately downed another ability potion. Jiang took a closer look at it. It was an emerald green liquid. It looked as if it were made from grass. Gulp, gulp. Lily finished it, wiped the corner of her mouth, and felt thoroughly satisfied as her abilities returned. "Let us go." Lily led the way. She was almost fully recovered now, and by the time they reached the monster leader's lair, her second vial of potion would be fully replenished. She'd have about 70% of her abilities back, so she wouldn't hold Jiang back during the fight. The monster leader's lair was also located deep within a forest, which was why Lily had been able to track their location. It was a massive cave. At that moment, 3 monster leaders of varying heights stood at the entrance. One was a humanoid gorilla, about the same height as Jiang. Another was a stone golem, exceptionally tall, a full 7 or 8 meters. The third was a giant serpent with 9 heads. All 3 were currently staring at Jiang and his group. This came as no surprise to Jiang. Monster leaders had numerous subordinates and maintained near total surveillance over the dungeon, so they naturally knew who was approaching them. "Ha, you've got some nerve," said the stone golem. "Cut the nonsense. I hear you know the location of all the resources in this dungeon. Now, have your minions gather them all here?" Jiang said bluntly. This left the 3 monster leaders completely flummoxed. Normally, when people saw them, they either fled for their lives or were overcome with fear. Those who couldn't escape were forced to fight. But this young man was actually treating them like underlings? Did he think of himself as one of their minions? After all, it was always them who gave orders to their underlings. "Ha ha," the stone creature roared with laughter, "why don't you take a punch from me first?" No sooner had he spoken than the stone man's fist, as massive as a semi-truck, came crashing down. One of this creature's peak stats was strength. It was what he prided himself on most. Boom! Faced with a punch powerful enough to level a 6th-tier divine bestowed dungeon, Jiang simply extended his little finger and effortlessly blocked the stone man's attack. "Is that all?" Jiang scoffed. The stone golem's attack must have reached the maximum strength of a 6th-tier monster, 1.5 million gene. If any other psionic had faced it, No matter who, they would have been turned into mincemeat on the spot. Unfortunately for the stone golem, he was up against Jiang, whose 3.38 million gene of strength, combined with a 100% critical hit, amounted to 7.76 million gene. Blocking this blow was a piece of cake. Ha! The stone golem watched in disbelief as his full power strike was blocked by the opponent's little finger, instantly questioning the meaning of his existence. The other two monster leaders were equally stunned. "Stone, are you holding back?" the two leaders snapped. "At a time like this, you're still holding back? Hold back my ass. I just hit you with everything I've got, okay?" The stone man flew into a rage and enthusiastically sent a few choice insults the way of the two leaders' mothers. Seeing the stone man's grim expression, the other two leaders knew this was no ordinary situation. The teenager standing before them and the human woman with the ample bust were definitely no ordinary beings. Even a human at the peak of the 6th tier, with the highest level divine tier talent, would have a strength of no more than just over 10,000 caddies, which was clearly no match for the stone man's powerful punch. Yet this human had blocked it so effortlessly. This made them wonder if Jiang was actually a deity wandering the mortal realm. "Could this guy be a deity?" the gorilla chieftain asked doubtfully. "Who cares? Ambush him," roared the 9-headed serpent. Then, 9 beams of light shot from its 9 heads. These death rays were the 9-headed serpent's monster skill. A single beam was enough to kill a group of humans in the 50s. If all 9 beams were concentrated on a single target, no one at the 6th tier could withstand the assault. Wood element, wood shield. Lily activated her second talent skill. Instantly, thick tree trunks began surging up from the ground, forming a barrier in front of Jiang. Boom! The 9 beams of light quickly pierced through the wooden shields, but more kept surging forth, one after another, leading to a stalemate between the Hydra and Lily. However, as a native beast, the Hydra possessed slightly greater abilities and strength than the suppressed Lily, so it gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, the humanoid gorilla spotted an opportunity for a sneak attack. Small in stature but extremely fast, it vanished from view in the blink of an eye. The next second, it reappeared right behind Jiang. It knew the busty woman would be easy to deal with, but this man was a different story, so if there was a chance for a sneak attack, it had to target him. "Got him," the ape leader said smugly, then fired a green beam from his mouth, shooting straight at Jiang's back. Whoosh! What? He's actually faster than me? The ape leader's pupils contracted. But just as the beam was about to strike Jiang, his figure vanished in a flash. The gorilla leader was then struck in the back by a fist, sending him flying into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Cough, cough. The gorilla leader emerged from the pile of rubble, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Speed was his strength, but defense was not. Thud! Thud! At that moment, Jiang lifted the entire Hydra by its body and slammed it hard, first to the left, then to the right, leaving all 9 snakeheads seeing stars. Stop hitting us, we surrender," the 3 leaders pleaded. They thought this guy had come to die, but his strength was this formidable? In just a moment, the strength they'd been so proud of had been completely crushed. It seemed their opponent had even gone easy on them, otherwise, they might very well have been killed. "Have your underlings gather up all the resources and hand them over. Remember, I mean every single 6th tier rare resource here, including those already snatched by certain intruders." Jiang emphasized, "Since we're taking them, we might as well take everything. I don't care who's good or bad, there are no rules inside a dungeon." Yes, the 3 leaders nodded, then sent out a special communication signal to their subordinates, ordering them to gather the resources. And so, at various resource sites, many monsters lying in ambush ready to ambush humans simultaneously received the same message. What? The boss wants us to call off the ambush? Gather the resources and bring them back? In many locations, monster captains were completely baffled when they received the message. We've been lying in wait for so long. The humans are about to arrive, they're about to take the bait, and now you're telling us to go back? What's this all about? My men and I had just cornered a group of people and were about to capture them when we got the boss's order. The boss and his crew don't even need these resources, why are they making us bring them back? The monster captains grumbled among themselves if they went back, all their days of lying in wait and setting up ambushes would be wasted. But that's just how monsters are, they obey their leaders absolutely. Even if they don't understand, they still have to follow orders. And so, hordes of monsters began gathering resources. And that wasn't all, they even reclaimed some of the resources that had already been taken by others. To be on the safe side, while retrieving the resources from those people, they also took their inventory watches and other items. And so, half a day later, the entrances to the three monster leaders' caves were swarming with monsters, surrounded by mountains of resources, and not just one mountain. There were a full 3 small mountains. The first small mountain was piled high with 6th-tier rare resources, such as fire dragon ginseng and imperial lotus. The second pile consisted of non-rare resources, the kind commonly found out in the wild, though still quite pricey. Since they'd been collected anyway, Jiang naturally took them as well. The third small mountain was made up of the inventory watches the monsters had looted. Judging by the quantity, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Jiang hadn't expected this group of monsters to be so efficient. First, he used inventory watches to store the 2 piles of resources. It took a full 10 inventory watches to fit everything. Then it was time to inspect the contents of those inventory watches. Jiang figured going through them one by one would be too time-consuming, so he had the monsters dump everything from the inventory watches all at once. There was a lot of stuff, all kinds of things. The most common were various ability-enhancing potions, but these were useless to Jiang. He didn't rely on abilities, so he gave them straight to Lily. Since he already had plenty of inventory watches, he figured he might as well let Lily hold on to them and give himself a break. Aside from the potions, there were some weapons forged from alloys. Jiang gave them a quick glance but decided none were suitable for him. They were simply too light. None of them could hold a candle to his own purple-blue alloy battle spear. There were also battle armors. Jiang even spotted several 7th and 8th tier sets, but after glancing at their stats, he couldn't be bothered to take them. They weren't even as good as his own Shatter the Heavens battle armor. There were skills as well, but most weren't particularly appealing. Compared to the skill libraries of the War God and the Luo clan, these skills were child's play. Then there were some unusual items, like toys and the like. Jiang was speechless, and Lily even blushed. What the hell kind of people are these? This is the God-bestowed dungeon, not a dating dungeon. Why are they bringing this stuff here? Some had even brought pretty action figures. What a bunch of geniuses! Jiang exclaimed. There was no way he'd want any of that stuff. By the way, since you're local beasts, you must know what's inside the Mirror Fairy dungeon, right? Jiang asked. We do. What's left inside is one of the Mirror Fairy's items, called the Shadow-Splitting Mirror. Rumor has it that if you look into it, you can create a clone of yourself. As for how powerful the clone is compared to the original, we don't know. We can't enter the core area. Great. Now take us there. Jiang said, treating the monster leader as his mount. Jiang and Lily stood atop 2 of the 9-headed serpent's heads, with the gorilla and the golem following behind them as they rushed toward the core area. Having mounts was great. They didn't have to expend their own stamina or supernatural abilities, and the ride was quite impressive, helping them avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble along the way. Most importantly, these creatures knew the route, saving them the hassle of finding their own way. Along the journey, Jiang saw many twists and turns. Some areas even resembled a massive maze. There were deserts, oases, and canyons. If he didn't have a map or a local beast as a mount, finding the core region would have been a matter of luck and special items. Holy crap, the monster lord is on the move. Everyone, run. Is that the 9-headed serpent? One of the 3 great monster lords? How come there are 2 people on its head? Am I seeing things? The group rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. After all, they'd heard that some major factions in Sin City refusing to believe the warnings had sent a team of elite fighters to challenge the 3 bosses. They'd attempted to subdue these 3 beasts. The fighters they sent were all between levels 75 and 85. Even though they were capped at level 60, their combat power was still formidable. Even such a large group, 10 people in total, never returned after setting out. Not a single one. Ever since then, anyone entering the dungeon would generally steer clear of these three bosses upon sight.
But now these three have become mounts? It really looks like two of them? Oh my god, have they really become mounts? Then what are we waiting for? Let us follow them.
These native beasts must know the way to the core area, which will save us the trouble of finding our own path.
That is true.
Just in that desert area a moment ago, it took me nearly a whole day to make my way out.
Instantly, quite a few people fell in behind Jiang and his group.
Meanwhile, at the entrance to the dungeon's core area, several groups had gathered roughly 30 people in total. Those who managed to find their way here were all early explorers of the dungeon, and these groups were major factions from Sin City. Having suffered heavy casualties earlier, they were now using the pretext of forming a party to recruit newcomers to the core area, so they wouldn't run out of cannon fodder.
The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting.
Just join us, and we'll supply you with all the potions you need. Plus, the Black Dragon Gang's second in command is stationed right here. You'll feel completely safe, shouted several Black Dragon Gang henchmen.
Don't let the term henchman fool you. Their combat prowess was no joke. Even the weakest among them was level 54.
Their shout instantly drew the attention of quite a few people. The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting. Haven't they always operated alone? Someone asked in confusion, and the crowd that had gathered began to discuss the matter. Those who had made it to the core region had naturally gone through rigorous screening. Aside from luck, they weren't exactly lacking in intelligence, and since they were all locals,
they were well aware of the Black Dragon Gang's reputation.
It was a gang known for its extreme brutality, capable of slaughtering an entire family over a mere scrap of resources.
Their current recruitment drive was likely just a ploy to recruit cannon fodder. Don't go to the Black Dragon Gang under any circumstances.
When I came in, I saw that group. There were 20 of them at the start, and now there are only 6 left. That means the other 14 are all dead.
Those 14 weren't even Black Dragon Gang members to begin with. They were just scapegoats they recruited.
Hearing this, the others naturally had no desire to join the Black Dragon Gang.
The Green Dragon Gang is recruiting.
They'll give you $1 million up front just for joining, and once the job is done, the reward starts at 100 million, said Nie Xiao, the Green Dragon Gang's second in command. I think the Green Dragon Gang sounds good.
Their reputation isn't too bad, and they seem pretty trustworthy, someone mused. Come check it out. Don't miss this opportunity.
The Red Dragon Gang is recruiting members to enter the core region together.
Everyone who joins gets a free set of 5th tier battle armor absolutely free.
And it's yours to keep forever. As soon as these words were spoken, some people were tempted. After all, a 5th tier battle armor set couldn't be bought for $1 million, and armor of this caliber was incredibly useful.
We're in. We're in.
Quite a few people joined the Red Dragon Gang, and in an instant, its rank swelled from the original 7 to 20 members.
The rest joined the Blue Dragon Gang. Since they were going in anyway, they might as well pocket $1 million first, and going in alone was no easy feat. Who knew what dangers lurked inside?
Once both the Blue Dragon Gang and the Red Dragon Gang had filled their quotas of 20 members, they entered the core area. Only the Black Dragon Gang remained there, having failed to recruit a single person so far.
Well then, there are no other factions left.
You might as well join our Black Dragon Gang, said the Black Dragon Gang's second in command.
In his view, the remaining group had no other choice. The Yellow Dragon Gang is recruiting. Just then, another faction arrived on the scene. It's the Yellow Dragon Gang. Let us join them right away.
Immediately, the group from earlier all joined the Yellow Dragon Gang.
This infuriated the Black Dragon Gang. They were about to recruit people themselves, and now someone was suddenly butting in like this? Was this really okay?
Hey, Yellow Dragon Gang, are you deliberately looking for a fight? The Black Dragon Gang's second in command demanded angrily.
Ha, don't you know your own ways? Do I really need to pick a fight with you?
Li Henuan, the Yellow Dragon Gang's second in command, sneered.
Even if you handed out money and battle gear, I doubt anyone would join you.
Faced with the Yellow Dragon Gang's words, the Black Dragon Gang truly had no rebuttal. They knew full well just how terrible their reputation was. In the past, mothers used to scare children with the big bad wolf. Now they just use the words Black Dragon Gang, and it works even better than the big bad wolf. Watching as several gangs gathered enough members to enter the core zone, the Black Dragon Gang's second in command was pacing back and forth in a panic. "Second in command, we should go in first," one of his subordinates suggested.
"No way. We've already faced so many dangers just getting here, there are bound to be even more inside the core area."
"We're not going in without some cannon fodder," the second in command said. Though he was anxious, he remained composed. "If all else fails, we'll just force the people passing by to join us," the second in command said, dropping all pretense and reverting to his usual style. "Second in command, someone's coming," the henchman exclaimed joyfully.
"Looks like a man and a woman. The man seems to be a student? He doesn't have any supernatural abilities?" The Black Dragon Gang members stared in bewilderment. How could someone without supernatural abilities have made it this far? But they didn't care.
As long as they had cannon fodder, that was enough, especially since there was a busty young lady behind him, whose supernatural abilities were quite substantial. "Second boss, we'll go recruit them right away," the henchman said with lecherous grins. "Remember, don't scare my 8th wife," the second in command said with a lecherous smirk. He already had 7 wives, and now that he saw Lily, he felt she was destined to be his 8th.
Looks like his luck was pretty good today, cannon fodder and a new wife. "Kid, we're from the Black Dragon Gang. We're recruiting a team to enter the core zone. Interested? Don't you dare say no." Although the henchmen spoke politely, their tone left no room for refusal.
Just by looking at the group's attire, Lily knew these guys were the notorious thugs from the local Black Dragon Gang.
What element? Parasitic vines. Lily activated her talent skill.
One by one, tough, blood-red vines surged up from beneath the men's feet, then wrapped around them in the blink of an eye. They were tightly bound, and the red vines were studded with sharp thorns that pierced the men's skin, sucking their blood. In the blink of an eye, these henchmen were drained into nothing more than desiccated corpses. Lily had discovered these parasitic vines on her way here.
As an S-rank with element talent, she could manipulate any plant and its properties.
Parasitic vines were no exception, and this particular species was exceptionally tough, with spikes that possessed strong penetrating power, making them an extremely powerful ally in battle.
What? In the blink of an eye, only the Black Dragon Gang's second in command remained standing.
"But don't think that just because you've beaten these useless fools, you can defeat me," the second in command said. His clothes ripped open, and his entire body transformed into a towering black gorilla. This was his talent beast transformation. He could freely transform into the form of any monster and harness its abilities, though he could only maintain one form at a time. Lily manipulated the blood-red vines to wrap around him, but even after growing in size, the second in command's speed remained impressive. He effortlessly dodged the vines. But he had underestimated the power of an S-rank talent. Lily immediately unleashed a massive swarm of parasitic vines, which spread across the ground so densely that there was virtually no space left untouched. The long vines even covered the air.
With nowhere to hide, the second in command was tightly bound, though the spines on the parasitic vines failed to pierce his skin easily.
He transformed once more into a water beast, his entire body becoming soft and supple, like liquid.
This was the water beast's ability, to ignore physical attacks.
Only psychic attacks were effective against the water beast, so the parasitic vines were clearly of little use.
Moreover, Lily's first talent Gold Elementalist also relied on physical attacks.
As a result, for the time being, there was nothing they could do to the second in command. Unless it was a psychic talent or skill, or a water elementalist, no one could inflict damage on the water beast. Otherwise, the second in command would have escaped.
Roar! At that moment, Jiang let out a mighty roar.
After that single roar, the water beast immediately spat blood, reverted to its original form as the second in command, and was then bound by Lily. This was precisely the mental attack skill Jiang had obtained earlier from the loot. He never expected it would actually come in handy.
Damn it!
If only I could unleash my full power here, you lot wouldn't stand a chance.
Though the second in command was reluctant to accept his defeat, he had no choice.
He fished a shattered orb out of his inventory watch. The orb flashed with light, and the second in command vanished from the scene. "It's a spatial orb used by spatial mages," Lily said. "Only those with a level 70 or higher spatial talent could craft such an item, and the materials were extremely rare. Anyone who could get their hands on this was definitely a big shot in Sin City." However, the two of them already knew he was a member of the Black Dragon Gang. "You can run, but you can't hide." Once they left the dungeon, they'd go straight to the Black Dragon Gang to demand his return. Oh no, they'd go wipe out the Black Dragon Gang. After all, these guys were a bunch of scoundrels who'd stop at nothing. Moreover, before he fled, that guy didn't seem to accept defeat. If they were right, he'd surely send men to ambush them at the dungeon exit. That worked out well. It saved them the trouble of hunting him down themselves. Jiang and Lily officially entered the core area. Inside the core area stood another ancient giant tree, though it bore no transformation fruits, which Jiang found a bit of a shame, since the ancient giant tree had already withered. Further ahead lay a palace. At that moment, several teams were entering the palace, so Jiang and Lily naturally followed them inside. Once inside, Jiang discovered that the people who had entered before him were all fighting him. That's right, fighting him. Because inside the palace, there was nothing else but mirrors all around. Whenever anyone looked into a mirror, another version of themselves would step out from within it. Jiang and Lily were standing at the entrance and hadn't gone inside yet, so they hadn't been reflected in the mirrors. He decided to observe the situation first. He noticed that the duplicates emerging from the mirrors were generally much stronger than their originals, which was why the teams ahead had become embroiled in a fierce battle. "Everyone, don't panic. This is just a test set up by the Mirror Fairy. Although these duplicates are just as strong as we are, we still have inventory. Watch, we can wear them down until they're defeated," said the second in commands of the Azure Dragon Gang, the Red Dragon Gang, and the Yellow Dragon Gang. The battle raged on. Every skill unleashed by an original was replicated exactly by its duplicate and with far greater power. Everyone gritted their teeth and held on, attempting to outmatch their opponents in supernatural abilities. So they began unleashing skills one after another, and the duplicates did the same. 2 minutes later, the original's abilities were nearly depleted, and so were the clones. Ha ha ha! The three gangs' second in commands burst into maniacal laughter. "We've brought out rapid ability recovery potions. How are you going to deal with that?" The rapid ability recovery potions in their hands could restore 20% of maximum ability points within 10 seconds. Right now, their abilities were completely depleted. All they needed was another 10 seconds. Once their abilities were restored, they could turn the tide of battle. That's why they were so elated. As long as the three leaders won, the remaining clones under their command would pose no problem at all in their eyes, and with that, the Mirror's purpose would be rendered obsolete. Ha 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 ha, burp. However, the very next second, the second in commands could no longer laugh. That's because rapid ability recovery potions were continuously flying out from the mirrors all around them. After the clones quickly downed them, their abilities were restored as well. But the key point was that only the second in commands could afford to use the rapid ability recovery potions. There was no other way, they were simply too expensive. But now, each clone had a tube and there were far too many of them. The originals tried to snatch the potions, but they couldn't even touch them. Clearly, the items replicated by the mirror were effective only on the clones. In an instant, a chill ran down the spines of the gang members. They had thought that producing the potions would be their winning move, but unexpectedly, it had become a weapon of their own destruction. What was even more terrifying was that when the clones drank those replicated potions, their superpower levels instantly restored to 100%. Watching their opponents become instantly brimming with superpowers, everyone from the three gangs felt their hearts sink. They didn't even have the courage to keep fighting. They couldn't win in a fight, they couldn't match their superpowers, and on top of that, there was the mirror, that game-breaking artifact. What was the point of even fighting? Retreat! Everyone, retreat quickly. As long as we make it back to the entrance, these clones will vanish, said the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang. After all, others had ventured inside before. So they had some hard-won experience to draw upon. Upon hearing the order, the group hurried back toward the entrance. Sure enough, the moment they stepped outside, the clones vanished.
Damn it, the divine dungeon really is unsolvable. There's no way to get the loot inside. What a shame.
This divine blessing dungeon just appeared. There must be plenty of loot inside, and divine blessing spirit orbs are definitely among them, said the second in commands of several gangs, unwilling to accept defeat. But no matter how much they resented it, there was nothing they could do. That mirror rendered anyone who entered useless. In other words, even though their levels weren't capped, their power remained at level 80. Facing this mirror, they would still be duplicated, and every talent and skill they used would be replicated and even more powerful. That's why it was unsolvable. Let us go. No one can clear this divine blessing dungeon. It's practically the trickiest one among the current divine blessing dungeons. The more people there are, the harder it gets. The group had already retreated back to where Jiang was. Hey, kid, you don't have any supernatural abilities? The group eyed Jiang curiously. To make it this far without any supernatural abilities, that's no small feat. But I still advise you not to go in. That mirror can't be broken. Why don't we all just head out together? The group tried to persuade Jiang. After all, they all fought so hard just now, and Jiang had seen it all. Surely, with a little persuasion, this young man would back down in the face of such a challenge. Thanks for the concern, but I'm confident I can make it through, Jiang said confidently. Just then, another group arrived from behind and, as soon as they reached the entrance, rushed inside without hesitation. The result was, of course, the same. They were duplicated by the mirror, fought until their abilities were exhausted, and retreated dejectedly. Several of them were even killed by their own duplicates. Fucking mirror fairy, setting up a challenge like this. Who the hell is supposed to get through it? Isn't this just her deliberately messing with us? The gods who designed the divine dungeon must be out of their minds. Can't they make it a little easier? Who is supposed to clear something this hard? This group's outburst was utterly lacking in decorum. More people trickled in one after another, and gradually, the entrance to the palace was packed with people. Some of those who arrived later, seeing the dejected expressions on the faces of those ahead of them, gave up before even trying to enter. What? Isn't that the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang? If even they couldn't get through, there is no point in us wasting our energy. We don't want to risk our lives for nothing. You're right. If they can't get in, neither can we. We'll all walk out empty-handed anyway, so no one can say the others aren't capable. That's true. Those who were unwilling to try also said this with a clear conscience. Let me go check it out. At that moment, Lily said to Jiang. She and Jiang weren't swayed by the people around them. Since they'd come this far, they were definitely going in. Okay, be careful. Jiang nodded. This was for the best. He'd just observed some peculiarities, and now that Lily was going in, it would be the perfect opportunity to verify his suspicions. Lily stepped inside the palace. In the mirror, a clone quickly appeared, an exact replica of Lily. Big breasts, long legs and, of course, her talent. Gold element, pistol. Lily activated her first talent, the Gold Elementalist's skill, and instantly, her right hand transformed into a metal pistol, firing several bullets. Lily launched her attack. Jiang watched in astonishment. He hadn't expected Lily's Gold Elementalist talent to be so powerful. Gold element pistol. The clone across from her unleashed the same move. In an instant, both were caught in a hail of bullets. Wood element, wooden barrier. Lily activated her second talent, and instantly a wooden shield appeared before her, blocking the bullets. The clone across from her did exactly the same. Bang, bang, bang. Using the sensory abilities of her wood element talent, Lily was now testing the strength of the clone's attacks against her wooden shield. Afterward, Lily used a few more talent skills. Once the testing was complete, she retreated to the doorway. How did the test go? Jiang stepped forward and asked. Pretty much as you suspected. The clone's strength is 1.4 times that of the original, Lily replied. Jiang smiled slightly. Sure enough, everything inside a Divine Bestowed dungeon was insurmountable. Take the Tier 1 Divine Bestowed dungeon from last time. for example if he hadn't modified his stats to far exceed the Tier 1 limit. He wouldn't have been able to clear the Tier 1 Divine Bestowed dungeon. This Tier 6 Divine Bestowed dungeon was even more insurmountable, far more formidable than the previous one. With a strength 1.4 times that of the original, it would be impossible for anyone to defeat it. Unfortunately for it, however, it had run into him. Even though it could replicate the original, Jiang still had a way to counter it. Having made up his mind, Jiang stepped into the palace. "Jiang, be careful," Lily said with concern. Jiang nodded. As Jiang entered, the people around him watched with great interest to see what would happen next. After all, while they didn't dare go in themselves, they were more than happy to watch the spectacle and offer their opinions. "What do you guys think? Will this young man make it through?" asked the second in command of the Yellow Dragon Gang. "It's hard, really hard. It's even harder without any supernatural abilities." "Make it through? Don't be ridiculous. He'll just end up killing himself," someone else said sarcastically. He was one of those who didn't dare to try it themselves. "I agree. This is a 6th tier Divine Bestowed dungeon, not some 6th tier monster battlefield. Even if it were a 6th tier monster battlefield, this guy would be trampled into mincemeat the second he stepped inside." The crowd buzzed with chatter, with all sorts of opinions flying around, but there was no doubt about it, aside from Lily, virtually no one believed Jiang could make it through. Lily, of course, believed in Jiang, though she did harbor a tiny bit of worry deep down. After all, even with 1.4 times his original strength, even if Jiang were a monstrous powerhouse far surpassing those stats, he would still be replicated by the mirror. "Go for it, Jiang," Lily kept cheering in her heart. "What's wrong with me?" But then, Lily felt something was off. Jiang was her student, and she was his teacher. Isn't it perfectly normal for a teacher to care about her student? Lily tried to reassure herself, but she couldn't tell whether her feelings toward Jiang were simply those of a teacher for a student, or something more. Meanwhile, Jiang had already begun fighting the replica Jiang. Boom! Jiang didn't use any skills, he simply struck out with raw power, knowing that if he used a skill, his opponent would use one too. Might as well save some stamina. Their fists collided. Jiang was knocked back several meters, while the clone remained rooted in place. 5.15 million gene of force. Jiang assessed it for himself and confirmed that the clone's strength was indeed exactly 1.4 times that of the original. It seemed Lily's test had been spot on. But a faint smile touched the corner of Jiang's lips. The original, can modify my stats, the clone, cannot." Jiang activated the system in his mind. Plus 15. Plus 15. Plus 15. Current available mod points, 7,652,345. After accumulating points over this period, Jiang's currently available points had reached a staggering 7.6 million. Since it had been a while since his last modification, he decided to make some adjustments to boost his stats. System, add 6.62 million gene of strength to me. Ding, received. Strength has been increased. 6.62 million points spent. After the modification was complete, Jiang carefully checked his stats panel once more. Host, Jiang. Mod points, increasing, plus 15. Available points, 1,032,345. Strength boost, 10 million gene currently available for modification. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Armor boost, 25,000 currently available for modification. 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed boost, 2,550 currently available for modification. 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit boost, 100% currently adjustable. 3,000 points equals 1% critical hit rate. Magic resistance boost, 120% currently adjustable. 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. System level, level 15. Energy points required to level up, 23,874. 180,000. Note, killing monsters grants energy points. The next level S effect is a gain of 16 mod points per second. Jiang made a rough estimate, his strength had already reached 10 million gene. As for speed and other stats, they were sufficient for now, so he didn't make any adjustments. He set aside the remaining 1 million points for later, that way he'd have a bit more leeway when he needed them. After making the adjustments, Jiang swung his fist once more. Boom! This time, he didn't get knocked back several meters. Instead, the replica was blown to pieces by a single punch. It was that brutal. After all, with 10 million gene against 5.15 million gene, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The instant the replica was blown to pieces, a white vortex appeared right where Jiang stood, and he was sucked right into it. The palace vanished entirely as well. That guy actually passed the test? As they watched Jiang's figure disappear, those around him felt a sense of disbelief. After all, just a moment ago, Jiang had clearly been at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that on his second strike, he'd blow his opponent to pieces with a single punch? That's impossible. The mirror was supposed to be a perfect replica of the original. Could it be because this guy is just an ordinary person, someone speculated? Probably. Well, that's good. We've let an ordinary person without any special abilities off the hook. If we'd known, we would brought a few ordinary people in from the start. Bringing ordinary people in? You can't even handle the monsters in the outer, middle, and inner rings on your own, and you want to bring ordinary people too, someone countered. But that was true. After all, on the journey from the entrance to the core area, nearly all of their companions with abilities had already died, let alone an ordinary person. They could barely handle the monsters themselves. How could they possibly spare the energy to protect an ordinary person? But since that kid was teleported away, I think he must have entered the true legacy realm. He might have already obtained the divine spirit pearl. No one knew who uttered those words, and the crowd immediately grew frenzied. That's a divine spirit pearl. It can evolve one's talent into a higher level talent. Who wouldn't want something that good? I think we should split up now and look for that young fellow to see how many divine spirit pearls he has. After all, this is a 6th tier divine dungeon. There's bound to be more than one. Maybe we can buy one from him. Buy one? I say we should buy them all. That young man is just an ordinary person. Divine bestowed spirit pearls are useless to him and will only bring him trouble. Selling them to us is the safest bet. Buying them isn't guaranteed, and stealing them might not work either. Maybe using a little trickery would be better. Some of them shot suspicious glances at Lily, since she was with Jiang, and judging by what had just happened, the two seemed to be on very good terms. Maybe they're a couple, or even a newlywed pair, who knows? In any case, if they could get their hands on this woman, their chances of obtaining the divine spirit pearl would increase significantly. Haha, sorry to bother you. A few second-in-commands from a Sin City faction also surrounded Lily. This faction was the Wild Wolf Gang, though its reputation wasn't quite as notorious as the Black Dragon Gang's. But they weren't exactly upstanding citizens either, and the Wild Wolf Gang was no pushover, ranking 5th in Sin City. With their second-in-command present, they naturally felt confident enough to challenge Lily. Go ahead, all of you at once. However, Lily didn't take them seriously at all. Everyone's level was capped at 60, and Lily possessed dual talents. An A+ gold element talent and an S rank wood element talent, and since they were right in the middle of the forest, she had access to an abundance of wood elements. For these guys to fight her was nothing short of suicide. Elementalists were already powerful, and with the advantage of the terrain, they were practically invincible. Lily couldn't imagine how she could lose. Humph, you dare to underestimate us. The Wild Wolf Gang's second-in-command charged forward first, followed by a group of his men. As for the other factions nearby, most chose to stand by and watch, partly because they couldn't afford to provoke the Wild Wolf Gang, and partly because they also had their eyes on the Divine Spirit Pearl. Wood Element, 1000 Armed Buddha. Lily activated her second talent as a Wood Elementalist. Since she was in the forest, summoning Wood Element consumed virtually no spiritual energy, allowing her to fully leverage both the terrain and her talent's advantages. If she were anywhere else, Lily wouldn't have dared to use the 1000 Armed Buddha. After all, even if her level weren't capped at 72, using the 1000 Armed Buddha would last no more than 3 minutes, with the energy consumption being absolutely terrifying. But now, Since she was right in the middle of the forest, it was the perfect opportunity to test the 1,000-armed Buddha's true power.
Boom!
With a thunderous roar, a massive wooden figure 100 meters tall appeared. Behind it were countless arms, each looking incredibly sinewy.
Moreover, each arm held a weapon formed from condensed wood element, and the arms could automatically extend or transform into various shapes. An S-rank wood elementalist?
The crowd froze the moment they saw the 1,000-armed Buddha. After all, the 1,000-armed Buddha was a unique skill exclusive to wood elementalists, and only an S-rank wood elementalist or higher could cast it.
Could this busty woman before them really be an S-rank talent?
Such a talent was rare, and they had just seen Lily unleash a gold-rank wood elementalist's talent skill as well. Consequently, their fear only deepened. A dual talent user 1S rank, and the other talent surely no less powerful standing on the opposite side of the terrain. If they continued fighting, they certainly stood no chance of winning. "Let us run," the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang said without hesitation. The enemy's advantage was too great, he wasn't about to go head-to-head with them.
Fire overpowers wood. I refuse to believe I can't burn this 1,000-handed Buddha. The third in command of the Wild Wolf Gang roared angrily.
As a fire elementalist, he immediately activated his talent, unleashing a sea of flames.
"Ha, I'd completely forgotten about you," the second in command said, turning back with an awkward grin.
He'd been so startled moments ago that he'd forgotten there was a fire elementalist in his own team.
Fire overcomes wood, after all.
"Guys, let us go in together," said a member of a nearby faction, seeing the fire elementalist appear.
Others from surrounding factions began to stir restlessly as well. "Who else here wants to take me on? Come at me all at once."
Lily stood atop the 1,000-handed Buddha and declared, deciding to let them all come at her at once. It would save her the trouble of dealing with them one by one. She'd just kill them all at once.
"Everyone, charge together. Don't be afraid," the second in command of the Mad Wolf Gang shouted.
Instantly, the other factions nearby, the Azure Dragon Gang, the Red Dragon Gang, and the Yellow Dragon Gang, among others, threw caution to the wind. They all charged forward. After all, capturing this busty woman meant securing the divine bestowed spirit pearl. But they were all well aware of Lily's terrifying talent, so each faction took the opportunity to send one of their men out of the dungeon to notify their boss. They were to block the dungeon's exit. They feared Jiang might abandon Lily and make a run for it alone. After all, once someone got their hands on the divine spirit pearl, who would care about anyone else's survival? Escaping with their own skin intact was the top priority. Whoosh! A raging sea of fire engulfed Lily's 1,000-armed Buddha. A smug grin spread across the face of the Mad Wolf Gang's third in command, but it quickly froze into a stiff expression. He realized his sea of fire was utterly powerless against the 1,000-armed Buddha. The flames simply extinguished the moment they touched it. "Damn it, is it still because the talent gap is just too wide?" the third in command sighed. He only possessed a B+ rank fire element talent, which lagged behind an S rank talent by 3 tiers, A+, and S. Naturally, the fire elements he spewed couldn't compare to hers, and since this was a forest where wood elements flourished, the fire elements were essentially blocked by the wood elements. Boom! The others began to surround and attack Lily, attempting to destroy the 1,000-armed Buddha first so that Lily would have nothing to rely on. But no matter how fierce their attacks were, the 1,000-armed Buddha sustained nothing but a few marks on its body. There were no other wounds. And even if a wound did appear, the wood element in the forest immediately repaired the 1,000-armed Buddha. Compounded by the wood element blocking the surrounding supernatural energies, the energy reserves within these practitioners dwindled with each strike. Combined with the intensity of the battle, they were all gasping for breath after a fierce skirmish. "Retreat," someone shouted, and the group scattered in all directions, believing that by spreading out, Lily would be unable to capture them one by one. However, they had underestimated Lily. Wood element, wooden cage. Lily tapped the 1,000-armed Buddha's head with her delicate hand, and instantly, the forest began to grow wildly, quickly forming a sealed forest cage. These giant trees were extremely resilient and possessed powerful regenerative abilities. Even as the group attacked with all their might, they couldn't break through the cage. Consequently, some of them began to beg for mercy.
Mystical power user, there is no life or death grudge between us, just a minor disagreement. Is it really necessary to push this to the point of life and death? The speaker was the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang.
Oof. You were the one leading the charge earlier, you were the one shouting the loudest.
Now you claim there is no life or death grudge? Lily's murderous intent flared. I'm the second in command of the Wild Wolf Gang. My men have already gone out to send word. If you kill me, once I'm out there, the Wild Wolf Gang will hunt me down.
There is no level suppression outside, and without the cover of the forest, do you really think you can escape?
Let us both back down a bit.
You don't kill me, and I won't hold a grudge.
How about that?
The second in command threatened. Though he said this, he was actually thinking that as long as he could get out, he would definitely kill her. Seeing this, the second in commands of other factions followed suit. I'm the second in command of the Green Dragon Gang. If you're willing to let me go, I'll hand over all my assets once I'm out, roughly several hundred million.
Several hundred million? That's nothing.
If you let me go, I'll give you my collection of battle armor once I'm out, including a 9th tier piece.
That's a real rarity. Driven by a desperate will to survive, everyone was saying all sorts of things.
But although Lily had a generous bust, she wasn't brainless. She knew that the people in Sin City were mostly international fugitives who couldn't be trusted, so it was best to just kill them.
Besides, why keep them alive only to have them ambush Jiang once they got out? Thousand-handed Buddha, annihilation.
At that moment, Lily was like the Grim Reaper incarnate. Elsewhere, after Jiang vanished, he reappeared before a massive divine statue just as he had expected. Once he cleared the divine blessing dungeon, he would arrive before the statue of the deity who had set up the dungeon. The statue before him stood nearly 50 meters tall.
It was a female deity, and Jiang surmised it must be Mirror Fairy.
She held an oval-shaped mirror in her hands and wore a jade crown inlaid with 3 pearls. Other than that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her.
Jiang first walked on air, landing directly at the jade crown. Those 3 pearls were the divine bestowed spirit pearls.
Jiang's heart fluttered slightly. These were 6th tier divine bestowed spirit pearls, and the probability of raising his talent level was much higher than with 1st tier ones. Unfortunately, the Mirror Fairy wasn't a supreme god, so she didn't possess a supreme goddess divine bestowed spirit pearl.
Still, 3 was already quite good. Who knew how many people would go crazy scrambling for these if they ever got out there?
Jiang removed the spirit pearls and stored them in his inventory watch, then walked over to the statue's hand and picked up the mirror.
The mirror was an item, simply touching it would reveal its specific details. Soon, the detailed information appeared. Item name, Shadow-Splitting Divine Mirror Shattered. Level, Divine. Effect, when activated, summons a clone with strength equivalent to the user's.
The clone lasts for a quarter of an hour, and the user can control the clone to cast all of their own skills.
Note, this item can be repaired.
After repair, the number of clones increases from 1 to 3, and the duration extends to 1 hour.
Repair requirements, 3 divine crystals. Holy crap, this is awesome.
After reading the item description, Jiang let out a curse. This clone was practically tailor-made for him, especially for his next trip to the monster battlefield.
Creating a clone to hunt monsters alongside him would double his energy points. Wouldn't his system level skyrocket?
Reaching level 20 or even level 30 would be a breeze, and then he could unlock the advanced attribute customization features.
Just thinking about it got him excited.
Besides killing monsters to farm energy points and level up, it was also a skilled fighter. Once a battle started, he could summon the clone to fight the opponent. He could just relax in the background. It was like having a free bodyguard. It was worth the trip. With a heart full of excitement, Jiang put away the shadow mirror, then checked to see if there were any other items around, but unfortunately, there weren't. He had no choice but to turn and leave, opening the large door behind the divine statue.
Whoosh! The very next second, Jiang reappeared right in front of Lily. Ah! Lily let out a startled scream.
She hadn't left on her own, precisely because she was afraid Jiang would teleport back, and sure enough, he did. But the teleportation was so sudden it made her chest heave with shock.
Did you kill all of these?
Jiang was a bit stunned when he saw the scene around them. He witnessed the strength of these people firsthand. Now they were all lying dead on the ground. It seemed Lily was pretty formidable after all.
No wonder she has 2 talents. The two retraced their steps and quickly exited the dungeon. But once they emerged from the dungeon, they discovered the exit had already been surrounded by the major factions of Sin City.
Moreover, the leaders of those factions were all present clearly. They had come to ambush Jiang. For a moment, Jiang furrowed his brow slightly.
Boss, it's her.
She's the one who killed our second in command. And that kid by her side. He cleared the Mirror Fairy dungeon, so he must have obtained the divine bestowed spirit pearl. A low-ranking member of the Mad Wolf gang pointed at Lily and then at Jiang, emphasizing the words divinely bestowed spirit pearl particularly loudly. As soon as those words were spoken, the various factions that had rushed to the exit also grew eager.
Kid, you killed the second in command of my Mad Wolf gang. That's an unforgivable grudge. Now, as the leader of this gang, I'm giving you a chance. Hand over everything you obtained inside the dungeon. I swear on my honor as the leader of the Mad Wolf gang, as long as you hand it over, I'll let the past go. The Mad Wolf gang leader spoke with such conviction, as if he were a man of the highest integrity.
Bullshit.
But he was immediately cut off by the leaders of the other factions. My second in command from the Azure Dragon gang also died in there. Handing everything over to you? You're dreaming.
The Azure Dragon gang leader snapped angrily, then turned to look at Jiang and Lily.
At the same time, he wore a smile. Young man, the Azure Dragon gang's reputation isn't as rotten as the Mad Wolf gang's. When I make a promise, I keep it.
So hand the items over to me, and I'll guarantee you both 1T die.
The guy pounded his chest, speaking with absolute conviction, but how could Jiang possibly believe such a ploy? Handing over the item would likely mean certain death. Besides, he, Jiang, had no intention of handing it over. Since all the factions in Sin City had gathered here, he might as well wipe them all out. Wouldn't it be better for the Treasure Guild to reign supreme here from now on? Don't listen to his nonsense, young man. My Yellow Dragon gang has the best reputation here. Just hand the item over to me. No way.
My Black Dragon gang has suffered the most casualties. If this kid doesn't hand over the divine bestowed spirit pearl today, I won't let him off the hook. More and more factions began to speak up, each one wanting the divine bestowed spirit pearl. But Jiang didn't nod. He just smiled slightly as he looked at them.
Young man, don't hesitate. I advise you to just agree. You're just an ordinary person. Even if that busty woman by your side is a dual talent, she is only level 72. Besides, we don't have the advantageous terrain of the forest here, and there are plenty of experts above level 80 among us. There are at least 20 of them. Think about it. Do you really stand a chance? You'd better just hand over the item.
Seeing Jiang hesitate, some tried to persuade him with kind words.
Move aside, but just then, a voice familiar to Jiang rang out. It was Park Guk-chang.
He had brought all the experts the Treasure Guild had stationed here to back Jiang up. There were about 9 of them, all between levels 80 and 87. Keep in mind that in Sin City, even the largest gangs only have 3 members above level 80. Yet the Treasure Guild had a full 9, a clear indication of just how formidable their strength was.
Guest Jiang, are you okay? Park Guk-chang approached Jiang.
From the moment he received the message that all those factions were rushing to the dungeon exit, Park Guk-chang had known.
It had to be something important.
Combined with the fact that a supreme member was going inside to retrieve the divine spirit pearl, he deduced that, given the commotion, those factions must have gone to intercept Jiang. They were attempting to seize the divine spirit pearl from Jiang. As the vice president of the Treasure Guild, he had a responsibility and was obligated to do everything in his power to protect the supreme member who had come here and help him complete his mission, so he brought the guild's elite fighters with him. And sure enough, this carried a certain deterrent effect. In an instant, the attention of all those factions was focused entirely on Park Guk-chang.
Vice President Park, why are you here? Upon seeing Park Guk-chang, the leaders of numerous gangs immediately adopted a respectful tone. Why am I here? You dare lay a hand on our Treasure Guild's supreme member? You really don't take us seriously, do you? Park Guk-chang snapped angrily. Supreme member? Who asked that woman? The representatives of the various factions looked utterly confused. Weren't the Treasured Guild's supreme members supposed to be old monsters above level 95? What about these two right here? That couldn't be right. One's level 72, and the other has no special abilities supreme members? It was simply inconceivable.
She is our Treasured Guild's supreme member, Jiang, Park Guk-chang said, pointing at Jiang. So please, don't mess with our Treasure Guild. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the various factions fell into deep thought. The Treasure Guild was a global powerhouse. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare provoke it. Yet Park Guk-chang's words were riddled with inconsistencies. Chairman Park, we're all old foxes here. Don't play those games. Aren't you just after the Divine Spirit Pearl too? Just say so outright. Why point at an ordinary person and call him a supreme member? From within the crowd, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, the others also had a sudden realization. Chairman Park, this is getting ridiculous. So many of our gangs have had their second-in-commands and subordinates killed by them, and now you, the Treasure Guild, want to step in to snatch the Divine Spirit Pearl that belongs to us? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. If you insist on meddling today, then I'm sorry, but my Fierce Wolf Gang won't be giving you any leeway. The Fierce Wolf Gang leader shouted loudly. In reality, his faction alone was no match for Park Guk-chang. But with so many factions present, all eager to obtain the Divine Spirit Pearl and all having lost members to the killings. So as soon as he raised his arm and shouted, all the other factions immediately rallied to his call. Those whose gang members had been killed and even those who hadn't joined the fray. Since they were usually cowed by the Treasured Guild's oppression, today they wanted to push back against the Treasured Guild and vent their anger. Exactly. It's one thing for you, the Treasure Guild, to lord it over us day in and day out, but now that our family members have been killed by them, you're going to step in and protect them? Let me ask you this, if your family members were killed, what would you do? Some people's remarks grew increasingly outrageous. My wife went into the dungeon to look for something and was brutally murdered by these two. The method was truly horrific. If I don't avenge this today, I'm not Godongshi. My father was in the dungeon and couldn't stand the way those two behaved. He made a single remark, and they chopped him into mincemeat. It's utterly despicable. For a moment, all sorts of rumors swirled among the major factions. Since it was all just mudslinging anyway, they didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. With so many factions gathered here today, the Treasure Guild stands no chance against them. By then, that kid will have items from the Divine Dungeon. He'll surely have plenty of resources. They'll get a cut of that, too. So, you're determined to oppose our Treasure Guild? Then I'll have no choice but to report this to headquarters and request they send down experts above level 90 to wipe you all out, one by one. Park Guk-chang said with a cold glare. In fact, those words did indeed scare the other factions. After all, there were no experts above level 90 in Sin City. They knew full well just how terrifying such experts were, and the Treasure Guild certainly had no shortage of them. Chairman Park, there is no need to scare us, the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang stepped forward and said. The Treasure Guild should act reasonably, right? They killed so many of our people, they're clearly in the wrong. Exactly. Aren't you afraid this will tarnish the Treasure Guild's reputation if word gets out? Even if we take a step back, we're all fugitives. We're used to living on the run. At worst, once we get the Divine Spirit Pearl, we'll just go on the run again. I don't believe it. The world is so big, how could you possibly find us? Chairman Park, I advise you to be reasonable. The threatening tone and the voices of several gang leaders infuriated Park Guk-chang. Would these guys dare speak to him like this on any other day? Sure enough, the Divine Spirit Pearls had driven them mad. But Park Guk-chang would never let the Divine Spirit Pearls be stolen. If anything happened to the Supreme Member, he'd have to step down as chairman. Even his Chaebol family back in Han Kingdom would be dragged into this. For now, all I can do is buy some time until Guest Minister Kong has fully recovered, Park Guk-chang thought to himself.
He knew full well that guest minister Khan was a supreme member and possessed considerable ability.
However, having just cleared the divine dungeon, he must have been severely drained and hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why Park needed to stall. Gentlemen, the Treasured Guild is willing to compensate you for your fallen subordinates.
Name your price. Oomph, just because you've got a few stinking coins, you think you can start showing off, do you? Exactly. Our family's no amount of money will do. That kid has to hand over the item.
If he doesn't hand it over, this won't end well today.
Chairman Park, don't say we're not giving you face.
As long as you make that kid hand over the item, we won't kill him. The other factions chimed in to support him. After all, their goal was to get the Divine Blessing Spirit Pearl. Whether their men lived or died didn't matter, they were all fugitives anyway. They banded together for profit, there was no real bond of affection between them. I do indeed have the Divine Spirit Pearl, but only one.
How about this, whoever beats me gets it?
At that moment, Jiang, who had been watching the spectacle the whole time, suddenly stepped forward, pulled out a Divine Spirit Pearl, and addressed the crowd.
It's the Divine Spirit Pearl.
It really is the Divine Spirit Pearl. The moment the item appeared, the crowd went wild. Whoa, man, this is the first time I've ever seen one of these.
Come on, this belongs to our Han Kingdom. Why Ruagudi? Just a tiny little bead like this can elevate our talent, it's unbelievable.
At that moment, Park Gu-chang also moved over to Jiang's side.
Have you fully recovered, guest minister Jiang? Is that why you're confident enough to pull out the Divine Spirit Pearl and take them on? Recover?
I don't need to recover, okay?
Why didn't you say so sooner?
You made me stall for you, and I almost lost face. But it's all for the best, let us watch these guys tear each other apart, then we'll sit back and reap the rewards. However, things didn't go as Jiang had anticipated. These fugitives actually had some brains after all. Everyone, this guy brought out the divine bestowed spirit pearl. He is clearly trying to pit us against each other so the Treasured Guild can reap the benefits in the end.
We can't fall for this. A 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon, this is the first time one has appeared. How could there be only one divine bestowed spirit pearl? Exactly.
Here's what we'll do, let us team up to take down the Treasured Guild first, then steal that kid's loot and split it evenly.
How about that? Stealing the loot is fine, but we can't afford to mess with the Treasured Guild, can we?
Who cares?
Let us team up and raid the Treasured Guild here too.
There is plenty of good stuff inside. Once we've got those resources, we can always go hide somewhere else.
With the Divine Spirit Pearl and our talent sublimated, do you really think we'll have trouble leveling up from now on?
Seeing how frenzied those people were, Park Gu-chang was slightly surprised, and he began to feel nervous. After all, there were far too many of them on the other side. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
Is a fight about to break out?
In the distance, some onlookers began to murmur among themselves.
The show's about to begin. Let them fight.
The more who die, the better, the merrier.
Who do you think will win?
I think the Treasured Guild is in trouble.
Is there even a question? With so many factions united against them, how could the Treasured Guild possibly stand a chance? Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, on Jiang's side.
Chairman Park, once this happens, Sin City will be ruled solely by your faction.
Ruling it won't be too much trouble, will it? Not at all.
Whoosh! At that moment, the first to charge forward was the leader of the Mad Wolf Gang. He couldn't wait to snatch the divine bestowed spirit pearl from Jiang's hand, and he was the closest. Seeing that the experts on Park Gu-chang's side weren't protecting Jiang, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It looked like he was about to succeed. The Treasured Guild sure knows when to back down.
Even with so many factions present, none dared to intervene. Take this. The Mad Wolf Gang leader possessed 2 talents, strength and defense, both rated B class, making him one of the top experts in Sin City. He charged right up to Jiang's side. Smack! However, Jiang was incredibly fast. He teleported over instantly and slapped the Mad Wolf Gang leader right across the face. The Mad Wolf gang leader went straight to the ground, knocked out cold. What?
This scene made the gang leaders who were about to charge forward hesitate a bit. While the Mad Wolf gang leader might not be the strongest in combat, his defense was undoubtedly the best in Sin City level 84, a B-ranked defense talent, and his defensive buff activated. Even if they all teamed up, it would take them several minutes to take him down. But now, with just a single slap from this kid, no fancy moves at all, the Mad Wolf gang leader was knocked out cold? Even a level 90 character wouldn't be this absurd, would they? Most importantly, this kid didn't even use any special abilities, right? An ordinary person's strength tops out at 200 gene, but that strike he just landed was at least 2 million gene and probably more.
Go on, why aren't you attacking?
Jiang sneered. Humph, you must have used some powerful secret technique that harms both you and your opponent. It can't last long, let us see how many times you can use it, said the Blue Dragon gang leader. Exactly, third and fourth chimed in.
Third and fourth, you two go. Take him down. Third and fourth, who? Me? Yes, you two.
With no other choice, the Qinglong gang's third and fourth had no option but to steel themselves and charge forward.
Smack! Smack!
2 more slaps and third and fourth were lying dead on the ground for everyone to see.
Holy crap, is he that terrifying?
The crowd grew even more terrified, but the allure of the divine bestowed spirit pearl kept them from leaving so easily.
Fellow gang leaders, we can't split up, let us attack together.
At the Yellow Dragon gang leader's call, more than a dozen gang leaders all level 80 or higher immediately surrounded Jiang and launched a full-scale attack from all directions.
I'll attack the right side. I'll attack the right side.
I'll target his lower body. I'll steal his peaches.
Chairman, do we still need to help guest minister Jiang? Asked the 9 experts above level 80 standing beside Park Guk-chang.
Earlier, they'd been worried Jiang wouldn't be able to handle the situation.
I don't think so. Half of their elite fighters have already died in the past few seconds, said Park Guk-chang.
Indeed, there was a reason why Supreme Member had reached the Supreme Tier.
Each one was terrifyingly powerful.
Meanwhile, the onlookers watching from afar were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped.
Is that young man really that strong?
If I were that strong, I would started my own guild here long ago. A dozen or so guild masters are ganging up on him, yet they can't gain the upper hand and one's already died.
2, 3 no, 6. All right, they're all dead.
Amid the spectators' chatter, Jiang had already wrapped up the fight. It was inevitable these guys were only in the 80s, and with his strength now boosted to 10 million gene. Add a 100% critical hit rate to that, and it comes to 20 million gene.
Even without skill multipliers, just a simple little punch to the chest, those gang leaders' chests simply couldn't withstand it.
Chairman Park, I've taken care of the leaders.
The remaining scum are all yours.
As for taking over their territory, I'm sure you're quite familiar with that, right? Jiang said with a smile.
Proficient. Park Guk-chang looked at Jiang standing before him.
Although it was still a familiar face, at that moment, Jiang struck him as even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. So much so that the unflappable composure he had cultivated over the years was now trembling ever so slightly. As for the group of level 80 experts behind him, they, too, found it difficult to breathe.
What are you still standing around for?
Jiang asked.
Oh.
The group of experts finally snapped out of it and rushed toward the remaining scum of the opposing factions. Without their level 80 guild leader, they were like tigers among sheep. Despite the enemy's numbers, they were no match for the Treasure Guild and were quickly subdued. Park Guk-chang watched the major factions being wiped out before his eyes with excitement for a moment. It all felt a bit surreal. He had never imagined that the Treasure Guild could dominate this area all on its own. Now that a supreme member like Jiang had arrived, had they actually achieved this so easily? The next step was to send people to take over those factions' territories and major shops. As for Jiang, although he knew those shops were profitable, he had no interest in taking over the management himself. After all, he wasn't good at managing businesses, and it would require too much effort. Better to let the professional,
Park Guk Chang, handle it.
All he needed to do was collect his share of the profits each time and, of course, that would be the lioness share.
Let us head back. Jiang turned around and, together with Lily, stepped into the Rolls-Royce Goddess. With Bard's automatic navigation, they quickly returned to the estate. Jiang, have you found Lin Jin's brother yet? Lily asked with concern. After all, one of their goals this time was to find Lin Chang. No. He probably didn't die in the dungeon.
Park Guk Chang has been making inquiries these past few days. He'll let us know if he hears anything.
Lily nodded, and the two entered the grand villa.
Inside, Annie had got comfortably settled in, and the two were chatting cheerfully.
You're back.
Honorable Jiang, Miss Lily, Annie greeted them. The mission reception team sent from the Treasure Guild headquarters has arrived.
Honorable Jiang, you'll need to go submit your report, Annie reminded him.
Supreme member missions typically involve searching for extremely valuable items, so once a mission is completed, a specially designated reception team arrives to inspect the findings. After passing inspection, the mission is submitted, and once the AI Bard has recorded the details, the mission is considered fully completed.
Father, you and Lily continue chatting.
Annie and I will go submit the mission.
Okay, Watt and Lily replied.
Meanwhile, Jiang and Annie arrived at the mission submission center. Since Supreme member mission rewards are typically quite valuable and easily susceptible to theft en route, the reception team consists not only of certified experts but also of elite members from the Treasure Guild's headquarters. This group of 12 experts, all ranked between 90 and 95, possess diverse talents and specialized in different fields, working together with seamless coordination. The 12 stood in 2 rows, their expressions stern. As soon as Jiang walked up to the entrance, he noticed the looks on their faces as if he owed them money.
Greetings, guest Jiang.
However, the moment Jiang stepped inside, all 12 of them bowed at a 90-degree angle and greeted him warmly, their expressions changing as if by magic.
The atmosphere instantly became warm and welcoming. Do these people have the talent to change their expressions on the fly?
Jiang muttered to himself. But upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, they were from the Treasure Guild headquarters, where it was said 4 Supreme members resided. Presumably, these 12 were accustomed to seeing Supreme members. Fully aware of the Supreme members' power, they naturally became more courteous. Standing in the center was a woman wearing open-work blue stockings. She had long blue hair obviously washed with head shoulders, as it was incredibly silky and large, round eyes as clear and sparkling as blue springs. Her irises were also blue, which, combined with her blue hair, gave her an alluring, enchanting look. Even her eyelashes were blue, long, thick, and curled, resembling 2 small blue brushes.
Hello, guest scholar Jiang. I'm the expert sent to collect the results of your mission. My name is Lena.
After saying this, Lena warmly extended her delicate hand. It was a pair of very slender hands, looking pure and clean, with long, slender fingers.
The blue nail polish further accentuated this woman's alluring charm. Hello.
Jiang took her small hand in his.
I hear expert Lena is from the United States.
According to your customs, shouldn't I kiss your hand and cheek? That is not necessary, Lena said, her face flushing slightly. She had met other Supreme members before, but they were all so stuffy. This was the first time she'd met someone as handsome and humorous as Jiang. As a result, she was instantly taken with him.
Let us not waste any time, let us get right to the point, Lena said.
She pulled out a blue remote control, turned it on, and instantly, above the mission center building, a massive formation of concentrated supernatural energy appeared. This was a precaution to prevent anyone from launching a surprise attack while they were receiving the mission. This formation was backed by high-tech voltage of full 100 million volts. Anyone who touched it would be reduced to ash in a single second. Even though they were protected by 12 headquarters experts, better safe than sorry.
Just going through the motions.
Here. Jiang pulled out the divine bestowed spirit pearl and handed it over.
Lena's eyes immediately lit up.
She carefully took out an exquisite box and placed the divine bestowed spirit pearl inside.
So this is the divine bestowed spirit pearl.
Lena stared at it, wide-eyed. Since becoming a headquarters appraisal expert, this was the first time she'd ever seen a 6th-tier divine bestowed spirit pearl. The 12 headquarters experts standing in 2 rows also had their attention drawn to it. A 6th-tier divine bestowed spirit pearl carries a very high probability of improving talent quality that's incredibly tempting. Even a group of level 90 experts like them couldn't possibly remain unfazed. Honorable guest Jiang, please go ahead and handle the formalities now. After staring at the divine bestowed spirit orb for quite some time, Lena finally realized there was a supreme member standing right beside her. She couldn't help it, she'd been completely captivated. Jiang was just as captivated, though he was staring at the orb itself. Sure. Jiang was extremely cooperative. He recorded a short video with Lena, then opened the Quest Submission Center in Bard and uploaded the video. They took some photos and the like, and Jiang and Lena even had to record separate videos. In short, the process was rather tedious and took about 15 minutes. The mission is complete. Lena let out a long sigh. Wait a moment, guest Jiang. There is something else I'd like to discuss with you privately. Seeing that Jiang was about to leave, Lena stopped him. Is there something else? He asked. You guys go ahead and leave. Lena said. She took out the blue device again, the blue remote control, and deactivated the psychic voltage array outside. After all, now that the task was complete, there was no need to keep it active. Every extra second it was on consumed resources that, if converted to money, would amount to at least $1 million. Besides, she had something else to discuss with Jiang, something that could only be discussed between the two of them inside the room. It was best if no one else heard it concerned high-level resources. Once the 12 experts from headquarters had left, Lena pulled Jiang into a smaller room further inside and quickly closed the door. Jiang had a bad feeling about this. What exactly was this woman up to? Minister Jiang. Lena smiled as she looked him over. A 6th-tier divine bestowed dungeon, this is the first time one has appeared. I'm guessing there's more than one divine bestowed spirit pearl, right? That's right. What's the matter? Are you trying to snatch it from me? Since Lena had figured it out, Jiang might as well lay his cards on the table. No, guest Jiang, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't be foolish enough to steal from a supreme member. That would be no different from courting death or bringing ruin upon my clan. Lena just wants to trade something else for one divine bestowed spirit pearl from you. Just one will do. Lena pleaded. She desperately needed a divine spirit pearl to elevate her talent to S rank, which would secure her a higher position at the Treasure Guild headquarters. Moreover, it would allow her to become one of the clan's decision-makers, giving her the authority to annul the arranged marriage her family had set up for her. Honorable guest Jiang, I have no choice in this matter, Lena recounted her story. But Jiang showed little interest. He didn't believe a word of it. After all, the temptation of a divine spirit pearl was too great. People would do anything to get their hands on one. Besides, a woman's words are as unreliable as a liar's. Not to mention something as simple as making up a story. Honorable guest Jiang, please take a look at what I've brought before deciding whether to make the exchange. After finishing her story, Lena took out a spatial earring. She didn't like the inventory watch, so she had a spatial ability user crafted into an earring. Jiang took the earring and looked at its contents. He had to admit the items inside were quite valuable, but unfortunately, most of the resources were of no use to him. The few that were useful were in such small quantities that he simply tossed them back. Sorry, not interested. After saying that, Jiang turned and walked away. He wasn't about to lose his head just because he was a fan of Lena's. Honorable guest Jiang, thank you. But just then, Lena suddenly stepped forward and hugged Jiang. Thank me? This is the first time Lena has completed a mission record with a supreme member, so thank you for your cooperation. Lena held Jiang in her arms for a long time, refusing to let go. Even when she finally did, there were tears in her eyes. Those tears made her look like a little woman who'd been wronged. Jiang was a bit puzzled. As an expert at Treasure Guild headquarters, she must have seen it all, and there were supreme members right there at headquarters.
So why was she crying?
This wasn't normal, yet Jiang couldn't figure out what she was trying to accomplish with this gesture.
Honored guest Jiang, let us exchange contact information, Lena said.
Since they were both members of the Treasure Guild, they could add each other through the AI Bard. Whenever they needed to get in touch, all they had to do was give Bard a command. After exchanging contact information, Jiang walked straight out of the mission center, leaving Lena standing there alone.
He. Watching Jiang's retreating figure, a mischievous smile played on Lena's lips.
Meanwhile, as soon as Jiang stepped out of the mission center, Bard's voice rang out.
Congratulations on successfully submitting your mission. You've earned 2,000 Supreme Points. Supreme Points? Jiang asked.
Yes. Guest members earn corresponding points for completing missions, ranging from Bronze to Supreme. Once you've accumulated enough points, you can redeem the resources you need from the Treasure Guild's resource repository. Bard then opened the resource store.
Jiang took a quick look.
The Treasure Guild's resource store corresponded to the guest's status level, ranging from the Bronze store, Silver store, to the Supreme store. The higher the store level, the more resources available for exchange and the rarer they were. Of course, the required point tier was also higher, reflecting a higher guest status. For example, a Bronze guest could only make exchanges in the Bronze store, while a Silver guest could access both the Bronze and Silver stores. As a Supreme member, he had access to all stores. Jiang first browsed the Bronze store. Even at the Bronze level, the items inside rivaled those in the War God University's resource repository. Moving on to the Silver store and others, Jiang spotted several items he liked, such as various alloys. He continued browsing until he reached the Supreme store, where the variety of items was much more limited, but every single one was among the most precious resources.
Memory extending alloy?
Jiang quickly found exactly what he was looking for, an alloy even harder than the purple-blue alloy he'd used before, with superior armor-piercing capabilities. Moreover, it could change its shape at will. He planned to use the memory-extending alloy to forge a battle spear. After all, with his strength now at 10 million gene, the purple-blue alloy had become too light and no longer suited him. Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. One downside of using a cheat was that his stats increased too rapidly, forcing him to replace his weapons frequently. Just a few days ago, his strength was 3 million gene. Now, it had jumped to 10 million gene.
Ah, what a headache! 200 Supreme Points.
Jiang had Bard replicate the shape of the purple-blue battle spear and replace it with memory extend metal. The conversion cost 200 Supreme Points.
That was actually quite cheap.
After the swap was complete and the points were deducted, Jiang just had to wait for headquarters to send someone to deliver it.
Let us take a look at some other items. I wonder if there are any divine crystals in here.
If there are, I can repair the Shadow Split Divine Realm. With a sense of excitement, Jiang continued browsing. As he scrolled through the Supreme Mall, the items became increasingly rare. Most of them were things he'd never seen before, but the points required to purchase them also kept rising. From a few hundred Supreme Points at the start, to several thousand, then tens of thousands, and even resources requiring hundreds of thousands or 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points was the cap for resources, and within that category, Jiang spotted something he really wanted.
Divine crystals.
That's right, he was very tempted. But after deducting 200 points, he now had only 1,800 Supreme Points left, a vast gulf from the 1,000,000 required. He didn't have any quests at the moment, and even if he did, accumulating that many points would likely take hundreds of attempts.
So Jiang gave up on exchanging for divine crystals in the Supreme Mall.
After browsing through most of the resource library, he came to the exclusive skill library. Most of the skills here belonged to foreign psychics, and some were quite novel. Jiang decided to see if any were suitable for him.
These are all pretty good,
but unfortunately, I don't have enough points. He had indeed spotted several sets of skills, but since he'd only completed one Supreme quest, his points weren't sufficient. He had no choice but to give up, but it didn't matter much. Having them would be a bonus, and not having them wouldn't affect his modifications.
Honorable Jiang, you're out, Annie said as she approached.
While you were inside submitting your mission just now, Chairman Park contacted me.
He said he has tracked down some information on that Lin Chang.
Since Jiang had been submitting a mission at the mission center, a highly important task, external signals couldn't reach the interior due to the presence of a psychic barrier.
Let us go check it out. Jiang and Annie headed toward Park Guo-chang's office. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Guest Minister Jiang, here is the video footage.
Please take a look, Park Guo-chang said, getting straight to the point. He knew Jiang was very anxious about this matter.
The video wasn't very long.
In it, one could clearly see Lin Chang getting into an altercation with two men from the island nation, after which he was taken away by them. One of the two Japanese men was one-eyed, with two katana swords strapped to his waist. The other was one-armed, missing his right hand, but possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The dialogue revealed little information from what Jiang could make out. It seemed the group had been arguing over a certain object that Lin
Chang had obtained. Chairman Park, do you recognize these two Japanese men? Jiang asked. No, I don't.
That complicates things, Jiang said with a frown.
If he knew who they were, he could demand Lin Chang's release and rescue him, but the problem was that he didn't know them. He didn't even know where Lin Chang had been taken.
So Jiang decided to return to Xia first and bring the video back to Lin Ji and Lin Jin. The Lin family had business dealings with the islanders and was familiar with the country.
Presumably, they would know the background of those two islanders.
Also, Guest Minister Jiang, we completed the takeover of all the shops belonging to other factions.
The annual dividends will be transferred to your guest minister account via Bard. A rough estimate puts it at 300 billion a year. How much? 300 billion?
Jiang was stunned by the figure.
Was there really that much money? If this had been before he traveled through time, wouldn't that have meant he'd surpassed Jack Ma in a single year?
Honorable Jiang, please don't think that's too little.
Since we just unified those factions' territories, we haven't raised prices yet to retain customers.
Once things stabilize and we monopolize market resources, we'll raise prices and annual profits will at least increase tenfold, if not more.
Park Guo-chang said ingratiatingly. Don't let his lackluster combat skills fool you. He was a natural at business and making money.
After all, his talent was merchant.
That is plenty, Jiang said, steadying his racing heart. Wasn't this money coming in way too fast?
Beep, beep, beep. Just then, both Jiang and Park Guo-chang received messages on their badges from Treasure Guild headquarters.
They opened them to read.
The message to Park Guo-chang stated, in essence, that since Jiang had helped the local Treasure Guild unify Sin City, headquarters had decided to change Jiang's annual profit-sharing ratio from 30% to 70% to 70% to 30%. Previously, Jiang had received 30% and the guild 70%. Now, Jiang would receive 70%. In other words, Jiang's 300 billion had instantly become 700 billion.
As for Jiang's messages, there were two.
The first stated that, in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the Sin City Treasure Guild, headquarters had decided to award him an additional 100,000 supreme points.
101,800. Jiang looked at his supreme points and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed.
Normally, completing a single divine dungeon quest would only earn him 2,000 supreme points. Now, with a one-time reward of 100,000, it was equivalent to completing 50 quests. With this, he could finally redeem and learn the few foreign skills he'd been eyeing. The second message was about the dividend the one Park Guo-chang had been reading.
Counselor Jiang, I assume you've already seen the message.
Your dividend has been adjusted to 70%, which amounts to 700 billion.
If you need the money urgently, I can arrange an advance payment for you. I don't think I'll need it for now.
Jiang currently had over 10 million on hand, which was more than enough. As for those resources and skills, he wouldn't have to spend any money on them.
Whether it was resources from War God University or the Treasure Guild, he had accumulated plenty of points.
Honorable guest Jiang, since this is your first time here, I took the liberty of arranging a tour group to take you, your father, Miss Lily, and Annie on a tour of Sin City.
Rest assured, the entire trip is free. It won't cost you a single penny. I wonder if you have time? Park Guo-chang asked cautiously.
In reality, this was another attempt to curry favor with Jiang and strengthen their relationship. After all, it was a rare opportunity to meet a supreme member. And once he had established a good relationship with Jiang, it would have an extremely positive impact on his future takeover of the Chable family behind him. So he paid for this free trip out of his own pocket, though in reality, even if he hadn't, the trip would still have been free for Jiang. For a supreme member, all food, lodging, and transportation at any chamber of commerce are provided free of charge, complete with professional attendance. That's the prestige of being a supreme member. Chairman Park, that's very kind of you. Jiang didn't refuse. His father had been kidnapped and was still shaken up, so taking him out for some sightseeing would help soothe his mind. Besides, Jiang had long wanted to see some of the sights in Sin City. He'd been a travel enthusiast even before his reincarnation, so he wasn't about to pass up this chance to get a free ride. It's truly wonderful that you've honored us with your presence, guest Jiang. In that case, let us rest for the night and officially begin tomorrow. Park Guk-chang said. After all, Jiang had only just emerged from the divine dungeon today, and his body was still quite exhausted. If he were too tired, the young ladies he'd arranged might not be able to attend to him as thoroughly as they should. He had to let guest Jiang rest for the night first. It's important to note that these young ladies were all top-tier female celebrities from Han Kingdom. Not only were they exceptionally beautiful, but they were also highly skilled at winning people over. For the average person, a lifetime of hard work would barely be enough to afford a single ticket to one of these celebrities' concerts. But Park Guk-chang was different. As a Chable who controlled everything in Han Kingdom, he could naturally secure these celebrities with ease. While Jiang was on his trip, back in Shai City, the capital of the United States. Shai City, Treasure Guild headquarters. Inside the office, the top brass of the headquarters had gathered, including Guild President Bailey and his younger brother, Vice President Gilly Chris. Also present were the 4 supreme members who were permanently stationed at headquarters, the 4 most powerful supreme members of the Treasure Guild, tasked with safeguarding the headquarters. They were Yurik Baran, a level 99 lightning elementalist, a class unique to the United States. Next was Mary Trump, ranked 2nd and the only female supreme member, a level 98 paladin. Ranked 3rd was Mike Reese, also a level 98 paladin, and finally, Luke Villi, a level 97 wind elementalist. This group of heavyweights could be described as the world's most elite and exceptionally powerful individuals, yet at that moment, their faces were still etched with astonishment. This was because 2 videos were playing before their eyes, both featuring Jiang as the protagonist. The first video, Jiang at the Luo family's residence, instantly mastering an 8th tier, 9th level ultimate skill and then instantly eliminating those Japanese individuals. The second was the video of Jiang uploading his mission log. The videos weren't very long, but once they finished playing, the group of bigwigs fell into deep thought, their expressions one by one turning grave. After a long while, Chairman Bailey spoke up. I recall we have a diamond-ranked guest at headquarters whose talent is enlightenment. Wasn't he his fastest skill mastery time previously 7 days? Yes, President. It took him 7 days to achieve grand perfection in a level 6 super skill through Epiphany. I recall this individual had an SSS rank Epiphany talent. But since guest Jiang mastered it in a single second, could he possibly possess a god-tier Epiphany talent? Bailey speculated. But President, according to reports from Gil and Park Guk-chang, guest Jiang is just an ordinary person with no special abilities. An ordinary person? Everyone fell into deep thought once more. To say that Jiang was an ordinary person, they simply couldn't believe it. What ordinary person could be this terrifying? Could an ordinary person clear a 6th tier divine bestowed dungeon in just 1 day? Yurik, I recall your record back then was 15 days, wasn't it? Said President Bailey. Yurik was this level 99 supreme member, back when he was young. Yet he was hailed as the world's #1 genius, reaching level 80 at just 25 years old and clearing the USS 6th tier divine blessing dungeon single-handedly. That record remained unbroken to this day, and Yurik had always taken pride in it. But now, it had been shattered by an even younger genius. And it was a complete rout. Yurik took 15 days, while this young man did it in just 1. There's another piece of news regarding this Jiang Kaching. Recently, he redeemed a memory metal battle spear at the Supreme Mall. Based on its size and the density of the memory extending metal, it weighs 10 million gene.
How much?
As soon as Bailey said this, everyone was completely stunned. 10 million gene, Bailey repeated. I know you're all surprised, but the real challenge now is, how do we transport the shape memory alloy from our headquarters to Xia Kingdom? The guild master explained that although the treasure guild possessed outstanding technology, transporting 10 million gene of cargo from the United States to Xia Kingdom, a distance of several million kilometers, was no small feat. Even the most powerful strength-type psionic at our guild headquarters only has a strength of about 5 million gene. They couldn't even lift that battle spear. In that case, I'll transport it myself, Yorick said. As a lightning elementalist, he could electrolyze any metal and hide it within a sea of lightning. Then, using the sea of lightning to perform lightning teleportation, he could reach Xia Kingdom in just one day. A few days later, Jiang finished his trip and returned to the capital of Xia with his father, Hua. Upon his return, he first went to the Luo family's residence, as Jiang intended to arrange for his father to stay somewhere in the capital. After all, the capital's defenses were much safer than those of Sealy City. Moreover, given his standing, the capital's defense forces would also prioritize providing covert protection for his father. Fortunately, the Luo family owned a villa development within the security forces headquarters compound. The head of the Luo family directly gifted Jiang a villa, which Jiang naturally did not refuse. With that, Hua's safety was assured. After all, the security forces headquarters was home to many of Xia Kingdom's top martial artists, including no shortage of level 90 experts. Anyone who tried to make a move there would be asking for death. After making arrangements for his father, Kuang took out an exquisite box and handed it to Jiang. Honorable guest Jiang, Lily told me you need this. Since I have no use for it anyway, I'm giving it to you. What is this? Jiang opened it cautiously, and a familiar sensation washed over him. A divine crystal? Jiang couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. After all, he'd only ever seen divine crystals in the Supreme Mall. He'd never laid eyes on a real one before. It was said that this substance was the primary material used by deities to craft divine tier items, as well as the material needed to repair damaged divine tier items. Earlier, Jiang had merely casually asked Lily about divine crystals. He hadn't expected her to take it so seriously. Thank you very much, Jiang said, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. Divine crystals are extremely rare in this world. Aside from certain divine bestowed dungeons, they don't appear anywhere else. The Luo family's divine crystal had been passed down from their ancestors. It was said to be the family's heirloom. Even the current head of the Luo family needed the approval of the family elders to use it. For Kuang and Lily to give it to him must have put them under considerable pressure. Regardless, Jiang took this gesture to heart. Jiang, did you find my brother? Just as he had accepted the divine crystal, Lin Jin and Lin Ji rushed in from outside. As soon as he returned, Jiang had contacted Lin Jin and the others to come over. Here's the video, take a look for yourselves. Jiang had barred play the video of Lin Chang. After watching it, damn it, it's actually the Ohashi family from Japan, how despicable. As soon as the video ended, Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family, roared in anger. It turned out, the Lin family had extensive business operations in Japan, and thanks to some proprietary potion-making technologies, their potion business was virtually unrivaled in the country. However, this had also attracted the jealousy of other Japanese clans, the Ohashi family being one of them. Initially, they had sent representatives to negotiate, but the Lin family had refused. Later, they resorted to threats. Unexpectedly, they eventually set their sights on Lin Chang and, while he was in Sin City, kidnapped him. Thank you, guest Jiang. I'll handle the follow-up negotiations with the island nation myself. Lin Ji hurried back as well. After all, it was best to get his son back as soon as possible. If the Lin family needs help, I'm here to assist, Jiang called out. After all, he and Lin Jin had studied under the same teacher. When faced with a situation like this, he figured he might as well lend a hand. Once Lin Ji and Lin Jin had left, Jiang's expression turned icy. The Chen family, the Jiang family, and the Zhou family, get ready to face my wrath. Those three families had joined forces to kidnap his father, and this matter was far from over.
Honorable guest Jiang will go help too, Quan said.
He knew Jiang was going to seek revenge against the Chen, Jiang, and Zhou families, so he wanted to lend his support. Quan himself, along with several Luo family experts in their 70s, plus Lily, set off together. Quan knew that such a lineup wouldn't be of much use against those three families, but as they say, it's the thought that counts.
Alright, then. Jiang didn't refuse.
Soon after, Lily transformed into a metal helicopter, loaded Jiang inside, and the two of them took the
with Quan following behind. Of the three families, the Chen family was the closest, so Jiang headed there first.
On the way, he contacted his mentor, Mu Qing. Mu Qing had been monitoring the three families all this time and had also instructed her older brother, Mu Chang, the commander of the National Capital Defense Force, to surround the three families and cut off their escape routes. As a result, none of them had managed to escape so far.
Upon seeing the news, Jiang was slightly moved. Before long, the group arrived at the Chen family estate.
At that moment, hundreds of military helicopters were hovering above the estate, each carrying highly trained military operatives. In addition to the helicopters, various military weapons were deployed on the ground, while Mu Qing and Mu Chang stood suspended in midair. For a moment, Jiang felt a bit puzzled.
Wasn't this lineup a bit too overwhelming just to deal with the Chen family?
But after glancing down below, Jiang understood. It turned out that the heads and elite fighters of the Chen, Jiang, and Zhou families had all gathered together.
These three families weren't fools.
Once they realized the defense forces had surrounded them, they knew Jiang had most likely rescued his father and was coming to seek revenge. Rather than scatter, they decided to band together.
Commander Mu, are you really going to cut off our retreat?
Qin Jun, the head of the Chen family, called out from below.
You hired assassins to kill people and members of War God University, no less. That is simply unforgivable.
In fact, if Jiang had merely been a student at War God University, someone of Mu Chang's caliber would certainly not have intervened, because if they actually clashed with the three families,
his own men would suffer heavy casualties. After all, those three families had considerable resources.
But since Jiang was his younger sister's student, it was a different matter. Most importantly, Jiang was now the 8th Supreme Member of the Treasure Guild. He had once dreamed of becoming a Supreme Member of the Treasure Guild himself, but unfortunately, his own strength wasn't sufficient.
Moreover, he knew that Supreme Members enjoyed full access to all resources in the Treasure Guild's exchange market.
If he ever needed some rare and hard-to-find resources in the future, he could ask Jiang to help him exchange for them from the Treasure Guild. Of course, he would pay for it. So, helping Jiang this time wasn't so much because Mu Qing had invited him as it was because he was willing to come on his own. That way, Jiang would owe him a small favor.
Ah, very good, Mu Chang, you little brat. You don't really think that with your meager strength, you can handle all three of our families, do you? Below, the heads of the three families roared with laughter.
Their faces were brimming with smug satisfaction.
Could it be that the old patriarchs of your three families aren't actually dead? Mu Chang asked in confusion.
If that were the case, then dealing with these three families would indeed come at a significant cost.
But as far as he remembered, those three old men had died long ago. He even attended their funerals. No, brother, I think the backing they're referring to must be the Wu Chang, Mu Qing said at that moment. Of all the organizations, the Wu Chang was the only one that would dare accept a contract from the three families to kill Jiang.
Now that the plot had been exposed, the Wu Chang and the three families were tied together, so this time, the Wu Chang would certainly side with the three families. Haha, Mu Qing, since you figured it out, we won't keep it a secret anymore. Several voices rang out from within the Chen family estate, followed by the appearance of two figures, one clad in black, the other in white, with a large contingent of Wu Chang assassins trailing behind them.
The black and white Wu Chang?
Mu Chang and Mu Qing's expressions turned grave. These two were the founders of Wu Chang, and their combat prowess had reached level 94, one level higher than his own. Moreover, assassins generally had experienced countless life and death battles, so their actual combat prowess was even more formidable, especially since the Wu Chang's top-tier assassins had all arrived.
Mu Chang recognized quite a few of the faces among the assassins behind them.
There were 3 at level 91 alone, and in the 80-89 range, there were a full dozen or so.
Each of them enjoyed considerable renown in the assassin community. The moment Wu Chang's lineup appeared, the balance of power between the two sides underwent a dramatic shift. The defense army's advantage had vanished completely.
Damn it!
Wu Chang exclaimed angrily.
Now, there was nowhere to find more experts, especially those above level 90. His side had only 2. The opposing side, however, had 7 such experts. I wonder if, with us included, we'll have enough. As the voice echoed, several figures were seen flying in from the direction of the capital's 4 major universities. First came the presidents of the other 3 major universities: Yan Nantian, president of Tianshan University; Zhou Yun, president of Elemental University; and Han Yuan, president of National Defense University.
All 3 were above level 90. Among them, Yan Nantian was even a level 92 powerhouse.
In an instant, Wu Chang's side now had 5 top-tier level 90 experts, bringing their high-end combat strength to roughly equal that of the opposing side. Moreover, in addition to the presidents, all the highly skilled instructors from these 3 universities had arrived, along with some close friends of the 3 presidents. This was, of course, thanks to Wu Chang's influence. She had surmised that Wu Chang would most likely intervene on the side of the other 3 institutions, so she had notified the presidents of the remaining 3 universities to come to their aid. As principals of the 4 great schools, they naturally owed each other a certain degree of favor.
Hello, teachers. Hello, principals. Hello, Commander Mu.
Jiang stepped out of Lily's helicopter cockpit and immediately greeted everyone warmly. At the same time, the teachers from those schools all turned their gaze toward Jiang. However, the White Reaper didn't even try to dodge, letting Jiang's punch land squarely on him. But just as Jiang's fist was about to strike the Black and White Reapers, his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already 5,000 meters away from where he'd been. Ha, the Supreme Member truly lives up to his reputation, but you're still a bit too green to land a hit on me. Though the Black and White Wu Chang said this, deep down he was actually quite shocked by Jiang. He had just estimated Jiang's speed at roughly 2,550 points. Although this figure was only half of his own, his second talent was an S-rank speed-type talent. Even with his high level 94, his speed stat was only 5,000 points. At Jiang's age, he wouldn't have had 500 points, let alone 2,550. But that's what comes with being a high-level player. That was the source of his pride. Can't hit me? Jiang had also figured out Black and White's speed stat by now. It was indeed very high. Relying on that alone, he could probably defend himself without any trouble. But unfortunately for them, they run into Jiang, a cheater who could modify his stats. Jiang immediately opened the modification panel. It had been a while since he tweaked his speed stat. After modifying his strength earlier, he'd been left with 1.03 million mod points. Then he spent 5 days touring Vice City, plus another half-day accumulating points upon his return. Now, his mod points had climbed to over 8 million. Available mod points, 8,532,378. Jiang looked at the speed attribute. Speed boost, 2,550. Currently, 100 points equals 1 point of speed. After a moment's thought, he realized he was still 2,450 points behind his opponent in speed. He certainly couldn't stop at 5,000 points, especially since he intended to crush his opponent and had more than enough mod points. Jiang decided to boost his speed even further. System, boost my speed directly to 20,000 points. Ding, modification successful. Cost, 1,745,000 mod points. Current balance, 6,787,378. As for the other stats, Jiang couldn't be bothered to adjust them right now. First, he'd better take down those so-called Black and White ghosts. Ha, is my speed too fast for you? Are you feeling inferior? Seeing Jiang frozen in place, the Black and White ghosts assumed they made him feel inferior and began to gloat. Ha, daring to fight our boss? This kid really doesn't know his place. Our boss's second talent is an S-rank speed type. This Jiang is only fit to trail behind our boss and breathe his farts.
Haha. Although the supernatural shield was thick, Jiang possessed 20 million gene of strength.
Combined with a 100% critical hit rate, that amounted to 40 million gene, far too much for a 9th tier battle armor to withstand.
As a result, it shattered in a single second. Fortunately, the armor managed to hold Jiang off for a second. Seizing this opportunity, if they couldn't outrun him, then they'd fight him head-on. Boom!
Jiang's fist slammed into the black ghost, but it seemed to have no effect, as if he struck a shadow.
By the time Jiang looked closely, the black ghost's form had already dissolved into nothingness.
In this state, he was immune to all damage, both physical and magical. Jiang then unleashed another punch at the white unchance, but the result was the same. The moment his fist made contact, the white unchance's form also dissolved into nothingness.
Immune to damage? Jiang was slightly taken aback. Didn't this talent make his defense invincible?
With Jiang now engaged in combat with the black and white unchances, a full-scale brawl had erupted between both sides. The three families and the Wuchang faced off against the defense army and the opponents of the four great academies. The battle was about to erupt. Instantly, all manner of special abilities flew through the air. The scene was livelier than a fireworks display, and the commotion was naturally immense. It attracted quite a few citizens of the capital to watch. Some onlookers, armed with sunflower seeds and spicy snacks, gathered around to watch with great interest. There were also some internet celebrities who, seeing this as a golden opportunity, seized the moment to go live, trying their best to capture every detail of the battle.
Hello, everyone.
I'm your host, Beggar Brother, and I'm currently near the battlefield. As soon as the feed went live, the stream instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the numbers skyrocketed. In just a few minutes, they surpassed 1 million. "Streamer, get a little closer," said a viewer. The distance was too far, and the view was unclear. With no other choice, this was the first time Beggar Brother had seen such a massive audience. He steeled himself and moved closer to the center of the battlefield to keep his viewers engaged. Just then, a shockwave rippled out. Crack! The next second, Beggar Brother was reduced to a pile of ash. The battlefield had now descended into a fierce brawl. Jiang was single-handedly holding off two of Wu Chang's leaders, so for the time being, the top fighters on both sides were locked in one-on-one battles. Mu Chang was doing all right thanks to his level 93 advantage. He was gradually gaining the upper hand, but the others were having a tougher time. After all, Wu Chang's assassins had survived countless life and death battles. Their skill, execution, and mastery of combat tactics were undoubtedly far more ruthless than what teachers in schools could ever teach. So as a god-tier item, the shadow-splitting divine mirror. A shattered mirror appeared in Jiang's hand, instantly emitting a pink glow. "Haha, you're at a loss against me, so you're just going to pull out a mirror to look at yourself. I suggest you take a piss on it to see yourself. That'll give you a clearer view." The black and white ghosts began taunting him again. In their eyes, how could Jiang possibly break through their talent? Ha 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 ha, burp. The black and white ghosts laughed wildly, but the very next second, when they saw a second Jiang step out of the mirror, he instantly choked, feeling as if a screw were lodged in his throat. A clone's cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, quickly turning into beads of sweat the size of soybeans that dripped down. That light doesn't seem quite right. A true divine level artifact should have a golden glow as the main color, with a pink glow as a secondary hue, shouted the black and white Unchang's second in command at that moment. This second in command was currently battling Mu Chang. Hearing this shout, the black and white Wu Chang instantly snapped to attention. In that case, it must be a damaged divine level artifact. I don't know how severely damaged it is, but I've heard that once a divine level artifact is damaged, its functionality is greatly reduced. Bring it on! The tension and fear the black and white Wu Chang had felt moments ago vanished once again. Although what he said was indeed true, the functionality of a god-tier artifact was significantly reduced in Jiang's divine realm of clones. The reduction applied to the number of clones, which had been cut from 3 to 1. However, the quality of the clone remained completely unchanged. It possessed all the power and skills of the original. It was also quite simple to control. Ha 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 ha. Smack! However, before the black and white Unchangers could finish laughing, the very next second, Two versions of Jiang slammed directly into his figure. One managed to dodge Jiang's little punch by vanishing into thin air, but the other wasn't so lucky.
Put. The white Unchang took the hit.
At that moment, he felt as if his entire body had been shattered into dust. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to throw out a 9th-tier defensive item, which absorbed half the power of Jiang's punch. Otherwise, that single punch would have killed him for sure.
What a terrifying punch! The black ghost wiped the sweat from his brow.
He absolutely couldn't go head-to-head with this guy. He was simply unstoppable, with blazing speed and overwhelming strength.
Both of these stats far exceeded human limits. Was this guy a deity?
White Wuchang struggled to steady himself, then pulled out a vial of green potion and gulped it down in one go. Soon, his vitality surged back to life. He sprang back to his feet, full of energy once more. Then, both the white and black Wuchang each took out a vial of blue potion and drank it down.
Boom! The auras emanating from the two of them surged dramatically. Fury potions! Did those two actually drink fury potions? People around them exclaimed. And they're even 9th-tier fury potions. It seems these two have truly been driven to a corner by Jiang. Rage potions drain one's life force. Let us see how many items you have left.
Originally, Jiang had assumed this attack would either kill them or leave them gravely injured, but he hadn't expected these guys to have so many items. Come to think of it, though, it made sense. After all, they were over level 90 and the leaders of an assassin organization. They surely had plenty of enemies. It was perfectly normal to carry a dozen or so items to save their lives. But a single attack had destroyed a full set of battle armor and an item, both 9th tier. If Jiang kept attacking, these two would eventually run out of items, wouldn't they? After all, 9th tier items aren't exactly cheap. You bastard! Seeing Jiang charging toward them again, the black and white ghosts tossed out a formation item, a 10th tier one at that. It was practically their last resort for survival back then. To purchase this item, the black and white ghosts had nearly depleted all their accumulated resources. This 10th tier formation item could either shield them from attacks or trap the attacker inside. After a moment's thought, the black and white ghosts decided to use the latter function to trap Jiang within the formation. Although they knew they couldn't hold Jiang for long, it would buy them some time, wouldn't it? Otherwise, it wouldn't live up to its reputation as a 10th tier artifact. This would allow the black and white ghosts to join the fray and quickly eliminate the elite fighters on the 4 great academies side. By the time they dealt with their opponents, even if Jiang managed to break through the formation, he would have already depleted a significant amount of his stamina and would still have to face their numerous level 90 experts. The black and white ghosts simply didn't believe Jiang could hold out any longer. Maybe I should just run away? The thought flashed through the mindless one's mind. Damn it, how could I even think that? I'm the leader of the mindless ones and I'm the first to run? Wouldn't that be reasonable? But if he ran, what would happen to his men? They'd been with him for many years. They were brothers in misfortune, and they'd grown close. They were practically as close as brothers. Was he just going to abandon them like that? In the end, he decided to stay, so he hurled the 10th tier formation artifact at Jiang. Boom! Instantly, a transparent, circular energy shield enveloped Jiang. Jiang knew right away that this was a 10th tier artifact. 10th tier artifacts are reputed to be the very best man-made items. He might as well test this one. How many of his punches could it withstand? Thud! Jiang slammed a punch into the barrier, striking the array wall. A crack immediately appeared, though small, a whole leg 1T shattered just from being squeezed. As long as there's the slightest crack, it will shatter instantly. So by the time Jiang landed his second punch, a large hole had already appeared in the array. What? Over on the side of the black and white ghosts, they were just about to charge at Mu Chang. As long as they took care of this guy, the scales of victory would tip decisively in their favor. But no sooner had he finished the thought than he heard the sound of the formation shattering. That SA 10th tier artifact? An artifact crafted by an S-class psionic formation master gone in just 2 punches? The black and white ghosts and those around them felt a chill run down their spines. Is Jiang really this terrifying? In fact, Jiang hadn't even used his skill yet. With a skill boost, that formation would have been reduced to dust with a single punch. Head of the Qin clan, it's time to play our final trump card. This guy is far beyond what we can handle right now, the black and white Unchained said to Chen. All right. Chen nodded. He, too, felt they had reached a point of no return. If they didn't play their final trump card now, they'd be finished today. The heads of the Chen, Jiang, and Zhou families vanished into the depths of the estate. Before long, from the depths of the Chen family estate, a black aura surged skyward, reaching all the way to the heavens. The azure sky seemed as if it had been tainted. Thick black mist engulfed the entire Chen family estate, eventually coalescing. No, Lord Heretic God, you'll see for yourself if you try it personally. Although the Dark God didn't believe them, he figured it was best to deal with the opponents in front of him first. So, he exhaled a puff of black mist, which spread toward the people on the side of the 4 great academies. Ah! Screams rang out immediately. Under the assault of that black mist, all the psychics below level 70 on the 4 great academies side were instantly reduced to a pile of ashes. Terrified, the others hurriedly activated their abilities and used items to defend themselves, but the items didn't last even a second, and their ability shields shattered instantly. The crowd had no choice but to retreat quickly. Even a 93th level expert like Mu Chang felt his abilities freeze the moment he came into contact with the black mist. As for the hundreds of helicopters in the air, they had all been reduced to ashes. Mu Chang watched with a heavy heart. Those were his elite subordinates. Everyone, fall back. This evil god is too terrifying. Mu Chang shouted. The forces under the 4 great commanders immediately withdrew from the Chen family estate. Fortunately, the black mist's range wasn't too extensive. Otherwise, once it dispersed, the entire population of the capital would have been reduced to ashes. Terror instantly gripped everyone's hearts. A deity, even just a Dharma body, was far too terrifying. With a mere breath, it had rendered them, top-tier level 90 experts, utterly powerless to resist. After retreating from the Chun family manor, the group watched the evil goddess Dharma body from afar, feeling a chill run down their spines and fear welling up in their hearts. Even psychics below level 90 fell to their knees on the spot. Watch this. A teacher from Heavenly God University, an 86th level practitioner, pulled out an item, a flying sword that resonated with his swordsman talent. The flying sword transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the evil goddess Dharma body. However, the moment it touched the black mist, it vanished instantly. It can even devour attacks? This black mist is going to be a real challenge. Everyone furrowed their brows. Setting aside other considerations, it was simply impossible to attack the deity by penetrating that black mist. Moreover, the Dharma body appeared to be enduring for quite some time. If this continued, the black mist might break through at any moment. Let us all join forces and give it a try, Mu Chang said. Immediately, all psychics above could Jiang actually ignore an attack from a divine being? If it were them, a group of level 90 players, they'd be reduced to ashes within seconds. Maybe he really does have a way to repel this divine embodiment, Mu Ching said, her lips slightly parted, filled with hope for Jiang. The entire group also pinned their hopes on him. The chances are slim. All I can say is that a divine being's Dharma body has too many tricks up its sleeve. The black mist is just the first and weakest of them. Perhaps Jiang is gritting his teeth and holding on right now. Yan Nantian said. Having encountered it earlier, he knew full well just how formidable that black mist was. He doesn't even need to defeat the Dharma body. Divine beings' Dharma bodies are time limited. Jiang just needs to hold out until the Dharma body's time runs out. That's easier said than done. When a divine spirit's Dharma body descends, it lasts at least a quarter of an hour. Can Jiang really hold out that long? The principals and teachers of the 4 great academies continued to murmur among themselves. Over on Jiang's side, he was locked in a standoff with the evil goddess Dharma body. I didn't expect it, but you're actually quite capable. Even though you're in a mortal body, you've managed to avoid being consumed by my black mist? The evil goddess Dharma body also gave Jiang a faint look of approval. You're quite impressive. You could serve as my representative here.
I wonder if you're willing. Out of the blue, the evil goddess Dharmabody uttered these words. Representative?
However, the moment those 3 words were spoken, the people around them were momentarily stunned. They knew full well what being a representative entailed. A proxy can inherit a portion of a deity's divine power. To break through from level 99 to level 100 and become a god requires the blessing of divine power. Without it, one cannot achieve godhood on their own.
But divine power originates from deities. To obtain it from a deity, one must first earn that deity's favor.
Without a doubt, Jiang had earned the dark goddess' favor.
This filled everyone with envy.
As for Jiang, all he had to do was agree to become the dark goddess proxy, and he could easily take control of the Xia kingdom.
Moreover, the deity would reveal many dungeons to Jiang. After all, dungeons were originally created by deities.
These dungeons contained plenty of valuable treasures. Even the divine crystals Jiang needed could be easily obtained there.
Lord Demon Master, didn't you say you were going to choose the 3 of us as your proxies? Protested the head of the Chen family.
You're too weak. Even if you inherited my divine power, it would still take a very long time for you to reach level 100. But now, I've found a far more powerful proxy. With him as my proxy, perhaps in the future, not only the Xia kingdom, but the divine proxies of other nations as well will be no match for us.
The evil god said excitedly. So, what do you say, kid? My divine power is incredibly strong. Have you made up your mind? I've made up my mind, Jiang said.
So what's your decision?
I've decided to beat you to death.
Although Jiang's tone sounded like he was joking, it actually carried a murderous intent. Hearing Jiang say this, the members of the 4 great academies breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the position of divine proxy was far too tempting. If Jiang had agreed, they wouldn't have known how to stop him. Fortunately, Jiang hadn't agreed.
That kid turned down the dark god, said the black and white ghosts.
He considered himself a peerless talent,